right? Because the victim, if he can't, also has to go to work, right? If he can't, also has to go to the work, but he also knows that he's got to keep his clothing clean, because if he has to show up to the palace at a moment's notice, he needs to be ready. Because these you think like that, because he's coming back to the saints life. These things to be prepared. It's not, oh my gosh, I might die next moment, if I got it ready. For my son, I'm going to be called for the great speaker one day. I'm ready. I want to partake. I want to bask in the glory that I'm going to all eternity when my time here in this world is over. So as such, I want to keep my clothing. And if my clothing got dirty, it's because I just twice. Maybe a thing is bigger than what time you get a little bit wider as well. Very good. Sometimes we think like safe part, like a big skin is always there. I think because this is aware of this, I just think it's good. What's this kind of 6 o'clock show? Longer it. Longer it. It's a little bit at the beginning, but then the nice and we left it in the well, we were left there. Because stains on my part of one. Now, now, طبعا احنا the police one of orange or white or not citrus. Those that you can see the citrus is actually points out white. Now back and citrus are white. So it's the both is sleeping on that color body. His reputation always wear citrus. Those that you are giving why focusing on citrus. Remember again, part of the goal of citrus is to remind you of the cardiac instance. When this simple instance, therefore shall us with the voice of the devil of money, wear your citrus, this way you're constantly reminded of how your instance. Shaman al Rosh Yaksan, and what is in your oil shall not cease to be on your head, able to do. It said this ultimately again refers to why does oil refer to oil? It actually says shame and shaman. Because the Pasuk says that a good name is better than a good oil. It also says filling in the eyes of Chazal are ultimately seen to be like the ultimate content of fire of Amazon. As it says, the Rahu Kol Ami Aretz B'Shem Hashem Nigdalim. The nations will receive with the name of God the balance upon the rest of the party. Where do the nations see that? When they see what's coming Shalom. So some of us is also a very beautiful idea. So place you got to definitely money. We're into so that is something physical reminder tomorrow. What tomorrow? Project your identity in the world. Don't put away. Project keep your oil, keep the spirit on your head of your identity as the son of God. As you Allah, it's like contrast is what that's like. It's beautiful. But yeah, contrast. This has to be that. We'll say that Shabbos. That's the Shabbos. This is but that because it's fascinating. Third Shabbos. And what happens? Shabbos is about to start, and I'm on the road. I'm not going there. What's the problem? I have my wallet in my pocket. Can't carry my wallet on Shabbos. So what should I do? No, see, peaceful enough. Probably the Gentile, I can say to hopefully someone that I'm sure I can go in there and give balances to the neighbor. Just carry my wallet on. Come on. The lady will not be no Gentile with you. Manico ala kamar. You can put it on a diamond. So once assuming you're traveling, cannot read, you can ask, specifically ask yourself, this is happening before time. Right? So the first time this happened, nothing to do with carrying my wallet. If this goes up, you got to put it on my diamond. So put the wallet on my diamond. You feel the cut once and the other portion of
he's a nice guy. I said, we're governor.
So once I get to a place that
I had him at that. He did a chat with me about a year ago at the conference, and I really, we bonded. He's a guy who works with both sides of the ledger. He's got a great relation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's got fluoride, really good SNAP waiver. So I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waivers. So you can't spend the food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content. Oh, here Tennessee, and I think they're the only state that has that now. They've also banned food dyes. So they banned a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now. And what are we finding out with food dyes? Like, with food dyes, we've now, we've told the companies that they can do it. There's 9 of them. And the worst 4 voted banned. The other 5, I think, beginning of this year, everybody should have stopped using them. And then we rapidly approved 4 new vegetable dyes so that they can replace with something healthy. So we did that for FDA. We're working with the industry to make sure that they can do it, but they've been very, very cooperative. Most of them, about 40% of the industry came to us, including the entire ice cream industry, came to us and said, we want to do this, but, help us. So we're working very closely with them, and they're all getting around it.
I'm just not.
Yeah, well, you spoke very highly. He's a nice guy. I
my life, my money. What was I going to do? My fireside chat with the owner. What's $6
He's a good guy.
When they can't carry a lot, I look at like
regulation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's got, he's on top of fluoride. They got SNAP waiver, so I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waivers, so you can't spend food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content. Oh, here in Tennessee, and I think they're the only state that has that now. They also ban food dyes. And a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now. What do we find out with food dyes? With food dyes, we've now, we've told the companies they're going to get rid of all. There's 9 of them. And the worst 4 we already banned. The other 5, I think, by the end of this year, everybody should stop using them. And then we routed more vegetable diets so that they can replace them with something else. But they've been very, very long. About 40% of the industry came to us from the entire ice cream industry. And this help us. We're working very closely with them. We should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. The Europeans don't allow it. Other countries, you can buy Fruit Loops in this country that are just wonderful. The same company makes Fruit Loops for Canada and Mexico that don't have the chemical. Yeah, well, there's a kid on the wall. There's a kid on top using Fruit Loops and his food was glowing in the dark. You might see the edge. I'm like, I gotta take a swim on the street. That's crazy. But yeah, some of it definitely seems bonkers. And what do you see about fluoride? Tennessee has a law that has to do with the water district has to inform the public about it. The fluoride is crazy because we know it reduces IQ. There's no question. The National Toxicology Program has done a meta-analysis and they can, it's related. So in every gram of fluoride that you have, your IQ and it doesn't work systemically. It's put in 40s. And because it does help with tooth decay, but the effect is all topical. And back then they didn't have fluoride toothpaste. They didn't have fluoride mouthwash. Now we do. And the parents who kept the fluoride for their kids. And they don't. When you put it in systematically, it destroys your bone mass. It destroys your thyroid. It's horrible. And it destroys our ability to wait if you have kids. You were not really happy or take your own idea. I'd rather have cavities. I'd rather have holes in their teeth and holes in their ideas about it. But the European nations have had it, and there's a no increase in cavities. So it doesn't make any sense for us to be putting it in. Yeah, this is the builder of the Tennessee Fluoride Water Act prohibits public water systems in Tennessee from banning fluoride. water intended for consumption. Bans the sale of bottled water with added fluoride. So we don't have fluoride in our water. Well, there's natural fluoride in a lot of water. It comes from the geology, so it's not adding more. Right? We're not adding it. Nice, dude. Yeah, because when you're used to water, then you're like, I can't even your parents think you to take a test, they give you a bottle of water, and you're like, God, I don't have a chance now. But thank you for leading the charge on a lot of these things. Thank you for caring about a lot of these things. I think I just want to say that. I know that you do care about so many of these things. I did see there's a Tennessee farm bill, and there's a lot of stuff you want to talk about too. We'll get into some of it. But this is what I was talking about here. This bill, that's Farm Bill 809. The bill is sponsored by Representative Rusty Grills. Would limit lawsuits if a user gets sick from a pesticide. Under the proposed legislation, as long as a product label is approved by the Environmental Protection Agency, a person would be allowed to sue over the labeling. So, actually, Sean Ryan, the podcaster, and John Rich, they shared this online, and on the day that it was going up for a vote, I believe. Yeah, right here. Tennessee's to side with foreign pesticide companies over people like cancer. Ryan tried excellence and out against those cases, as did musician John Rich. After the pushback, Representative Grills took the bill off notice, which at least delayed the vote. It's unclear why that decision was made or whether Grills has plans to bring the bill back to this legislative session. And bring up just so we know who's doing this, bring up a picture of Mr. Grills. Oh, there you go. Well, if you're a farmer and you get sick from using a pesticide that you didn't know would make you sick, then you would have recourse against a pesticide company that did know that they cause illness. Because these companies knew that these cause illnesses. Yeah, evidence from lawsuits, internal documents, and independent reports indicates that Monsanto had information suggesting potential risk to human health. From science pesticides that began work for years to downplay or against those risks in public and regulatory. That's just wild. The reason they're doing this is because of my lawsuits against Monsanto. And then you settled against them all the time. I think it was maybe 2019. We finally settled these first. I did 3 of the trials in San Francisco. The first one was 280 days. People got 9 objects of fun for using ground touch. The second one was the third one we asked for $1 million for the jury. It's a couple that have both got it simultaneously. They were home gardeners. And their dog also got it at the same time. And a Labrador retriever dog died. Both couples were sick. We asked the jury for $1 million. And they gave us $2.2 million. And they did that because we were able to show them documents that showed Monsanto knew of the danger and then worked with corrupt officials, a guy called Jess Rowland, inside of they have deliberately concealed science, fixed the science. And now, the big study that they used to prove safety has now been retracted. Yeah. I think I saw an article about that. Like, they found emails that they were like, it was kind of ghostwritten or something. Yeah, it was ghostwritten. And also, they had the pesticide division. They asked them, Monsanto asked them secretly, now we have these emails, to kill a study by another agency called ATSDR. And he said, I can't kill it. That's not my agency. I can kill them outside. And they said, you gotta do it. You can't have this thing move forward. And he said, okay. I'm going to do it if I succeed. I gotta get it. And we had all of that. So we were able to show it to the jury, and they were angry. That's why they gave us that. No one does anything. That show that cost. But it's at a contest level now. That they're so like prolific that now it's like there's awards for it. You know, it seems baffling. There's been a ton of lawsuits about this, right? Like about pesticides causing diseases and sicknesses. right? About this glyphosate, I think it's called. Yeah, glyphosate. There's been a ton of lawsuits, but they still have to take this product off of the shelf. So that's the craziest thing to me. Is that right? Well, it's a problem because you have all the row croppers are dependent on it right now, and there's other technology that is emerging right now. That actually, I looked at one yesterday. It's a tractor attachment that uses lasers to kill weeds. And if they can make that affordable, particularly for smaller farmers, that will be the answer, because you'll be able to, they can kill bugs and they can kill weeds. You program this thing and it zaps the weeds with a laser and makes all the cells explode and it destroys them. And so that there's a future that we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel there. But right now, if you ban glyphosate outright, it would put out of business 80% of our farmers on it. Wow, so we're kind of dependent upon something that we know makes us sick. Yeah, we are. And we're doing a lot of work in the HHS. Look for other alternatives and to find find an off-ramp, because the farmers don't want to be using chemicals anymore. They're very expensive. They know, they have some of the highest cancer rates of any profession. And farmers care about their land. And they want to leave it for their kids. It also destroys the microbiome in the soil, and that causes erosion. So it's not a good long-term solution. The issue is how you transition off of it without putting farmers out of business. Here's that laser. Wow, that's unbelievable. Laser weeding robot kills 100,000 weeds per hour. And it also pulls insects. You can program it to tell certain insects. That machine looks machine probably not better than using this is going to be, the future, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It's just longer we get stuck in something that makes us sick. And we have it's like, I don't know, it just feels like such a conundrum. It must be like that for you guys a lot. This is just kind of where we are, For the agricultural community, has been very, very supportive of the agenda, and they're helping us transition away from ultra-sensitive, which is the biggest issue. That's what's causing all these chronic diseases in kids. And farmers are going out of business. Farmers usually lose money 7 out of 10 years. So even when they're making money, they're making, a lot of them are just making for their work hours, minimum wage. And there's a hard time finding young people who go into farming. So that is a crisis that, we need to keep in consideration. And you have people at USDA finally who are, really intent on solving this problem, but nobody wants any farmers going out of business. Whenever you became secretary, did it feel like that now you're like on the inside? Like, does it feel you go behind this curtain and now you get to see this? It does. Do you just sign an NDA to have a job? No. And I mean, we're doing the opposite of that. We're going to be, this is the most transparent administration in history. I mean, there's no president who's done it. Never done it. We have 4 press conferences a day, like President Trump does. Answering any question people fire at the machine. But I don't know how many press conferences President Biden did in his entire administration. But it's a lot less than President Trump does in a month. Yeah, for sure. And then, we are right now using AI to revolutionize the freedom of information law, so that people are going to be able to get freedom of information requests immediately. So we need a freedom of information request. Yeah, so if somebody wants a document from the government now, it can take 6 months, 2 years. And we're going to make it something they can get instantaneously. And then all our documents are going to be public, except those that are shielded under the statute for one reason or another. And the big issue that, the big problem that we're dealing with is that there are names and privacy issues, and you have to redact those. We have to do that, and we have to make sure we don't make any mistakes. So the AI is, that's what we're working on now. When you got in office, there was, you guys had like a big cut down, like a lot of the divisions and stuff like that. What was, I think you went from 28 something to 15, maybe 20. We had 82,000 employees and 20,000 and they left out to the left, or you guys make like cuts. You guys made like a bunch of cuts that were buyouts, so that people who were at the end of their career could retire early. There were bits where people were very new were let go. And it was about reducing the workforce, but it was reducing bureaucracy, it was reducing, getting rid of research or anything like that. We didn't touch that, except if there were certain categories of research, like DI research, or there were other categories that were just, it was not real science, and it was not science, we're changing the trajectory so that the purpose of NIH, the focus of NIH, is going to be figuring out why we're all so sick. Why is this chronic disease happening? What are the exposures that are causing it? What are the alternatives? How do we? So we're shifting the focus on enforcement and outpatient to the same place that, in 2019, with like a recalibrating and like Heather knows what UCLA, she was a researcher there, and she said that like a lot of the drug and dose because of a lot of their grants got cut, and it was like a slug up, or like a pause, and then every administration comes in. They need to review that and make sure that those research projects are not, torturing people or doing DI. Having science and designers and helping them go through every single grant. And big teams going through those grants. And then there's tremendous ways. We have 40 communications. We have 40 different divisions studying addiction, and so we consolidated those. So there was, you have 10 people doing the same job and not talking to each other with computers that are not interoperable with the government. So that, we consolidated and we're making it more streamlined, efficient. It's so that we can do the job better, so we can do better research. And then the research, was never replicated, which means that it's part of science and scientific hypothesis. And you don't just do something, get something to replicate to see if they come up with the same result. And that was not happening. It was the friction of punishment of replication. And because of that, there was incentives to cheat. Scientists, if they have a hypothesis, and they get a grant, maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars to prove that hypothesis. And then once they prove it, they get it published. And that's how they advance their careers. What if they fail to prove it, if the science says it's not true, then they get published. You should publish that too, because that's science. It doesn't also their careers are, an endanger. It's hard for them to get the next grant. And so a lot of them had this incentive to cheat. They had to win if they get it. If the hypothesis is a null hypothesis, they don't get it. Their whole future goes into the toilet, potentially. And so because they knew that study was never going to be replicated, nobody was going to check on them. There was an incentive for them, and there must have been a pipeline just for companies then to just get it it was lopsided science or solo-sided science that wasn't. I'll give you an example. There was a study done about 20 years ago on amyloid plaque, and that is the cause of Alzheimer's. And that study came up and said, yeah, it's the cause of Alzheimer's. And then we spent billions of dollars doing 600 or 800 studies that followed that. And they all were, as it turned out, they were all cheap. So why does that work?
Regarding what is there to know and what
All of the work on conservative brain and all of their hypotheses about what's called Alzheimer's was ignored, put on their shelf. You couldn't get money for it because they said we already know the answer. And then there were drugs developed, etc. And in the end, we came in because he had the person running. The head of Stanford University Medical School had to resign. Because they knew what was going on, because he was involved in publishing some of these fraudulent studies. But they did it for 20 years because nobody ever had to really replicate those original studies. And that happens all the time, and you go down these scientific dead ends. And so now what Jay wants to do is to spend 20% of our budget on replication so that every study gets replicated. And Jay goes, they bought a Chara who is and he was one of the guys who was censored during COVID. He was one of the top statisticians at Stanford, and he and a lot of other ones were censored, lost their jobs. Marty McCary, also censored. Oz was censored. And they're now running the agency. So these are people who want to do real science and not politicize it, depoliticize the science. We had 10 people doing, these weird administrative jobs, and now we've cut that down to 5. So all the cuts that we did were meant to streamline the agency so that there's more money for research. Like after the pauses on the grants and some of those things, the grants were renewed. Most of the ones are the ones that you guys see that you guys follow by. Yeah, almost all of them. When I want to add coin, MoonPay is usually the first app that I reach for. You don't need to buy a full Bitcoin, and the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has been a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to take my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control. No one else has access to it. With the US dollar constantly moving up and down, this felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. Earlier this year, I had a friend that passed away, and there was fundraising for him, to help him finances to take care of his family moving forward, to help with some things. And unfortunately, he also had a life insurance policy. Because you want to be able to make sure that his tuition, child care costs, mortgage if you have one, things like that your family will be able to go on with some comfort. And that's where Ethos comes in. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process. It's 100% online. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions. A quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million coverage. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. To your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Theo. That's ethos.com/THEO. Application times may vary, rates may vary. I saw you in your speech. You you gave yesterday here in Tennessee, saying that there's all the temptation to cheat if you know you're not going to get caught. Yeah, that's true in every system. Yeah. Have you seen a lot of that? Like, I mean, the amyloid plaque is a really good example. But yeah, we see it everywhere. We see it everywhere. In medicine, it's everywhere. And the journals are utterly corrupt because they're owned by the pharmaceutical companies. And so people read a journal and they think, oh, this is science. But even, Marsh Engel, one that ran the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years, has said, you can't believe anything in the journals anymore. They're just propaganda vessels for the pharmaceutical company. Richard Horton, who ran Lancet, who still runs it, says the same thing. That the journals, and there's no people running them. Well, what happens is they make huge amounts of money. They make money from advertising, which is paid for the pharmaceutical companies, and through a scheme called preprints, where the pharmaceutical company plants a story, they pay for the journal about a drug that they're trying to promote. They pay the journal to print the story, and then they get a preprint, so it's a very neat looking, copy of their article with the cover sheet of the New England Journal of Medicine on it, and then they distribute that to their pharmaceutical reps or former Playboy models who go out and talk to the doctors, and they give that to the doctor and say this drug works, do you want to have lunch? Yeah, and the doctors then start prescribing the drug, and they think, oh, well, it's legitimate because it was in the New England Journal of Medicine, but it is not. It's, you can't believe what's in those journals because it's all propaganda for pharma. So how do we get away from that? Like, what are you guys doing to combat this? Or can this change? Or is it just awareness and then people have to take responsibility? No, I mean, what we're doing is open source journals. We're going to have our own journals that people can open source publish, but you'll have them peer review public. So before you publish, you give that publication to a panel of experts who will then read it themselves and criticize it. And the peer review now is secret. And then there's no raw data published, so nobody can go in and replicate it. So to the extent possible, sometimes you can't. You have to buy the raw data, and it's very expensive or inaccessible, so you can't publish it. But you can publish the peer review, which is what we're doing. And so everybody will be able to say, if they have 10 peer reviewers, and they all say this article sucks, it's got all these holes in it, then the public will be able to read that, and doctors will be able to read it, and the regulators will be able to read it. And so it's basically open source. It's, with crowdsourcing, essentially, and that's how you get credibility in science. Science doesn't come from consensus. It comes from debate. And, that's why you remember when they were telling us during COVID, oh, trust the experts. That's not a thing in science. Trusting the experts is the opposite of science. It's not a function of science or democracy. It's a feature of religion. And it's a feature of totalitarianism. But in science, you will always question the expert. You can't. There's not an expert in science because it's like an evolving thing, right? Well, when I did the Monsanto cases, I was part of a big team. We had, and Cheryl came to my trial. A couple days she sat through and watched us try the case. And Monsanto had experts from Stanford, Yale, and Harvard. There were 3 experts. And they testified, and then Cheryl said to me at the end of the second day, she said, why are you guys even here? These guys are, this science is very clear that Roundup doesn't cause cancer. And I said, just wait. And then our experts went on, and they were from Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And they said the opposite and were much more convincing, and the juries were convinced. And so there's experts on both sides of every debate, and a lot of them are paid to be experts. They're hired guns, they're mercenaries. And we buy hostages, the one that worked for industry, the ones that work for industry. Buy hostages, that's great. But, so there's experts have their own bias. We all have biases. Everybody's got a bias. What you want to do, when you're dealing with science, you want to expose those biases, you want to admit them and acknowledge them, and then you want the science to be able to stand on its own. And that's the only way, really, to depoliticize it as best we can.
Right. What were some of the biggest cases of fraud, like when you got in there and got behind the curtain, see like the NIH, the EPA, like all, just see what's going on back there? What were some of the biggest cases of fraud that you kind of?
I mean, the biggest cases are we get between Medicaid and Medicare. There's about $100 billion stolen every year, and a lot of it is like what's happening in Minnesota with the Somali community, and what's happening now, even worse in California. One of the problems is that that's a systemic problem, is that Medicaid and Medicare now no longer, they used to be that they pay for your medical treatment, your doctor's visit. Now they pay for it, who takes you to the doctor, and they pay for home care, and they pay for a person to come in and pay your bills, right? So there's all kinds of opportunities for fraud. And the doctor recently, Oz told Oz, he said that there's a doctor in California that he visited, and the doctor had a patient who was a heroin addict. Heroin addict was coming to see him 4 times a month for some kind of treatment. And one day, the doctor looked out the door and saw his ex-wife waiting for him in the car. And the doctor said, "Oh, are you back together with your ex-wife?" And he said, "No, I hate her guts." And he said, "But she drives me because she gets paid $600 every time she drives me." And he said,
"So when you're back together with your ex,
we make $3,000 a month, with her driving me this, then I drive her to hers." And so there's all kinds of those opportunities for fraud. And, we found a hotel that had literally every room in it was the headquarters for a nursing group.
where was that?
It was in California. And, so they're all just P.O. boxes. They're not actually doing any nursing care. They're just collecting money. And as we now know, a lot of the money that was going into the Somali community for autism care, there were these phony autism care houses.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was ending up with Al-Shabaab and Somalia. So hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars were being stolen to Somalia to fund a terrorist group. But that's happening every day. Now we have the ability to catch them.
How are you able to adjust that sort of thing now? Like, what makes it different now?
Because first of all, under the Biden administration, I don't want to get super partisan, but the Biden administration turned a blind eye to all the fraud. It was mainly going to blue states, and it was an economic generator. There's money pouring into the blue states, and they just said, we know a lot of it's stolen and illegal, but we're going to let it happen. Because it's coming to us, it's coming to our state. And so what we've done now is with Medicare, we control Medicare. The states control a lot of Medicaid. So it's a little harder for us to detect fraud there. We've started out with Medicare. We're using AI, and we're using AI, which can detect the fraud. It can tell us whether this guy who we're paying has been convicted of fraud before, and we shouldn't be paying him again. And it will be telling us every aspect of his business that we need to know to understand whether it's fraudulent. So we're going to save just this year tens of billions of dollars in eliminating fraud in Medicaid. And if they used the pay under the Biden administration, the system was called pay-a-chase. So if they sent in a fraudulent invoice, even if we knew it was, the HHS knew it was fraudulent, they would pay it, and then they would put the Inspector General to go claw it back. And of course, it wasn't there, so they never recovered anything. now we're not going to pay them anymore. If they're fraudulent, they're not going to get a check. We're going to save tens of billions of dollars just this year, and we're going to save hundreds of billions over, annually from now on.
And that's because the AI is keeping track of that.
The AI can spot the fraud. And with Medicare, with Medicaid, which is, a joint state federal program, is a little bit more control the rails, and the states control them. And so we need state cooperation, and the red states are cooperating with us, but the blue states still won't cooperate. So that's going to take some time. And then there's categories that are much easier for us to control, like medical devices. We can do that quickly on our own, but there's other categories that are going to be much more difficult, but we will get it done within the next 3 years.
Whenever Doge happened, right? When Doge occurred, when Elon was in, or he was involved, or hypothetically involved, what it seemed like, just like to the break.
He was definitely involved.
He was involved. Was that successful? Was that real? Like, what was the outcomes of that? Like, did that seem like were you guys working together with that? Like, what was that all about?
I think even Elon has said that there would have been better ways to do it. And that going after the systemic, what we're doing now, these large thefts, you can cut a couple of thousand people, and over the long run, it's just, drops of water in the ocean. Well, that's not going to save us huge amounts of money over the long term, but what we're doing now is going to.
The things you were just talking about,
Yeah.
That's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
Is Doge still active? Is that program still active? What the outcomes of that?
Well, the outcomes were that a lot of, cut my workforce by 20%. But, in truth, some of those were very good cuts. I think we all agree, including Elon, that it would have been better to do targeted cuts. Cut the people who are actually causing the problem, and then keep the people, a lot of the new workers who were only there for a couple of months. That it might have been better to keep some of those people and change the culture.
I see. So yeah, instead of more like a mowing, more like a pruning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think America is sicker than ever these days?
It is sicker. We're the sickest country in the world. We have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. And that's one of the reasons during COVID, we had 19% of the COVID deaths in our country. And we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And so the question is, why did America do worse than any country in the world with COVID? It wasn't mismanaging. Part of it was that, but the big part is what CDC says. We're the sickest country. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. And that's really what was killing them. It was very hard to die from COVID if you were healthy. And so, we need to get Americans healthy. We need to end the chronic disease epidemic right now. We spend 2 to 3 times on our health care per capita what they spend in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes in the world. We're 79 over. We have we've dropped behind Europe by 6 years in lifespan, 10 years in some cases. And yet our health outcomes are worse. We have the highest maternal immunity, highest maternal mortality. That means women dying in childbirth in the developing world. We have the highest infant mortality. How can that be with the United States? And a lot of it is because of our diabetes. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes juvenile diabetes over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 38% of American teens is diabetic or pre-diabetic. It was unknown. Autism rates less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 31 today.
Autistic kid.
Yeah. And California is 1 in every 19 kids, 1 in every 12.5 boys. And so the cost to our country, 77% of American kids can't qualify for military service. How many percent? 77% get into the military because of health reasons. No. That is the truth. Yeah, and
Oh my God, bro, that's insane.
yeah, when I get people's attention.
Bring that up. Is that true? Let me see that. Oh, we probably just uploaded this stat on the internet from about a second ago, but still, that's okay. That's how it works. 77% of American youth can't qualify for military service.
Yeah.
And why?
Because they have chronic disease, they have asthma, they have diabetes, they have, they're obese. One of those, but my uncle's president, I was a 10-year-old kid. We spent zero on chronic disease in this country, zero. Today we spend 4.3 trillion a year, and it's about 40 cents out of every tax dollar that is paid by you. The federal government is now going to treat chronic disease, and it's unsustainable, and it's getting worse every year.
Do you find that it falls more, it's the responsibility of the individual, we're not taking care of ourselves, or is it that we have a health system that is allowing, I don't want to say foods and drugs, but allowing things into us that is not maintaining our natural health?
I mean, the individuals have a responsibility, but the obesity, when I was a kid, 5% of kids and children were obese.
You got a fat kid in your class.
Yeah. And today it's, 15% is going. Overweight is 40%. Adults is even higher.
Which is a thick military man, I think.
But people did not get, Americans did not get obese because they're indolent or lazy or they don't want to do exercise. They got it that way because they're being mass poisoned. And they're being mass poisoned because the government lied to them and it lied about the food. Now 70% of the food that our kids eat is ultra-processed food, and it's just poison. It's not food, it's just poison.
And which agencies allow them in the EPA? The FDA.
Yeah.
So do you feel like that's been one of the most compromised agencies?
Yeah, it was owned by Big Pharma and Big Food, and Marty McGarry has changed that now.
So how do we know that that's changed? Like, how do we, as like a...
Look at the food pyramid. And the food pyramid, when I came into office, we were supposed to publish, it was in January of last year.
Oh yeah, the last food pyramid I saw had fakes on it. So it was getting pretty bad.
The food pyramid.
Oh no, that's when you have the one that,
That's funny.
I was like, this is getting bad.
My lines, 153 pages long, and they were completely driven by the same mercantile impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. How do you put Fruit Loops, which is not a food, at the top of the food pyramid? It's just poison. And that was all driven by the commercial interests of the companies that controlled FDA. So when we came in, we got the best nutritionists from the best universities in our country. We basically locked them in a room. We thought it would take a month, but it took about 11 months. They fought over every single item on this in the food pyramid.
It took 11 months to put this together.
Yeah, because you have to go over science. What is broccoli? How does it relate to how much protein should you eat? How much saturated fat should you eat? What's optimal? And so they had to go through tens of thousands of scientific papers, make sure that every recommendation that they solidly on
So for them to read the food pyramid took 11 months.
Yeah, and then we flipped it over. So we flipped it over because the category of food that you should eat, most is a broad category. It includes vegetables, includes proteins, salmon and steak, and
most of this is for children, right?
Well, no, it's good for everybody. I mean, most diabetes.
I remember from when I was a kid, you could see it,
right?
But I guess that's the first one to learn about it.
That's why we're all so screwed up. But most diabetes can be cured through diet. And the doctors don't know this because they don't take, most of them aren't taking nutrition in medical school. And we're now requiring, we're working with the medical, with the accreditors, and with the testing, the people who can to make sure there's tests on nutrition. We're working with all the medical colleges to make sure that now doctors can have 40 hours of nutrition. And so 80% of doctors say they do not feel confident to give nutrition advice. So what are they learning? They're learning pharmacology. They're learning the pill. They let everybody get sick from eating the food and then tell them the pill that will treat that sickness. Get that years of drug, and you can get rid of the diagnosis. Not only that, but now, really clear science that you can get a mental health diagnosis and food for mental health problems. There's a doctor, Harvard, Dr. Bowen, who has cured schizophrenia with dietary changes, with keto diets. There's a paper that is in a yeah, go ahead, look it up.
Schizophrenia with keto diets? Yeah. Well, I definitely noticed that when I'm fasting. I did. I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, you're smarter, right?
Yeah. Military clinical findings, including case reports of small trace, suggest that ketogenic therapy may improve positive and negative symptoms. I mean, I believe that so much of this is true, just that so much of it is how we are operating. It just feels like we've been stuck in such a place where we have you have a food industry that doesn't care if you're healthy, and then you have a healthcare industry that doesn't care if you get well, and everybody's making money from us being sick.
And I'll say one other thing about this. There are all these different dozens and dozens of studies, you can look them up, of their case-controlled studies of juvenile detention facilities and prisons, where they change, for example, in one week, the diet to real food, and they leave the other down there, and that the disciplinary, the fighting, the violence drops precipitously, the use of abuse rates in one juvenile detention facility dropped by 75%. Usually the violence drops by 5%. And, people, it causes depression, it causes anxiety, these foods. If your kid has anxiety, look at what they're eating. And you can change that in many cases by changing their diet and getting them to eat real food.
Yeah. How do you get the everyday person then to adjust their psychology or their thought about taking more interest in themselves? Because I think it used to just be you trusted the commercials. You're like, this is great for you, and you believed that.
Yeah, I mean, the way to change human behavior is one, get information out there that's real information. The other thing that you have to do is you have to change the economics and reverse incentives that reimburse doctors, that that insurers, pharmaceutical companies, the doctors, the hospitals are making more money if you're sick, the drug rehabs. If you come back, if you relapse, they make more money, right? They shouldn't be paid that way. The insurance company should pay them one lump sum and then follow that addict for the next 2 years. And every time he comes back, you got to treat him for free. And that will incentivize them to do better treatment. You have to do treatment that works, and the ones that can't do that will fail, and the ones that can do it, they get better and better at it, will do it. You change the economic incentives, you'll change human behavior, and then you have to get the information to the individual, and that's what we're doing. We've convened the 400 top tech companies before this administration. You could not get your own health records. So you own your health records, but you couldn't see them. You can't get a hold of them. Why not? Because they would get information blocked. They would make sure you couldn't get them. And now we've got them all to agree they're going to stop the information blocking. So your medical records will be on your cell phone, and that is great for you because if you live in Nashville, and you travel to Los Angeles, you get hit by a car. You don't want to spend an hour in the same room with a clipboard making up, one of those forms. You hand your cell phone to the doctor, he puts it in. And AI, and he knows what your blood type is, what your allergies are, your contraindications, his treatments, etc.
They have to do that all the time.
Right. So What President Trump said to me is, he said, I want to make every American the CEO of their own health, so that they're in charge of it. And then we're doing, we've changed the prior authorization. We've got 80% of the insurance industry together to eliminate all unnecessary prior authorization, which is going to change the experience that every American has in the healthcare system. Because when you go to a doctor, he says you need a knee surgery, you may wait 6 months for your insurance company to approve it. You can't do anything about it. But now, by the end of this year, you will know at the point of care. That means before you leave your doctor's office, you'll know whether your insurance company will cover that. That's going to dramatically change it. Also,
Does that make it any more likely that they're going to cover it, or does it just make it that you're going to need it?
So you'll know, and so the doctor will know there before you leave. And the doctor will change the prescription or whatever you need to do. But you'll at least know, and you won't be, sitting at home and then that's actually going to happen. That's happening, And then the other thing that we're doing is we're doing price transparency so that every hospital will have to publish its prices for every procedure.
How much the patients you
Exactly. And that doesn't make you the CEO of your own health.
They already are supposed to do that, right?
It was a law that Trump had his first term, but never enforced it, so none of the hospitals do it. We've now passed new regulations that is going to punish them or drag company in a way if they don't do it. So they're all going to be doing it by the end of this year.
And they try to find a way to skirt around that, though. I wonder, are they?
Well, it's so screwed up because if you go buy an automobile and the guy tells you, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you the price after you bought it, it's insane. And right now, if you're pregnant in this country, you can go 9 months on the phone every day trying to figure out what the childbirth is going to cost you in your local hospital and not be able to do it. And we are about to go online with a system that will make all procedures visible to every patient. So I actually looked at the mock-up 2 days ago for New York, and it shows a map of Manhattan and a mile around Manhattan, and there's 30 hospitals. And it shows the price of childbirth at every hospital. The lowest one is $1,300. The highest is $22,000. There's everything in between, $9,000, $5,000. So you can look and see. You can look and see.
You'll be able to go to a menu online.
Yeah, it's like Gas Buddy when you're looking for a gas station, but you're going to be able to do that.
Clean bathroom or whatever that clean bathroom. That was crazy. And they lie on there. And some of them are at rest areas too. And I got a call from a guy who was I guess it was like an Easter, but he was like an Easter bunny, like impersonator or whatever. Anyway, whatever. Good to be here today. So you're telling me that that's going to be a real thing, going to be available to us on our phone. So say if I need to get an MRI, I can look online and find it. And right now, there's no way that you can figure out the price of it. They'll lie to you. But if you call them and say, okay, I'm not going to come, I've had experiences where they will call you back and then they'll offer you a loan. Yes, so they're all playing that game, and now they're not going to be able to do it. How soon is that going to be released? It's going to be released very, very soon, in the next couple of months. All the hospitals now have to come online and start reporting, and the ones that don't do it immediately, we are going to have very, very high fines for them. So there's going to be a big incentive for them to start reporting, but it also is going to drive down prices because why is there that absurd differential between 1,300 and 22,000? Because we don't know, so there's no market, so they do whatever the hell they want. And now there's going to be competition because people will be able to shop, and it's going to drive you. Are there lobbies just fighting it? Right here it says, here's a compiled list of example of hospitals and childbirth costs in Nashville based on available self-pay cash bundles. Ascension St. Thomas is $4,800 to $7,800. National General is $10,000 to $15,000.
I mean, why is there that? Yeah, it's just chaos.
It's chaos.
There's no market there.
It's unbelievable. And this happens at every single. It can be something as small as getting like an aspirin when you're in the hospital. It can be anything. Or they have to bill you later, like it's a $70 aspirin.
They'll say to you, if you want, you can spend an extra day here. You look sick. You look like you could use the rest. And he'll say, I'll do that, and then you get $100,000 bill. That's crazy.
Yeah, only had fluorescent lights to the Four Seasons. For 4 years at that rate. So that's actually going to come into play.
Yeah, that will be in play.
And what's it going to be called? How will we access it?
It's called price transparency. They call it Trump-parency.
Really?
No.
Trump, he would name that in R&B, you know? Oh, that's hilarious. Trump-parency, dude. Oh, it's opaque. What does opaque mean? Actually, look it up. Yeah, better not land that right or not. It's somewhere in the middle.
It's halfway transparent.
There you go. Hey. What was that? That's somebody in boots. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. Every pair of Tecovas is handcrafted in over 200 steps. No stiff break-in period, just instant, out-of-the-box comfort. From cowhide and goat to exotic leathers like ostrich and cayman. Whether it's your first pair or your 50th pair, Tecovas has you covered. And personally, I like my feet better when they're in my Tecovas. From premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. And right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Theo when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/THEO. Tecovas.com/Theo. See site for details. Tecovas, point your toes west. You wouldn't hire a tweaker to be your barber now, would you? Your fade would be all over the place. They'd be pulling copper wire out of your sideburns. Hiring the wrong people can be disastrous. That's where Morgan and Morgan comes in. If you're ever injured by negligence of another, Morgan and Morgan is America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Whenever I witness an injury or a car accident happen, I automatically think, bam, Morgan and Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. That's a lot. With over 30 bills recovered from over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's free. Yep, that's right. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below to let them know I sent you. This is a paid advertisement. That's one of the most important things. That's something that I've been talking about in here for probably like a year and a half now, 2 years, is the price transparency. Power to the patients. That's one of the groups that's like helping to push that, I know. Who are the people that are lobbying so hard for these things not to happen?
Well, there were a lot of people in the agency who were, obstructing any kind of change. And, part of the challenge of running an agency this size is to change that institutional culture. And, it's you're only bringing in, there's 82,000 people. We only have 250 political appointees. They have to be good leaders. They have to be able to work with the bureaucracy. You need the bureaucracy. A lot of these people are very gifted. They're idealistic. They want to do a good job. The leadership's been very bad for so long that it's not allowed them to do what they want. And we need to reignite that feeling of idealism.
Do you feel good about it?
Yeah, I think we're doing a really good job. I think we've done more this year than any health secretary has done in history. Than HHS has done in a single year at any time, and I think we're dramatically changing the relationship between Americans and their healthcare system. But it's like turning a giant oil tanker. You have to keep hitting and hitting with the tugboat in the bow, and then ultimately will start to turn, and then you hit that. You hit it just enough time. It'll flip fast
and things change. I know, I believe there's a lot of stuff that's focused around addiction, right? What do you think about? Where do you think that we're headed with that? Some of the new things that you guys are going to try to implement, like with part of your new program. Like, what are some of the new implementations, or some of the new focuses that you want to have people look at when they look at addiction?
Yeah, the problem with addiction is that the cost of the addict, HHS were the fiduciary of the medical costs of the addict. We can look and say, okay, if we can cure you addiction, as Patrick Kennedy and was in Congress, but he had 17 rehabs. He was telling me during that period of his life, he was in the emergency room every 2 weeks. And he had an irritated bowel syndrome, and he had contusions, and he had all of these, other illnesses that he didn't even associate with addiction, but they were all associated with it. That. Oh yeah. So, and he said in 15 years that he's been sober, he's never been in the emergency room once. And so HHS is able to look at those costs and those trajectories and all those collateral damage in the healthcare system. The addicts costing elsewhere a lot more money, and with law enforcement, with broken families, with lost jobs and inefficiencies, and those aren't internalized anywhere. And what we're trying to do is bring together all of the agencies, the VA, labor, HUD, and HHS, all the agencies of HHS together to look at that addict and then follow him over. Have somebody responsible for following him over the lifespan of his addiction. And nobody does that. And so now it's the same problem that we have with the healthcare system, is that it's everybody's financial benefit to keep that addict sick. Because everybody's making money from it. And so you don't have anybody who's accountable for the outcome. And what you need to do is, we're doing these pilot programs called Restream in 8 different locales to figure out how to do this, to bring all of the agencies together. Early interventions confront the addict on the street, get them out of crisis into treatment, out of treatment into rehab, out of rehab into sober housing, long-term care, help them find a job and stabilize their lives. Have one person who's responsible for trajectory.
Yeah, because when it goes piece at it, just like it's easy for me,
and they hand them off, and then everybody checks the boxes. I found him a house, okay, he's still shooting up. He's blowing the copper wire, piping out, pay for his addict. That's not my business. That's law enforcement. That's something else.
Well, thank God. It's amazing you care so much about that. And for the chance that you can get well and change their lives. Before you go, Bobby, you and I have been friends, and I've always trusted you, and I've always believed in you, and I just know you as a person, and I know this is a guy at certain points in your life, I think you have to make choices like this is a guy I believe in, right? Like, for as much as you can believe in a human being, acceptable levels. Who are some other congressmen and senators on either side of the aisle that you believe that regular people like me can trust?
People that there's a ton of Congress people who are incredible, and actually too many to even name, to start naming, because there's so many good ones. But in the Senate, Ron Johnson, is fantastic. Roger Marshall from Kansas is fantastic. Wayne Mullins. The president is crazy about Rand Paul. Rand Paul's been really good on a lot of my issues. There's a lot of other ones too. So, Senator Holm, you're familiar with him? Yeah, he's great. I've had tremendous support from the Senate, from the Republicans. The Democrats have been my friend my whole lifetime. It's just so tribal now that people, are not able to follow their conscience. They need to
ask their handlers, all that.
well, they need to be part of that, the clash of tribal narratives. And, my family's the same way. I lost a lot of family, a lot of friends, and, but the Democratic senators were all my friends. Bernie was my friend, etc. But now, they are, they're just locked in. If you have anything to do with Trump, you're demonized and vilified. And like President Trump says, he said, if I cured cancer, they'd still find something wrong with me. And I think that's true, that we're not, we're locked in this very, very polarized space that is not good for our country. But when my uncle was in there, everything he did was bipartisan. He was there for 50 years. And, he had more legislation under his name than any senator in history. And it's because he was able to work across the aisles. But no matter who you are now, you can't work across the aisles. So we're locked in this deadlock, and it's troubling. But, that is just the reality of where we are.
Whenever you kind of got behind, was there any more information for you there about any of the assassination attempts that happened with your family?
No, I mean,
did they give you any more unredacted? Was there anything like that?
No, I mean, President Trump has ordered all that stuff to be released, and in fact, there was some stuff that I asked him not to release, and he said, no, I'm releasing all of it. And the reason I didn't want to release is because there was information in some of the telegrams that could have jeopardized people who were still alive on a completely different issue. But it seemed to me that it was, that it was worth withholding a couple of these documents. The reason I knew a lot about it is because my daughter-in-law, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, who ran my campaign, is now the deputy director of national intelligence, and she's the chief of national intelligence at OMB, and she was given the responsibility by President Trump of releasing all the JFK funds, and she's been thinking about this for years. She was in the CIA.
Wow, that's wild.
I met her. Yeah, you've met her.
But so nobody slipped you a napkin and was like,
no,
this is it. It wasn't like that.
Not on that issue. Got it. And napkins slipped to me on other issues, but not on that one.
Before you go, and thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. You look great, and I'm so proud of you. I know you don't care about that, maybe, or you do. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just like, yeah, you always remind me of just to be resilient. So thank you. That's what I meant to say. If you had if you had one thing to just tell people, what would you tell them?
I'd say eat real food. If it comes in a package, you probably should leave it in the package. But if it comes from the ground, if it comes from the water, if it comes from the air, that's going to be good for you. And food is medicine, and you can heal yourself with a good diet.
Amen. Cool, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, dude, and congratulations. And keep fighting for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Theo. Great to see you.
You too, bud.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. But it's gonna be. Pecar de la leche.
Today's guest is an actor, a producer, an entrepreneur. He's a real do-it-all type brother. He has a new film out with Dave Bautista called The Wrecking Crew. Highly recommend it. Great action film. He's out the mud and the water. It's Aquaman. Today's guest are Jason Momoa. It'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I'm here to do the greatest deal on interview ever. I'm so
Actually, it could be it. I think we've had the greatest one. We had an Amish kid. That was pretty great.
Oh, wow.
He's pure Amish, too. He's like, every now and then I'll sneak off to the creek and we hide a cell phone down there and we'll listen to a little bit of Def Leppard. That was one of the best things I've ever heard.
Pour some sugar on it.
Yeah. And I don't even think they have sugar, which is the craziest part. So, just down there listening to songs about illegal ingredients. That's all they're doing. Jason, thanks for hanging out, man.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
We met at the 50th, I think it was the 50th SNL.
Yep.
I just remember I was walking and then this big, like, kind of, I would say semi-beautiful hand just grabbed me. This thing that definitely, and immediately I felt like I hadn't been to the gym. That was like my immediate feeling. And then it just like pulled me into like this orbit. And it was like, hey man, nice to see you here. And that was it, dude. It was awesome.
It's great to see you, man.
Yeah, it made my day.
You make people smile. You make me smile. So, like, when you see that, like, it's a bit of an overload there. And I feel like once you're talking, yeah, like when you're with Meryl Streep and Robert De Niro is the one thing, and then, you know, I freaked out when I saw Chevy Chase. Like, this older lady's like, come here, darling. You're the Aquaman. I was like, yeah. And she's like, Chevy, get over here. Chevy, get over here. I'm like, oh my God, she's wife. And then she's like, Bill, get over here. And I'm Bill Murray.
Oh, God.
Chevy Chase and Bill Murray. I'm sandwiched between them. And I'm just going like, this beautiful woman brought this together. Bill's like, who the fuck is this guy? And she's like, and so was Chevy. It's like, that's the Aquaman. Our grandchildren love them.
Oh, yeah.
And you just go like, there it is.
Oh, that's cool.
See, in my mind, I was sandwiched.
Yeah.
Right there, I'm a little bit more of the bun.
Yeah, you seem like more of a bun.
Yeah.
You know, or like a nice rye or something, a pumpernickel.
So when we were, it was a crazy night.
Yeah, that was a lot, man. I met Hanson. Yeah, they look like adult Hanson kid.
Because what year are you born?
Born in 1980.
I'm 79. There we go. So we know what Hansons looked like when they were bobbing it out.
Yeah, we know the real Hanson.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I just gave my son a crisscross, cross colors. You remember that brand? It's like, it was just this brand that I had when like crisscross came out. And my son didn't know who that was. It was the year, it was the year you were born, 82.
Yeah, I think
I get crisscross cross colors. Anyways, I just gave it to my son, and I was just dating myself, man. But it was a moment. I've been unpacking my old stuff, giving it to my son, and he loves it because all that stuff's cool again.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, things come back around.
Yeah.
You grew up in Hawaii?
I was born in Hawaii. Yeah. My parents had divorced, so I was living in Iowa. But like, in Bridges in Madison County, Iowa, like, dude, like
Street Bridges in Madison
man,
County.
boom.
One of my favorite books. The book and the movie is identical. It's like word for word. Yeah, the movie's the exact way of the book. So not that matters.
So I'm like, graduate, you know.
Did you go to University of Iowa?
No, I actually went to make fun of it. University of Southern Ag, went to DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College, and then went to.
Is it still open?
It is DMAC, and then I went off to get in-state tuition in Colorado. And I was living out in Colorado State. And I was working as a trail crew out there, working at these. All these different busing tables and shit. In-state tuition and trying to postpone college possible.
Trying to postpone it or stay in it.
Well, I'm just trying to get in-state tuition so I can get wildlife biology there. But I went to school for. I was in Iowa. I did marine biology. A place called Central Campus, where all these different schools with biology. I'd have like a shark tank set up. I had my own eel, and you learn about all these different things. And I always wanted to be a marine biologist. I could spend their spring breaks down in the Keys. We get the yellow bus, go all the way down from fucking Iowa, all the way down to the Keys.
That's so far.
Yeah, and we studied the scientists, but I did that 2 years. Get credit for college, but and then I was going to go over summertime. I was like, I'll go to Hawaii. Since I'm Hawaiian, maybe I'll get a better deal going to college. And TV show came. And I was just surfing with my family, and a big surf family. So we and that show came, and I ended up getting changed everything. I was 19.
And you were working from when they had the family. Oh my God, that's him.
Yeah, dude.
Go what? Get some lotion out? Rub on the picture. Have some respect, guys. Dude, that's wild that you get to live
I
in
was 19, man. That's crazy. My last job before that was busting tables, working in the surf shop.
I busted with bro. I was one of the first busters to ever use creatine in Arizona, south of Phoenix. I was one of the best bus boys there was, I think, for probably about a 2.5 year period.
So we went to Arizona?
I went to University of Arizona for 1 year, then I went to some other schools, but dude, I was so good at busting tables, man.
Yeah, but I would take all the food because I worked at a really nice restaurant. Yeah, we were all my buddies that put together a bunch of climbing dirtbags, and I bring this nice pasta home. If the couple didn't look too sus and after stuff,
yes,
box it and bring it home. So I always had like the best restaurants pasta.
Dude, there was called Dakota's Wine and Bean, and the guy there was taught like it was this perverted manager who would kind of teach us how to do like he would like kind of like oral sex on women, but just like in conversation. Anyway, that guy was a complete pervert. But I will take not in person, not with a real woman. Just he would like tell us young kids like how to do it and stuff. We didn't know what was going on, dude. Like I remember when he would talk about it, all the pimples on my face would like explode at once. But they had very nice food there, and I remember if I'd see a couple if they use their knife, that to me was like, oh, they're fancy. I can eat off of their plates. So if the knife was dirty, I would definitely take a little bit of that, like some cured ham or some specialty meats on there, and I'd get a stack of like some like special sandwiches made of all types of stuff. It was nice. That's back yeah.
And back then, it's like when you're at your mom's house your first time, right? Like orange juice was like shampoo. Orange juice and fucking with beer and fucking booze.
Yeah.
Right? Milk never saw it again. That mom's house would fuck milk, and then this big selling water. Beer. My dad still got to have paid child support, so I was like, that paid right. Like I could just save up busting tables, or I could work just Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I go rock climbing and snowboarding, so it'd be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday come back. So I had like 4 nights of one plan,
And were you with like a certain group of friends growing up, or was it just is like it's still like a core group, or was it just guys?
There's one guy. I didn't have too many friends growing up, and I had friends, but like they're like true buddies. They're in my neighborhood, but they stayed there. There's one guy. He is my best friend to say, godfather of my kids. He went out to Colorado first, so he was 1 year older, and I went there out there being him. He's my best bud. So it was just us running the block.
So much fun. Colorado is so awesome.
It is. It was good.
God, I love being out there. Except the altitude always gets me so much, dude. I get affected pretty easily by the environment.
It's gotta be hard for you to go national here because it's dry. Like I just came from New Zealand right now. Last night I'm like, I felt sorry for my legs. It's like
I'm wheezing right now. I'm like, just shedding a skin.
I mean, it's summer down there.
Yeah, dude, New Zealand. I'm like, what are you talking about? I use it in letters. They have people there. They're like, oh, we went to New Zealand. They're kind of all and we it's just like, I met guys who like it was like they had a sentence stuck in them. They just couldn't get it out of them no matter what. Like the people there that anyway, it was just some of the craziest like I've ever heard. One of the most beautiful places. We went to we got to meet Israel on a Sunday down there, and I was sitting there. Yeah, and they were super nice to us whenever we were there. But we went to the beach one day, and they said you can only be outside of the beach for a certain amount of time because they don't have that marine layer, or they don't
have the ozone.
Ozone layer.
You're fried.
Dude, I was like, it's so beautiful, but you gotta go back inside.
I'll never told me to go back inside, but yeah, just sit out there and just feel yourself cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at a certain point, you should go in like that.
Yeah, it's a different shit.
I'm gonna sit out there and grill, baby. So you went from the one community college, DMAC,
Yep.
and then you ended up over in Colorado.
Yep, went to Colorado, and then went to Hawaii to get to just to kind of get my father, get to know him better. And
was he cool?
My dad's great. My dad's is awesome. It's just I knew that when I was young, 8, 9, 10, like basically. When I was young enough to comprehend it, right now, with my mom, and then I'd go until like high school years, and I had probably a bit of a falling out, so I didn't go too much, and maybe my sophomore, junior, senior year. So I was like, I'm gonna go back, big dad, bury the hatchet, and see if I can get into college over there. And then, like I said, the show came and changed my life, and I tried to, tell my mom, like, I'm on this show, and she's like, what are you talking about? My mom's in the same house I was raised in.
Wow. What house? When are you doing something with Satan?
I know, she's like, oh, you're very much Hawaiian. I was like, Mom, I'm like, it's not what you think, it's like a whole different spin on it. Or Hawaii, it's not, she's like, what?
It's a whole different spin.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Hasselhoff wasn't really on it anymore, but they're trying to change it up, so, anyways. And then I spent, the next 30 years taking myself out of that hole.
Yeah.
Cheers to that. Here we are now.
And so your mom is a white woman, and your father is more
My dad's
Islanders?
white. Yeah, my mom is basically German Irish.
Is there a lot of beef between Hawaiians and Hawaii? Like, are there different kind of sects of like SECTS of Hawaiians, like different kind of like, or is it if you're a Hawaiian, you're Hawaiian?
I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't say it's like sex. Definitely, back in the day, there was different islands with different kings until it was united by Kamehameha. But not everyone loved Kamehameha. You could have been with Kahiki. You could have been different. You could have been with different islands, and that obviously to unite them, your family could have been murdered. So I don't think everyone sees eye to eye. But having said that, like we are. Since we are part of America now, like I think all those generations, our culture and our language is completely removed from us, like most indigenous races, and really trying to get it back. And I don't necessarily think there's like sex to it.
Right. Yeah. It's not like so people aren't like that tribal.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, not as much as like compared to New Zealand, where there's don't quote me, but there's 200 plus different iwis, different tribes and Marais.
Oh yeah, that's iwis.
Yeah, whereas the South Island is one, like Naitawa is just one tribe on the South Island. The North Island has many, so it definitely has to go through a lot more. If you're trying to agree on certain things, like it's going to get more people on social media.
Does your dad have a like is he like very Hawaiian kind of guy?
Very much so. Yeah, I mean, in the sense of like
pride in that culture, it's such a unique culture.
So, this is not really most of it is like locally working in Hawaii and then Makaha. And the whole thing is called Hawaiian Homestead Land. It's like a reservation. Yes, kind of stuff. And so, but my brother's a waterman. And in that sense,
does that mean he likes to be out in the water?
Yeah, outriggers, paddling, surfing. He was a coach. I mean, just anything. Waterman is knowledge of sailing, knowledge of
anything out there. And you're Aquaman, which is crazy.
Which is crazy.
That's crazy.
It is, and I've always wanted to. My family is very much some of the last living legends of surfing or of water medicine. My great uncle is Buffalo Kiolano. Buffalo Kiolano and Brian Kiolano is a water medicine. My cousin and Rusty's a 4-time world champion. He's come from the Kiolanos.
Oh, wow.
That's up above.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful wine, man.
Yeah, I think I've seen him on the pictures of the bronze or at the Tanning Salon as well. I think, I'll also say this, they're using his name, image, and likeness over there at Suntan City. I'll say that fact. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I always wanted them. Yeah. That's kind of
And he still lives over there.
He does, yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Yeah, I just wonder, do Hawaiians feel like it seems to me like Hawaiians always feel like a responsibility to uphold their culture, kind of, or that they're Hawaiian, like there just seems to be like a certain like level of respect that they carry about themselves with that.
I think that's true. I think there's a lot of things that have happened to our people that have it's been very challenging in what's happened and getting our identity back, getting our culture back, our language back. I'm sure there's a lot of terror and trauma that's happened in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, I think we have some people wanting,
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so nice over there, dude. I remember one time I was drowning over there, and I remember being like, where else am I gonna drown? Like, it was so nice. I remember looking back at the shoreline, literally I was snorkeling, and I wasn't doing well. I was losing. And I remember looking back at the shoreline, and I thought I was gonna drown, and I was like, where else you gonna drown? You gonna drown in a Hampton Inn pool somewhere, like, outside of Jacksonville or something. Oh, dude, this is where you knew it, And so there was almost this crazy moment of peace with just how beautiful it was there, It's a really special place. I was in Maui. I don't know.
Was there waves? It was just deep water.
There were waves, man. It was like
Just got a little too carried away and got too far out, maybe.
Yeah, I went snorkeling and it was by myself. And bad idea, huh?
Yeah, it's bad doing it in the water by yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I realized, it was fun. It's kind of fun. And I remember I got out there a little bit, and I was like, oh man. And then I would see the fish, but then the water would go down, and I would be like almost like trying to not get on the coral or whatever, like being like that. And then we'd go back, and it was just like it just got super scary, and I was further and further out, and I started getting really, really smooth.
Yeah, it was just different rips too.
Yeah. I caught a bad one.
I think every surfer, everyone drowns.
Have you ever been in a drown before out there?
Very much so.
No way.
Yeah, I've drowned. And it's a beautiful teacher, man. The ocean's she's the ultimate teacher. So it sucks. Drowning sucks.
Yeah.
No way about it, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
It's like you see your slow death. It sucks. It flashes in. Can't move your arms anymore, and you're going down, and you can't breathe. That's why I used to smoke. Well, I smoke cigars still, but it took me a while to get back to it. But I used to smoke 2 packs a day. I just love. Like, and I tried to slow down. Like, a little pouch, and then I burn a pouch in a day. It's just loves tobacco.
Damn, I can't believe I was a damn smoker. That's inspiring, actually. You can do anything, people.
And that was the hard one to quit. I mean, that's very sure shit, but it's like, I think smoking was good stuff for my family. And then when I drowned, someone took my breath. I came out of the water and that thing died. I mean, I tried really hard to stop many times, and I came out, and if I tried to smoke that bomb, that part of me just died because they took my breath, and I had to go through it. And then the reason I got saved is I actually hit the outer reef because I had over half a mile offshore. It's just there's 2 reefs, and so I was on the outer reef of Maui. And then between, some coast paddling, and I hit the reef, and it just touched my toe. And I just rolled down the reef and just jumped up and had that away. And I just drove on the reef and waited. I was out there for a while.
Dang, who rescued you?
I was with Laird. I was surfing with Laird, and
I saw him once at Home Foods.
yeah. So, have a brand. Yeah, but it was my leash snapped and I was stuck out in the ocean, so it was just very windy.
Go ahead and undo the thing you got.
It's called the Wrecking. I seen the guy to the premieres last night, so I sort of missed that, but no, I saw it on the computer, the screener of it. Yeah, dude, it's so beautiful. It's so nice to be able to just feel like you're in Hawaii for a while.
Yeah, I just, as we grew up with, This is like that movies. I did a TV show with David Bautista. He played my brother in C on Apple.
Oh yeah, and he plays his brother in this one. So
Yeah, we just got really close. It was like somebody really liked that partnership. And the next one would be funny to do now. So you guys are beating each other. It was somebody I had this pitch to him, and I've been having an outfit for 2 decades for the first thing I ever wrote. It's a pitch back in. Just posted it, put it out there viral.
Are you ready to lose? So, how many times did you come in here and tell me about it?
How many times you say you're ready?
Baby. I don't check messages on some fucking app, dude. Just come in here and say, hey, do you want to play? That's what a normal person would do. Hey, dude, how about I fucking send messenger? Man, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Hold on. No. This is important. What do you call those fucking birds? What do you call a bird that fucking delivers shit? Carrier pigeon. How about I send you a fucking carrier? I've been sending you carrier pigeons for weeks now. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. All right. I'm going to whoop your ass so badly, it's going to make your head spin. I am so good, and you are so not. You have an invitation, and everyone's waiting on you.
They went out to the field, they did their work.
One of the greatest breaks in the history of the game. Look at that, I made something.
One day, just he says, okay, come to the palace now, time for the season. So the wise ones came in all properly dressed and adorned. Back to the the fun of the and the foolish ones having no time to change, clean up, or change their garments, coming to the palace, all dirty and sulky. Sama Kamala was so happy to greet the wise people because he was angry. He said to the foolish ones, so why did you not give? Why did you not prepare yourself? Why did you not give Jesus the parents? These who had prepared themselves to pick him, come in and enjoy the feast. Those who do not prepare themselves stand by.
I'm a dirty player, baby. That was great.
Everybody gets a seat at the table. Along open, along ready. But the big ten get to eat, whereas the foolish ones, they're hungry. Along shows him by its name. The big ten get the drink, and the foolish ones are thirsty. Such an incredible metaphor. But ultimately, you all know that comes. Not for the mortals, right? But in a real life, we don't need this world. No one lives forever. And I was like, listen, just give me some time. But I'm going to call you to the great Suda, the celestial Suda. You know, I'm not telling you when you're going to get called. So you know you're going to get called. And you know, ultimately, again,
Oh, fuck.
So are you living a life that gives you a seat at the table or not? That's the fundamental question. And there's no warning necessarily. There's no separation. So you have a choice. Live life in a constant state of preparedness. And it was like preparedness is going to point out the list muscle to pick him, sit by the entrance way of the tongue. Don't take that to mean inaction or passivity. It's meant to mean readiness. The victim are also going to
Get this shot.
right? Because the victim is the can't also have to go to work. Like,
No way.
He also knows that he's got to keep his clothing clean because he has to show up to the palace in a moment's notice. He needs to be ready. The police really think that what's this? How do you grab this? What do you so right? Be in a state of preparedness. Not, oh my gosh, I might die next month because I better be ready. For myself, I'm going to be called for the great Caesar one day. I'm ready. I want to partake. I want to fast in the glory of when my time here in this world is over. So as such, I'm trying to keep my clothing clean. And if my clothing got dirty,
Oh, what an amazing shot. Thank you. Your ball's in my fucking way, though. So I might just. Oh, fuck. I hit your ball in. Oh, that was devastatingly bad.
It's a little bit more effort in the beginning, but then when I said he left with the
No way. Folks. No way. Really makes it difficult.
So Shabbat is the devil of money. You should always wear tzitzis. So what's the idea being why focusing on tzitzis?
I mean, I don't really.
The goal of tzitzis is to remind you of how you got to
This would be the greatest shot of my career. Hit his ball. Hit the ball. Oh, dude, I just gave you a fucking win. Fuck that. That was bullshit. So you know that was bullshit. You know that was that, dude. It was bullshit. Let's see you break. One of the worst breaks I've ever seen.
Project your identity in the world. Don't be afraid to project who you are. Keep your oil, keep your fluid on your head and your thread of your identity as a son of God. As you love, beautiful. But he has more time. This actually by that. So we'll say back to Shabbos. That's the Shabbos. This actually by that. Shabbos. And what happens? Shabbos is about to start, and I'm on the road. I'm not home yet. What's the problem? I have my wallet in my pocket. Can't carry my wallet on Shabbos. So what can I do? Don't see people enough. Something the Gentile, I can say to hopefully someone who I don't trust. I can go and I can give him out some newspaper. Just carry my wallet home. I'm all the minimum of there's no Gentile with you. Manicho Allah. You can put it on a donkey. She wants to assume you're traveling with that. So if you're traveling with donkey, it's explicitly as this happened before Shabbos. Right? So before Shabbos, it has nothing to do with carrying my wallet. If there's no donkey, but I'm traveling with a donkey, put it on my donkey. Put the wallet on my donkey. You hear the contract in Zona. Once I reach the outer courtyard, actually stands contract in Zona means over here, the outer courtyard of my city.
Beautiful
so
shot.
Once I get to a place that is closed and secure, don't tell us I'm feeling like you know, you tell us Shabbos, I could just outside, I kind of untie the knot, and everything just falls down by itself. The idea is that once I reach the secure area, I'm fine with the items remaining. Says the was incredible Gemara. My kind of shot that one of the basic pieces enough to we'll say listen to this Gemara. Why do Chazal allow me to go ahead and give my wallet to the Gentile? Look at that. My time of share the nation of that. But are you told the same? The Yachid becomes my shaliach to carry the wallet that Shabbos. Well, I'm not allowed, in general, scholars, whatever you're not allowed to, you can't ask. You have to do. So I'm not allowed to carry my wallet. So the man said, why am I able to ask after the
Fuck.
most of this kind of is like, Rabbanon, the in of the man Atzmo Amamon. Because Chazal knows a person will not be able to restrain himself from saving. Was it kind of Sharis night? Don't allow him to give his wallet to the Nashri. Asile Asiye Dar Amashisha. The end of carrying himself. We'll say this is incredible. And this is how you begin. Chazal understood human nature. And human nature is, I'm not leaving my wallet on the side of the road. Yeah, I'm just not. It's just not going to happen. Meaning, it's true. My credit cards are in there, my license is in there, my money is in there. What am I going to do? I'm going to leave my wallet by the side of the road, and who knows what's
Beautiful shot.
So what's Chazal's good choice? So we can be purists.
No way.
Shabbos, and if we can't carry your
Devastating.
we'll say, yeah, most times when you're a purist, what happens? It generally backfires. Because life is very difficult to life as a purist, or you can be practical. You want to be a purist, or you want to be practical. So practical, because also listen, I'm really not going to do the rabbi. Just in the event of the law, the rabbi. So therefore, better to relax into Rabbanon in order that the Jew doesn't come to perform a Doraisa. So therefore, Allah said, we would rather allow you to exclusively have a Nafi do Malacha for you on Shabbos and have you end up transgressing the Doraisa yourself. Incredible. So saying, it's really what you also see is something beautiful. Sometimes Allah demands that I overcome my nature. And sometimes Allah understands that my nature is too powerful. Which is really this fascinating dialect. It's like, an experience you see. Because where do you see it? You see it here by your wallet. Where else do you see it? Like, it's like the word right? But it's fascinating. So sometimes there's money and morality. Because I love the things that I can overcome and things that I can't. Things that I can't. So whenever when I look at those things, that I have to overcome something, it means that I have to go out and do so. But Haraya, when Chazal understood that I can't overcome something, they don't need to do something. So it's really amazing. Here, Chazal understood we can't ask people to go out by the side of the road. Not going to happen. That we'd rather have you instruct enough to carry for you than other things. No matter that's what he said, but it's not the price of your wallet. About the CMO, we'll say if you find something, so let's take for example, let's say I'm walking on Shabbos with the Roughly, I find $100 bill on the ground. Roughly, you might pick it up. I can't pick it up in Shabbos, correct? I can't pick it up, but if you can pick up $100, it's mine because I saw it first. Otherwise, you hold it to Shabbos, I'll bring it to my house. That you're not allowed to do. It says, wallet, now what did I do with it? But the credit piece of the I'm going to put them in the price of $1,000. And the only reason I mentioned wallet is because wallet is the more common case. Kamash Malosh. The law Omar Elad Asriya Day. We'll say, but when do we say that you can't construct enough the whole of the carry of object, found object on Shabbos? That's when we found it on Shabbos.
Dog.
How about Asriya Day? But I will say to myself, it's found $100 bills on Shabbos. Then what? If say something, and it is like your wallet is asking nothing from the like that. So here's what I know I can do. So Shabbos is coming in a month ago, I can ask nothing to carry my wallet back. Fine. Let's say if I find $100 bill on Shabbos, right? So then I can ask nothing to go ahead and carry my wallet. That's not going to that. If I find $100 bill,
Wow.
before Shabbos, make it
You
up.
got screwed.
Then what? Then it becomes the nice stuff my wallet. Because my mother gives me right? Let's say that's very different. I would say, $100 bill that you find 5 years before it's happened is very different than your wallet. So when you see something that they see
Oh,
objects.
not my day, not my game.
Like you see how rumination works. When you go ahead and you find that it's a windfall, once you put it in your pocket, it's just it's already part of your life. It's already part of your life. There's no feeling, which in general is nature. Because a lot of times in life, like the miracles of today become the expectation of tomorrow. And one of the most important soldiers in life is so careful. So many times you get something, it's incredible, it's amazing. Something like a block in life. Okay, and it's exciting. Then the need
What happened?
smell goes away, and it just becomes a juggle. So that's what I'm saying. When you see $100, wow, $100. The moment you put it in your pocket, like you earned it. Of course it's mine. So you find it on Shabbos, you can give the 5 minutes before Shabbos, you put it in your pocket, that actually gives you nothing. What happens if one finds an object? Do you keep that certain to transport on Shabbos? Gave us the other day. Say, Damu, do we say since you got to the first Shabbos, it's like his wallet? Oh, you will give the world. What do we say? No. The only thing you have a license to give to the Naf, your Erev Shabbos, and carry out Shabbos is something you worked for. Your wallet, but something you found, you do not have a license to give to the Naf, to which the Gemara says, take it. So we'll say, so apparently, the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara instructs to take it 5 minutes here. But anyone Nafri, because it's the Mishnah said, there's no Nafri, you can put your wallet on your donkey. Time with anyone Nafri. The reason you utilize the donkey is because the Nafri is not with you. How do you Nafri or the Nafri? The most thing I mentioned is a Nafri. You should give something. Most of these pregnancies are, if you're traveling with both the Gentile and the donkey, it's the difference about what to do. Give the wallet to the Nafri. Versus, but why? My time up. Why is that? It's a very interesting idea because the donkey, we're seeing the donkey question over here is my donkey.
What a beautiful shot.
Traveling with my donkey and my Gentile with me. So now it's coming close to Shabbos, so I'm not going to get back home. So I can either put the wallet on my donkey or I can give the wallet to the Gentile. So the Mishnah says better to give the wallet to the Gentile. Very simple, that's why.
No way, dog.
So it's better for me to give to the Gentile than to go ahead and have to carry something to the Gemara. I will say, just even more than that. Remember again, Restream, having your animals rest on Shabbos is in the instructing a Nachri to do Malach. That is so much better to go ahead and go to Rabbanan and go Isa. She said to the Gemara, so what happens is choice between a Hamor, a Kerish, Shota, or a Kata. Definitely, right? A Kerish, Shota is the same. Or a Kata or a child. We should do a Hamor monoclay. So what's the best to put it back to the Kata? The Kerish Shota, the Kata, you'll go there. Not the Kerish Shota, the Kata. Right? I mean, Adam, high and lav Adam. So we'll say on a very simple level, you make a choice between the right? So a person versus the animal, put it on the animal. Kere shota, we'll say what happens again, when you're giving it to the Kere or the shota. So the Gemara says the shota. Better to go ahead and give it to the shota. We'll say that why is so special. As much as Kere and shota are also used to get the nice sauce, the Kere is considered to have what actually calls a das cover. There is some level of cognition that's there. Shota is considered to have no das. Considered to have no das. So the Gemara says, Shota is a kata. What about the Shota or kata? You should go ahead and give it to the Shota. We'll say, see my deal. And the Kerish and the kata are considered to have compromised das, but there is some das that is there. Shota, on the other hand, is considered to have no das. Therefore, again, with taste, the ability to give it to someone who has some das versus no das, better to give it to the person who has no das. What about if it's
Fucking. I'm not good at long ones.
Ultimately, again, does not work. So as much as a theory should not be separating out, Truma, if it did so, it does not cause the polarization to suffer. So as they see Stephen here, that a theory has a higher level of gas than a copper.
Beautiful. Doug, I need a break. Kids. That is not how you do it. Excellent job. I don't know where my touch went, but I'll get you next time, no doubt. That's what I like. That's what I like to hear, Trish. Nice one.
Do that, dude. Just did it.
Bravo to Traceway, everybody. You cheat codes, as we all know.
Just put it out there. And,
Fraternal twins too.
yeah.
And people are like, I don't know. People are like, this is like before that.
Major cheat codes.
And so, anyways, in our showrunner, Jonathan Trump, it's just a fun movie that I want to do. Laugh a little more, and I'll make you cry. Working out to family trauma, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's never too late.
Yeah, there's some sweet stuff in it. The action is really great. I love it. I mean, it's a nice, it's an easy movie to watch, and it's just super enjoyable. And it's beautifully shot. It's just like, and it's just in Hawaii. And it's like, oh, if you can't afford to take your wife to Hawaii, you gotta see this movie. It's not bad.
Did you spend too much money this weekend? Can't quite take her on vacation. The wrecking crew, you're welcome. Jason Mullen, thanks, bro.
Just put a little cocoa butter on her arm so you take her to see the wrecking crew. Tell her it's the same thing. Okay. You gotta tell her it's the same thing. Was there ever a movie role where you liked it kind of so much, or the environment that you were at, you liked so much, and you're like, I wish I could stay here, I wish this was my life?
That's an interesting question. Where you just want to stay in that time period in that place.
Yeah, or even as that person, even.
I did this show, Chief of War, that came out last year, and I think it was really cool because it's all about
It's on Apple TV.
It's all about Hawaii. Yeah, it's like when they're United Kingdoms, and like flipping Hawaii before the white man arrived, just kind of see that time and place, and see what our ancestors. It was so special to make that show. Because you grow up, when I watch it, like last morning, in Braveheart, you see all these things like, oh, I would love to see my culture play once. I love summer movies or Native American movies, and all we had was paintings. And my grandparents, they'd never seen movies. Us wearing all the regalia, like going to the big battles, metal. So it's just brutal battles. To the next level,
Where they had
like a shark teeth. Each other apart. So just imagining that or seeing on that scale took me a long time to make that show because
oh yeah, that's beautiful. And also as a gay Mardi Gras vibe as well, I'll say that. But that's outside that. That's just a joke. I think it's very beautiful that you get to even envision something like this. That's crazy. It's crazy. Even get to see moments like that, even just like on a movie set or something like that, it must be so bizarre to see moments like that.
when you see this, you should see like just the trailers or something. When it's spare time. It's pretty wild. The fight scenes are just pretty wild. Anyway, so that was the first thing I ever created. So to a creator and produced it, co-wrote it, and directed the finale and started it. So that was like that's my love letter. Yeah, it's my baby.
Oh, that's beautiful, dude. And was that special to your dad or special to like some of your friends and family from home?
I think everyone, because all the people, when I was 19, they hired me. I went to like makeup artists to craft services to drivers. I was 19, I'm coming back at 45 at the time. 44. Coming back and making something like doing videos, which is kind of shit. And then coming back and telling us about our people.
Yeah.
It's a real big honor, man, for sure. It's like, I mean, that's my ultimate goal.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Watch comedy, do Minecraft, Jack Black.
So nice.
So I do that. Sorry about that.
though, did you go to parts of the island and learn stuff about Hawaii that you didn't know before?
Yes, yes, but also I gotta go and just scout and go to places I've never been, meet uncles and aunties and people who are just know so much about our culture that we have had to learn people we didn't know about Hawaii. So
Anywhere?
below the Hawaiians, we did it in our native language. So all the other characters in here, it's half the cast. It's all Polynesian. So you gotta understand there's Maori, New Zealand, there's Samoan, there's Tongan, there's I've never been to Tahitian, but like all of those and Kakamani, which is us. All these are people who have different their own languages. They haven't learned this ancient language, so like everyone that they're doing that is like it's hard. It was the hardest for me, but I thought it would have been a lot easier, but it was very challenging for me.
Yeah, the Tongans are tough, huh?
So the Tongans are, they're all tough.
Toughest one, though.
I wouldn't fuck with the Tongan.
Bring up a Tongan.
I wouldn't fuck with the Samoan.
Pull up a pair of Tongans. I heard you should never have just one.
I mean, look at that guy over there. There you go. Look on that one. The guy on the right.
That guy is doing something different now.
You know what? We're all lost, so it's nice to keep the fight with the Tongan.
Hey, no, I'm never gonna. But that's
Just
why.
Polynesians in general, man. They're just like, oh, that's such a different breed.
Dude, you know who I like? Filipinos. They're kind of like the comfortable Polynesians, you know? And they're the smiling people, you know?
They are.
And they're the last people that most people see before they die because a lot of them work in hospice care, which is crazy. If you think about that, imagine you're laying there and you open up a little, and it's just Filipinos, dude. And they're just singing something nice to you.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
That's a portable Hawaii, dude.
I just hope my kids are there. They're looking out for me. I'm gonna put that shit on them. Put me in a home. I'm gonna haunt your ass. I'm fucking haunt your ass. Put me in a home.
Dude,
I'm gonna have my fans break me out.
I think you'd be a good ghost, though, dude.
Isn't that true, brother? Me and you old boys get old makeup. Yeah. Just us in our dying ages in a nursing home. Fans break us out.
It may bring us out of some business.
I don't know. Kind of a Comic-Con for like the old time days. You interview them all. It'd be like the Hangover. We should relive all the good times.
Yeah, it sounds like the hangover. It's just fine that we all know that Prize Picks is America's #1 sports picks app and the best place to win cash while watching sports. The app is really easy to use. That's what I love. Just pick more or less on 2+ players and lock your picks in. That's it. That's my favorite thing. It's just simple. You pick more or less, and it's specific. Now you got your guys in the game. And right here's my lineup for the big game. Tell me if you want. Look, I don't know what I'm doing, but you can even follow me on Prize Picks at Neovon. And on top of picking lineups, you can now pick teams on Prize Picks. Pick the winner, total, and spread on the big game. Team picks are available in 30 states, including California, Texas, and Florida. Oh my God, where's the cops? And right here is who I'm going with to win the big game next Sunday. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Play responsibly. You know, to me, the future of finances feels strange. That's why I like to cover my bases. And when I want to add more Bitcoin, MoonPay is usually the first app I reach for. You don't need to buy a full coin. And the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has become a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to accept my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control de moi. No one else has access to it, with the US dollar constantly moving up and down. This felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. If you're running a business on a clunky old phone system, then you know that isn't really good. It's like competing with one hand tied behind your back, and every time you miss a call, that's money left on the table. Thankfully, there's Quo, formerly Open Phone. It's the modern alternative, built to help you work smarter, build stronger relationships, and never miss an opportunity. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines customer communications. No more juggling 2 phones or being tied to a landline. Quo works through an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your business from anywhere. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Get started free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/Theo. That's QUO.com/TAGO. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Quo will port them over at no extra charge. Quo. No missed calls. No missed customers. Me and David Spade just made a movie. Actually, this is going to come in like 2 months. Shut up. He wrote it, funded it, everything.
I love this man.
Oh, he's the best, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about that.
Tell me what favorites.
Oh, that's one of the best ever. Was there,
That's just an old time buddy, or he is really, yeah.
he and I became friends like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and we became really close friends. And then we started, we had kind of an idea, and we started writing it. It took like a year, and then we decided to just self-fund it. And it was like a $4 million budget, I think. And then we got one investor. And yeah, we made it. We shot in like 23 days. It's exciting. It's called Bus Boys. It's about 2 guys who aren't doing that good, and one of them loses to a waiter at a restaurant. And so we figured if we can become waiters, then everything will be great.
That's what you're saying, you're being a busboy. We're talking about like what we were talking about, like
Oh, I channeled.
show busboys, yeah.
I channeled this one. Yeah. People are like, this is just whimsical. What are you guys doing now? This is it. So yeah, I definitely channeled that. And David was one or two in Arizona as well when he was born.
I was looking at the show. Yeah, busboy.
I can see that.
They wouldn't let me, they were there trying to hold me down.
Yeah, there's a glass ceiling.
It's
everywhere. Boys are dope.
I love salt and pepper because it's got that. It's gonna see weird at that now. Sharing their tips is what they're not
Type shit, homie. That's what they're doing, dude. And it's got the extra salt.
I'm gonna tip my waitress less. I almost slipped a busboy for it. I haven't been doing that. I said, where's the fucking busboy? I'm gonna throw the homies. That's some fucking loop.
It started at the bottom. It's all happened because of Reagan, because of trickle-down economics. We started trickle-down economics. Bring that up. It was Reagan, wasn't it? Give it to the waiters, they'll give it to the busboys. That's not helping. I was just at the nurses' strike. Nurses' strike in New York City is going on
Right now.
That just came up a little while ago. And it was awesome. I like strikes because it's like being in a parade, kind of, because I'm from New Orleans. So it's like you're definitely partying at a band out there. But it's the largest nurses' strike that's ever happened in New York City. It's going on right now. So you can play that with a cigar. Play it right there.
They're from New Orleans.
The band was pretty good. They played, actually they did Abbey Road. They did Hill Mountain.
Really?
Which I thought was impressive, dude. Even that one where it's like, bang, bang, Maxwell Silver Hammer came down upon his head. Yeah, they played that one. They only had 3 instruments. But yeah, I love it. I really enjoyed that. My sister's a nurse, so I was like, oh, this is going on, dude. I'm out there. Now, did I think I would meet some hot nurses? Yeah. But a lot of them are men these days. which doesn't mean they can't be hot, but you know, I have a different bedside manner than none. So anyway, moving on, Jason.
Clouds will go away
So
after
yeah,
the rain.
to point to your
Zoma
curtains,
are
to
in up to us.
hear you say where you feel like you have so like some personal achievement or some personal success or something where you kind of feel like, okay, I'm okay. You know, does that make sense to you kind of? Because we're all trying to call, like we're all trying to, like everyone's trying to feel like,
the
you know,
body
we all
only
feel some sort of,
replenishes that moisture.
a lot of people
You
feel
kind
sort
of
of
is up low
success,
hydro.
right?
But
Like,
after 40 years old, the
what
body
makes you
does
feel
not
like, okay,
replenish the moisture
I'm
as fully.
okay.
Sonra nakli. Hay kukla, ay bo işinin margo. Sonra nakli, the kukla. So once you remember, kukla is some type of eye ointment that they would apply. So sometimes kukla needs makeup. In this context, it needs eye treatment. It was applied for medicinal purposes. So up until the age of 40, the eye ointment is beneficial. And the illa after 40, after the malia ka'atsina, the girdoin ticking mokin, are the lower body. At that point, even if you were to go ahead and take enough kukla, enough of this eye ointment on a week's lot, which is a lot of kukla, and most of it is sustain, but it will not move eyesight. My commercial, and I'm about to say, once it says, why does it fall?
These guys, like, I never thought that's from the first place. You know what I mean? I mean, the biggest thing is so TV show. And a comic book I was when I was a kid. I'm talking shit. And it's a piece of playing it too. And it's like, all these things are great. And then sometimes you're thinking that you're not. Why do you not feel?
Does that happen? You think even in like in career, like you got such a great career, does it happen even in careers like yours? Like, do you think that's just a human thing? I guess it's just a human thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just try to have gratitude for all of that because I have so many friends that are ill and sick, crying, and just so. I mean, I'm kind of a person like pretty high energy, and I'm really, really generally happy. Like, I'm like Christmas morning, I'm pretty fucking happy. I'm in confident and jazzed. So I love morning. I love being up, and I don't necessarily check that much. So I'm trying to die early. My days are feel.
And that's the way, right? It's very emotional, it's very overwhelming situation. I lose objective thoughts. This is why sometimes when you feel them, you shouldn't, you shouldn't, because when I'm very emotionally overwhelmed, my intellect often is shut down. I need to give it the ability to demonstrate rational thought, even in the midst of really emotional situations. It's incredible utility. In some direct, you think I don't mourn the loss of my dad. You think I don't feel the loss of my child. But again, should I lose my child and my answer? Should I compound my loss? Ultimately, again, by leaving it even more difficult to that group, it's spectrum medical research. This is one of the challenges to maintain rational thought, even in the midst of deep emotional situations. Government, Alifina felt, how the Allah you agree, the other one then can be open past Rasa. She's the most. There are 6 different types of tears. Shallow, opposed to shallow flow. 3 tears are beneficial, and 3 tears are harmful. Shall Ashan, who shall then be tap on full days, who shall be like tears. Unless it's smoke that is caused by tears that is caused by smoke, or tears that is caused by crying, or tears from the bathroom. So it's like sometimes this is when I first looked at the bathroom. I guess the suffering from stomach pain or it's a painful experience. Those type of tears are all detrimental. But tears that are discerned, reluctant, drugs, and by medicine, shall scope beautiful. Tears of laughter, you shall pay those yappos, and tears from good food. So it's a time again, I guess some food that has like our taste, but because it's, let's say, this is incredible drama. If you cry because of smoke, or you cry because of sadness, or you why, because you have a game using the bathroom, those are not so cool. But trying because of meditation, this I open or cry because of laughter, but this is right, those are beneficial to you. But you see, you know, there's like, listen, that's a little bit about the issues regarding old foods. Because the mind says, like, when it goes to passes from Koheles, Bayom Sheazulu Shomer Habayis is absurd.
I think this year I started just recently started thinking having a little bit more like, okay, I think everything will be okay. Like I'll be able to eat and have a roof over my head for the rest of my life. So I have a little bit more semblance of like, okay, what does things look like for like those around me? What are some other things that I can put my time into? Like I've been touring mostly for probably about 17 years for probably half the weeks, you know, and so this year I don't have any tour dates, so it's nice to like be like, oh, what is this? Look like
This
a ton more to do with this, but it's not like I have to travel to just like for the first time my spirit even can be in like one place where it can like gather itself, you know. I feel like I've been playing hide and seek with myself for a long time, just even geographically. So having some more just having some more like solace and being in one spot is really kind of helped me just start to look around.
As I get older, that my ribs may ache, the flanks may ache, everything, eyesight, teeth don't work as well. So why does it do not have to mention it? Because you're like, life is all about realistic expectations. Sometimes the meaning is unrealistic.
Oh, for sure, but I think sometimes I gotta be careful because that's a trap, man. That's
So
just
the person thinks that as they get older, things remain the same, and then they go.
yeah, I'm gonna eat meetings and I go to that stuff. It's been like, you know, I've been
negative
in and out of
feelings.
sobriety
By the way, as we get older,
mostly in.
stuff
And so that's
doesn't
been good.
work as
So,
well. Stuff
you don't
doesn't
like
work
it
as
just
well.
because otherwise, yeah, I just can't
The
eat like
nature
I'll do
of
too
the
much
way
of
that the
the
emotional element constructed. So
so
that should be your expectation. As you get older, things don't work as well. So then when things don't work as well, don't get frustrated. Don't get upset. Just accept it as a new stage of life and maximize it. عمري كيس راديو شغل خاني بن خنايا بالسيزر ستبي شغل خنايا my time about us is the bad vegan. Why didn't you come to beer? Because what we talking about bad vegan before. Like bad vegan was this guy who used to have this theological debate. So the Caesar said that you should have why have you not come to the station there vegan? I'm like, what you got to the story of let me draw attention. I'm like, tourist color. Tourist color means the mountain top is open snow. Right? Meaning the top of my head is white. Sakuni is ice. Right? Has surround size. Right? So not only is my head white, the top of my head white, but and my beard are white. Kaboni the dogs don't bark as they used to. So once again, obviously, the snow on top of the mountain and the ice on the side represents, I'm getting old. I'm turned white. Like that turned white and I'm getting old. The dogs don't bark, Rashi says, means my voice can't project all that well. Absolutely, no problem. The grinders no longer dry. No longer dry. My teeth don't work as these. What was it? Ben Helen, I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I couldn't make it to the face of you anymore. No offense to you. I did not make it anymore. So they laugh on me. I did not that so what they that need to say that also what is old age like? Old age is you're looking for something you have not lost. When a person gets older, they walk so what does it look like? It looks like I'm looking for something on the ground, but I haven't lost anything. The old age is like looking for something that you have not lost. Jag see like kristna cover trade cover trade so open cover trade so that you can just two than three. Better two legs than to walk up three legs. Third leg is a reference to okay. So better to walk with two legs the Oz level of the one thing that leaves and never comes back. And listen down.
That's a good time.
Most of the thing that leaves will never come back. What night? What's the one thing that leaves will never come back?
That's smart. Good job, Miles.
October 21st, 1972, Miles.
You
They
think
wrecked
is
his
the one
coach
thing
filled
that
by Euro.
Yıllık satılıydı galiba.
Chip, the Lincoln House, was the first person on scene.
Is a
Miles
crown
Miles
of
for a
roses.
long time.
Sabu satılıydı.
Played for almost a year.
Some old team.
That'll make you quit doing drugs right there. That'll make you quit smoking, dude. That's his trying to get the brief right there.
It's fascinating to see how psychology
Broken, I can still do cocaine.
remember, old age is
And I hate to say, don't say that to your kids.
right? A sucking. What does sucking mean?
What's so now you have children?
We associate
I've had
old
them,
age
man.
with
Yeah.
Along the way, or not have it? Did you have a family that you had planned, or was it just kind of like you sort of have children?
No, it was very intense.
Oh, nice, man. Was it cool being a father? Like, was that like a scary thing for you? Like,
When you have
Just got into
appropriate expectations.
oh yeah,
So the teacher says
Just got into
if you're going to
acting.
continue with complete vitality until 120,
well, this is
it
nice.
doesn't work that way.
That's a cool
Fights, by the way, this happens often. They often become exceptionally disillusioned when they're unable to do the things of their youth. And the question, of course, becomes where did you ever have that? The question we know is very good. The Abraham Zucking Bob,
Netflix.
Abraham Zucking Bob, was always the same thing. So some of her says, Bob, I young essentially needs to be accepted every new stage of life. So Zucking years old. Bob, by young means, he accepted realities of his life. That when Abraham was an older man, he could not do what he was able to do as a younger man. He wasn't upset, he wasn't disappointed, he was to accept those stages of
dude, that's
life.
got to be
So
interesting.
yeah,
for
as I was
kids to
just
go down
telling you,
that road.
old
But they
age
don't have a lot of
isn't
experience too.
right? Old age isn't for the faint of heart. There's a lot of changes that occur. So therefore, again, all I'm doing is put it out there. So our two legs
I
in
want
the
to
green,
make a kid. I
sure,
want to get some
sure,
kids.
but more, at least
Sorry.
you're
I'd
upright,
like to have children.
right? That is walk the street. That is walk the street, and that's what walking for tall.
Now,
That was the thing.
free,
So you know, there's like, you know, it says, I don't know if you're anymore. Go for that. That's the
you know,
choose
like,
your
yeah,
food
well,
well,
my
and
kids
you'll
are like,
find the
fuck
cause
no.
in your
I don't want to
stuff.
feed your kid. It's
It's cheating. Number one, eat well, and so chew your food properly, and that'll be translated into greater physical vitality. And then, marriage, closer to the marriage, closer to your women. This for left that thing is open, but not all over. It's more like you got. The sharp one, right? Back up into how we talk about sharp one. Sorry, sakit. I open your chest, open your mouth, and keep your blood. I've got normally, up to the body, food is beneficial. We can get your mistake. That's when forward, drink. I was what is that? I mean, food and drink are always beneficial from small perspective. Is that electrolytes ultimately the body receives maximum nutrition from less from drink. After 40, more from drink, less from food. So the Gemara says, oh yeah, goes out of the love and fascinating Gemara. Goes out literally unit. So that you're sure the clarify that is an argument with the unit. So obviously they must have had some history. They must have had some history. And the Gemara says, who goes out of the children got on the alcohol? Kasina Tamahaki. So it says, the children got his bowl. So the unit and the children got a come from here, it's Kasina. He's making on children casa. How much think about how to get to Bald City? Right? So he was funky because it was called. So the Gemara says, Amalek, you know, Alcohol Gozina. Oh, it's about as far as from jerky castration. And about the same. About the same distance. I'm gonna so But it's apparently now comes out a little bit more. Because apparently this guy wasn't just a eunuch, but he was with Suzuki. That's like his country. You know that a bull goes for flying. So it's a thing. You know, it's castrated. Go sign my friend. You know the spooky shows that we're showing wearing shoes. I'm gonna make the house smell. Somebody rides on a horse the outcomer Ben Colin, someone who rides on a donkey is a green man, who did not only Baragari starting, and someone who wears shoes is a mensch. The Loha, or someone who has no horse, someone who has no donkey, or someone who has no shoes. The heart of recovered customer, someone who is dead superior to a person without shoes. If you don't have shoes, you have no dignity. We see this too much, as I'll say, sell everything you have in order to have to walk around barefoot was considered to be the height of his dignity. So therefore, sell whatever you have in order to go and have shoes. So the Gemara says, all right, Guza. So Guza was castrated one, literally cut off one. Plus, you punted me in 3 ways. Plus, I'll tell you 3 things. Hydra Quantum, the nicest part of the face. Simchas Leif, the joy of one's heart is the light. Nachalas Hashem, portion of God's funny. Children. Baruch HaMakom Shemanach. Baruch Hashem had never. You have no children. You have Amalei. I know. So the eunuch says to him, one, are you starting up with him? Amalei Ikra.
What up, Mr. Cruz?
Are you starting up with me?
What's going on?
So there's other friends that you ask you that, like, what's going on? Because I think that there's an incredibly soul. The incredibly soul is that now we don't know the backstory between Arishon and Harka and this Tzeduki. There obviously was something. In other words, there's something to they don't start up conversations like this, out of nowhere.
Cheese fries.
It's supposed to be very important. So sometimes in life, you just have to keep quiet.
It just keeps us.
You know, it's like they're going to find out like this. Turn the other cheek is not
That's good. Excellent.
We don't do that at all. I do believe that sometimes you're just better off just not responding. Sometimes, but other times, and again, I would venture to say maybe there are few in between. But when I say
fried chicken.
Other times you have to defend. Other times you have to give back. Other times you have to.
Did you have fried chicken?
There's a time to sometimes quiet passivity, and there's a time
baked chicken. Ooh, that's good.
I think it's the Chazal. You don't know the backstory, but the fact that Yeshua ben Karcha is answering this guy. You know, this is like bickering. This is like bickering, like two people pointing at you. But again, it shows you that at certain points in time, you have to be ready to speak up for yourself and stand your ground. So you remember, like, I'm going to regular Shimon Kalashon. A man over that's what's the relation. Rebbe said to Shimon Kalashon, he said, why did you not come to visit me? I'm just I was listening to the Slime, Nasu level, the mountains have become very high. Roving Nasu that which was close has now become far. Mishayim Nasu Shalosh, 2 legs became 3, and Mat Mason Shalom Abayis Baka, and that which makes peace in the home no longer works. So what this is exactly things. So obviously mountains become taller, that which is close now becomes far. The 2 became all references to old days. What is it that which Shalom and the home no longer works? So if you look at actually on the left hand column, actually says that 3 lines down from the top, Eider Tashmish. Ultimately, what this is reference to is that the Ben Halacha was saying, when I was going on a long journey, I would make sure to be intimate with my wife before I left, and I would come back, and that would set her mind at ease even if I was going too long. But that no longer old age, kind of took away his ability to engage in it. As a result, he says, it's harder for me to be because my wife gets upset, it's more difficult for us to reconcile. It's such a fascinating Gemara on a variety variety of levels. But again, once we're speaking about the Sadhu, the last time in music,
Oh,
and the
yeah,
doors will
for a
close.
second alone, more than
The
internet.
doors will close. In the market, so this said, in the Kabbalah Shalom, this refers to the bowels of the brain. Once again, speaking about still the effect of the disease. So the bowels
You're like, yeah, I'm
don't work as
95, but I got a
the
7-year-old
Shaka
mama.
the first one, you know,
Sorry, no, I'm asking
so that's an ultimate. Again, the sound of grinding has become needed. That's the stomach that is not
You know,
digested.
one thing
So
I wish I had done in the past was
and
invest
get up for the
earlier.
sound of the
I didn't think I knew enough. You know, I didn't think I had the right to. I didn't think I had the time.
become an exceptionally
I
light
didn't realize that
to the point that
all I
even the
needed to do
searching
was
of the birds
so focus on where our
the
money
usual
is
Kobono
today.
Tashir,
Acorns is a financial wellness app that
Yeshiros Domos Halak Yeshofan. Sometimes even the greatest singing of young men and the young women can become like a whisper. In other words, I become a bit harder of hearing. The Af Baizil, it's also even Baizil Gilad Davidan, Sit Davidan. Then Jonan Shana Anochi Hayom. I'm 80 years old. I'm 80 years old. Ha'ida Bin Tov L'Ra. Can I know between that which is good and that which is not good? What is it in Barzil Gilad? He says to David, I'm 80 years old. Do I know you've seen Tov and Ra? But as you get older, intellectual capacity is diminished. As I say, up until now, we've been speaking about the diminution of physical capacity. Here by Zilei Gilad, these things means I'm not as sharp. I'm not as sharp as I used to be. In Yit Abdas is Asher Ochel, there is Asher Eshta, even taste. If you're serving with taste, eat food and drink. We can't sustain shows in this conductor. What we're doing is engineering so that the lips of the old are split. Now, of course, it doesn't really mean split, but what it means in this context is sometimes as we
What up, Zook?
so our taste buds aren't the same. In Eshba, they call Shirin Geshiros. We can't show again such things happen. So again, this is all Barzilya Hagiladi speaking to David Hamelech. So how will he
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Everyone knows the feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? What's my what?
Barzilya Hagiladi shut up. Barzilya Hagiladi was a liar.
I'm not funny, and here's proof.
All of these things, even well into old age. So after all, Rebbe had a maidservant.
Zoot, I'm going to tell you this right now. Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't like that kind of talk. And if you talk like that, you won't be welcome here. No, dude. Just because of that, I'm just watching my own shit. Go do your own thing.
But as you get older, these things I could show you the nature of the body. Even as she said, was able to maintain all the stuff. This is incredible. Love Amr, that was actually different. Barzilya Hagiladi shut us the Zima. Barzilya Hagiladi was a very immoral man. He led, he very immoral life. And as a result, the Kala shut us the Zima, Sukma Chokrat says, whoever leads an immoral life, they have only onset of old age. Old age sets in the so what's the challenge? So it seems that when a person uses immorality sets in our background, away my vitality. So that literally again is only concept of old age. You understand this because immorality is a misuse of paper, right? Paper, desire can be channeled in the right way and make beautifully. You can make a beautiful marriage, you can make a beautiful relationship with that Baruch. Misuse of paper is misappropriated koach. When you misappropriated koach, I'm decreasing my strength. When I decrease that strength, then ultimately again old age comes on earlier. The Gemara says over here, Barzilya Hagiladi's state was not a normal state. He was an exceptionally moral individual. So because of that, he sapped himself of a lot of his vitality early on. And that's why he's lamenting the effects of old age. But one need not encounter that in reality. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi Omer. Family Chachamim, Chosban Shemaskim Chachman, Tosafas. Come to us as they get older, they acquire more knowledge. The Ami Aretz, Chosban Shemaskim, Tipshos, Tosafas. So listen, so the older you get, so listen carefully. So somebody from the older you get, the wiser you get. So people, the older they get, the more ignorant they get. What's it's very simple. The older you get, the more set in my ways I become. So I condition myself to live a lifestyle of Avodas Hashem. I condition myself to live a lifestyle of acquiring total wisdom. Then as I get older, I become more and more set in my ways. Which is in a good way. As I get older, I acquire more and versus also true. If as I get older, I become more set in my ways. If I'm an Amahara, and as I get older, I become a bigger Amahara. As we get older, it's just continue to reinforce behaviors. Now again, does that mean that Amahara can't change his look? Of course, that's a person to choose. And doesn't mean that ultimately you're going to come of course, that can happen as well. But Lamaisa, there is this incredible decision. The older we get, the more we reinforce the behaviors of our age. Such an incredible idea. Mace yourself in that money without skin. Gam, Nigaboyu, Shakilu Gatushis Kana, Dome Alok Yahari Hari. So let's say ultimately again, as we get older, ultimately again, even the smallest pill looks like the largest. So let's say, so on one hand, you're up to some older age, that which maybe I could like skip over or run over when I was young. Right? As I get older, it becomes a bit more complicated. So let's say, but also speaks about again how you can challenge your life. A person lives a life of aliyah, a person lives a life of growth, a person lives a life of trying to become a kamikafa. So even sometimes the largest obstacles appear surmountable. If a person lives a life of amaratis, a person lives a life of idolatry, of nothingness, of emptiness, sometimes even the smallest hill becomes like the Mount Everest of life. So the Gemara goes right here. The Gemara says, excuse me, so again, this is also referring to old age. That when a person walks in the road, everything becomes a bit scary. So we'll say again, what is this referred to? This refers to the hip. We'll say, so again, it's still reference to old age. That as we get older, certain things don't work as well as they used to. The hips don't work as well. This refers again to the backside of a person. The backside doesn't work. Also, here what it's referring to is everything becomes heavy. Sometimes even slapping one's own body becomes heavy. So the most of the kappa aviona, and ultimately again the aviona this refers to desire. So we'll say a person's body becomes heavy, and the desires they have for intimacy in their culture sometimes wane in old age. That Kahana have a pasuk to Kahana. We're saying over these in front of that. He when he got to this last phase of Papa Aviona, which ultimately again is a reference to my understanding to the desire for intimacy ceases. So Nugget Rav sign. Amashmamina Bakoichem the Rav. It appears that Rav has lost the desire for intimacy. So Rav lamented the loss of that desire from intimacy. Rav Kahana, my Bitsik, Omar Bayehi. So what does it mean? He said, and it will be Zu Isha. This refers to woman. Utsiba Bayamo. He commanded, and it will sustain. Elubani. So ultimately, again, that refers to children. So once they saw again a reference to the idea that if they saw programs in nature, for a person, in order to sustain, we'd like to see sustain the people married, and the man should accept to have children. Was it such an incredible Gemara? Tana, Isha, Chimas Malitzoa, Upia Malitan, that Kolratsin Akara. So once they literally, again, a woman is a sack of excrement whose mouth is filled with blood, and yet everyone runs after. Look, this might require a little bit of that. So this understand, like you might say is something absolutely amazing. That how much of life is spent by men running after them. And how many dramatic mistakes in life do people make because of a type of because desire for women? So man has a desire to be a woman, yet that desire for sexual activity, right, requires engagement in a place where blood comes out of. Right? What the Gemara is just saying is the desire for some kind of preoccupation we have with sexuality. It's so counterintuitive. Right? It doesn't make sense. Because I want to disparage in New York. You say something about men, but you must touch into men, saying how incredible is it now, how much of our time is spent regarding women, right? And is spent running after women and desiring women. And yet again, like step back. What is it on a physiological level that is holding a person's soul that is so desirous? And if you look at kind of what happens in the different parts of the body, that often we become so desirous of, it's a little bit less than desirous. So what Chazal are trying to teach us about saying that sometimes we become so consumed with sexuality to the point that it is illogical. But that healthy desire is good. You see, it's part of the beauty of Judaism is for us to be normal people, and to have normal drive, and to have normal desires, and not to suppress them, but to channel them in the right way. The challenge in life in anything is, right? A piece of chocolate cake is fine. An entire chocolate cake every day is very problematic. So again, everything is about the right moderation. Sometimes we lose ourselves in these desires, and whereas it just take a step back, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, like, understand what your desire is, and should you really let this rule your life? Incredible Gemara. The person ultimately again will go to his eternal home. Listen to this incredible Gemara. Teach us that every single tzaddik is given a home in Olam Haba in accordance with his station. This can be compared to a king. So what says the idea is that in Olam Haba, not everybody gets the same domicile. Some people get an apartment, other people get a townhouse, right? Some people a starter home, other people in a street, some people get a regular home and a vacation home. So when I say everybody gets something different in Olam Haba in accordance with the life you have led. So the Gemara says, Mashal, the parable to be given to a king who walks into the city with his servants. He walks into the city with his attendants. Everyone walks in the same gate. So everybody walks in the same way into the Olam Haba. But then when it's time to retire for the evening, the king goes to his palace, this minister goes here. So it's us that we all kind of enter into the same gates, I guess, after 120. But where we go after those gates is very much dependent on how we live our lives. Incredible. But unlike Yitzchak, my Yitzchak, Yaldus Vashakos, Hevel. So listen to this. What does it mean when it says Yaldus, which means youth? Shakos means when your hair is black, which also represents youth. So what does this mean? Or nothingness. So what's it literally? The things you do in your youth, lacking your face in your old age. So what's it? So Rashi, what this means is no tashmash. Sometimes if a person is too preoccupied with sexual activity in their youth, it saps one of their vitality in their old age. That's how Rashi understands it. But that's not a Parshat Shan. Parshat Shan will say is that what? Sometimes I do things in my youth that black in my face that embarrass me in my old age. Right? So I say, isn't that that life is all about gauging your actions based on how you're going to feel about it. If I do this now, will I feel proud of it in 30 years from now? Will I feel proud of it when it's been 20 years, but it's probably with it after 120? And sometimes like what we end up doing is we make impetuous decisions in our youth. And I've also, that window of youth could be anywhere from like the age of like 15 to like about 85. Right? We make a lot of youthful decisions in that window. And the question is, will the decisions of my youth embarrass me in my old age? What a way to live my life. What a way to live my life. Will the decisions of my youth embarrass me in my old age. And of course, my goal is that I don't know. No, before I do this, I ask myself, will this decision now embarrass me in my old age? If it will, don't do it. If it won't, go for it. So the Gemara says, already it's not kasha lima lemeis, kemachabasa kabusera b'gemara. This says, a worm in the body of the dead is as painful as a needle in the body of a living person. Which also indicates to us that what? That a corpse apparently feels what's happening to his body. Shneimar, b'sara alav yichav. Look at the flesh will be pain while it is upstart. So we'll say this discussion was that what a corpse actually being machlok is. I'm not going to give a nafsh adam is adalas alav. A person's neshama mourns for him during Shiva. Person begins, the person's neshama mourns for him Shiva. So we'll see Shneimar, nafsh alav toval. It says, Bayas Eva Ma'adik Shubashan. So the one saying, quotes of the first deposit, doesn't know, not so Allah Teaval. So his soul will mourn for him. And mourning, we learn ultimately again from Yosef. But Yaakov, that mourning extends for 70. So we'll say, person's soul. So you see, there's a question, why does my soul mourn for me after I die? Because when a person dies, the soul realizes all that I could have accomplished. But now that I'm dead, I can no longer accomplish it. So it's that every single time a person dies, when a person dies, his soul, her soul mourns for them. So my soul mourns over my soul, mourns over my death. Because my soul, more than anyone or anything else, knows what I could have been and what I could have accomplished. And now that physical life has come to an end, whatever I did, and whatever I didn't, I didn't. So my neshama sits shiva for me after I die. Incredible Gemara. So the Gemara goes like, what's happens if someone dies and he leaves behind no relatives? Only you're going to the ocean in Komo. You gather a million people. And they sit in this. Was the guy who died in neighborhood already. And this man had no family, literally no mourners, no control, no family. So what happened on the days? Yoma Hava Gibar Hava Davar of Yehuda Beasara, Yosim Bidukte. So every day Yehuda gathered 10 people and went to the house to sit Shiva, to daven, not to sit Shiva, but to daven, to be in the house of this individual. After 7 years were over, the deceased appealed to Yehuda in a dream. You should find inner tranquility for you have given me tranquility. So that is in fact the halakha from Allah. That if someone Rahman dies without family, so there is a halakha that says you make a minion in that person's home and you spend a little bit of time in that person's home. So that is the halakha. Again, all of this ties together. Because remember again, what you begin to see over here is that when a person dies, their neshama, the Yaakov sits shiva over them. What that means is that normally when there's a base adult, when there's a house of mourners, so the neshama is mourning along with his loved ones. So that is not telling us that when there are no mourners, when there's no distractor, there's no one happening, so the neshama is all alone. So therefore the halakha is you bring 10 people to the house where the person died, where the person lived, and the Mexican can make a minion there. That way, again, you're being menachim adol for the neshama. This is such an incredible yisrael. One Rabbi Avot. First, only with Meis Yogad Shishim Avot. This is incredible. The Lord says anything you say in the presence of the dead, the deceased is aware of until the grave is filled with. So apparently, again, Rabbi Avot says that the deceased hears everything until the grave itself is filled. This is actually machlokes. So Chad Amar Achis one says that the dead hears everything until the grave is filled. The Chad Amar Achis Achal Habasa. And another says no, the dead hear everything until the flesh decomposes. As long as the body is intact, even though it's buried, dead hear everything. And the Amar Achis Achal Habasa. For the opinion that says that the dead hear everything until the body decomposes. The Ksiv Ach Bisara Allah Yichav the Nafsha Allah Koval. As the Lord says, his flesh will be pained upon him, and his soul will mourn for him. So it sounds like as long as the flesh is intact, then the nice, again, so the person is aware. So the Gemara says, "Mandama actually Golo." The opinion that says ultimately again until the grave is filled in, the sit the Yashov ha'afar ala aretz kishaya. The person says literally again, the body will go, the spirit will go back to the earth as it was. So once the body is returned to the earth, IT is filled in, the dead are no longer aware of what is happening in this world. This incredible Gemara. Now, Ruach Kashrut Elo, the spirit will return to God, who gave it. Today, Lo was looking to help you in this Gemara. So meaning after I die, I return my soul back to the So as I'll say, today, Lo, Kemoshe Nasno Lecha. Give back your soul to God as He gave it to you. So the Gemara says, so Kemoshe Nasno Lecha B'Tara, After B'Tara. Just like HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave you a pure soul, give him back a pure soul. Devotion gave me a kind of shama shat to be the holy. Because Baruch Hu, you gave me a pure soul. So what's my goal? My goal is to give you back a pure soul. Marshal Melech, Marshal Adam, Shechalak Divgei Malchus La'avodah. This can be compared to an earthly king who distributed clothing to his servants. Was he gave them each like royal garments. Take him Shebahen, gift room, anything with stuff, with a smart one. So apparently, what happens with the backstory? The king gave them royal garments for safekeeping. For safekeeping, so the smart ones went ahead and folded up the royal garments and put them away in a box. And the foolish ones, wore them to work. So what happens? The young and big age, a little while later, the king requested his clothing back. So the smart ones went ahead and just took it out of the box. It was all nice, pressed, laundered, give it right back to the king. Tips and show ahead. The foolish ones had to give back the clothing, but the clothing was dirty. Samak Hamela Liklas, the king was very happy to greet smart ones and gave him back the nice packed state. Because Liklas Tips. He was very angry at the foolish ones. Our picture regarding the smart ones, Amar Yit, Nosnu Klila Otsa, go ahead and put back my clothing, my usual back into the storehouse. And allow these smart ones, the Christians, to go home. Our picture, Amar, the foolish ones, he said, Nosnu clothing has to be longer. The Hain is Hap Sugar and let the foolish ones be incarcerated in jail. So again, the neutral is very powerful. We started to give an article of clothing, it's called a shama. And one day after the Prophet is going to ask for it back. So if I'm smart and make sure that the shama is clean, that the shama is beautiful, that it's properly laundered and pressed and ready to be returned to its maker. And therefore, again, when they put the garment back, I'm proud to give it back to them in the first place. But if I'm foolish and I just soil it and I sully and I dirty it and I drag around, take it anywhere, everywhere, then unfortunately, the nice stuff, when I have to give it back, it's very compromised. I was compromising that. To be long, it has to be processed, it has to be cleaned, it has to be purged. And unfortunately, I can't go home. I can't find rest until the process is complete. Regarding the bodies of tzaddikim and Baruch Hu, so let them come to peace and rest on their resting place. And about the souls of the righteous, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, let them be bound in the everlasting bond of life. That's for tzaddikim. Regarding the bodies of the wicked, Omer in Shalom Amar Hashem, there is no peace for the wicked. About the souls of the wicked, Baruch says that Nefesh Ayidaka Yikam and of the self-Kapakala. That literally again, regarding the souls of your enemies, almost like and the soul Kapakala literally means that it will be remain within the pouch of the slingshot. You'll see what that imagery means in just a moment. Kind of. What's the first line? Chokman days, or these 152 feet.
Like a heist. They deployed what do you call it? Propaganda, psychological warfare, everything. They did after
Nishmasan shel tzadikim g'nizos tachas kisei hakavod. The souls of the righteous are hidden away underneath the divine throne. Shneimar, v'haisat nefesh adoni tzura b'tzar ha'chayim. That the soul of my master be bound in the everlasting arms of life. So what's this is the soul, that the souls of tzaddikim are kept underneath the kisei hakavod. The Shon, what about the souls of the wicked? It's almost mahos. They like wander around. Malach echad only the sofa olam, malach echad only the sofa olam. When the Kal in the Shmashim Zalazavos is wild. What happens with the souls of the wicked? So one angel stands at one end of the world, another angel stands at the other end of the world. What do? They throw it back and forth. They sling the neshamas of the wicked back and forth. Let's say, what's the imagery? So, you know, the imagery is rest. Rest, that's the metaphor. So the neshamas of the tzaddikim find rest. The neshamas of the wicked do not find rest. Which I will say, and the logic of that is as follows. If you live a good life in this world, you can rest and you leave. If you do not lead a good life in this world, when your work is not done, if your work is not done, then you find rest. Also, you don't know this. You don't know this. When you know that you've lived a good day, when you've done something good meaning, you find a certain level of inner tranquility. When you know deep down that you do not use your time wisely, you do not use your day wisely, very feels an internal sense of unease and so the neshamas of the tzaddikim ultimately find rest. The neshamas of the neshama will be lungs, whatever the right word is, they're back and forth from one end of the world to the other. You know, right? Shneimar, tzadaka yitzchana b'sof kapla. Amli rabbi rabbi. Shabeon in my what's the wow? So he told me that the neshamas of the tzaddikim find rest. The neshamas of the rishaim are flung from one end of the world to the other. What happens with the neshamas of the beinonim? The middle of the road is what happens with them? So my Amalei Ika. So I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, he goes something. No, Amalei Hu Hainosa. The Rav Nachman said, so it's a good thing I didn't die. Because had I died, I would not have been able to tell you this important idea. But this is what Shmuel said. Elu v'elu v'duman himself. Both the neshamas of the wicked and the neshamas of the Deonim are given over to Duma. So what's apparently Duma is the malach who is in charge of the ruchos. The ruchos can mean the direction, ruchos can mean the neshamas. He is the malach in charge of the neshamas. So what happens? Halalu yesh b'manach, the Beinonim, your neshamas find rest. Halalu imo ha'manach, that the neshamas of the Restream do not find rest. So much as the good news is that the Beinonim kind of share the same state of the tzaddikim. That the Beinonim, their neshamas find some level of rest in the world to come as well. Amalei Rav Mari, Asidim tzaddikim v'havu akda. The tzaddikim, even their bodies decompose and become dirt. Dust. Because look at the pasuk says that literally again it will go back to the dust of the earth as well. So the body. Even the body will decompose and turn to the most. Listen to this story. Get ready for this. Hano Kapuloi Travakafu Ba'ad Rav. So there's a group of guys who were digging on the property of Rav Nachman. So we'll say what happened. Get ready for this. They came across a body. So they were digging, but apparently there was an unmarked grave. So they came across a body buried in the dirt, and the body snorted at them. The person snorted at them. Now the Gemara tells us Rabachai Bar Yoshia. So they got to the body snorted. So the Amru Rav Nachman, Nacha ben Gavra, so what's the problem? He goes to Rav Nachman and says, listen, if you came across the body snorted. And also, it's just like something I don't imagine. I remember the presence of mind, it would have run the other way. Okay, these guys had the presence of mind. So Rav Nachman, we came to a body, we found the body, and the body snorted at us. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Rav Nachman came to see the body. Normally, my Rav Nachman is the body. Who are you? So Amalei, Ana Achai Bar Yoshia. The body says, I am Achai Bar Yoshia. Amalei Balav Amarav Maria Sita Diki Davia. So that Moshe, you died a long time ago. How is it that your body is attached? Didn't we learn that even tzaddikim disintegrate? Amalei, Amalei, Umani, I'm sorry. Amalei, Amalei, Umani Mali, the Lord Yadana. Amalei, the Gemara says, who is this? Right? Who is this person that you're quoting? I don't know it. Amalei, but how crux is, but it's not speaking, it's a pasuk. The pasuk says, Yeshova Afar Alar Kishahaya. That ultimately, again, the body will return to the dust like it was. So the pasuk that says that bodies decompose. It was at this point in time. Rabbi Chai Bar Yoshi says, that Kayach Kohelas like Kayach. Whoever touches Kohelas, clearly not teaching Mishnah. L'chsev Nerekev Atzamos Kina. Literally, again, the rot of bones is jealousy. Whoever has jealousy in his heart, his bones will rot after he dies. However, again, whoever does not have jealousy in his bones, his body will not rot. So look, apparently, a person doesn't have kina in their life, no jealousy. If there's jealousy, that's the body rots. It's such an incredible muscle, right? You know, anytime that a person suffers from jealousy, it literally is like a rot inside of the body. It's a person from the inside out. Gotcha. So Rav Nachman touched the body of Rav Achai Bar Yoshi. It's the Malasha. And so that literally the body was in fact going to maybe in the single vision. Maybe the body's not really just the vision. He touched it and the body was really there. So Nachman says, you want to come over? Nachman says to the body, you want to come and speak to my house? You're right, we're talking. We can be in this conversation in a natural setting. Why don't you get up out of the grave? Come into my home. I'm like, Golis Adais Fadat. The Vilo color. So Nachman looks up from the grave and he says, but you haven't even Navi. Ichsev Yadatem, Kiani Hashem, the Piskes Kibosei. The Pasuk says, you will know that I am God when I open up your graves. So it's the idea techniques that now that when I get in there, but it's powerful to bring the dead out of their graves. So you know, thank you for the invitation. But when I said the only person who can bring back from this grave is the Rebbeinu Shalom. So the Gemara says, "Amalei v'hak sifti afa atavel afa kasher." So you know, Nachman says, "I don't understand how your body's attached." Doesn't the pasuk say you are dust and you will go back to dust? Ultimately, again, he says that what happens one moment before Tchiyasamis. So apparently, again, here's what's amazing. This is much indicated over here that the bodies of tzaddikim remain intact. Bodies of tzaddikim remain intact. And that's because at this point over here, you understand decomposition is a function of negative forces inside of the body. Whether it's kino, whatever else it is, those are things that rot you from the inside out that causes bodily decomposition. It doesn't have these negative attributes. Ultimately, again, his body remains intact. Yet, even for the tzaddikim, his body remains intact. Apparently, they disintegrate a moment before Tchias, a moment before the arrival of Mashiach, and then they come back. We'll say as if to show that everyone experiences a rebirth by Tchias. Everyone experiences a rebirth by Mashiach. Even the righteous whose bodies are intact up until this point when Mashiach comes, ultimately experience this rebirth, this rejuvenation. That's stuff over here. Incredible. Tomorrow stuff over here. There is still more beautiful leadership in the intelligence community as a weapon of war to counter these successful insurgencies, wars. Vietnam being a notable example all the way through Afghanistan. And so that's why it was built. But then that tech got deployed by governments against their own citizens. And this was really launched in large part in the United States by a presidential directive from Barack Obama. I'm not making this up. You can look it up. And by the way, the presidential directive is still in place that established the nudge technology units in the United States. They were already operating in the UK, and in the UK is quite advanced. We're looking at UK politics right now and what's going on there with all the censorship and everything. This is no joke. We're barely
right to that endpoint, same as Canada has. We're just a little bit behind. And there, we have the benefit of the First Amendment in the Constitution. And, often in the courts, but there they don't have those obstacles. And the government believes in the UK that once they have won an election, it's perfectly acceptable to deploy this modern psychology and information control technology on the population. And I argue that once that Rubicon is crossed, the idea of democracy, because the tech is so powerful, becomes completely perverted. We got a good hard taste of that during COVID. What you and I experienced, what you experienced with ivermectin, what you experienced with, just talking about your own experiences, and blowback that happened after we did that little thing, is a super powerful, clear case study in understanding this intersection of modern psychology, warfare technology, and the digital world, and algorithmic control of information, the creation of digital avatars for all of us, the application now in the present of artificial intelligence to custom craft messaging that gets fed into our digital domains on a regular basis in order to, sell us whatever, but also to shape how we think and to control what information we get access to all the time. Just to give an example, my wife, who does a lot of research for Substack, was talking to me the other day. She just gave me a couple examples where stories that were in corporate media in the United States that weren't listing certain names or whatever. She said, I just go to Institute Times. Institute Times is a great source for all the stuff that we're not allowed to see here in the United States. You're now in an environment, an information environment, where you cannot rely on, but we all know that. You can't rely on corporate media, but the rules, the boundaries that are being set up about information are profound and completely distorting our ability to process what's happening around us. Can I give you the example of what actually happened? You said in our example with the blowback in Spotify, this is documented by a report out from the House about COVID and what happened. And that report only carries just through to the early part of the vaccines and then stops. For some reason, they didn't really want to go down the road to the vaccines. They didn't talk a lot about the events around let's say, lab leak hypothesis, which is allowed. You're allowed in DC now to talk about that. Yeah, you're still, it was about 4 years later. Yeah. So what was documented was that the trail of events was that we had our discussion. That triggered, and this is going to sound bizarre, but this is what's documented. That triggered Coca-Cola Corporation to complain to the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which is created by the World Economic Forum, which is one of these global aggregators that controls advertising. The Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which, by the way, had it dust up with Elon Musk and lost, and they closed it down as a nonprofit. It still exists in other ways, but as a structure that could be sued by X, it disappeared when he was put up against it. But Global Alliance for Responsible Media had a socket with Google AdSense. So they control the advertising ecosystem, which kind of matters to Spotify. So Coca-Cola complains to Car, saying, this guy broke it. You gotta shut it down. Okay. You gotta put pressure on Spotify. So Spotify gets the message from government that we're threatening to pull your advertising. Now, what happens between that and your experience, I don't know to be what you experienced. Yeah, we all remember the Laurel Canyon crowd saying they were going to pull their catalogs, which they didn't. Right? That was another thing. And then they went after you with this mashup in historic events. There was clearly a concerted effort to take out Joe Rogan. Much more than to take out Rogan. And so then the question comes, why the heck would Cola be the socket with the global alliance for responsible one of the biggest advertisers in the world? Why would Coca-Cola give what Joe Rogan said to Robert Malone on New Year's Eve? Really tight with the CDC. Coca-Cola has funded buildings of the CDC. Coca-Cola funds the CDC Foundation of the CDC, as does Bill and Gates, as done all the major vaccine manufacturers, etc., etc. I can't verify. The CDC acted through its ally, Coca-Cola. What are the allies? What's Cola got to do with CDC? The angle there is Coca-Cola wanted the CDC to get WHO to not implement restrictions in messaging use. Okay? Those messages, remember, this is at the heart of the food triangle. The food triangle was the product of sugar lobby. The sugar lobby is incredibly powerful because this stuff is addictive. It's like having the cocaine lobby, right? Well, and that's an interesting analogy because of the history of Coca-Cola. So sugar's addictive. The CDC, Coca-Cola didn't want the CDC to influence public health policy to avoid global decisions on the risks associated with sugar intake because it would potentially hurt their market share in their major globalized company. So that little ecosystem that I just described illustrates what we're dealing with here. And the many ways that all of this kind of influence and messaging and signaling happens in this kind of integrated, horizontally and vertically ecosystem that we live in right now. And one of the things that came out of that, you'll recall, was that you were asked, as I recall, you gave this, I've had a hostage video. I think that was close to a hostage video from you back in the day when you were saying, this is what I'm going to do. It was like out on our porch or something. I remember I was sitting around the campfire and bowing quite literally when somebody said, did you just see this from Rogan? And as a matter of fact, I was sitting around Gavin Becker's campfire at that time, somebody that you know. And so the compromise was that there would be a little trailer put at the bottom of that episode. And by the way, you probably know that episode for a long time became very hard to find. It was basically blacklisted from the search engines, etc., etc. But it carries on, I think it still does, a little banner that says, you should go to the CDC if you want to be true about COVID. And you can still find those kinds of banners popping up all the time on YouTube. If you talk about vaccines or COVID vaccines, that will get, if you pass the filters, if YouTube will allow that to still be up, because you didn't say something, whatever it is, then you'll get the little banner. Okay, that banner is pushed out by the nudge units at the CDC. Okay, that is nudge technology. It is all around us all the time, and it's basically still public policy consequent to the old Obama presidential directive that still hasn't been rescinded. I love President Trump. I think he's doing amazing things. I think he's amazingly brave. I just mentioned our friend Gavin Becker, who referred to Trump the other day when I saw Gavin in Maui as a once 500-year leader. And that's not And so I'm a big supporter, but the president has still left in place this mechanism that exists, directs the federal government to use nudge technology, what I is psychological warfare technology, on the American populace.
Or this is from back in, what was it, 2015 or something like that?
Yeah, it's quite early. And then you had Obama's subsequent, like the notorious speech at Stanford, where he talks about in order to preserve democracy, we're going to have, he says we're going to have censorship in order to preserve democracy, or whatever democracy is.
For people that don't know what we're talking about, we're related to the Smith Month.
And then Smith Month, everybody focuses on Smith Month. But as I examined Smith Month, and we did an essay on this in the Substack, like 3 years ago, because that was kind of the narrative that was coming out in, let's say, our side of alternative media. And in my examination, Smith Month's impact is a lot more limited. It has to do with Voice of America and some of those things. The broad impact wasn't quite, in my opinion, what was believed to be of enabling propaganda domestically. But more specifically, there is a presidential directive that nudge technology, that established a nudge office, that nudge technology shall be used. I don't know. They've gone through various iterations, and I'm sorry I don't have the latest version. And it's kind of become decentralized.
The social behavioral science team on Wikipedia says that was stopped in 2017, but continued during the Trump administration. The General Services Administration's Office of Evaluation Science.
There we go. Yeah. It's kind of become. It's been, like I said, it's been pushed out into a lot of the agencies. They don't use that lexicon because it's easy to find. Right. There's other euphemisms they use to describe those kinds of activities, but it's become normalized. The weaponization of propaganda has become normalized.
Overall, behavioral intervention nudges like the ones implemented by OES found the effect in a recent psychological science article. Researchers identified several policy areas of interest, example healthcare.
We go 2015.
Yeah, so 2015. President Obama signs an executive requiring federal agencies to incorporate behavioral insights into their evaluation efforts. That's a nice way of saying use propaganda on the American people.
Yeah. Okay. And so this has kind of become. Thank you so much for pulling that up. That's super helpful. So this is, like I said, if I can illustrate, I was on a Great Britain News broadcast about 4 years ago. At the time when they would, there was a window of time when they would have me on, but it was sketchy. GB News was the only one that would do it. And the rules were that if you were going to have somebody that was speaking against the government narrative, then you had to have somebody representing the government's interests in the same broadcast. So that's implemented. By basically on with this guy who's pinstripe, bow tie, it just reeks. And I'm talking about psychological warfare and the 77th Brigade, which is part of the British Army, which is their psychological warfare unit, is very open. That's the case, as is the existence of a civilian branch that they set up, paying people to do social media in opposition of counter narratives that the government didn't approve of. I mean, now they just, under Stark, they just censor you and send you to jail. They just cut out the middleman. But back then, they were still kind of buying civilians. And so I'm talking about this. And that's that. The guy says, yeah, but here in the UK, our belief is that if the government wins the election, they have the right to govern. And that right to govern includes our ability to use this type of technology, and we believe that it's justified to do so. And that, when that conversation mass formation. What I saw, what I experienced with you, what I experienced with the concerted attacks of the media, and subsequently it's been validated by this congressional report that talks about, for instance, the Jura tickets. The Jura tickets are a system that all the soft companies use to track glitches and complaints and stuff like that. The government had their own Jura ticket set up to log information about activities of persons that they wanted to have censored and suppressed. And they would build these Jura tickets with information. And so one of the things that's out of the congressional report was that I actually had a Jura ticket. I was surprised that was the case. Not surprised in retrospect. And my personal sins were that I was listed as an anti-vaxxer and a conservative.
You're a vaccinologist and a conservative. That's a conservative.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the stuff that's coming out, that's wild. It's fascinating to query things like Gronk, even Gronk, about certain subjects, and you will find where they have algorithmically built firewalls, and you can approach them and detect them, because if you act dumb, it'll lock up. Seemingly, it won't give you that answer, or it'll talk around the issue, etc., etc. You can identify these things that are built in algorithmically, and of course, then we have all of the disclosures, the Zuckerberg, I'm so sorry, apology tour that happened to Rimmer when basically he got out by Congress, and the rest of the tech bros, and of course, the thing that catalyzed all of that was that Elon decided to help a good chunk of change by Twitter,
which I think was one of the most impactful decisions that any citizen has ever made.
Amazing. There's how can you debate that? How can you
debate it when you look at the Twitter files? How much the government was involved in censoring information from legitimate professors, esteemed researchers, anybody who didn't go along with the official narrative.
It's all coming out now in spades. Now, the lovely thing about us, let's try. It is morning in America, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of people are very dark in darkness at times, but there's, not to push the metaphor too far, but there is, and the fact that we can now see and we recognize it, you and I are a similar generation. One of my early memories was the assassination of the president, and all of the propaganda around that, the propaganda around the Vietnam War, ever since, we've just been swimming in information control, increasingly sophisticated. And fortunately, we also kind of have become more and more immune to marketing and propaganda over time, because we've been living, trying to discern what is, false. This is, it's a core part of what you do for a living, I think, is just try that. We've been swimming in it. We can see the structures, the power of artificial intelligence and influence mapping and all the things that are going on in the internet right now that are cutting edge technology. They're scared because they can be weaponized against us. But they're also super cool because we can now see those relationships. An example of that, look at the threads that are coming out on X, illuminating the networks of affiliation associated with this Lee Simpson case. Just mind-blowing. And it's just like, we can sit here and bitch and whine saying, oh, they didn't release that, blah, blah, blah. This is redacted, and all that's true. But still, the impact of that information, and we're still getting to the bottom of it. It's completely
changed most people's narrative of what happened. Like, we had this sort of understanding, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence of talking about children,
And pretty obscene.
horrifying. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about this. I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense. And you're a cop. It just seems like
If Mike Benz was incredulous, that's pretty big.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out. And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying my position on this completely shifted. I thought there's probably some really sick people who have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, oh, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
Okay, so thank you for saying it. I'm somebody who's raised a Christian and went to Bible school and that kind of stuff as a kid, and youth groups, and then growing up in Central Coast of California, let's say, veered in different ways. But the experiences that we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language to express what we're observing in the world other than the language of theology.
Well, demonic action. So whether or not demons exist, if they did exist, that is how they would behave. They would prey on children and torture children. And there was one where there was a suggestion when a child was praying to Jesus that, like, there was a joke that someone should dress up like Jesus. Did you see that one? No, I saw it and I go, okay, because I'm pretty, for the most part, on social media. But every now and then someone will say, I have to look at, like, oh my God. And these are emails back and forth. There's one of them where Evan says, I enjoyed the torture video. There's these references to pizza, a lot of references to pizza that are 100% some kind of a code. Yeah. And it brings you back to Pizzagate, which was widely just, everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of, here it is. She said she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. And then he writes, whoops. And then in response, Jeffrey Epstein says, you should dress up as him when you see her.
It is dark.
You should dress up like Jesus when you see her. Fuck.
Well, you're talking about a little kid. Look at the line above it. How am I supposed to coming trick?
The OH Jesus. I'm coming trick.
It's just the whole thing. But so we see this darkness. It involves leaders in science, in industry, in politics, and it just, I remember a point in this arc of the last 6 years where a film crew came onto my farm and wanted to shoot some segments, and they were talking this, and frankly, I thought it was crazy talk. I kind of smiled and tried to be civil and nice, not contradict them about the New World Order. And then along comes, my wife one day says, hey, look at this book from Klaus Schwab. It's called The New World Order. What?
Just saying it out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, World Economic Forum had those ads where they were saying you will own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah. And it goes back. England was the guy that kind of launched that. He was the first one to be really talking about that you can, if you can use your favorite AI and track it down yourself. I prefer not to use Google these days to try to find stuff. But see vertical after vertical after vertical after vertical where information has been crafted and manipulated, and these same tools of delegitimization, of promotion of these messages that you are a conspiracy theorist or that you are controlled opposition is another favorite one. A lot of this was pioneered in the 60s by the FBI against the various protest movements. You can go back and track that. Okay, the narrative of being a curator surreptitiously is called badjacking. And it has its own language and protocols for how to do this to people, to divide movements. We're in this in a way. It's kind of a glorious moment where a huge amount of social pressures coming together in this moment in time that you and I happen to live in. How fantastic is that? To be at a point in time where there is so much change, there's so much social interaction and pressure and competition between these different philosophies, and we're swimming in it. As somebody who writes on a daily basis these essays on Substack, because I make my living now because I can't what I used to do. It's candy shop. There's so much corruption. There's so much falsehood being promoted. There's so much of this manipulation of reality. And so if you're in the business of trying to help people make sense out of that, which is kind of what I do now, it's, I wake up every morning, I get this feedback, how do you come up with all these ideas? I'm like, how do you not? All you got to do is keep your eyes open. That's not hard to search. So you talked about ivermectin. The ivermectin story is still ongoing. There was an announcement the other day from HHS that they are launching new initiatives to investigate the use of cancer. And there was immediate blowback. A lot of oncologists are outraged. The narrative is Bobby, I'm not saying this explicitly, but basically Bobby Kennedy is at it once again, promoting falsehoods and conspiracy theories, and it's gonna, we're all gonna die because scientists are going to investigate the use of iron and other drugs. Why cancer? So this is this core question, and this is one of the things that puzzled me to no end. I understood that they were upset that I had gotten better without the use of the vaccine, that I was a popular person, that I was a famous person. I made a video about a canceled show. Danielle and I were supposed to do a show, and I made the deal to let everyone know that I couldn't do it because of COVID. I had no idea it was going to be even controversial, but I listed a bunch of things that I took, and the shit hit the fan. I talked about IV vitamins, I talked about monoclonal antibodies, I talked about prednisone, all these things that I talked about, CPAC, I talked about all these different things that I took. There was no mention of any of those things. There was only ivermectin, and that's what really puzzled me. I was like, this is fascinating, because I listed a bunch of different things, but no demonization of monoclonal antibodies. They did make them much harder to get. Yeah, that's driven. So I have a friend and his friend hospital, and they wouldn't administer, wouldn't allow him to have one. Went on to the hospital is a whole other thing. But that's crazy. So the why? The only medication, only two threads can pull on it all, is that ivermectin is a miracle drug. The Nobel Prize, right? We don't understand completely how it works. In this case, it doesn't seem to be working as an antiviral. It seems to be working as a stimulant, pro-inflammatory or pro-immune response in some way. And so because it has this broad spectrum of activity against things that have an immune response component in controlling. But it's off patent. They don't understand it. It's off patent, and the response is as if it represents a threat to some business interests. It's hard to discern that. And you mentioned CPAC. So that's another fascinating one. And to say that it was only ivermectin was the most prominent, but they're actually in shutting down the ZPAC, the use of hydroxychloroquine. And hydroxychloroquine, fascinating story. When you ZPAC, you're talking about Zelenko. And Zeb was the one that wrote the letter to the president saying, here's this data and this information about this drug that is off patent. Well, we have a huge portfolio of experience in using it on millions and millions of doses. It's safe in pregnancy. What's not to like here? And the story of that is a fascinating microcosm because it goes back to Ralph Barrick. Ralph Barrick had published that back years ago. He's kind of a guru of coronaviruses. A good case can be made that he had his fingers all over the engineering of this particular virus. So he published that this drug was effective against coronaviruses. And Zev Zelenko, who's passed away now, got engaged in trying to find some way to help his patients in New York with recovering from COVID and treating COVID. And he went back, did a deep dive into Barrick's work, pulled out this drug, hydroxychloroquine, that had been recommended, wrote to the president about it, he got clinical experience with it. And, caveat, Mickey Willis is doing a bio on Zev now, and I'm involved in that, so conflict of interest. But he was the one who pulled it out, sent the letter to the president with his clinical experience. President tasked Peter Navarro with sourcing the drug. And Peter O'Connell went to town. I remember a company I was working with, Allchem at the time, getting a call from Peter. Can you come up with some way to import this drug here domestically? We want to source it so we have enough dose for everybody. And then I think it was Lancet published this paper that had totally made up data to push the drug. Said that it's toxic, doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. It's all fake. Okay? They pulled the paper when it revealed that it was based on non-existent data. It was more propaganda published in one of the top medical journals in the United States. But by that time, it was completely crushed. So to go after Z-Stack, they'd already killed Z-Stack. Ivermectin, though, that was a new threat. And one of the reasons why it was a threat was there was a meta-analysis that had been done at the Cochrane Institute in the UK. It's like, the holy grail for analysis of drugs in biologics. And this process of meta-analysis, they kind of wrote rules for how to do it. And they had done an analysis that showed that ivermectin was quite effective. And then something happened. And there was some influence exerted. And suddenly that meta-analysis got quenched. It got squashed. There were two investigators that were involved in building that. One kind of went underground and got a big grant and carried on as an academic. The other one got so pissed off that she created this organization called the World Council for Health that's test learning. And she really objected to what happened, but ivermectin, there was a signal there. There was a clear signal there. There was data supporting that signal. And then something happened to cause that meta-analysis to be restructured, and certain studies that were showing how effective it was to be thrown out, and the suppression of the data coming out of India. You remember that? And Pradesh, and I guess it kind of, it's like the cat was out of the bag, and they had trouble putting it back in, so they just, my sense is, they turned up the amplitude on the propaganda and the censorship in order to try to overcome it. And I'm pretty sure, remember who was it held the original patent? Now, I was involved as an observer on behalf of DITRA to the active trials that were going on under the Foundation for NIH, which is sponsored significantly by Merck, and which is now headed up by the former head of Merck Vaccines, Bobby can't get her out. And the trials, including the clinical trial, that essentially by tweaking the dosing, etc., made it so that they came up with a result suggesting that ivermectin was not effective. There was a whole lot of manipulation in the why part. Still, the best explanation I've heard is that it had a lot to do with the risk that if there was an effective countermeasure, then the utilization of the PrEP Act and the emergency countermeasures to a process to enable fast tracking of these vaccines using this new technology would no longer be valid, because those rules is if there's an existing countermeasure, then you can't implement those clauses.
So it's all about emergency use authorization.
I don't know if that's the case. It's
the only thing that makes sense when you see how much profit they made. Like,
which was enormous.
So it was effective. And all that propaganda, regardless of how much exposed their methods, they made hundreds of billions of dollars. And that's the ugly part of all of this. People, the big picture, when I talk to people that are still kind of on the fence, trying to make sense out of it, there's still a lot of those folks out there. The thing that kind of gets into their brain is the greatest upward transfer of wealth in modern history occurred during COVID. It wasn't just the vaccines, it was the whole enterprise. Lockdowns, all the what was done to small businesses, yes, what was done to the economy, the stimulus packages, they're still digging out all that fraud. In retrospect, for average folks that are just trying to put food on the table and pay their rent, to look at, in retrospect, what was quite literally done to them. The middle class was hollowed out and like on hyper. So yeah, I'm still talking about this. The thing is, not enough people are, and so many people let it go. And part of the reason why not enough people are pissed off about it is because they took the vaccine and they want to justify the decision. And you will talk to a lot of people that make this blanket claim the vaccine's influence. And they'll just say that.
Yeah, because that's the propaganda along my fault with safe and effective. That was a promoted narrative. And that was, by the way, the rationale given by the Nobel Prize Committee to award to Grieco and Weissman was that these products, which they had, the thesis is they had been playing the central role. I disagree. I think Peter Cullis is the one that should have got it. If you're going to give it for these vaccines, it was Peter Cullis and his team at UBC that really wasn't enabling tech. But be that as it may, the decisions made, and the committee said basically, millions of lives have been saved. And by this Nobel at this time, competent to promote Marx at this product. That was explicitly the logic given at the time. And that reflects what the thrust vector. it's what a bizarre world since we met. And so I've been sucked into to call it the center right of Europe is a little bit of a misnomer because they're all socialists as far as concerned, Georgia Maloney and everybody else. But compared to the far left, they're labeled as neo-Nazis. But I've been traveling to Europe, interacting with these people. You think it was bad for us? The European Union, the UK, and the Canada were going to do worse. That we should be so grateful that we live in this country at this time, and that we still have something like a functioning constitution, the First and Second Amendment. Suckers in Australia, in New Zealand. Remind yourself it could be a lot worse here, and it has been a heck of a lot worse in Europe. I've got buddies in Romania in the leading alternative party, calling it center right, let's say, that recently, I think it was the vice president came out and said specifically that last election was stolen. It was in Romania, Georgescu, they tried to put in jail, and the logic was that I think it was TikTok supporting his campaign had been sponsored by the Russians. It was the same game that they played against Trump of Russian collusion. They played that same book in Romania successfully, but in the European Union environment, in the European Council, they don't, they got a constitution, and they step right in and throw you in jail, inactivate your candidacy, do whatever if you represent a populist threat to the existing structure. We talk about the deep state, but it's a problem here. But Mike Pence, I defer to as a notable expert in that space. But it's a lot worse in Europe and Australia, in Canada, and the UK, and I think we're in a perilous time here in the United States where we have the midterm coming up, but people like Bobby are making progress, and these dissident positions that have risked so many things. And I'm just wondering, I hear people saying, "Oh, Robert, they've been so mean to you." Come on, guys. You think they would mean to me? Then look at what they did to Bobby, and then and then look. I don't have a nick in my ear. Look at what they did to Trump. What they did to me is just nobody compared to that, and they're willing to deploy that kind of capability against me. Think about what's really going on at the higher levels where the big games are being played, and at least we can see that. At least we have those of us that have our eyes open. We have some ability to be aware. But what I've spent the last 2 years mostly trying to convince people about, I hardly ever talk about our name. I said, Joe, I gotta give a caveat. Forgive me. The opinions I'm expressing here are my own and not those of the U.S. government, the CDC, or the ACIP. There, I said it. Okay. But, we're in a moment where we're seeing how the levers and gears of how all this works. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, Friday, February 13th, what could possibly go wrong? Hopefully my plane flight out of here works okay, and they don't have a drone attack or something, right? So tomorrow there's a lawsuit filed on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics that seeks to shut down the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the changes in Bobby's implemented and force all of that to go back to the way things were when it was functionally controlled. By the Professional Society of Immunization off air those things, and we talk about it as if it only happened last administration. It's still ongoing all the time, and it is going to go big time if the House turns, which I think it probably will. There's a good chance that they've already drawn up articles of impeachment against Secretary Kennedy. They're talking about articles of impeachment against President Trump. We're about to go into another 2 years of stagnation. Functional, what do we call it? We can't call it civil war. By other means, is where we're heading right now. But at this moment, I'm seeing major movement. Kennedy is doing great stuff. The president is doing great stuff. We're seeing a transformation in America that's totally restructuring politics and the health side. Make America healthy again. There's pushback against that, and I get a lot of propaganda being played against it. Well, it's this whole quote that seems sort of abstract for most people most of the time, but rings kind of true. But you're finding it true more and more. Money is the root of all evil. Profound. Simple and profound. Yeah. I mean, this is the COVID thing with ivermectin and alternative medications, off-label medications. Why? Money. I think it also has to do with control. Right. I think which isn't tomorrow. Money. A fair access to money. Yeah, it's money and power, in my mind. The power. Yeah. They don't want power without money. They want to benefit from that power. I believe for the likes of Larry Fink and Bill Gates, they can't spend all that they have. Right. It's a marker. It's like chips. You're stacking up exactly right. They're scoring in a video game. Yeah. And but also captured by their past actions and constantly trying to escape from all the things that they have done in the past. They could be like, if you just went into Bill Gates' stuff they did in Africa, giving children polio with their polio vaccine that was from the AP. Africa and India. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of banned from India. So I don't get where these people live. I'm happy. As far as I'm concerned, I can walk away from all this stuff. It's just kind of a sense of obligation of what are you going to do when you're 66? I have this opportunity to impact in a positive way on the world on my way out the door. It wouldn't take well, I guess a lot of people would, but I don't have the need to have power. I have, thank God for my Substack subscribers, I have all that I need. My wife is happy. My horses are fed. My farm is paid off. And I have the luxury of doing good works. And that's enough. I don't get this global power thrust and hunger you do. That's not your thing. But if you were a politician or you were some megalomaniacal billionaire sort of business character that just wants to dominate and was involved in a bunch of antitrust lawsuits in the past, that would be not that we're naming any names. Not that we're naming any names that bribed off multi-millions to the tune of $300+ million so that they wouldn't write bad stories about it or owns, functionally owns the
We are going to start.
and the giant chunk of farmland was for a while to push that fake meat shit on everybody until they dropped off the cliff. So the business models aren't working out so good for the globalists, are they? I think a lot of it is because information is available now. And you can't control, one of the things that did happen during COVID is these places like CNN, people stopped going to for information. They don't believe them anymore. There's just too much bullshit, and no one got in trouble for spreading bullshit. There's no corrections, no redactions, no apologies. And so
wrong with
People
hiring
now
workers on
more than
Shabbos?
ever
Just want
in
to
my
point out, this is
lifetime
pointing us
mistrust
hiring
mainstream
workers on
media. And
Shabbos.
polls show that.
Not that's good to
Polls
do
show
work
that the trust
on
of mainstream
Shabbos,
media is at an
but even to
all-time
go
low
into work
for
after
good reason.
Shabbos,
They did it to
person
themselves.
just shouldn't
They
hire
prostituted
workers
themselves
on
out to the
Shabbos.
pharmaceutical drug
Although
companies.
Yom
They had to say what they had to
HaGavelo,
say on
Miss
television. People
Paul,
knew what they were saying
what's
was incorrect.
wrong with
And
bringing
now
hiring
no
workers
one
on
trusts them.
Shabbos? Especially if you're not
So,
doing work on
to this
Shabbos.
thread,
It says
about 4
it's
years
so
ago,
much
I read a report from the Trust News Initiative
that we use to highlight a lot of
was launched by
a lot of
BBC
these things that are just
to
not
counter
appropriate because they're so
disinformation
complex
and then repurposed to
they're
counter
obviously
vaccine
avoid
disinformation.
taking care of your own.
And I
Therefore,
read this
again, the
report
act of
about
hiring
on your show.
workers on Shabbos,
So I was
so
looking
the
at
again,
so reading this report, and they're talking about threats to the industry because TNI is basically another trade organization instead of guild. It's a global major media guild, and so they're doing this internal analysis and reporting, and they're talking about the risk vectors that they face, and they had a whole great big section on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan represents that was their threat. That was the major threat to business model is you and what you represent. You as a metaphor for this new information economy. And by God, they called it right. It's when this has been part of my journey, when I realized what I was experiencing, what it meant to come on your show and have that event occur, which would, by the way, blow up my subscribers on Substack. Thank you so much. I still get a wave every year about in the month following, so January, I get a big in revenue. Well, because of our subscribers on Spotify too. During the heat of it, we gained in 1 month, we gained 2 million subscribers. I had. Oh yeah, please. What's the Spotify subscribers? I know YouTube is over 20 million. What is Spotify at? So while he's looking that up, I had this bizarre experience. I'm just in a little right here guy with I'm about to have my 47th wedding anniversary. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm proud of it. I would have 20-year-olds come up in the street and fist bump me. What the hell? Yeah, well, they don't have a representative. I mean, they don't see all males. Yes, males. Those males don't have anybody in mainstream news that represents anything that resembles them. I know I'm much older than them, but I never went down this path of decay and weirdness that a lot of adult males go into. Corporate business and industry, and they become something unrecognizable to these young men who have freedom in life, and they're being suppressed, and they're being told that they're toxic. That was right there. Yeah, young men that have freedom in life. Yeah, and then they compromise. They don't want to be what their dad is. They don't want to be what their uncle is. They don't want to be these people that they work for. They're like, what is this fucking bullshit in life? I don't want that. I know I'm being lied to. I know the news is full of shit. And I know that one guy who is also a cage fighting commentator and a comedian and doesn't have to lie. Like, I don't have a boss really. I mean, Spotify promotes the show. They put the show out. We're a partnership with them. But there's no one telling me what to do, which is why you're here right now. There's no one. I don't have a conversation with no one. I literally reach out to my guy and say, hey, contact Mr. Malone, and let's get him back on. All I know is I got a message through X. Yeah, I was saying Joe Rogan. That was actually me. Message is me, which I rarely use those things, but I was trying to figure out how to contact you, so I reached out to you there, and then I sent it to my guy, and that's it. There's no one else. There's no one involved in all that, which you can still be you that way. As soon as you get involved in enormous groups of humans and a board, you have to sit down at a table with other executives, you have to make decisions based on the profitability of the company and shareholders and stuff. I have none of that. It's a skeleton. So, as I look back, the question
do this alone? Why were you able to, oh, you were so brave, Dr. Malone.
Robert Malone, that name became like the majority.
It became like,
Oh, yeah, that Malone guy.
yeah, it's all what it is. But then on the other side, I tour, do these rallies and stuff like this, and my wife, it really makes my wife nervous. Middle-aged women come up to me and they want to have selfies, and I get this, oh, Dr. Malone, you were so brave, you're such a hero kind of stuff, which I frankly find a little embarrassing. It's sweet, but yeah, that's about heroes. Why was it? Yeah, guys that defend the nation. But why was I able to speak? I think a big part of it was I had no debt. I wasn't pulled into anybody. And like you say, I've been about a decade being a consultant, a free living consultant, and it gotten under my skin. I've always been independent, farmer, carpenter kind of stuff. And that's, I guess, part of my problem is I just don't fit in corporate life. I can't suck up to people, and it's just not in me.
It's a very unhealthy environment for anyone to get sucked into the bizarre group thing.
It's just good work. This decentralized subscriber base model, the epiphany was being quite sincere. It's one of those moments my wife and I looked at each other and we said, what the hell are we going to do then? Our consulting business is shot. He wants to talk to me. I've been delegitimized. They say I don't know what I know. I haven't done what I've done. And this has been put by all the top liberal of the world. And so I said, okay, we're going to build this thing day after day, week after week, for years, each on it, and doing it, and we can do that too. We can bring that kind of work ethic into our world. Steve Kershaw told me on Spotify, we took it on. Seriously, we published thousands of essays almost every day. It's, Substack, Substack, I call it, and so we just work at it again and again and again, trying to put out content, and we're shadow banned in a small room on X in a serious way. We have 1.3 million subscribers, of which, all the time I can never see your stuff. What's algorithm, whatever it is, and you can ask Rock about Robert Malone, and you get back. I'm a controversial figure, but not one. And so we have a lot of subscribers, but we just have this core paid subscribers, and they send in their $5 a month, and it's all we need, and it totally sets us free. We can talk about whatever we want, and now that I'm a pseudo-government employee, I'm a special government employee without pay. Boy, that's like the worst of both worlds. Because I have, the truth is, I have guardrails that constrain me the way that I used to be constrained for talking about sometimes. I have to live in this world. I interface with the secretary and with the deputy chief of staff and other people, and now I'm just working with the State Department. So I have to be mindful. What is your function? What at the state or both?
When you work for the government, how do they use your services?
So the special government employee category is a designation from the executive branch. It's the one that Elon had. I like to say I'm in the same category as Elon was with the whole money. He was an SGE without pay. I'm an SGE without pay. And because I serve on the advisory committee on immunization practices in the CDC, which is this, we call it, it's a FACA committee, Federal Advisory Committee Act, that advises the director of the CDC, that's its only job on vaccine policy. So I'm which is largely arbitrary. What it means is that if the chair isn't there, I draw the short straw and I have to chair those bloody meetings, like the last one for hepatitis B does, which was just a ugly, the worst meeting I've ever adjudicated my entire life. But for the most part, I sit on these subcommittees. I sit on the COVID warning subcommittee. I'm not supposed to talk about the next meeting. I was told 2 days ago. So that's one of my current rails. But stay tuned for what is going to come down if the AAP lawsuit doesn't prevail and we're allowed to actually have the meeting. But so that's that. I'm also the chair of the influenza working group. Stay tuned for that. And now I am so. From time to time, the secretary asks me to help him sort out some issue. I'll get a phone call. Let's get a phone call on the Big Island. We did this recent series of rallies to try to, to recap, the whole reason why we did that first hit was to try to publicize the stop mandates rally in D.C. That was the subtext for that, as you recall, and I forgot to even mention it. We had to go back in to do another shoot for that. Remember, I'm still fighting that same battle of trying to stop these mandated vaccines. So I'm sitting there, going to another one of these rallies. I get a call out of the blue from one of Bobby's people, and they want some advice about a topic having to do with decision he has to make about spending money on another biodefense initiative. So I get that kind of stuff. He called me soon after he was confirmed to get my opinion about what was going on in the chicken industry and all the slaughter that was happening for bird flu. And I told him this doesn't make sense. It's not good policy. There's no way you can get rid of bird flu doing this. It's in the wild bird populations. And this is what they're doing. Why do you think they did? Okay, so that's interesting. That now we drive into kind of public health and vaccinology. You're asking why, and it's been a long-standing policy. Still really is. They do every time. Every time it's in any other break. So right now in Spain, I just wrote an essay about this. It was maybe the biggest reveal of what's going on in Spain right now. There's a Spanish research lab that's been collaborating with the USDA that is investigating swine fever virus. They're actually doing gain-of-function research on swine fever virus. Swine fever virus kills pigs like crazy. And already China's locked down management. And it is and there's a bunch of dead hogs last November around this facility. And now it's the Spanish and the European Union are blowing a circuit over this. Because it's really compromised the Spanish pork industry. So this kind of stuff, when this happens, the reaction is we just have to kill all of them. We have to kill all the potential carriers. And this has been the wisdom in this kind of agrarian animal husbandry world for a long time, in the context in particular of factory farming. So the logic is that if you were to vaccinate these birds with a leaky vaccine, which COVID was a leaky vaccine, influenza is a leaky vaccine. If you give the birds a leaky vaccine, what you get out of that is precisely vaccine-resistant flu. Okay, and so we have no choice in the logic but to exterminate the ostriches in Canada. Remember, that was shocking. No logic behind that. It's become trenched as policy, as kind of this reflexive knee-jerk thing. We have an outbreak. What we do is we kill because we can't control the virus. And the things that we could control the virus aren't really going to control it. It's actually going to make things worse. Is there any
logic to that?
We can argue in the margins. We can argue at the margins, but when you've got something that didn't have a natural reservoir, then you can make the case that you could eliminate it in that geographic population and keep it from spreading outside. But when you have a natural reservoir,
Explain that. Explain the natural reservoir.
Okay, in the case of avian influenza, waterfowl and migratory birds are amazing vectors for carrying and propagating influenza. And influenza survives in water for a very long period of time. And so you've got ducks and geese traveling north to south all over every continent that are susceptible to infection by avian influenza and all the other migratory birds, but in particular the waterfowl, Galliforms, wrap me on the head if I didn't use the right term. So she said you need specials. So these birds carry the flu, and a number of them are relatively resistant. They've been subjected to avian influenza for centuries or millennia. And sometimes you'll get a variant come out that'll wipe out a whole bunch of birds. West Nile virus in crows is a great example. And now you have crow populations coming back that are resistant to West Nile. We haven't got rid of West Nile. We just bred more resistant birds. That's kind of, that's Brett Weinstein's space, right? That's evolution. It's magical. And so if you have a natural animal reservoir, like ticks and Lyme and deer, what are you going to do? Exterminate all the deer? No, that's not practical. Mao tried to exterminate the birds because of the thesis that they were eating up all the spare grain and compromising availability of food to the populace. Right? And what happened? Major ecological catastrophe. You can't eliminate the birds. You can't go and kill waterfowl. That would just be ecologically insane. But sometimes we do insane things. And in the case of avian influenza, it's there. It's endemic. It's in all that migratory waterfowl. They poop an amazing amount of influenza. It gets in the water supply. The water supply goes everywhere. Small birds are interacting with, I don't know if you've ever been around a chicken farm. Or church yards. Okay, yeah, there's chicken production, right? So these operations are like petri dishes for bad stuff happening. And the only way you can interfere with that, by the way the Amish are starting to do it, is put something in the water supply. And what the Amish are using is a compound called hypochlorous acid. And it's stopping these things. It's stopping E. coli and a lot of other stuff. But that's another problem. Is you have these momentum of these large government agencies with their consensus about the way things are done. This is saying that the only time the FDA ever changes is if somebody in a key position retires or passes away. They kind of get entrenched in this is how we do things. We kill chickens. If we have avian influenza come out, we kill chicken birds. And this is the beauty of Secretary Kennedy coming in, being kind of not invested in the way things are and the way we do things, and being willing to ask questions. Does this really make sense? That heresy, and it's obviously a heresy to do that, to ask those questions, to have the president say we need to restructure the vaccine schedule. Oh my God, the sky is falling, kids are going to die left and right, there's going to be death on the street because aerosol and multi-dose influenza vials. This kind of catastrophic thinking, but Kennedy and the president have the courage to question these narratives, these long-held stated beliefs. In the case of bird flu, he called me up. I said, I don't think this makes sense. I think that what we really need to do is neck. There are in chicken cultivars. You have chickens, you know. There are people that are just freaks about chickens.
Yeah.
And all of these, paired to that, we have this huge repository of different cultivars of chickens. And you know, we could say they were all generated through gain of function research, the old school. And a number of those are relatively resistant to birth. Well, in a lot, you would have Tysons. But, you know, maybe the government has to incentivize this. It shouldn't have to. You would have Tysons in there saying, well, guys, what we need is a bird flu resistant chicken. Let's get on it. Okay? And that is essentially the secretary took is policy of just extremely aggressive mass calling is not producing the outcome. It has never produced the outcome that we want. It will eliminate bird flu because of endemic reservoir, and we've got to think differently. And now that's starting to percolate through the system, and there is more research into alternative strategies, including the possibility of various prophylactic interventions in feed and in water. That's, you know, in a lot of these chicken houses mist. As you recall, they have misters because they got to control the temperatures. So they're set up with misters, and that can also be a way to deliver things that are non-toxic, like HOCL, that can knock out these viruses and E. coli and other things that cause reduced growth and loss of weight in chickens, which is the metric that Tyson's, those guys, is food conversion. That's the metric they all agree to. You know, there's different, we can think differently, and we have been locked into consensus that has emerged over decades based on ways of thinking.
And the same people are in charge, so they don't want to change.
Kind of often kind of have these ideas where they're passing power on to the people that they mentor. So that's my HHS world, and then the State Department world is a new thing that's come in. I'm starting to support the group under Secretary Rubio that's responsible for various treaties having to do with arms containment, and in particular the bioweapons convention. So this morning I got up early, and you know there was so honest to God, I don't want to pump you up too much. I mean, you might get an ego or something, but so I say in the state, they say, Robert, we want you to go to Geneva to give this talk on the use of AI for monitoring bioweapons threats, because we have no monitoring compliance with the bioweapons convention right now, and it's been a smart problem. And the president has said that we think that we can apply artificial intelligence to this problem of monitoring and verifying compliance with the bioweapons convention, which is here's one of these thinking outside the box things. So they say, I want you to go to Geneva and give a talk, and you know, and I say, what's the date? Oh, next February 12th. I say, I don't talk about this because, you know, it's the general thing. You don't tell me that you're going to be on Rogan. You let Rogan say that when Rogan's ready. And so I said, but then I'm scheduled for Rogan today. And they're like, oh, Rogan. Well, okay, absolutely. You got to go on that one. That's way more important than going and speaking at the UN. So you probably think you're more important than me talking about bioweapons, and they let me WebEx. So that's what happened, and so I'm supporting that now, and maybe increasingly over time. I don't know where that goes.
So you were talking about these pigs that it's a lab leak that's giving these people space. What is it, another gain of function laboratory where they're...
So this is truly a breaking news thing. Our media is not covering in shocker. It has been covered in particular specifically in Spain, this is a major threat because they're, I think, the number 2 pork producer. And in the hogs, they're feeding on acorns, etc. That's a big special market space. Yeah. Last November, this laboratory that is ostensibly working, it's on 2.0. Only the good news is that this is not swine flu. People get that confused. I'm not talking about swine flu. This is African swine flu. It's been around for a millennia. It's never crossed into humans. It's a very different virus. So just make sure we get that clear. So this highly lethal African swine fever virus is a threat to the global pork industry. And so this laboratory is our government once again was unaware that this existed. There's a cooperative agreement between USDA and this laboratory to engage in, if you read, they don't call it gain of function research, they call it building recombinant viruses and experimenting on different virus structures to allow them to build better vaccines. Exactly the same logic that was used in Wuhan. Okay. Now, then last November, so this is ongoing in this laboratory. What this relates to, Joe, is the idea that is being promoted that for justice, equity, and sharing, we need to enable there being distribution of highly infectious pathogens all over the world in separate laboratories so that we in the big bad West are not imposing and enabling our industries to prey on the emerging economy by taking biological resources from them, new viruses, and using them to build stuff. We have to cooperate. They have to have access to these regions. So the logic right now that's in play and being promoted by WHO is that we should have high pathogen repositories and research programs all over the world, decentralized in these emerging economy states. Spain is not Germany, but so there's a Spanish lab. USDA is cooperating. They're going to build an African swine fever virus vaccine. They're doing gain of function research, and by the way, just like in Wuhan, there's some construction going on related to that. And then suddenly, and it's an area that is very dense in wild hogs. Now, somehow we got to get this through our brain. Okay, you don't put the facility in a place that's proximal to the thing that might get infected if you have a lab leak. That's that whole #1 stamped on everybody's brain. You don't do it. Mountain labs make a lot of sense. You're going to be working with nasty stuff, and you got to do it. But it's somewhere obscure, not in Boston, right? So they're doing it. They're surrounded by dense wild hog population, and suddenly, last November, people detect there's wild hogs dead all over around this facility. What could possibly have happened? They start investigating. Police have been in, grab the records, grab the digital information, etc. Because the Spanish pork industry is now compromised. Their major client, China, has already pulled their trade barriers. No more Spanish pork going to China. I advocate that President Trump drop the curtain right now. Because when I looked at the distribution of wild hogs, you've traveled enough, you know how important wild feral hogs are in the economy in Italy. Wild hogs are all over here. And this place in Catalonia is right near the French border. And then, like, right on the other side, 100 miles, is Italy. And a band of high-density wild hogs spreads like that up through the mountains and down into Italy. And I think that
if I was sitting in the White House right now, I think to protect both sides, the president core constituency is ag. Voted for him 3 times. And he holds that near and dear. And I think that it's good in politics, it's good in public health, it's good health, agricultural decision to raise the barriers until we can see that Europe has resolved risk associated with this. How are they going to resolve? So, once again, with and to point, I don't know the answer. I mean, right now, what they're doing is they're using drones to try to find how hard it is to unload. Yeah, and the hogs are winning. It's like the Emu Wars in Australia. Lonnie Franklin is from Australia. Actually, we fought a war with the Emos. It's true. We have emus on our farm, and they're weird animals. And it's like living with dinosaurs. But oh shit, my wife says they don't have 2 cells to rub together. I talked to a lady who's a falconer, and she said the bird by far was second dumbest. Oh, really? That's crazy. Yeah. Although they were so smart, Kevin don't wear a monocle. They're always dying for a bit. But Brady goes back to Athens, the symbol of learning. Now, very weird. Yeah, so he was I don't know what they're going to do to control Europe. The former secretary of the WHO, this was for claim to fame, was she had led the development of rabies baits. And they would bait with a rabies vaccine to try to control the of rabies in particularly foxes was the problem throughout Europe. And a lot of the foxes were crossing from the less developed part of the European Union into France, which was not acceptable. She was French. And so what they did is they developed these baits with the vaccine. And they would distribute them out of helicopters. There's a whole science about how dense the baits have to be to get immunity against rabies in fox populations. Whole science around it, but they were successful. They controlled fox and wolf population and rabies in Europe, largely eradicated through the use of baits distributed by helicopters. They have a vaccine. No, they don't. That's what they were supposed to be developing. That was the whole purpose. They were supposed to be developing, or really what they were developing is, they were transmissible strains. Whatever, yeah, in order to prove that they could, I don't know, it's same story. It's Wuhan 2.0, exactly. And how are we not going to see this as an increasing trend? And there's the whole dark side that when I read my comments, maybe I shouldn't sometimes, but I do. Don't have to mention. So you get the blowback. Well, this is all my intention because they're building market for whatever it is that they market, right? There's one of the dark themes about COVID was that they wanted to promote the spread of COVID in order to sell vaccines and blah, blah, blah. So that's the narrative. And so in this case, well, they want to spread African swine fever because somehow they're going to profit from that while destroying their pork industry. But this is armchair strategists on the internet. But that hasn't gotten into the domestic pork market. Interesting question. Not to my knowledge yet, but I have this interesting colleague that I work with closely at the ACIP named Restream, who's the chair of the working and has given the farms industry a run for their money right now. And it's, of course, being vilified by press, etc. And Restream is a full professor at MIT. And his core competence is risk analysis and mitigation. And he reads my my Substack. Our friends. He doesn't subscribe, I'm pretty sure, but he reads it. So we're talking, and he says, yeah, I read that thing that you put out about that virus. And he said, I wrote a proposal years ago about risk mitigation. We need to do something about that because of the ease by which it can enter the domestic pork population. So I infer from that there is a whole body of science and logic about, and he said it's very readily transmitted into commercial pork, which is why the Chinese have already dropped the curtain and said, no, we're not going to allow you that into China because of the risk. What we're talking about, so I wrote an essay about high impact events, which is what we're talking about. Another example of a low risk, high impact event is gene drive technology. Gates is promoting to exterminate the mosquitoes, for example. Gene drive technology can be used to exterminate a species, particularly ones that have a high reproductive rate. And it's another one that is a complication. But there's a whole school of thought that gene drive tech should never be let out of the box in the environment. Because there are those that are actively promoting its use and to eliminate bad stuff. And we're all for eliminating bad stuff. Organisms, insects, worms, flies, stuff. And we can do experiments where we say, we'll cultivate this kind of fly together with that kind of fly. Flies are going to have gene drive, and we're going to look for whether or not it gets rid of these flies. And if it doesn't, then we can conclude that it's unlikely. But as Brett will tell you, we're dealing with ecosystems, really complex ecosystems. And the risk environment now, I think growers have to acknowledge coming out of COVID lessons. We can talk about these egregious low experience and progress. But the big picture is this thing came out this extension. I most likely this is not the these types of responsibility, but that it was unintentional piece of inefficient lab work or something like that. Letting that out, because that's what happens again and again in these facilities. These low probability events, extremely high impacts, as we've seen global impacts. And we have to rethink how we're managing risk, which is, as I mentioned, Red Sox core competence. And that logic runs up against this belief that, well, it hasn't happened far, and I'm an expert. I have the right to play around in this sandbox that I've helped develop. I know more than you do. How can you tell me that I shouldn't be doing that? You don't have the right to tell me I'm the expert in this space. And to come into that environment and say, guys, you're playing around with something that could have a very high impact, even though it hasn't happened yet. And you've got to rethink what is acceptable. And think that we were talking a moment about the State Department and we're now in an environment where the speed of growth of power technology is going exponential, just like we saw with semiconductors. And our bioethics, our regulatory structures are way thinking about those risks. To keep up with the pace of events, and that is creating a whole new threat, not just
we've got to take, we've got to recognize that this is a different world. We have all of this digital tech and what it means, information control and suppression and manipulation psychologically, basically programming, customized programming through avatars, all of this power. But we also have in parallel this world of rapidly advancing biotechnology that is, for the likes of Yuval Harari, they're imagining a future of transhumanism. And all of that means we're moving very rapidly into a world that we can hardly even process. One of the big thrusts in Silicon Valley relating to reproductive rights had to do with the development of artificial limbs. These wealthy, privileged people don't want to carry their own babies. And I guess surrogates are too cumbersome or risky. So they're really talking about it's not talking. We're going to run an essay about this. They already have a lamb that they have grown de novo in an artificial or we're there. Okay, and these people see it as free. This is more women's rights. We don't need to have an organic process of carrying a baby, and that's a good thing. Completely disregarding that there is a whole lot of subject interactions that occur between the fetus and the womb. Okay, they do.
Right, you also what kind of humans that develop with no interaction with the mother at all, entire 9 months of developing,
But that
exchange of hormones.
But for the sake of convenience, we want to do that. Okay, and zoom in on it. Okay, that has all its implications. It has implications for organ transplantation. My friend Young McKellar, I don't know if you know Young, if you've ever had him on, you might want to sometime. Character, he is the Washington bureau chief for this newspaper that is defamed all the time, ridiculed at times, which I think is like the only print newspaper left in the United States that's worth reading that ascribes to classical journalism. But he's just come out with a book on organ harvesting in China and organ harvesting on demand, documenting that they are using live prisoners and keeping them in compounds and testing them for their genetic background and characteristics, and then harvesting them when necessary to provide organs for transplantation, largely to Westerners, because it is enormously profitable, and also to leaders in the CCP. This is what all this brouhaha was about the open mic event, about we can use transplantation to let us live another 100 years. Remember that little clip? So this, in a world in which we can have artificial clones, we can grow clones to provide donor tissue, to provide insurance policies. We're right at the doorstep of that.
Okay, again, demonic. It sounds demonic. Is a soul a real thing? Just because it can't be quantified by science, you can't measure it. The concept of the soul has always existed. If that's a real thing, who knows what you're doing, creating a human being from artificial womb? Who knows what kind of processes are happening? We know that stress on the mother imparts all sorts of unwanted characteristics in children. We know that. We know
all kinds of interactions. The playing of music, that's real.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
Sitting, playing of music. Yeah.
So that's happening. That vector is proceeding. And once you have that in a world of CRISPR, okay, you can do genetic modification of a very small number of cells and then grow a fetus from that. Okay, so that opens the door to
Did you watch the movie Gattaca?
Yeah. I saw it.
Gattaca, absolutely recommend it. If you want to understand our breaking world, the one that's really coming at us, and the conundrums associated with that, watch Gattaca. And by the way, it has great production value too. Yes, it's a great movie. Great movie. And totally underappreciated. And terrifying. Yeah, because that's really what our future is. And the title Gattaga refers to a DNA sequence. By the way, that's why the name Gattaca. Okay, so watch the movie. You've already seen it. You get it. Okay, we're moving to that space where we have custom-built humans. Now it's being, what's driving it? Convenience. Who doesn't want to have a child that's better it's like you, but better, stronger, bigger, smarter, better vision? Get rid of all the problems that I've got, or you've got, or whomever, and in your next offspring. And all you got to do, because it's another fun fact, at bulk, whole genome sequencing is now about $300. Whole genome sequencing is the portal for selective engineering with Cas9. So we now right on the threshold of that entire spectrum of capability of manipulating animals, life fundamentals of life, every species and humans. And concurrently, we have the incoming vector of robotics technology and modern computational advance. We're moving rapidly. People say, "Oh, it's going to be next month. We're going to have general artificial intelligence." Well, we keep saying that month after month. Got video made about artificial. I don't know. It's great. That's what made the company. Yes, doesn't this look like it's something straight out of the Matrix? This is all 3D.
Obviously, it's not real, but oh my god, this is terrifying.
And then this is a business. Like, what kind of
Psychology does this child have no exposure to its mother?
But for mom, it's a lot more convenient. And she can get the perfect baby that she wants. What's not to like here, child?
In memory of celebration of the appearance of their great grandson. Carl Menachem McCoy Bernstein in Eric Strauss, and Dr. Warshawski, information of the Arzekia Warshawski, Rivka Miriam Bassis, of America, of our Commodore over to the Shamas Hanaliyah, the families in the so with that, let us begin. Speaking of the mission, it's really fascinating because as we get to the end of the assessment, it's hard to believe, another week or so, you might really go through a number of various issues, which are primarily rabbinic issues that we're going to see. Meaning Rabbanon, really serious Rabbanon, lest one come to go ahead and commit something potentially D'oraisa. So take a look at the Mishnah. Remember Adam as Archabes Hyperosa Mikut. A person could count his yes, as well as the portions by mouth. Avalon Raksav. So what's happening over here? Take a look at that for just a moment. Hyperosa meaning Adon Raksav. In custom, we have this Kafka or Flori Zimanti. But you could have also established that. Listen to this. Mishnah is telling me that I can't be off on a list. So, for example, if I invited a lot of people for a shot, and I wrote down my guests on the piece of paper on a list, I don't want to forget who's coming, where they're going to sit, where they're going to be assigned. So I can't work with that. Mona argument. That's hyper. So the main reason I wrote this is I want to serve. I cannot be off of a list
because of how difficult it is.
Richard doesn't tell me why. So in order you could do anything, you could do it verbally. About Roman accept. Not this other than one of the neighbor. So I'll let you know. Yeah, we'll say that literally sounds like it was not till I is Magia from so let's again, you have a number of questions. The last one I have is who is going to go ahead and get what question. Again,
outside of
this
congressional
if
oversight.
you family
The
members,
ACIP
who
can
go back when
decide
it's having us as
this
money
vaccine will be purchased for the
as
vaccine
well
program.
that
And this
hello nice
because
all of the
ACIP is
portions
captured by
are of
pharma
equal
and by the
size.
CDC
All the
itself
portions are
and by academia.
so they are to material and so
Those
look at us this
decisions,
moment.
they don't
It actually is having us to have
So,
monos shovels,
the product
the
entered
portions
onto
should be
the
equal
PFC
size.
vaccine
Below the
control
below the
and
atlas
pediatric
one should be larger, one
that
small.
triggers
The
the
Zach's
patient's
Golo, and the Skylock Golo, the Carnegie Level, we demand the first time. So again, interesting how lot us, what the reason is, we'll see in the Malachi point. The Matilin Haloshi Yamrid, about the Bosay Kamrashi, our Golodos, for Hamin to draw, for Carbonos on the group, but
because
not
the CDC does all the
for push.
propaganda.
So
Vaccines
again,
are safe
this
and
is
effective.
exactly
You
what
must
that
take
is.
this, right? And then you end up with
So let's first with our list. And I love the nice if I list the guest list, or for that matter, again, I don't list. I can go ahead and call by memory, right? But I can't go ahead and start doing that list of shots.
They say, well, if the CDC advises,
what's
then
the
we're
shot?
going to
Why
mandate.
not? What's wrong?
Okay,
It's
or
wrong and reading
control
like
districts.
this. But BB on
And so
the
you're
said,
you
what's
as
the
the manufacturer get
The
your product
concern
on
is
the
that I
market.
may come to
You
a
get
race.
it down into this
And
spec
the race
program.
actually says
Guaranteed
something in
purchase, guaranteed
our
profit,
that is
full
our
indemnification,
Shira show
marketing,
taking and contract.
purchase,
The
distribution,
Escalate
all paid for by the
Yim
taxpayer.
Koknaksa, so Ukraine Hashan. What's going to happen?
It's
Come
perfect.
shop this morning.
This business
I
model.
realized that I
It's not
invited too
like
many people.
and
Right?
Social Security
People
will
for the
just go
So I'm going to come to a race and
they were just going and they were propagandized into
Rabbi says,
believing it as a voting
can't
as
go
a
ahead and read off the
theology.
list on Shabbos, lest we come to a race on the list. I am about to know Shema Yikra, who's starting at
Someone says something like vaccines don't cause autism, the whole audience will applaud. And you're like, how do you know? How do you know that? We are so confident you're applauding.
Well, it's because what I've heard it so many times. Of course, I believe
That's what's twisted.
it's just well, it illustrates the power of what we're
There could be a couple
dealing
of
with
issues
now.
involved.
And once you
One
get it,
could be an
I
issue of
think
political,
the vaccine
political
story,
of the activities. The other is the possibility
you're
of
ruined
placebo.
now.
So, for example, the
Of course,
halacha
once
is
you get
that
it
one
with
of
the vaccine,
the
then you see it everywhere.
business-related
Well, that's
documents
just
on shop. Halacha. What reason? Because one may come to go ahead and one may come to go ahead and so this story has no sense. So I say
what really happened in terms
we allow you to
of
read
pandemics
lists
and
and laws
vaccines,
to other documents
what
and the
actually
reading of
Yes,
other
yes.
documents
Oh, that
business-related
you know,
things.
there's this whole thread of
Again,
the prevalent
but to write it.
lead was in the
So
population.
what close to things, everybody's
How
agreeing
they-
on the
so many
halacha.
things that we
The halacha
and then
is
when
we
they got
can't
rid of
read
lead,
off
that
the
was
list on
concurrent
Shabbos.
with
The shayla is why not? Why
widespread
not?
vaccination, and so
Like what
the
Bibi says,
loss
if
of
you
life
come to a race,
associated
or like
with
a guy is
loss of life and birth outcomes associated with
like
population. Well, that's described to the vaccines by the people that are busy marketing vaccines, and likewise the volunteering
what
and
happens
all
if
the
you work
work
your list
associated with
on
sanitation
a wall
and
and you
all
put
of
it
that.
up on the wall?
No, that's
So
all
I wrote
true.
it on the
First
wall
time
and
I
it's high up.
described
So because it's
as
high
a
up,
vaccine,
so what you can't
first
really reach
time
it in order to
I
erase it.
really
Says
encountered
you
that
know,
logic was
sitting
it
over
was a
to
woman
reading
leadership.
list and they
And she said, you know, we've done this thing, this thing, these infectious disease down before the vaccines come. And yet we're told this narrative.
Right?
And of course we're told
Again,
this
Sharia goes
Napoleon.
other non-Shabbos
Because when people are so
business-related
concerned
things,
about
so on and so
polio
forth.
vaccines,
So
you know,
ultimately,
they're not
you're
going to stop the vaccines.
Hold on, I'm
When I
going to
tell
so Nathan,
what percentage of polio do you think is symptomatic,
your things it says that the issue of police is may come to a risk. It's not
it's
concerned about the fact
95 to
that if you let you
99% is asymptomatic. And then you find out through Institute Health Office work that they were AT&T unanimously all over the country at the same time. So these
will not come from the
exact symptoms of paralytic polio.
You're not allowed to
Such
be
actual first infections start occurring in this country where occurring in rural areas when they spray DDT every year. Yeah, so there's
thereby adding additional
if I can
fuel
kind
by
of
or
throw them
moving
along
the
the
fuel
fire,
or the oil
yeah,
forward to it, which could be issue of kavara, kindling.
if I'm getting to see
שהרערוך is not
from my
allowed to be by candlelight
perspective,
and shadows. But not only that, but רבה אפילו גבוה שתי קורות, אפילו גבוה שתי דרגות, אפילו 10 בתים זעם גבי לא יגיע. Listen to this. Halacha is even if the candle is 40 out of reach, it's still not allowed to go ahead and read by that light. Even if the candle is 2 stories up, still can't go ahead and read by just something that has institutions, regulations, that could be amazing place, even if technically speaking, what Chazal was concerned about is no longer an issue. So, for example, Chazal said you can't read by candlelight unless you come to adjust the candle. Even if the candle is out of reach, you still can't read by that light. So to the Gemara would say, if indeed the issue is reading off a list is what? That you may come to erase, even if you write that list on a wall and that is very high up, presumably, or it would appear that that concern should still apply. She says, well, you're right. I would put my name. Rather than say, what's my community with the two approaches will be in rather again, we'll say that maybe a piece of you write it on the wall, but you write it very low down on the wall. The man understands both Ashina, because if you say writing up this gunshot, if you come to a race, if it's written on the wall very low down, that means because you know we come to a race, however the man understands Yikra Lokashi. Say to say that you should read off a list because you may come to read other notes. That's when if you write it on the wall very low down. Why not? Read up Ishtar alone, because the most say reading off a wall is not going to reading off a Ishtar. I understand if you tell me that if holding a list, I'm reading the list, which again is a mundane document, and it comes to read their mundane Ishtar yotas. I understand that. But my son, to go to read the document, that's far reading. Omar to reach starting at yoga position from exploration. As it was like the ratio one is a significant one, right? You went ahead and you realized you invited too many people. Remember, so the way this is working is what you're doing with these guests is you're giving it to your shamash, to your butler. Right? You have a shamash, right? So he's going to invite the people to the suza. The real concern that if you realize you invited people to he's going to take some off the list. Or we'll say that's not up to your menu. And you realize that one of the things that you plan to serve, you're not going to serve. It's just inadvertently. These are things that people could cross off. So why is that not a concern? The Kayik Ablovan. Where the list is raised on a tablet. Right? So let's say Rashi says here, Pinkas Kenilu also slow. So let's say these are just different types of tablets that merchants use. Non-Damashami, called Lokashina, to write on these tablets is really great. See, even if it's going to be engraved on the wax, what you do is you write on the wax. But the idea is you can't really erase. So the Gemara says, if you say it's erasure, Lokashina. However, again, it's the concern ultimately is that you're going to come to these other starting at yoga, other mundane documents that concern applies. But according to the agreement, says that with the concern that you're going to erase it, also be concerned that you're going to come to starting at yoga. Pablo because the starting at yoga. That a tablet and a star don't really, they're not really determined. We're not concerned that if you let you read something like a tablet, then it comes to each other. That's true. Mona Adam Kamamida. Kamamono Osibahania. Mixav Shagabi Yakoso, Avalom Mixav Shagabi Ashkablo. That's most of our days on Shabbos. You can tell people you have a very large meal. You have to decide who's indoors and you sit outdoors, and you have to also go ahead and count out how many portions you're going to be giving the country. You can read that off a list, and Ksar shall have that also. If the list or if the writing is on a wall, about no Ksar shall have it not on writing, tablet. You see, there will say that writing on a tablet is like writing on a star, like writing on a document or a piece of paper. You must maybe tell me what's the case. Lemon, Gypsy,
I don't want to see that.
Lemon, Gypsy, Nipsy, the whole thing down. My straw, I will love the rather than that it's in blue. The Katani, this dog shall not be at himself. About home, the dog shall not be at home because it was what he sees. It's only engraving on a wall, not concerned with the least worries. Or to read the shadow. But you see that writing on it because you are concerned about having the old because of our culture. Rather, I will say you have to say what you wrote a list on the wall. Who made it? I will say you wrote it high up. So that is you wrote it very high up. So I say if you're concerned about relation, so because it's an agree, it's about a racing. But if you're concerned about I know what it is. That is zero religion effect, even if it is concerned about it's not right. So I was going to raise, you want to tell me that if the writing is very high up on the wall, there's no concern of erasure. Therefore, it should be fine. 1 second. Remember, you can't read by the light of the candle. You know what you're afraid of. You become to adjust the flame. Yet, how often is it? Still can reach the candle, even if what? The candle is tall reach. So the pashtas, it should be us over here as well, even if the writing is high up on the wall. Do you know, look at this issue of God, but it's in fact in that location of our Sanya, Mona, our fathers, Paparosa, Mitig, first we count this again, and count the portions verbally. Abalom and Aksas. But you should not count off on the
Sounds like
list.
you know more. You're the
Rafa Makir Mitzah, Shagadia Kosa. Alpha allows you to read off a list.
which, by the way,
And here's the list. It's not on a piece of paper, but it's written on a wall. So what's the case of the list? That's a wall. Either on the ship, Basa, if you want to say that there is on the wall. Therefore, Shemayim has to be a concern of a reader, and allows you to see it immediately. That there must be a case where I see writing it high up on the wall. Mamina, the rabbi cannot
So
will say, ultimately, you can see that the concern of rabbi will be will say, interestingly enough, what it comes down to is as follows. In a situation where, so apparently, if the list was written on the wall, and it was written with the leaves, the concern of erasure would still exist. The shayla is if you're writing it high up on the wall, so does that obviate the concern of erasure? So interestingly enough, this will be a machlokes and Rabbi understand it's a very sophisticated machlokes. What are they arguing about? What they're arguing about is if the actual thing that Chazal were concerned about has been addressed, does this zera still apply? So Rabbi will say, yes, the zera still applies. And what's interesting is when Chazal legislate things, they legislate things in the form of what we call the local. Local means what? If there is a zera, we don't start making exceptions. So Chazal said you can't read by candlelight because they're afraid that you might come to adjust the flame. So I don't care if the candle is right in front of you, the candle is 2 stories up. You can't read by candlelight. So again, if the concern is in nature, I don't care if the list is written on the wall, right at your own height, or much higher. It doesn't make a difference. Other opinions is no, it's not true. When Chazal made clear they're concerned about something very specific. If your situation, if your mitzvah takes care of their concern, then halacha doesn't apply. According to this, if you were to place the candle 2 stories out of reach, you can read by that light. So too, if you're putting the list high up on the wall, you're not going to erase it. Halacha is that it's permissible on the honey. This rolling the mouth churches. Well, listen to this interesting halacha. You can't use a mirror on Shabbos. Wow. You can't look in there on Shabbos. And the mirror not there, but the mirror says you can go ahead and mirror as long as the mirror is fixed to the wall. Right? It's not about what's the issue over there? Look at Rashi in Noah Benara. Rashi says mirror. The Fisha Noah Benara in the Tzarech. At least the Taki Tzarech Lo Shom. He'll talk by Shinon Shemin Yidin and Shinon Shinon Shavuot Shar Tzarech. This is incredible. One hair that your beard is properly groomed. You look in the mirror, a couple of straight hairs, and you may come to us. And they come to go ahead and cut it inadvertently. You come to give yourself a quick trim on Shabbos. So because of that, because that Gemara says, you can't look in the mirror on Shabbos. But the mirror says you can use a mirror that is fixed to the wall. What is that? Nice not to bubble yourself. That the Hulky Bahalki mitzvah. Something because it's fixed to the wall, it's going to take you some time. In the meantime, you'll remember that it's Shabbos. So listen, you assume that people only inadvertently violate Shabbos when there's no time to think. Right? No time to think. But if there's a pause, the consequence is fixed to the wall. Mary says you have a couple of moments. I understand. You're not going to have the hockey document. Even if the mirror is not it's going to take you a few moments to get the scissors back to the hair. He'll remember. Oh, let's watch this. We're talking over about a metal mirror. Watch this. Why do they say that you can't look in a metal mirror? Shabbos, we'll say this is incredible. Apparently, they used to have these metal mirrors with sharp edges. So what was the path? You take a look, you see that there's a couple of stairs. What do? You take the mirror, chit-chat, and you're done. Right? You give yourself a little haircut right there. Incredible. So therefore, again, the concern. What Rabbi says, if you look on Shabbos again in a mirror that's in front of the wall, because then the next step you have to go ahead and scissors. When the therefore we'll assume that in the midst of all this, you can remember that it's Shabbos and you won't come to fire. When are we concerned? But when we say that you can't look in a mirror, what is that talking about? That's talking about a metal mirror that can be used to trim the hair out. So again, what you begin to see is this ongoing, this fundamental focus about how you deal with innate dirabbanan, with the rabbis legislated, because of a very specific concern. The shaila is, if you address the rabbinic concern, the obvious rabbinic concern, does the zera go away or not? So just so you know, this is perhaps one of the most fundamental machlokas. This has many nice applications. We will say there are many zeros because the reason why they're legislated it, and sometimes again I could address the reason, and other times, by the way, the reason just doesn't apply at that much. Halacha l'maaseh, it's always fascinating to see does big zero remain in place or not. This is also part of a bigger discussion. Sal made different types of zeros. There's between a zera and the starting corner. There's between a situation where Chazal was explicit in learning versus when you just throw what they're using here. But what you see over here is that this is changing my focus. This is already my focus. So again, I can't do something. I do A because it leads to this. So okay, I structure the situation in a way that it's not going to lead to this. So you can't read off of this because you're going to come to erase it. Okay, I write it high up on the wall. I can erase it. Or the mirror is fixed to the wall. So I can't use it obviously to go ahead and cut my hair. Or anything else. Like this, Allah for myself. I put the candle 2 stories up. So does that make it zero or not? That's what I'm focused. Incredible. No, this is a totally different. So this goes down in Shulchan. This halacha is brought down in Shulchan. Simin Shin Zayin Sifted Days, the Shulchan says as follows: Zimein Orphin, the Heichel Lahem Nimein Megadim, the Kasa Sat Kana Zimein, the Kalam Megadim, Heichel Lahem, Asur Klosa B'Shabbos, Afilu Mukasa V'Agabe, Kosel Gavoa Harvei, Mishum Gezira, Shemen Yikra B'Shkari Hegel. So what says this is now Shulchan says to avoid the usage of lists on Shabbos, to avoid the usage of lists. And what I want to point out is the Shulchan Aruch constantly that this is really loaded very high up on the wall. So what do you see from here? You see from here that it has a halacha l'maisa. Zeros Chazal, Rabbanon, remain on the books. You actively address the very concern for which Chazal legislated the halacha for. So you see from here, I can't go ahead. Okay, I see that this is not expensive. That because see over here, the Shulchan Aruch is understanding that the reason for the takana is not because we come to a race. The reason the takana is what? Shemira Mishtari Hegel. This is a general concern as well about reading items, mundane items on Shabbos. Two things. Reading mundane items on Shabbos is a violation or ability violation. The pasuk is not the Navi is in so kapachacha v'daber zara. There's an idea that on Shabbos we would be involved in other things, not in mundane things. So reading starting at yoga, reading non-things by definition is not the proper use of Shabbos. Business-related things, I will say, is a more specific issue that it may come ultimately again to siva, to write it. So therefore, again, the Shulchan means that if you email a listener, yes, you need a feel like even at the menu, ideally, one should not go ahead and read off of that on Shabbos, lest you come to these starting at yoga. And it started phobos, it has bonus. On other points, starting at yotos as business documents. So that's interesting over here. The concern over here is that if we allow you to read off these lists, you may come to read other specific type of business documents. So what this is, it said in the rules of Shulchan Aruch is if you engrave. And if you engraved it on the wall, that's already a kind of siva, halacha l'maisa to read off that. So again, there's a number of other related halachas over here, which is beyond our scope for our shir this morning. But the L'maisa just know that this issue of reading mundane lists is really quite fast. And there's halacha shofar, so this is right. So you might have been thinking, Shav HaMahalei Kachas HaSura, the Kachas HaZujonos, Asher Goshen Shav. Similarly, was that you can't read writing underneath an image or underneath a picture, drawing or underneath an image. So let's say this is not a good answer at the moment. Shav HaMahalei Kachas HaSura, Kachas HaZujonos.
It's like
keep going, but it's siren
a lighter attached to it.
Other people to draw different animals or images of people or shamais and some others and goyas. Because in fact, that's good to us higher this is more a caption. Caption. If somebody draws a picture of an animal or a people and they write the caption, Allah L'maisa Shabbos, you should not read that caption. You should not read that caption. So again, this interesting. It's also brought down in Shulchan Aruch. You bring that over here.
1911 handle. That's legit.
So Shulchan Aruch brings it in the midst.
Yeah, but I'm sure it'll probably be able to fit. Bring it to a concert. Yeah.
Kosel Ovido, Shiesh, Otsulos, Chayos, Peshunos, Otijonos, Shabri Adam, Shemaisim, Yamakamas, David, Goyas, the Koswin, Zud, Suas, Tony, the Zud, Yokafoni, Osser, the close to Shabbos. You can't go ahead and read it on Shabbos. So what's the reason? Zero Shemi Yikra, starting at Yokas. So what's the reason? And that had this incredible concern about people coming to read business documents. So therefore, I think because that they legislated about prohibition to read all of these seemingly mundane things. So again, to read a caption underneath a painting, or read a caption underneath a picture, the Gemara says, also, let's come to go ahead and read business documents. The Gemara says, "Did you open up Atzmo? Ask the call also the was saying the two images
Oh,
of
really?
animals, or these images
See,
of
before I
people,
sell
you
stuff
really
like that, you
shouldn't
sell
look at these
specific
during the
bow
week.
grip,
And
right? It's got a
I'll
little
kick
bit of
you
tacking to
out
it. Some people think you
not
shouldn't
turn
have
to
that. They
the
think
evening
your
down.
hand should be so relaxed that it should be able to slip around your hand so there's like no torque whatsoever on your front hand. I don't like that. I like to feel
your
it.
own
I like
mind.
to feel
Also,
the,
the section is fascinating
dexterity
about the
that
issue
you
of
have.
looking at pictures of people, pictures of animals. The American really shouldn't even overshadowed. Because the closest people to the expenses. So says that the Yukni Asma Asma so Mira, the Shabi, the Shin Avodas, the Buddha. About the Noi Mutter. Because it's very important distinction. When shouldn't you look at pictures of people or pictures of animals? When it was created for the purpose of establishment.
I don't like to brag about it. I don't want to come out right away. Just like yeah, but if you do anything, it's with archery, with anything, this has to register with you. It's not be the same with everybody.
So again,
Just
but
can't get used to
up
finger
the things are
triggers.
first,
Some
like
dudes
without
just
any
love
kind of
finger
religious
triggers.
overtones, that one is
Some
the
guys just have to shoot it.
interesting.
Some guys just can't do it.
The guy was like the Nazis are going to follow.
Like I just have check out that top back down basically
the portions of
side,
the
and then I'll
so
do
this
the
one is very specific here.
hinge roulette. So
And
just
this one
reach
said
in and
manage
reach in,
to make
and I
Adam
gotta
in
shoot
one
it.
of them in
I
the
gotta
case
shoot
of
this.
the
No
right.
way that's
We've actually scattered last this month, look make it on the time. Let's say,
makes up
let's say, right, so
you gotta
you
shoot
want to draw lots with
wrist
your
wrap,
family.
right? You have
Who's
to put
going to
that
get
on.
which
So
portion?
you can't just
You can do
shoot
that,
that.
but assuming all of the portions
That's
are
the wrist wraps.
actual size.
But I love that one. I've been using it.
So in Akra,
ever
no.
since our last
Apparently, you do
month,
this with
I've
your
been
family.
only
Others
using
you
the
can't
watch
just
guard.
learn for why not?
I'm used to it.
Like you don't miss one.
It took a
Well,
while. I was like,
the
yeah,
Nechabura
turn for a little bit.
out there.
After
Over the
it's like
Umishama,
with archery, once your form break down and you try to compensate because you're tired, like I think I should just limit myself to 1 hour, and after 1 hour, just stop.
splitting things.
So it's
And
how
then
it goes.
so they go
Basically,
ahead
now,
and
yeah,
do
the
that.
one where a little
They are
yeah,
quote
it's
unquote
like
over if
more
they just
go
take it in
sideways.
violation of
Like I'll
measuring,
give myself like a
weighing,
few minutes break to let my arm
counting,
relax,
and
and then
bar
I
lengthening and
just it's such
which
compensating
you
because
love
my arms
with
and not enough. So it goes 84, now it
don't
goes
want
it's
to
90
grow
pounds. Is that what you're shooting? Yeah, you're shooting 90 pounds
because
before
you're
before
essentially
it's
it's a little bit
still got archery country.
so yeah, people who are a bit from another we don't want to start worrying about because then it looks like weighing, measuring, lending, borrowing, all these things that we don't want to do on a young.
People
We
are
give it on the
wondering.
days, we rate they should have absolutely get it. There was an interesting fiscal festival yesterday. Like they still said there could also be a potential issue of rivers. So it was like if I'm destroying lots, somehow you're going to get something else from the back. So let's say your lot falls on portion X, right? And then when you can give it back to me, let's say again, whatever it is, let's say the bread or whatever else, you should give it value. You can actually be giving me back more than what it is that I gave you. Here on the single sense of fundamental stuff, you should avoid going, where it says, different was because of all of these reasons, you should not draw lots for portions of food and other people. Either because it looks too transactional in nature, and that's not good on purpose, or putting to yourself because you're actually religious. Because one second, so this transactional nature, I understand that if that doesn't apply. Right, because you're gonna say that. But let's worry about this. If one lot supports, you're gonna get something, right? So my child's gonna get one thing, I'm gonna get something else. And let's say again there's some expectation of, let's say, being paid. Right? If my children get something, they're gonna repay me in some way. This is not a concern of this. So you can actually how to one of them when they sell that. No, because it's incredible. One of them when they sell anytime you see a video, I'm like, I'm gonna what's the habos when they bought one of them when they sell the rivers. What's that? This is wild. Rabbi Rudy says you are permitted to charge interest to your family members. You can charge interest to your children and to your family members. Why? Because they have human in order that these what's the this is incredible. Last human time with this is the last of the wild ones now. It's a new good kind of pressure. So okay, that you see how difficult it is to work with it. So you're the last charge your children and family members with this.
ever in an area where they
right? That it's seen exists,
I had
and that's sensitized them as forms their sometimes the way to be mechanic to your family members not to charge them with this is how to charge them with this. Like, they'll see how difficult it is to pay interest, and therefore, in their session, if they're in a position to lend money, they won't charge them with it. Even on the table in the salon, sometimes it's related. So, Nami la potato, la rosa below. Therefore, again, even if you want to say the issue of drawing lots, proportions, is an issue of Libis doesn't apply to family. I want to point out, we don't pass to me, Libis does apply to family. There's one exception to this rule. So one exception to this rule is if we're supporting your children. So supporting your children, charge them Libis. What's it say? Yeah, of course. Why? Because you're not going to be done. So again, that's where this humor comes in. So if there's a humor issue, you want your children to see what this feels like, again, to sensitize them, then the nice, again, so the nice support. If you're support, you can charge them with this, because ultimately, again, the thing is coming with that in your post, like, it's just something incredible.
the thing about Archer is it's such
You see, I don't understand.
it's a skill that 100% creates. You have to stay on it, man. You just can't trust that everyone stays
So
on it.
why don't they just have to charge them with this?
It's even harder for me if I take 3 weeks off.
See, people think
I was having that out. Until the next week, I took a month off after the season.
that is a terrible disservice. This is one of the biggest forms of contemporary parents that you think somehow that my goal as a parent is just clear the way to my kids, make sure that everything is smooth sailing, write a trophy at the end of every game. Everything should just be great. You should always feel like a
To
winner.
me, like the more consistent I am in off season,
No one is
like
always
the entire
Like
year.
most times in life,
Those
you lose,
are the
and
years
a
that
couple of
I
times you win,
really shooting
which is
my
what
best.
makes the wins
You
so
can't
incredibly
just get
meaningful.
back on the boat like a month before you have to
So
go hunt.
if
You
I
can't
want
do
to
it.
educate my child
I know
about
guys
Libis, know what to do.
guys I grew up with.
Charge them. Charge them. So the
That's
way
right,
to
they're
reach
really
the
good shots. Imagine how
punishment
easy it would be if they
ultimately,
did it all
again,
the
is
time.
to allow
Yeah,
them to
like a guy like
experience
Cam,
sometimes
he's
some of
not
the
taking
difficulties that happens in
like
the travel of
he's
parents.
shooting every day.
Have
If you're hurt, he
love.
takes pleasure.
Sometimes people realize that when you remove all the
Just be relaxed.
from
Be
the path
relaxing.
of the child, child's
Just
muscles, life muscles, action. Like the way you grow, they become stronger. If you encounter adversity, you deal with adversity, and you overcome it today. It's amazing. And then when I grew up in the temple, it's multiplied. So again, it's incredibly still if you remove every little adversity, now it's every you think like give your child everything they want, right? Makes it and they're gonna be far. Also, everybody's so scared that she's gonna go up there. Discipline them. Line with them, put it up and down. Second up and down. Children go up and down for all kinds of things. And yes, it's inappropriate to discipline. After discipline.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. They tried to reintroduce them, but tried to introduce them to the big island. Like I'm sure you know about it. They killed them. They said they were invasive, but I didn't
Never know how
they
to use.
they're delicious. Delicious. They're delicious.
Build children to think that they're always supposed to help.
So like it's freeze milk and then access.
You want
But
the
access
children
is
to
most
appreciate
challenging.
Libis.
They're the fastest. They've seen
I'm not necessarily teaching that actually. I guess you're gonna put it down to put
you
the
can
kilo
dodge and it's
was
30 yards
a
away.
little bit of
Then there's like
difficulty.
close to
Allows the child to grow significantly. See, healthy. Money can go looking at money can kind of not understand that's the case. They might just finish the second only to go up with right portion. If there's no issue of Libis by my kids, no issue of Libis, and the nice say by my own family, there's no issue with transactions either. So then why can't I go ahead and have them draw lots for large portions versus small portions? Like I will say, why you know the mission is very clear that you only draw lots for slight portions. You must say you're right. You're looking at me. You are correct. It's so much about the In fact, there's a piece missing from the Mishnah.
giant percentage of our population that is so
Right, it's
soft.
like 20 material, right?
It's like
Something here we go. Not this Adam in one of the days. Oh, it's so fun. A person could draw lots, proportions with his family members, the portions on the table. And what's doing with your own family members, because what's them are getting the cities of lots with your own family members, so it's great. But generally, most families, there's usually some type of argument that breaks down over who gets the how do you go ahead and take care of who gets what argument. So with your own family, there's no problem with throwing lots of people, large or smaller, there's no issue because there's no transaction with family members. Right, your family members, and halacha there's no religious issue as well. Nighttime, if you got to do them around, in one of them they so in my hearing low, but also it's really true with your own family members, other people, especially nighttime, is that you do the Amar Shmuel. You don't say, why can't ultimately again, you do it with other people, you can't do it with other people, but ultimately again, because of the potential.
Take his sock off.
After all that here, also, this is incredible. You can't draw lots, you can't draw lots, ultimately again, with other people, sharing loot for money, you don't know money. Now, what does this mean? So actually, let's say all of us sit down to the super. All of us sit down to the super. So let's say we all paid for the super, right? $25, we're all having dinner together, all sorts. Not all the portions are the same. So what do? You go draw lots. Go draw lots. Now again, we love each other, but we're not necessarily huh? So the halakha in the Gemara says that you can't even do this during the week. Money, you go looking at your money kitana, you can't draw lots for during the week. We'll say, why? My time off, you should kubya. So we'll say, kubya literally means what? Dice. So the issue is one of gambling. Listen, at work from Tasha, look at Rashi, this is incredible. Kubya, this is incredible. The Gezel group, that's smacked the low time. Let's take a step back and just come around. Because what's the issue with gambling? What's the issue with gambling, right? Why is gambling usher? So we'll say gambling usher, the Gemara says, because it's self. Right? So we'll sit down to go to game together, and we all our money winning. No one has a gun for hand. Putting the money in winning league. So what's incredible? So Chazal says the psychology of gambling is no one gambles. Everyone gambles to win. Like even though again, when I have the losing hand, right? Then I throw my cards down and I say, okay, go after you won. In my mind, what's happening? You know what's happening? Took my money from me. I can't believe it. Okay, so I'm going to be a gracious loser. Well, or maybe not. But the money, I'm giving up the money from winning. Because I'll say therefore the winner is effectively stealing my money. Because I am not really giving it up willingly. That's called smachta no kanya. Even though I say that I'm willing to give up my money to you, it's not true. It's not true. Okay? At the end of the day, again, I lost, so we have no choice. That's why it's called a conduct by gamblers, that if you lose, you lose. But I'm not willing to give up the money. So this is incredible. This is the that it's not yes, it's not because the loser is not really down to the psychology. Right? The loser is not really giving up the money. So because that's I the winner, I'm effectively stealing from everyone else around me. The answer is like this: the same issue with drawing lots of portions. If we all sit down together, we all technically the same level of entitlement. So again, I'm going to draw lots. You're going to get the bigger portion. I'm going to get the smaller portion. I'm really not really receiving to you because I feel I should be entitled to that larger portion. Therefore, because now even during the week, the Gemara says. You can't really draw a lot. You can draw for like portions. If everything is the same, that's fine. That's fine, but if some are larger, some are smaller, it's actually issue regarding kubya. But not for portions. So what is this? Says the Gemara, night about lo alamon. So the Gemara says, about lo alamon shall call you. What you can do is as follows. Touching the Kabbalah we offered yesterday, you can't draw lots for those portions on Yom Kippur. That's obvious. Now we will say again, if it was done yesterday, So you should have dried it up yesterday. If you wanted to draw out, draw out yesterday. The first time I felt like you draw lots on Duncan was something that was up and and now you can hold it, see that I made.
variants.
So what did this is constantly say that you're in Bangkok, your nation are like fighting for hand. So it's never against we're known for the numbers.
Nobody cares because they're like, I
The
just
party
need
says you're
something
like fighting for honey.
that's
I'm at a
serves the
fact even monos to call man. I would have therefore just in order to keep the peace. Maybe you should let the man go ahead and divide up the portions. Even if the kilos are coming from yesterday, I'm not sure about that. I'm not going to show a lot on the carbon because ultimately again that carbon should have been the I'm not Yako, the Gabash Yako, they say this incredible bullshit how they are not national level. In my solution also if someone is
they're not thinking it's like I'm drinking coffee. They're getting a treat.
of someone
Like if you have
else,
a order of frappuccino,
such
it's
person
a
is not
milkshake. It's
rushed
milkshake.
into the
Yeah,
inner
it's tons of
sanctum
sugar,
of
tons of
the
caffeine too. You're like,
It's like,
hey,
isn't this
maybe
incredible?
you go. You can be
Even if I didn't necessarily do anything wrong, but if I am the cause of someone else's punishment, if I'm the cause of someone else's downfall, there's a level of liability associated with that. But the person is not plugged in to the beautiful influence of persons without the you know, when you're even when you should be saying, you understand, you fuckers half up, but yeah, but you probably don't know skill up. There's a little bit of context to it. I thought who was in the master stuff, was unfortunately terrible Russian. That's the qualification I want to give that is unfortunately was a man, was incredible. And many times became very, very, very close to being
And it's so funny
because at
because
the end of the day,
when you
wasn't
talk about
able to pull it
communications,
together.
just technology in general, and you start
Part of the time,
analyzing
sometimes the person's left the last
frequencies,
through it. Sometimes the person's
the
left
spectrum analyzers, or whatever, whatever you want to talk about, people's eyes will just glaze over.
when the person cannot fan the
Yeah,
spark.
all right, well, because we're going to blow some shit up. Like, why don't we shift the topic? Because
After the
yeah,
part of
talk
who says
about this. I know you want to hear about
spirit,
it. So
so to
cross-training
speak,
is just
who will entice
try to
Akko
keep people
to
awake.
go ahead and go to
This
war with
episode
Allah?
is
So
brought
the
to you by
story is
Roka.
that
This
there
is
were
important, so
hundreds
don't
of
skip
false
this. I've
prophets
been wearing
who
Rokas
were
for
inspired by a
years,
spirit
and I
to
absolutely
tell
love them.
Akko that
Of
he
all
will
the
be
glasses
successful
brands
in
out
his
there,
war
I
against
choose
Allah.
Roka.
So
Roka shit just
Akko
works
dies
different.
in
You'll
the
notice
battle
that for the
against
first
Allah.
time you put
It
them on
was
the
set up
face,
by
they
the
feel
devotion.
great.
Well,
You can run
turns
around
out
in them.
to the
They never
spirit.
fall
It's
off
like
your head.
who will
They're
go
super
and tell
high
Akko to
quality,
go up to war with
lightweight,
Allah?
super
By Omer,
comfortable, and they
Zeb
stay
go,
on your
Zeb
damn
go, by
face.
Yisha, look,
Even
Yamo,
if you're
Hashem.
sweaty, they
By
stay
Omer,
in
Ani
place
Yafaka.
even better.
The
They don't
spirit came
slip.
along before
Gym
God and
stuff,
said, I will
kettlebells, yoga
entice Akko
sprints,
to
chasing
go
the
ahead and go out
dog,
to battle.
whatever
By
you
Omer,
need to. You
it's
can just
safe.
lean
Like
over,
you see,
pick up
Rak
your kids,
Shaka, the
everything
people
stays
of
on your
Yah,
face.
and
It
the
feels
spirit says,
great
I will
with
go, I will
crystal
be
clear
Rak Shaka, I
optics.
will be the
Check them
false
out
prophecy.
and feel the
In
difference
the
for
mouth of
yourself.
all the false
To help
prophets.
you get
By
started,
Omer, the fact that they
Roka
come
is
to called
offering
save the
JRE
Akko
listeners
spirit.
20% off
The
your
spirit,
order. So
go
go to
and do so. It's a very strange thing.
Roka.com.
I mean, on
Well, there's a
my
lot of
Rak,
people
but
that have a
who's
hard
the
time
spirit?
focusing
Who's the
on
spirit who
something
wants
that
to
is
go
everyday.
and entice Akko
For
sin?
whatever reason,
What's the
even
guy
if it's
is?
like
I'm going to be open on
important technical
that
details
you
that'll help you do things that are exciting. It's the delayed grad brain. They're the same type of people that don't like to do cold plunges or things that like feel an immediate benefit that's going to suck while you're doing it, so you put it off. Like you've got to have a mindset that there's some things that suck that will make the things that are exciting way better. Like for comics, it's writing. Like sitting down and writing. You know, because a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come out with ideas for the day and then work on them on stage. Like that is great. You can do that. But you should also write, because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. And those are like little gifts from the universe. And the only way you get them is you have to sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with them. You gotta sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
So this is so novels, the skirt of novels.
At least 4 days a week.
Get angry at
For an hour. Yeah, at least an hour. I'm trying to write 1,000 words. So it might be an hour, it might be 2 hours, and then out of those 1,000
what does it mean
words,
when the powerful sense of the spirit of novels go out?
that's what I was looking for.
And without
You're
seeing
basically looking for arrowheads.
so
So
it's incredible.
you
The
pick up
powerful
a
sense
giant
of
cup
the
and they're shaking it out and washing
You
it.
could take the false prophecy.
So
It's
you
not
try
just
that out on
prophets.
anybody
But
before
if
you
you do this, just
you just like,
understand you
okay,
take
this is
sugar,
I
your
got
space
something. When I got something, I'm pretty sure I got it, but I don't know what's going to be until the audience tells me. like you're in clubs,
You see
just
from
turn
here,
it up.
you see from here,
It's
same
just
as
like
the
driving.
Yankee, that
That's when
is
they
you
don't
become the
translate
source
it.
of someone
Go to the
else's
store,
downfall.
go to the like
So
if
you
I
don't
went
have a
and
place
it's exciting.
inside
I'll
the
go
pizza
or
that
want something that's good. I'll go to the
so the
Improv.
spirit of
I'll go to the
novels
store. Maybe I
became
go
the
to the
source
ice
of
house.
Acha's
I gotta bang
downfall.
out a few
And therefore,
cents.
the
At
Father
least
says, if
2
you
at
want to do
night.
this, you
So
can do this,
you
but
know, you can
say,
travel
you
around.
have to go ahead
Like
and
LA's
go
really
out.
good for that.
You have to
Austin's
go out. You have
amazing
no
for that.
place
There's 7 clubs
within
on my
mind the
street
pizza.
now.
So
Oh yeah,
pretty much
between
what's like
my
a
street
German
and
house
the
and
neighboring
kind of
streets.
skipped over
So
so
you
when you
got
go,
us, and then right down the street is the
Yeah.
Sunset
this is
Room,
not
which
just
Red
that,
Band owns, and then
that
right
the
up
spirit of
across from
novels
that,
was
you got
the source
Creek
of
and the
Acha's
Cave, which is
downfall.
awesome.
Like the
And
spirit
then you
of
get Vulcan, which is right down
speaking
the street. There's a
like
bunch
the
of other
speaking
small
shekels,
rooms. There's
speaking
the
to us,
Black
really got
Rabbit.
by
There's all these
Elena.
rooms that have comedy at
Sabata
least 3 or
Kalon
4 nights a week.
Kavosha. So
So if you're
Gamata,
like a
what's the
guy
name
or a
of the
girl
right? It's not
coming
the
up right
source.
now in Austin,
The
you
source.
can
The reason
make
why
it
the spirit
work.
of
Make it
novels
work. And
does
they're
not
okay.
have a place.
So you
It's
collect
powerful.
$50 here, my club pays more, my club pays the most, but all these different places, they pay, like actual money for you to do a set. At the end of the night, you get a few $100, you can get something to eat. Like, there's all these comics that don't have to do the road now, right? So, like, they used to just have to do the road, do the red for food. You don't have to do that anymore. You can, like, stay in town and really build up material and then go out on the road. It's like you're going to shift. I know it's regionally, you're going to have, you're not saying left or right, you're just saying just material have to shift based on where you're at. So if you're
You're not
somewhere,
conceptual.
as a crowd will look different,
Someone else.
people are going to be
That
more
you don't
accepting,
have
less
a
accepting,
space to
depends on
pizza
something
from another context. Sabata Kalon, Sabata Kalon Kalon, just says Dam Akaba Ha'ala. Literally, again, you see the perspective
maybe you
that
should
you reach
re-examine
more
that
than
idea
honor.
and maybe
You
figure out
also
like,
drink the
maybe I should
uncircumcised.
figure out a
What
better
is it
way
talking about?
to make this
Sabata
idea
Kalon Kalon,
acceptable.
Zenibu
Because there's
You
ideas
went
where
ahead and
I'll
saved yourself
start
with
it off and it's
degradation.
just like
More than honor that
not
are
going anywhere.
anywhere.
And I'm like, there's got to be an angle in here. And then I'll find
After
another angle like,
you
haha,
go ahead
now I have it. And then I have to find an angle like, what if I was a woman and I was watching this and I'm looking at the fucking meathead on stage and I'm like, man, like I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that this is like this doesn't have a bad guy. Like let me like work this into your head first and explain it from my perspective.
you could have had so much, but instead what you do is you take the things yourself
Automatic
by
assumption.
sodomizing
It's
the king that
untold
you
purpose.
to say
Man
Gamata
with muscles
drink
in
together with
particular
the
are
uncircumcised one,
assholes,
this
right?
is
Like, and
Sikyo.
so
Listen, this is
you're
dramatic. Hasik
get
of the member
very
who Vanessa conquered Sikyo. The Gemara calls Sikyo the uncircumcised. Why?
complete asshole.
Because apparently the Gemara says Sikyo, Melech Yehuda, was sodomized by Nebuchadnezzar. So because Sikyo himself became the vehicle through which Nebuchadnezzar sinned, so there's some level of liability by Sikyo as well. What? How does the play government Nebuchadnezzar? First of all, that can't be it. The subject of the entire process is Nebuchadnezzar. Oh, Sikyo Tzadika, my hubby will be over there. Yeah, it's true. Yo, it's not on my bike.
There's a guy out there that like takes
for an
gets
act
people into shit
against
porn
us.
and all kinds of
Also, this is something we
stuff.
don't have. We're sure that because also Russia, Russia, also Sadika. Vanessa was ready to sodomize. Yo, what happened? So we're gonna see what happens tomorrow. Only half. Rather, I will say the concept comes in. Remember, we're trying to prove a very specific point that if a person becomes the vehicle for someone else's punishment, like Coach pointed out a lot, if someone becomes punished on my account, ultimately there's some level of liability to only half. I know it's the static locals. The Pasuk says it is also not good for the tzaddik to be punished. Primo tov ella la. So local was saying tzaddik. You know El Chafetz La Sha'ata Vayigur Chala Tzaddik Hashem Vayoga B'Nizilach Allah. Okay, the idea here the Gemara says that I know the tzaddik locals means it is also not good for the tzaddik for other people to be punished through. So not only should the tzaddik not sin, but the tzaddik also should not be the vehicle through or the cause for someone else's punishment as well. So once the Gemara jumps to just the second 9 months of our Kalosh, by the way, how do you know that Kalosh means last? We're just getting back to just that concept that I should not be the source of someone else's punishment. I should not be the source of wasn't if a person ultimately again turns on a day off, like the Gemara was just with Sikyo. Sikyo technically was the people through all the
Yeah,
exercise.
friends, sure, I can make them laugh. Like,
I was happening against no, he's not quiet over that. But the idea thing where when I become the vehicle for someone else's punishment, that's not good. The tzaddik does not want to be the source of someone else's punishment. You are just for a second. So remember the Mishnah said, Matrin Kalosh, draw lots. Draw lots for portions for Kabbalah portions. By the way, how do you know that Kaloshim means lots? My mom let Kaloshim Mishnah שציד איש נפלת משמיים, קילה בן שחר, נגעת על הארץ, קולש על גויים, upon the knees. Amar Rabba Baruch, was supposed to that person to die with the Hanetza. So what does it mean to hang up on the Amar Rabba Baruch, Melani Shayam Natil, Kor al Gidoli Malchus, Leida Eza Ben Yomo Shamish Kapta. The Hanetza was the land of Saddam. And again, he conquered many nations, and he sodomized different
my daughter about it. She said,
girls
don't do things like this. I kind of want to see like what's going on in a man's mind that makes it such a mystery. You know what I'm saying? It's such a mystery. I can imagine a scenario where there's a bunch of people that did some horrible shit in a room, and you just go in there and fucking kill most men can say, oh yeah, there's a place, there's a place. Like if someone did something and I knew they did something and they're in that room and they need to go, right? Most women can't think like that. They don't like that. It's not inside their head.
The idea of yours that when Nebuchadnezzar died, the world became quiet, touching the laughter, celebration began. When he was not supposed to have there was no laughter in the world. Also, not allowed to stand in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar. Seeing
serial killers are real, right? These true crime shows have shown me this. And I want to know what it was like. That's what I think. Whereas like Universe Smith,
his force extended 300 meters. Zeras are called on the sea of Kuya. And literally, again, it extended, totally out, encircling all of the people who were in his palace. Sabata Kalor, just like an act of Allah, the Gematria, is actually overextended that much, he was unable to do anything.
What is the actual
The Shush Yard also showed Gehenna. Rush Yard
when
the Nebuchadnezzar died and went to Gehenna, the people in Gehenna were afraid of him. Can you imagine this? Like that was the currency that Nebuchadnezzar brought to the world. Like literally when he came to Gehenna, the people in Gehenna were afraid. What were they afraid of? Amru, Shema Lushol Aleim Huba, Olah Flos Kimosem Huba. So they said they were afraid. Is Nebuchadnezzar coming to Gehenna to rule over us?
So the cops don't want to say it's true. I think it's because it's over a rainy street, a lot of people party. There's the bodies being brought up 2023.
What does it mean? Shops and shops. So literally means look how the the oppressor has rested. Shops rested to literally again from the world. What does that mean? Nebuchadnezzar died. Shops this new resting. Sha'amra Midol David. The next husband said, bring our measure and grain. Listen, this is the fact. This is represented Babel, conquered many kingdoms. Those kingdoms became massive.
All you would have to do is get someone
Babel was known as the Magiba. The gold Babel, measure your tribute and others say no. Babel didn't even say measure. Babel just said bring and bring and bring and bring and don't even measure. Rabu Yisrael Sasari, Yoni Abba Abba Malame, Sherachab Ala
There's a lot of them are gay. Like a giant percentage here says gay. Because it's near a gay area. It's the gay Restream is like the party area where there's a lot of gay bars. That's why it's such a funny joke. It's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing because at one time, does someone have to get caught before they say, "Oh Jesus, these weren't just a coincidence"? Someone was drowning people. Because I don't think it was a common thing. I think, like, you maybe get one a year, some fucking drunk hops off a boat, doesn't know what he's doing, drowns, and that doesn't happen. But this is not that. This is way more. The bodies in a few years is kind of going to be probably in those. If you think about it, how many serial killers stronger? Because the FBI was also asserting dominion over the animal. 100, 200, 300.
And how did these families
serial killers
and how did it manifest?
always.
The kosher turn in the ocean, and also the tiny snake or a serpent around the line, and use the tide serpent as like the range of us. Let's imagine the scene. He rides a line with the serpent used as the range. The tiny machine, the gamma tires are
Unfortunate cases sometimes
kind of
levels
actually
drug, which is not
that
much.
it ends up again, you can ends up to his credit. To his credit,
Police
learn the lesson. You learn the lesson
most
that
rainy
his
street
strength
area
was not his
drugs
own,
as
that his
alcohol,
strength
drug
came from
related.
a but that he was the vessel of God to do a number of things, including discoveries.
Too many cases.
But ultimately, because he learns his lesson, he comes back stronger. He has dominance not over human world, but his dominance extends over the
It's
animal
GHB. There's a lot of it. Put those people up for GHB. That's a big one. How many serial killers are there? How many active serial killers do they estimate are in America right now? Let's guess. 10. You think 10? Yeah. I think 100. Whoa. Yeah. I'm going to 100. This is like a wheel of fortune.
How shit, all those requires you know what should happen.
I think it's 100. That's
Also, we got the really incredible daf today. Incredible daf. Says the Mishnah. Those things touch yourself about the association. So you can put food inside of the pit, Rashi says so it's like a pit or right or dried up. So you can put food in there and you show she is shower or that should be garden. Also, we're going to see now it's not exactly clear like what the series
make up less than 1% of US homicides.
We'll see in the Gemara, but the idea would be is you're putting it somewhere cool in order to preserve its foods. Gemara says that's a minor you can do it. I'm sure she is something. Also, put good water inside of bad water in order to hold the good water. So let's say you have non-potable water, non-drinkable water. So, but let's say it's cold, so you could put good water, drinking water, inside of that cold water in order to keep it cold. Okay, that's only the Hamish. You can also put cold water in the sun in order to allow the cold water to go ahead and heat up. Somebody's foot gets soaked, or while he's trying, you get stuck in a rainstorm, right? Or you slip and you fall into a river. So what's that one? Come on, I'll leave it ahead. Beautiful shoes. You can go ahead and continue to walk. You can go ahead and continue to walk with that with those clothing. And you don't have to be insurance will say. So apparently one might have felt shoes, maybe almost carrying. We'll discuss what the issues are. But never continue to wear the clothes. Once you reach the outer courtyard, show from the hammock, spread it out in the sun to dry. When you spread it out to dry, you can't do so in a public fashion. You spread it out in the sun to dry in your house. But when I say not public, this is what's the concern of this, right? If people see clothing hanging on a clothesline that you're hanging up on Shabbos, what are they going to assume? Or what could they assume? You launder the clothing on Shabbos. It's actually a case of marriage.
So this guy was studying
it. I don't understand. The first case, the first was I put water inside of a dried up pit, cistern or well. So, okay, like what's the TV show here? They're not allowed to. When midterm is really close, I'm going to turn there was maybe I should be concerned with food. On the bottom of the pit, make out the level out the bottom of the pit. Remember again, Ashwig knows who's leveling out the ground. Leveling out the ground is also this is much food. Now you often go, you could put good water inside that water, or is it order to keep the water cool? So inside of a cold, undrinkable utensil in order to use it. We'll say that's nothing wrong with keeping something cold on Shabbos. So what's the issue? She's a same. So we'll say no, you're right. The Kiddush case is that I can put cold water into the sun. That's the Kiddush case. As I was saying, another Chica, was like, obvious that there's no problem with heating anything up in the sun. We spoke about it during the Masechta, to which the Gemara says, somehow the Gemara makes it like that's you might have maybe you can't heat up something in the sun, lest you go ahead and cover it with a coal, like heat it up with a coal. How much of a sun is supposed to come? You could go ahead and heat something up in the sun, and there is no concern that you will come through that. Beautiful. Mission issue. So also when we get somebody's clothing gets soaked, the Mishnah says if you wear your clothing, you can hold it. Go ahead and hang it out to dry, not in the presence of people. I'm going to do that. What's the name of that? That's what comes in. Whereas I feel the best also this is an incredibly wow. Rav said, when the Chazal asked some of Maris Ayin. Maris Ayin, I will say, is usher even in trial. A very important. So, again, wouldn't have thought that intuitively. What is Maris Ayin? Maris Ayin is something that looks wrong, even if it's 100% correct. So it's actually because some people like to I don't care how people think. I know I'm doing this because of that. Now, there are times that mantra, that approach is good. Most times it's not. Torah gives us an obligation of research. It must look correct. Eyes of others. Therefore, I am not allowed to do anything which raises suspicion. I'm not allowed to do anything which looks illegal. So that says smelting and just a lot of mining. So that says mineral rich resources up there. So that says that halacha l'maisa Marisine is going to be observed even the Chajik Hadar. Even fighting. The Gemara says Tanakh showed them the Chama Balo Kinagidah. One second. So the Mishnah says that you can hang out your clothing. You can hang out your clothing in private, just not in front of people. I will say hanging out your clothing on Shabbos once you got so should be a situation of Marisine. Based on what you just said, you should be able to hang it out at all. To which the Gemara says, in reality, this time you are showing the Chama. One Bryson says that you can hang out your clothing in private, but not in a public way. Rabbi Eliezer Shimon also. Rabbi Eliezer Shimon says, halacha l'maisa, you can't hang out the clothing at all. You can't hang out the clothing at all. So we'll say, and that in fact is halacha l'maisa, the way we go ahead and go ahead and ask. Like that, for example, if you were to have a situation like this, where clothing is so important, you could not hang it out on a clothing. Now what you should do is, it happens all the time, you come on control clothing. So if you can hang it up in the bathroom, hang it up in the bathroom because so the concept of Maris Ayin means the concept of invasion is something that looks like it's so that refers to something clothing on a clothesline. So again, that looks part of the laundry process. So you can't hang clothing in a clothesline, whether people can see it or whether people can't see it. But to hang something up in your bathroom, which does not have the appearance of laundry at all. People just visually hang up laundry clothing in your bathroom. So I'm feeling that for people that are want to hang. So when it says, I'm going to tell you some Shabbos Chai Chai. Somebody shakes the dust off his towels. Thousands of clothes. Right? When I say it's Doraisa, I will say, what's the Doraisa? It's a lot. One thing. Below Amrad, well, let's qualify this reason. Below Amrad, well, Amrad Ella Becharati, Ababati, that's only with the new towels. But with the towels, it's not true. It also makes it dust. It's more visible on something new than it is on something old. So therefore, again, dust and shifting up the dust on new towels to new clothes, that's getting into Doraisa. On an old cloth, not good. Below Amrad Ella Becharati. Furthermore, to take black for garden cloth. About the Hebrew, the Hebrew, the suit, go with the white cloak or red cloak, less like it's dust. It's much more visible on something black and not as visible on something red or something white. The hard coupled alarms. Furthermore, again, it's only an issue of what? Only an issue of one is magnet. So what's this? So again, if a person is not generally mac on dust on their clothing, then halacha l'maisa, they would have to kind of have something very interesting. Because that last qualification is subjective, right? Everything until now was objective, right? New one, not an old one. White, black versus white. This last one is are you masculine? It's very interesting. So some people aren't masculine. Some people aren't masculine on anything. So again, if you're not put on the dust on the clothing, so then the nice again, shaking it out is not problematic. Story. Ula wants to so Chazal wanted to come and not sit in the night. So that the rabbis, the Torah scholars, were shaking out their clothes on Shabbos. Amar Kamechalin Rabban on Shabbos. Ula was sad. He says, Rabbanim, are being Mechal Shabbos. Amar Rabbi Yehuda says, the Futsi lay back, do me a favor, you stand the other example there. Go shake out your clothing. Go shake out your clothes in Ula's face. I'm sure so Ula is not about that. We're not in other words, what's this? I guess it's music. They're not why they're shaking it out. So they're shake out the stuff. And it's not because of the it's not because ultimately, again, we won't wear clothing with dust on it. Sometimes they should not because there's no hashkadah, or again, there's no reason or malada. So the Gemara said, Abai was once in years. How could you say listen to this? So Abai was going to say, give me my hat. It's probably a shrine one. So give me my hat. So what's actually very interesting. So what happened? So Yosef saw the dude on Abaye's hat. It was one Abaye's hat. So what's this? So here's what Yosef was concerned about. Some similar mistake kind of was like delaying and giving Abaye his hat because he wasn't sure what to do. So what Yosef was concerned about, he had to shake off the dude. Ultimately, he turns to the dude and asked him a lot. So he wasn't sure could he handle the hand, not handle the hand. So he was kind of he was delaying. He didn't want to shake off the dude. I'm like, no, shadis is no problem. You can take off the dude. Unarmed low top you so as you begin to see that a lot of people, when it comes to camper, it's also a case that when a person is going to be not. So if you match people on it, Abai being said no with a hand like you want it, and Inami, then shaking it up a little bit malada. If you're not to have dust like Alice, then that's malada. There's no have the person doesn't really have a particular consistency on moving those items because that already said that was an argument. I know it's in we're not going to slot. So that's kind of how the person goes out to us with their clothes folded on their shoulders. We've actually seen this before. So I'm not wearing my clothes instead of getting my clothes fully sitting on my shoulder. I'm kind of also makes sense. Why? Because ultimately, again, if the cloak is being worn like a normal garment, that's one thing. And I love how I say it's sitting on your shoulder. That's not a garment anymore. Therefore, one will be high because tying my hand device that's towards this. So for exos, I also try to say it's close and we don't have to say the Shabbos. Clothing merchants who go out with their clothes folded on their shoulders on Shabbos. Also, for exos, by the way, it's not just clothing. Ella called out the why is he called salesman? Ella should Darko Shomover and his time. It was Darko merchants to go out like this. The Henvini, Hayotzi the most through like so again was a Henvini. Henvini is a shopkeeper. He goes out with money sewn into his cloak on Shabbos. Chayiv is also Chayiv for carrying. Gemara says, "Little company but it's not only remember not Chayiv Chatas for Muktzah. Chayiv Chatas for transport this one which is for $100 to travel. Little company but and it's not only a shopkeeper. Little company but Ella Kol Adam. Rather, we'll say every person. Ella Darko Shul Company loves his stuff. Rather, again, it was coming for a company. For a shopkeeper to go out with his money sewn into his garment. Taharatonin goes to this Shal Israel. This is Drakonin. Now Rashi says over here, Rashi says that Hanan is the name of Shem Makom. That's the name of the place that they came from. Okay, and that they came from. So that's also, by the way, you see that it's halacha l'maisa. Anything that you wear as a malbush, as an article of clothing, you're never be chayiv anything. So we look to wear it. Once it's not considered to be a normative malbush, normative article of clothing, then you will be chayiv for so. So the Gemara goes back to the Harachanan, that's the name of the place. Those things, they can go out with their clothes on their shoulders. It sounds like you was wear their clothes like we wear our talis. He said, normally the way we wear a cloak is you put it on your shoulder and treat so that Tana used to take the talis and fold it over their shoulders. It's very fascinating. So the Gemara says, that's considered wearing. So Tana not allowed to do it. It's not just like everyone should wear it like that, because that's considered to be a normative form of wearing. Nice set of Hyrcanus. We don't show Rabbi Eliezer. There was once a story of Hyrcanus, the son of Rabbi Eliezer at Hyrcanus. She yatsa the Suda Shahal B'Shef. I just want to point out fascinating historical note. Rabbi Eliezer at Hyrcanus, the Gemara tells us that he started learning Torah at an older age, and I say older, 20, because then he left his father's home to go ahead and learn Torah. Most people who go to a regular university, and it's not time to put it over, that's funny. So interestingly enough, his father was very unsupportive of his learning. He's really quite fascinating. He had to run away. And his father, like they wrote him out of the will and everything. This is the famous thing, his Rebbe was Rabbi Akiva, so it's fascinating. He was very unsupportive of his son until he realized the great person that his son had become. It's fascinating to see that apparently Rabbi Eliezer named his son after his father. It's just incredible. It just as an aside. All right, maybe I was right. So the Gemara says as follows. So my son, one time, Rabbi Eliezer, Sarah Eliezer went out with a sudar with a cloak on his shoulder. So what does this mean? His cloak. Like he took the sun, folded it over his shoulder. What did he do? He tied a piece of string from the cloak around his foot, so that should the cloak fall off, he could pull it back up. So the Gemara says, "Shabbat Shabbat the truth is, it's nice. It's nice that he did that. That doesn't mean anything. That's called the normative act of wearing to fold it over your shoulder. It's really quite amazing. Also, that's not so apparently what we learn is an interesting fashion. Although normally you would wear a cloak by letting it kind of like sit on your body, you drape it over your shoulders, you take the sides and fold it over your shoulders. Like we wear our talisim, that is considered to be a normative form of wearing. You wear it out like that. It's amazing. So we'll say, now it's normative, even though that was not normal. It's normal to wear a cloak, just to put it on your shoulders and let it sit up, go down. But I don't think to fold it over and put it on your shoulders looks good as well. Amazing. Now, should not about this in the street of this hello. The house of Asi. But name, Allah says, they asked Ivan, can you make up Marzi? I wasn't here, so this is last night. You go ahead and make a good on Shabbos. So, Rabbi Loi, also last was Marzi for Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a Marzi on Shabbos. By the way, my Marzi, what is a Marzi? I'm Rav Zira, he's sweet about this. So once you take a look, here, interestingly enough, Marzi, in the context of clothing, means something dramatic. So you remember this incredible? Yeah, last night, it's incredible. 8 hours. Right? So Marzev, last night Marzev meant what? A leaf that you were using to channel wine out of the barrel into the cup. Like normally Marzev means like a gut around the house. Today apparently Marzev in the world of fashion means seed bamboo. Take a look at that. She says over here. Kisi Bambiaisa, Shemasalkin began in Ars Kisharovin, the conflict also Fabin Isa, who Maxikin also I did Hunter Bahino in Kismo ruffles at the bottom of the clothing. So what they would do is they would make like a little hem at the bottom, like bottom sew up and make like little ruffles on the bottom. So that's called Kisi Bambiaisa, the Babylonian pockets. Gemara says you can't do this on Shabbos. Why? When I said to not give a package, right? It's the final completion. Of it. Give me a hum, listen to me. Zero. Give me a sleep with the zero. I'm going to talk to you. And apparently, again, give me a Rishon Rabbi Zero. This type of ruffle, this type of hem permitted, it's really awesome. I'm showing something else. I'm really awesome. I'm going to papa. Here is the cloud of us trying to figure out what type of ruffles you can make. Call a daita to the thing. Awesome. Here's the general. Any type of ruffle you make or end that you make on the bottom of the garment, ultimately again remain there forever. That's awesome. It's not called not to be packaged. Anything that's there just to go ahead and beautify the garment, just for now, but will not endure, will not remain. That will be good. The hard to she should read what this sentinel. She should read that was ultimately again actually described this La'akash is I declare the Takwa and Yash the whole cover the earthy so for example, sort of she's read that during the week when he was put on his cloak, he would adjust it to his that would make it look even nicer. He also had the number that's like Rebbe one time Rebbe went out to the but how you should see the castle nothing out to see. Was listening to this story. One time Rebbe went out to the field and he had folded the sides of his cloak over his shoulders. So he was wearing his cloak like again like we wear in the palace. I'm in the front of Yoshua ben Zerus ben Chamosh Rebbe Meir. So Yoshua ben Zerus decided on some Rebbe Meir. The Zulo Kiev Rebbe Meir Chatos. I'm sorry, he said Zulo Kiev Rebbe Meir Chatos. In a situation like this, right? He said really it's me up. But ultimately again he was choosing Rebbe. How can you wear your clothes like that? And that mayor would make you hide the carcass. So the mayor would hold, and I love to wear a cloak to the sides to be flowing down. The moment you fold it over your shoulder, that is taking up the carry the cloak. So he's telling Rebbe, I think what he is wrong, to which Gemara says, I'm going to did Rebbe mayor after that. So he said, Rebbe was so adapted. Rebbe went ahead and let down the sides of his clothes. Yes, Rebbe, Amar Yoshua ben Zerus was a Rebbe like he just read the version of the story. He said, no, it was not Yoshua ben Zerus, Ella, Yoshua ben son. Hayachasna Rabbi Akiva. Amar Bezubo Chi Rabbi Akiva Chatos, and he said to Rebbe, Rabbi Akiva holds that you have Chatos. You wear your clothes like this, hold it over your shoulders. Amar Lo, Rebbe says, Oi, you take Rabbi Akiva Alkan, Shusha Rebbe Taliso. So that here's Rabbi Akiva is so tactic. If you can't wear your cloak, over your shoulders, you quickly let down the sides of his hands. Usher, Shmuel about Amar Nish Al. Sorry, we got a different version of the story. He said, no, Rebbe wasn't wearing the cloak folded over his shoulders. Rather, Rebbe was asked about the cloak folded over his shoulders. Rebbe's material apparently would have been to say that it's smoother. Once he learned that whether it's going to be a keeper or a mayor was left it, he agreed to those things. Incredible. Says the Mishnah. Arochus Aramitaria is not big. His person goes ahead and washes. Name Aram means cave water or needs very orange. Well, finish that thing and then you dry off. As I said, this obviously talking about next year. Either in a situation where bathing is permitted for this individual or just before the Takana Sadarfans, right? Just remember again, we learned about the Sugya where bathing became usher, and again, certainly for a period of time, it was not. So anyway, the Mishnah says if you have a license to bathe, right? So if you have that license, okay, to aim Ma'ara, wait to bury up. In his time, they can dry off. Even if you use 10 towels. You may not carry those towels on Shabbos. I was like, so this is very interesting. That what's the issue here? Rashi points out this has nothing to do carry, right? This is if you haven't. We don't want you carrying or use the towel off. What are we concerned about? That you will come to wring them out. I will say the issue here is that remember, when you go ahead and you squeeze water out of material out of a garment, out of a towel, the halacha line says that's a lot. That's not very top. Now the Kiddush of the same towel is as follows. I will say the cashless is you use towels to go ahead and dry up. Dave, each towel contains very little moisture. So you might have thought that a towel contains very little moisture. There's no concern that someone's going to bring it out. It's not full on water. If you use a towel on Travis, we don't want you carrying it home. Carrying it home out of concern that you will come to ring it. Says the Gemara, but if 10 people in the same towel, the same towel, this is like I think like most house apartments out there have like that towel that was on the thing, which was put it down and use it. We have a dedication opportunity if anybody. So the nice thing, 10 people use the same towel. So listen to this. So 10 people use the same towel. So what today the day of graduation, they're using this towel for that which is stated, that which is not stated. Right? So their feet, their hands, their face. What's the halacha? Was it interesting enough? So 10 people all use the same towel. I think you carry on Shabbos. That wasn't what we did here. So listen to this. Because it's a group, if one of the chevra begins to go ahead and bring out the towel, the other yell at him. They'll remind you. It's interesting enough to concern to bring out the towel is a transgression. So if you're alone, you transgress. If you're part of the chevra with the group, not inadvertently transgress. What it was having good friends, being part of a good chevra. When you find yourself to make mistakes, but if you surround yourself with good people, good influences, they can help you stay on the straight. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. Sucking. Which will translate this literally, and then we'll explain this in Gemara. So sucking means you put on oil, right? You can rub it oil, right? You rub yourself with oil. Or massage means massage. Although mishalming, the word in Gemara means vigorously. So say these were all parts of the stuff that we're talking about over here. Was to fall under the issue of your throughout on Shabbos. So apparently you could smear oil on yourself for massage, but I love the nice no vigorous massage. I love scattering. You can't spray. Because it's going to see this was not a bunch of skin. Really an effort to remove that skin. And your Cordima cannot go down to Cordima. It actually says over here what's Cordima. Shame enough. Cordima was a river. Can't go down to the Cordima River on Shabbos. Then you also you can't put in activities whatsoever. Activities was this thing that people drink in order to reduce the thought. Can't do that on Shabbos. Being ma'atz cannot go ahead. Was ma'atz go ahead and literally freeze the child. Now this is what a baby is born. Was the bones were out of go ahead and you're going to see how they work. You can't do that. Again, we'll explain the parameter of that as well. It must be immaculate as Hashem. You can't accept those bone on Shabbos. You should never go yonder blackboard, or you should be in the soda. Somebody must have a dislocated hand or foot. You have to go ahead and soak it in cold water. Have a little bit of the guy. Watch it in a normal fashion. In this transfer, there is no you'll see the parameters of these halachas. But this last part of the Mishnah, going back, in general, we don't want to medicinal healing. I'm concerned that you come to come up spices or herbs in order to make medicines. Says the Gemara, honey name out of the Tiberia. So remember, the Mishnah believes cave water to make Tiberia. Just like the water that's very has to be very warm. So too again, the water of the caves is also warm. Harochit, the evidence in the Chatfilah. That was Harochit if somebody wants. If somebody wants to expose faster, there's something you can do in the Chatfilah. You can't. Nechlal, Nechlal from the base. Nechlal, the Shtatif called Gufa, the Chatfilah Shapir. So when Shapir done is supposed to say, sounds like over here, that to go ahead and pour water on your entire body. Could be the Chatfilah okay. Whose opinion is this money? Rav Shimon in Tanya, or Yishtatif other being the common being with certain Rabbi Meir. Shimon Matir, so one second, the Meir says, not only did you not bathe, but you really shouldn't pour water over your entire body. That's Rabbi Meir. Rav Shimon says that it's mutter. Yehudon Mechana, so it's only mutter. He says that ultimately again with warm water, chaser, but with cool water in it. So we already did this with you beforehand, and we understand that Lamaisa, any real full body bathing is going to be
It's also really good.
that's why Shabbos is to also issues of swimming on Shabbos as well. Although like we mentioned, we didn't see the emotion that's on just Shiva. He writes that the person is very sweaty. They can't take a cold shower on Shabbos in order to go ahead. But again, obviously, one also has to be careful with this secondary issues that are associated with shower. Obviously, they won't put into these bar soap because it requires so much of you. One has to be careful with toweling off all the associated issues. It is topic I feel that you can go ahead. So let's remember again, if a person was able to bathe in a permitted fashion, whatever the Messias is, and even if he dried up with 10 towels, he can't carry those towels on Shabbos left to come to go to the excuse me. They shut Rabusa, in most cases, the one guy who uses 10 towels and the 10 guys who use one towel are both teaching us an incredible lesson. Reisha, Rabusa, Kamash Malon, so what's the Reisha is Tafilu Hani Zorone Fushi Kumayo, even the Katu Asli Sita, was the penalty of the case. Even if you have a lot of towels, and they have very little inside, very little moisture, very little water, and you say there's no real concern about squeezing it out. There's only one person when nervous is good at it, Shabbos, and you will come to get in for increased gas and hours. That's the Kiddush. So let's say even if the one guy you prove it, bathes permanently, the towels have very little moisture. I love how my supposed to be young and we're concerned that he's permanently bring out the towels, and naturally he cannot carry towels on Shabbos. What is the safe level of Kamash Balon? Even the Rabbin didn't second the Rabbin thing. 10 people using one towel. So there's an incredible amount of moisture inside that one towel. Because since the partner, we're not worried that one is going to come to wring it out. One is going to do so. The other members of the Chavchavra will remind him that it was Shas. Incredible. The same other Bible. We'll say the person is in a person bathed on Shabbos and the towel in a permitted way. So you go ahead and leave it in the window. So in this time, if you use the bathroom. So let's say again the bathroom has a cold bath, let's say in certain circumstances, permitted to go and use it. So you use towel in the appropriate way. You leave it in the window of the bathroom. The law you can smell the wool urine, but do not bathhouse. Why? The bathhouse attendants are chashiv. The chashiv will say about what? The chashiv is right. The bathhouse attendants need to make sure there's a fresh fire towels. I don't know if they necessarily launder the towels in between every single use, but they certainly would go ahead and squeeze out the water. Certainly giving them the towels on Shabbos is that they may come to squeeze it out. Where it says else there, Shimon or where we're stopping about this house, the reveal is okay. So Shimon disagrees with the mission. I should have also allowed for my study. Try off with the towel. After you try off, you can bring it home. Amar the Abai Rabbi Yosef will put some mind. So Rabbi Yosef, what is the halacha? So the Mishnah says you can't do this. The Shimon says you can't do it. So you know what's the halacha? Amar the Harab Shimon Hot Rabbi Yochanan. So we'll say there are a bunch of different opinions. Like all of these people just did the same. Shimon Hadam. So Shimon is on record as saying that even if you use a towel on Shabbos, you can still go ahead and carry it. So the Gemara says, Rebbe, what's what it says? Say, sign up. Amar Rebbe, Shein Lo Bein Yisrael Tzor Shimon. When we were learning Torah shitting in the city of Tekoa. היינו מעמד שמן בעלונדיס, והגענו לכאן. So Rebbe says, so what we would take our oil and our towel, and we would take it from a chazar to a rooftop, to a so remember again, this reflects you that we've seen mentioned in Shas, that the primary city is going to be in Arabian. There isn't a piece that essentially all Tarfas as one Rishos. So every Chatzar, God, and every Tarfas is one big Rishos. So Rabbi says when we used to learn Torah about Rabbi Shimon in Tekoa, Shabbos afternoon, we would take our towel and our oil. We want to get into the bathhouse. But there was no, it's how we get to the bathhouse. We go only through different permitted Rishuyos. Actually, like, it's a Mayon, or I'm not the bathhouse, but a spring. So we got to the spring, in Shabbos afternoon, we would go ahead and wash in the spring. In Shabbos, right? In the spring. So we'll say so again. So again, what do you see here? And Rebbe doesn't do that. It doesn't show that they left their towels by the spring. I mean, because actually, they wouldn't use their towels. That's so you see it, they took the towels, they washed them, and they walked back with the towels. So you see that this is the symbol of Rabbi Shimon, that I love from the Mesa, carrying the wet towels throughout Shabbos, and that will come to get out. Remember, the Shmuel, the Rabbi, the Shmuel, the stopping of the Ba'aluntis, who will be a real so Shmuel says, I love from myself. Person could go ahead and dry off with a towel on Shabbos, and you can bring it back home. Rabbi Yochanan, the Amar Kiva, Abi Amar Rabbi Yochanan, Halacha, the stopping of the Ba'aluntis, who will be a silver. And Allah, when I say person could dry off with a towel, and he can bring his towel back home. We'll say again, I just want to point out, there is nothing inherently wrong with the wet towel. There's nothing inherently wrong. What's the concern? Because that if we allow you to handle the wet towel, you will come to go and potentially come to go ahead and wring it out. It's blotting to water. So the question is, do you hold up this data or not? The fundamental issue. It's not clearly held with it, but then you see these rabbis. These rabbis with it. We have a Rabbi Yochanan has some Rabbi Yochanan. Established the Yetzer says that the general said that Allah is established had in our established in the Stabei. Or you be that if you try off even with 10 towels, let's say 10 towels, one person 10 towels, very little moisture each towel, very little moisture that one will come to wring it out. The last faster, I will give them half the noise master. So it reflects the view of then half the noise. Therefore, again, the Yochanan has a different opinion. So the Mishnah reflects kind of thing. Also, what comes out is something very interesting, which is that it does not reflect the majority. Isn't that incredible? So it turns out, by the way, the halacha is not like the Mishnah. The halacha is like all of these other rabbis, all these other opinions that look here, that the wet towel can be carried on Shabbos. And we are not concerned that you are going to come to wring out. You must have to be careful. And you mustn't happen, but it's happening all the time. Like, just not with the words, it's happening all the time. Somebody spills something, not Shabbos was provided something not spilled. You're being at a towel, you have something like a towel. You must be very careful not to go ahead and wring out that towel. On Shabbos, that is halacha l'maisa. But it's not like we say you can't handle that towel. We pass them for all the other rabbanim that a wet towel is more to approach it with carrying things. So the Gemara says, Amar Yochanan, how yarn within the big money. So the bathhouse attendants, they go and bring the women to the bathhouse. We watch these constant notion where this is now in a different discussion. So this is an issue over here that the bathhouse attendants want to bring towels for the women to the bathhouse. Let's say there's no Eruv. So they can wear the towels. The towels, I guess, will also fit technically speaking to be used as a problem. So if you wear it as a garment, you could transport it that way to the bathhouse. Sakinda, Aknisa. So make sure it pays Roshah Lamas. It's also a kerchief. Let me say it's a kerchief. Sugar Gadosha Tali, but they say Babarosha Atakra. So this was a large kerchief that would really hang down over the shoulders, and the head is covered with it. So you can wear that, you have to tie it to. So as this way, it's tying it under your chin, or really was tying it by your shoulders, in order that it doesn't fly away. This is something that if the wind gets it, it can fly away. And what are we concerned about? If it flies away, you may come to retrieve it and end up carrying it. So it's interesting halacha. So you can go in with your kerchief on Shabbos, and I love the must be tied down to the body. Also means below the shoulders, tied by the shoulder. Rabba the Kima Mirasa money the Nehila, Hula Matamixram. This is incredible. So you know, this is to keep up with Kuzan. When you bring clothing out to the soldiers on Shabbos, we'll say, so apparently we were soldiers, not Jews, we were stationed in the Kuzan, and it fell upon the residents to clothe the soldiers. So sometimes they have to bring out clothing on Shabbos. So Rabba said, when you bring out the clothing in Mekuza, go ahead and tie it. So if you transport a kerchief or something, make sure that it's tied down by your shoulders so it does not get swept away by the so the Mishnah said that you could put oil on, massage it in on Shabbos. You turn around, you can go ahead and apply oil and massage it by the stomach on Shabbos. So once it's apparently done from this, like a stomach ache or the other, you would go ahead and put in oil and rub it in. You do that on Shabbos, you do so yes, and you live in the same way that you go ahead and do it. So remember again, I want to point out, even though this is being done for medicinal purposes, people would rub oil on themselves for non-medicinal purposes as well. So since it was done for non-medicinal purposes as well, therefore, halacha makes it you do things that you have to do it with a shoe. And then that child, so what kind of shoe? First you put on the oil, then you massage. You put on Omer, Saf, the Mash, the Yoke says no, it doesn't matter. People don't have a particular order as they put the oil there first, massage first, oil after. The Yoke says it doesn't matter. You do it whatever order you want. And the idea is because this is action, if healthy people do as well, you do it on Shabbos, even though your kavanah is from medicinal purposes. Like no different than what? No different than a person who has a sore throat and drinks a cup of tea on Shabbos. Since drinking a cup of tea is something done by healthy people as well. Therefore, you can do it on Shabbos. You can do your kavanah for medicinal purposes. So apparently, massaging the stomach with oil is something that healthy people did also. So nice you can do it on Shabbos as well. How about lo mis'almin? Rabbi said you can't just remember we translated mis'almin as like a vigorous massage. Right? That you can't do. So that's only done for healing purposes, and that's also says the Gemara. Here we go. So the Gemara says, "Amar Amar Asr the Amot Kartis shall do messes." Do not stand in the floor on the seabed of the Umeses River. The Umeses was a river. The seabed of the Dune, I don't know if that's right, the Umeses River. Rashi says, his waters are very salty. So ultimately, again, the mud, the seabed of the Umeses River itself was warm, and ultimately, again, had medicinal healing properties. So therefore, you can't stand on it on Shabbos because it is a form of healing on Shabbos. So let's listen to this. So say the healing properties of the Umeses River span only 21 days. Shavuos is part of the 21. Says my brother, they say Shavuos is part of the 21. Shavuos is the beginning of the 21, end of the 21. So the Gemara says, Tashra the Amar Shmuel, Kulu Shitani, not the Adat side. So Shitani are literally drinks. Rashi says, Mashkin or Refuah. All drinks that people drink for medicinal healing are most effective between Pesach and Shavuos. Between Pesach and Shavuos. The Adat side. So we'll say, so we see over here that apparently Shavuos is the end of the healing season. So they say that the Umeses River heals for 21 days, and Shavuos is part of that. So apparently, Shavuos is really the end of the healing season. So the Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe when it comes to drinks, I will say. So in general, healing drinks are most effective when the world is colder. But here by the Umeses River, it's about the heating qualities of the seabed. Maybe again, therefore, the hotter it gets. Therefore, maybe those that when it comes to drinks, Shavuos is the end of the healing season. When when it comes to muddy bottom of the Nessus River, maybe Shavuos is the beginning of the heating season. Okay, the Chavim Alma came out. Okay, so it wasn't different. The Gemara is not sure. No, we know that the Nessus River is cold. It's very 21 days of the year, and Shavuos is part of those 20. Which part of Shavuos? Shavuos, the beginning of that Gemara section. I really helpful. Was saying, listen to this incredible Gemara. Well, at least starts there. So the Gemara says, "Amar Michal, Chavra the Parugaisa, Maya the Nessus keeps class the wine on Parugaisa and the water of the Nessus is responsible for the loss of the dogs." Let's say, what does this mean? Listen to this incredible Gemara. Chavra the Parugaisa, Shem Medina, Shishuda. So we'll say, Parugaisa had the best one. The best one was Parugaisa. And of course, as we said before, the Nessus River, the Nessus was the best. The 10 tribes were lost in wine because they got too caught up in the pleasures. They got too, in wine. So you see over here, you see something very important over here. It's good to go ahead and enjoy good wine, but don't spend your life pursuing the best. Right? There's a very important feeling over here. Good wine, every good wine is exceptional. It's probably even a mitzvah. But it's best looking for the best wine. That's where you get a little bit lost. That's where things. Now, again, everyone's like, is it okay at times to look for the best wine? Some people are not sure we're not talking about it. Yeah, that's fine. At times, it's good. But as long as it doesn't become a life pursuit, nothing happens to sort of taste of the best wine. That can be very good, especially if you share it with loved ones. But the Maisa, just life looking for that. So that's not so the 10 tribes got lost because they lost themselves in the pursuit of this best wine and the healing waters of the Nessus River. So as I said, the Gemara says, one more minute. This is a crazy story. Rabbi Elazar ben Ara, Rabbi Elazar ben Ara went to Dionysus is the name of the river in the locale of Pirugaisis. Like that's what it sounds like. Right? So Pirugaisis was like the city, and Dionysus was like, you imagine this place must have been like a Gan Eden. This is very so. It must have been like a Gan Eden. Because you have a place that has the best waters, like the healing waters, beautiful oceanfront property, and vineyards. Oceanfront property and vineyards. Best wine, the best one, mamish like Gan Eden. So Elazar ben Aruch went there. Imshich Basraim got a little bit too involved in the wine and the water. He forgot his learning. I want to point something out. Just so you understand what's happening. This is going to stop. I'm going to go on a cliffhanger. Let's understand what's happening over here. The Elazar ben Aruch was a Talmud Defu. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Not only that, but he's listed as one of the primary disciples of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And Rabbi Elazar ben Aruch described this how? Or Sud She'ino Ma'amiti. He was looked at as the cemented sister who never lost a drop. Never lost a drop. And we'll see actually. We'll leave that portion for a little bit. He was telling Rabbi Elazar ben Zakkai. And Lamaisa came to this place, Gaisa, he got involved in the wine, got involved in the waters, and Mamish forgot his door. What happened to both sides?
You're out in 400 feet or 300 feet of water, pitch black, you can't see anything, and your job is to go and put a listening device on a Soviet communication line in 1986 or whatever it was. And you're in enemy territory. So if you get discovered, you're dead. And none of these guys, that's the incredible thing, none of these guys have ever said anything about it. Wow. Decades, and not only decades of missions, months away from home, none of these guys have said a fucking thing. They've not been on a podcast, they've not written any books, and the only thing they say is, yeah, we do a lot of incredible shows, still can't talk about it. Unbelievable. Yeah. I've been in my you still have the ability to see. I can't imagine being like 300 feet of water. pitch black. If you lose a glove or something goes wrong, how are you going to get back to the boat? Like, and you're going to have to get back to the boat and then get back into American territory without being discovered. And more importantly, you're going to do this how many times over the course of your career?
And does the listening device require them to gather the information while they're at the bottom of the ocean, or does it transmit?
I think it transmits.
Yeah, that's much more convenient.
It's not declassified, so who knows?
Right, who knows?
And they don't talk about it.
Wow.
They don't talk about it.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Jack and I were talking about it, and I was like, have you ever heard about this? And he's a retired Navy guy. He's like, oh, I've never heard about it. Like, that's my point. It's an incredible story, man. Like, these guys are still buttoned up, not saying a fucking word.
They pick the right guys.
They pick the right guys.
Yeah, there's guys like that out there.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be famous either. There's a lot of people out there that
they're just doing a mission.
Yeah.
They come home, not tell their families. Their wives would be pissed off. What are you doing? Out on the boat with all your friends for months, just hanging out, hot racking,
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't say anything.
You have to have the right wife. If you don't have a woman that can understand that becomes a real problem.
I'm sure a lot of them have been divorced.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of the Bob Lazar story. The Bob Lazar was the guy that worked at Area 51.
Yeah.
He couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. And they would call him at like 10 p.m. There's a flight for you that leaves at 11:15. Be at the airport. And he had to leave. And he would tell his wife, I got to go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's like, I have to go to work. What are you doing? He's like, I can't talk about it because all his phones were bugged. Everything was bugged.
Right.
So his wife's like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. She starts fucking her flight instructor. And that's one of the reasons why they removed him from his duties. Because they're like, this guy's going to be unstable. We have to see how he handles this because he's involved in this top secret back engineering of a flying saucer program, allegedly. And we have to, keep an eye on this motherfucker because he can't be mentally unstable and have this kind of responsibility. Because he can tell it.
He tell anybody.
Yeah. And eventually he took her to the sites where he explained to everybody when he thought that his life was in danger, that he was getting fired. When things started getting sideways, some people need to know about this. He took her out there and he showed her. But he didn't know that she was fucking some other guy by that time.
It's so unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Look at this is what I'm doing. I wonder if that actually.
Fuck, God, I should have sucked this.
I feel bad now. I used to have to do that because for years, years of my life, I didn't tell anybody, couldn't tell anybody who I worked for or what I did. And I didn't have a wife, so I didn't have a wife or kids. I just not really say anything. And I just dip out. I kind of dipped out from my family. My dad was like very concerned. He's like, I never hear from that kid. I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, man, he's working. He's just busy, man. It weighs on you after a while. You're like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah, not being able to tell people about something you're doing that's hard. Like, you can never show someone part of who you are. There's always going to be a door that's closed. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's difficult. It was like my wife, when we first got together, she's the first girl, or first woman, I shouldn't say girl, she's the first woman I knew. So I was like, fuck this place, I'm out of it anyway, so if I roll up, I'd get rolled up. Who cares about it?
Was she initially like, whoa? Like, how did she handle it?
Well, so we were,
Did you give her like deep?
no, because she had met some of my friends, right? Yeah, the guys in the community are fairly obvious, like you. They're jacked, tattooed, a lot of them, things like the Hells Angels.
Right.
Like, I don't work for the State Department. It's fairly obvious. Like, the State Department, they're going to wear suits and, they're come out of Harvard. They use really long words all the time. They're not like, they don't look like they're getting ready to commit a felony. And so she would be around, at our kitchen table or whatever and have all these guys that look like, they're NFL Hells Angels. And I look like this, which, is intimidating nonetheless, but I can get away with it. I can do that, but they couldn't. She's like, well, sort of the State Department, but what is it that you actually do, right? Like, you're not a janitor, obviously. I'm like, we train assistant advisors up there, and then after a while, getting to know her, 6 months or however long we know each other, we were driving down the road, and I was like, I actually work for the CIA, and she's like, I know. It's funny because even now today, right? It's like a lot of my friends will come by that I haven't seen for years, and she always has the same kind of like eye roll. It's like, okay, you guys will be up till like 2 a.m, like drinking at the kitchen table, talking shit about anybody that used to work. Yeah, that's right. It's so dramatic, right? It's like it's such a silly symbolize of people, and it's all the same people, the same regardless of your profession. It's like they're always talking shit. That guy's dude, that guy's not.
It's so fascinating to me, like James O'Keefe stuff, like how much they talk about things they should never talk about, date with.
Yeah.
Like not even like your wife of 10 years. No, some lady or some guy. It's a lot of it is chatty gay guys. Yeah. A lot of it is gay guys. Like, I'll tell you how many. You're on a date with some guy and they're trying to impress him and they start telling about what secret covert things they're doing that's totally illegal. And they do it all the time.
No, it happens all the time in DC. It doesn't really matter what party or wherever you go. You always have the guy, and it's so funny because I would go to, whatever party X, and depending on the venue, it might be like department, FBI, or whatever, you can always tell who works for who. And it's always like, they're always trying to out-jockey each other for who works for the better government service. And I used to always tell people I was a janitor, so they would be down. And I'm like, why are you here? Like, kind of a thing. I'm like, that's what I do. It's my passion. Well, then shit stripes and toilets, man. I gotta wipe it. And then all the other guys were like jockeying for like FBI or State Department or wherever they're going. And it's always the guys like, I can't tell you who for. Like, and you just sit back and listen. You're like, let me hear where this guy's going. This is gonna be a fun one. You're like, oh, we got a couple of drinks in them. Yeah. And it's just full of shit. It's like, it's so full of shit.
Well, that's the thing about important people that have achieved a high level of success. Everybody wants to pretend they're that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that want to pretend they're that person because it's so hard to become that person. But you can get a lot of people that don't know any better than you are. That was a big thing with martial arts. Big thing with most of it, especially in the 80s. Also in the 80s when I started, no one knew anything. It wasn't like today. Today, if you get in a street fight, if you're a high school kid and you get in a street fight with another high school kid, there's a high likelihood that kid knows how to leg kick. He might know a blast double. He might know an arm triangle. You might get fucked. Like they might know how to fight back then. No one knew how to fight. It was very rare. There was like one kid who knew how to box. It was always the wrestling team, which were the most dangerous people. Those guys were the worst. Those guys they're the hardest motherfuckers in the school, always. And I didn't even realize that until I started wrestling. I was like, I'm amongst these fucking elite killers. And they just walk with everybody like they're normal. And you realize the level of commitment and dedication involved in being an elite high school wrestler, just a high school wrestler. It's fucking off the charts. These kids were going to camps all through the summer. They would get sent off to wrestling camp. They were training year round. And I just hopped in on my sophomore year. I did one season of wrestling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like the level, I had no idea. I was hanging around with these people. I thought they were normal. They're like kids. They're like little soldiers, right? Like all of them, thick-neck little fucking soldiers. And you realize, like, wow. It like opened my eyes, like, jeez. There's these people around. Never even considered martial arts until the UFC. Nobody really understood unless they actually did wrestling how helpless with an elite wrestler. No chance. Like, see, it's not like, oh, maybe you'll be able to hit him before he takes you down. No chance. Shoot on you. Who's gonna fucking? You have no chance. You have zero chance. But there was always a bunch of guys who were pretending they were martial arts experts. It was a really common thing. And then you would talk to them, like, where are you trained? What do you do? Some guy, like, learned some mystic. There was one guy. This guy actually was getting arrested for murder, and he's in jail right now. He had lied to everybody that he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and he was even teaching people, and he did nothing. And this is like the early 2000s, I guess, like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was just starting to catch on. People were just starting to understand the depth of martial arts because of the UFC. But it hadn't really gone mainstream until about 2005. And this guy was telling everybody he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and Eddie Bravo trained with him. And Eddie came back to me and was like, man, something's wrong. He was like, this guy was terrible. He didn't know shit. And he's like, no, like, really? He goes, I think he's a fake. I think he's a fraud. And you end up confronting this guy. And then the guy wound up, he was banging some guy's wife and wound up luring the guy back to his karate school and killing him. Yeah. And he went to jail, and he's in jail right now. But he had a fake name. His name is Raphael Dory. That was his fake name. It was like Ralph something or other. And he's in jail right now for murder. That's a super right? Not that guy. But it's a fake black belt. What's that? There's a movie years ago, Lightfoot or something. Yeah, with Danny McBride. Yeah, it's awesome. Fucking hilarious. And it's like that guy, that character, that strip mall, martial artist, is just a piece of shit. There's a guy on Instagram that documents all these guys. It's Dojo Life on Instagram. It's a fucking great page. All people doing bullshit martial arts like death touch, and you would go limp and fall to the ground, and you get all their students becoming washed, and they go along with this whole facade. It's really weird. They're in on the charade. It's very strange. Super weird. It's very cultish. Martial arts are very cultish, especially traditional martial arts. Like your instructor is always sir, you're always bowing to them. There's always a lot of weirdness and so in like traditional taekwondo, you always would refer to your as Mr. Who's Mr. I hated it. I was like, just jumped on. Years did you do that? Oh, hardcore for 7 years. Yeah, hardcore. Switched over to jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I switched over to jiu-jitsu a few years later. I started when I was 22, and then I was like doing comedy. I started doing comedy at 21, and I kind of half-assed, trained, and fought a few times while I was also doing comedy, but I didn't have the commitment that I had before. I had a series of events that led me out of like wanting to compete, and one of them was recognizing the brain damage, recognizing it in other people, and then laying in bed with headaches after spar sessions, going, okay, where does this lead? And I'm not even making any money off of this. I hurt really bad. I knocked this one guy out when I was 19 in California. I was competing in the Nationals, and I KO'd this guy, and he never got up. They had to take him on a stretcher, and he was on a stretcher for half an hour, and then they took him to the hospital, and it freaked me out because I was like, but that could have easily been me. It easily could have been me. And that would bother me because I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm trying to win, the national championships. I'm trying to be in the Olympics. I'm trying to do these things. But I'm like, okay, well, where does that lead me to teaching? Do I really want to teach? I was already teaching at the time, but I really want to teach for a living forever. Like, I don't think I do. There's not. And then we're recognizing that the martial art that I picked, Taekwondo, had a lot of flaws in it. It was really good for kicking, but it wasn't the best overall martial art. And when I started kickboxing, I really realized that. And then I started getting into Muay Thai, and I realized the power of leg kicks, and the devastating impact it has on your mobility, and like 1 or 2 leg kicks, and you're so compromised. I was like, oh, there's so many levels to this. So I was like kind of half-assing martial arts like the last year. Not nearly as committed. Like I was all in all throughout my high school years, all in, and until I was 21. And then from 21 to 22, kind of half-assed it. And then I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until years later. So what's going on at like 21, 22 in
actor, maybe a comic?
No.
What do you think?
I didn't think I was going to be a comic until I did an open mic night when I was 21. I did, and then even then, I was like, this is just something that I think I can do. But when I bomb, I'd be like, fuck, I should go back to fighting. I just got to get a fucking country. And then, you know what happened? I tore my ACL. And when I tore my ACL, I had to have surgery, and I couldn't do anything for like 6 months. And then I realized, like my body's vulnerable. Like, you're counting on your tissue staying intact in order to, like, live this life that you want to live. So I had to get my knee redid. I was like, all right.
So that was the first knee reconstruction.
Yeah, I was 22, I think, when I blew it out. 21, somewhere around there. It was like right around the time when I was like thinking about stopping eating. It's like the universe was like, let me help you. Right. Let me fuck your knee up real quick. So I had to get that fixed. That takes a while before it gets back to normal again. But the comedy became a thing where I was like, this is very exciting and really difficult to do. It's so different than anything else I was doing. Where you have to get people to like you. Like, it's dependent upon like personality, and whereas with martial arts, I did not like me. I loved it. I didn't have any problem. Like, no one's gonna save me. Doesn't matter if these people hate me, and if you're looking at me and there's just you and me and a referee. I liked it. This person had like a bunch of, like, one of my favorite things was like hearing the cheers stop. Like when people were cheering, like, get him, fuck him, kick his ass, and then the guy would collapse, and he hears silence. You just hear silence, especially if you go to where they live, right? Like, you gotta go to Ohio and fight in Ohio. I just love that silence. It was this final moment. And my thing was I would always walk away like it was normal. I'd never celebrate. I would just walk away like that was, I do this every day. I'm gonna do this to the next guy too. This is what I'm gonna do to you. And I would always take naps too. That was the other thing I did when everybody was freaking out before fighting, before sparring. I would go to sleep in front of everybody. I just put a hoodie on and just lay down on the ground and sleep.
It's not like you try to fuck with them a little bit.
It was a little bit of fun with them. It was a little bit of, but I'm so relaxed. Right? I didn't take a nap while you're freaking out. But it was also, I wanted to do it for my own mind. You know, I wanted to just, I was so in my own head. I was in my own, like, what I'm going to do, thinking about all these other external things until that one knockout. That's when I really started out what could happen to me. Because I had gotten really lucky where I really got hurt in the tournament. Never got dropped, never got knocked out, never got really rocked. But I did it to a lot of people. And then I was like, this is coming around. Like, it's a matter of time before I get whopped. It's just, it happens. It's just going to happen. I'm going to fight some national champion guy, and I'm going to zig when I should have zagged, and I'm going to catch a heel to my fucking jaw, and that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to be waking up in the hospital.
That's interesting that you had that thought early on where you're like,
Well, I started seeing range in other people. Specifically, I started kickboxing because I was training at boxing gyms. And I started seeing guys, I was saying, there's like a slurry aspect to the way they talked. There was a labored thing to their speech. There was something about them. And then I would see it degrade over time. You know, like, I really started getting involved in sparring and boxing when I was about 19. And that was also around the time where I started losing my enthusiasm for Taekwondo, because I just realized the no punching to the face thing in tournaments was limited. It really fucked up because it gave you this illusion that you could pull things off, where all the guy would have to do is jab you in the face. You're like, oh, okay. Like, at this distance, you can't do the thing that you normally do in a Taekwondo tournament. You have to be much more aware defensively. So I had to recalibrate my offense and my tactics. And so I started doing a lot of boxing, a lot of kickboxing, and I saw so much brain damage. I saw so much, like, unreported brain damage, just weird stuff. Guys would tell you the same story. They just told you, like, 5 minutes ago, they tell it to you again. And I was realizing, these guys can't remember that they just said this thing 5 minutes ago. It was like they were stoned, you know, and they weren't. You know, they were just starting to exhibit the beginning signs of brain damage.
So when you're making those decisions early on, perform, regardless. So you're competing with Taekwondo, you're going out, you're actually performing at like open mics. Is that what you're doing? Just like,
Yeah, when I was 21, I started doing open mics. Yeah.
And so being able to control your emotions, because you gotta be freaking out.
Yeah, well, the first time I went on stage, I was more scared than I had ever been fighting, which I thought was crazy. So I started fighting before I could really be scared. I started fighting when I was 15. It was like the first fights that I had. You were scared, but you didn't. You were so stupid. You didn't know what could happen to you. And I was really lucky that I had a really good school. The school that I trained at was super technical. It was the guy who I trained under, this guy Jaehan Kim. He trained with General Chae Young-hee, who was like the founder of Taekwondo. And so it was like the technique was perfect. Like you had to have perfect technique. Like if you did anything sloppy or anything like kind of they would correct you. Like you had to have it down. And they emphasized a lot of heavy bag, which a lot of schools didn't even have a heavy bag, which I thought was crazy. Like we would go and do these things where we'd have our team would go and train with a team. Like we would travel to New York, and there was an instructor that was friends with our instructor, and they would bring their competition teams to compete against each other. We'd fight. So it was like these unsanctioned fights that we have. And you'd find people that were roughly your weight, and these guys didn't have heavy bags. And then you'd go to their gym, they have like a small type gym, and there was in their dojo, they didn't have a heavy bag. I was like, this is great. You guys don't train with heavy bags? And it didn't make any sense to me. They had kicking paddles and a bunch of different things, but they didn't have anything that would improve thrusting techniques and stabbing techniques, which is like you need resistance. You need a heavy bag. And so our instructor was adamant about like if you can't hurt somebody badly with one kick, you're doing the wrong thing. These techniques were originally designed for war, right? And you're supposed to be able to have devastating power in everything you throw. That got lost a little when Taekwondo got into the Olympics, or when it was on the path to getting into the Olympics. And it became more of like point scoring. They would try to hit you and run away, hit you and run away. It was a lot of like fast moving techniques that didn't have the same sort of devastating impact. So I got real lucky where I trained is that they really emphasized power. And so the school that I was at was very feared because a lot of the other black belts were like, the guys that I trained with were fucking really dangerous. Like they were known for when they would go to a tournament, people would get scared. Because if these guys hit you, you're in trouble. Like these were dangerous cats, that were like just wheel kicking people into another dimension, turning side kicking people, crushing rib cages. It was a lot of that. And so I got real lucky that that's the gym that I started in. That I started with, like, you imitate your atmosphere. Right. The first guy that I ever saw hit a pack was this guy, John Lee. And when I saw him, he was the national Taekwondo lightweight champion, and he was competing. He was training to compete in the World Games. So he was about to go. This was the World Cup, and he was in full training mode. Like the moment I walked into the gym, and I watched him fold back. And as I was going up the stairs, I could hear the sound of it. This is I was just visiting this gym. I was leaving a baseball game at Fenway Park. And me and my friend just walked up the stairs just because we didn't want to wait for the tea. It took so long for so many people leaving the baseball game. There's going to be big lines. There's going to be packed. So let's just walk up here and see what's going on. And as we were walking up the stairs, I heard this sound that I'll never forget. It was like, whoop, ka-ching, whoop, ka-ching. And then ka-ching is the chains of the heavy bag, because this 120-pound bag was flying through the air when this guy would hit it. And the chains were going shh and rattling, and then would come down, he would set it up again. And he was 7-10 feet from me. Like there was this like little ledge where you could sit and watch people, and they'd set it up like that. So the heavy bag was set up right where people would walk in, because it was a great recruitment track, right? Because you would really get to see what people are capable of. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I want to know how to do that. He was doing spinning back kicks over and over again, turning side kicks. I'm just folding this fucking bag in that. I'm like, that's crazy that a person can generate. I didn't even think a person could generate that kind of force. And I trained with him a lot, and I learned from him a lot. He taught me a lot. And he was an interesting guy too, because he was like a real street guy. Like he'd been in and out of jail, wound up having a substance problem, but there's this funny dude from Chelsea, which is like a real hard, dangerous neighborhood in Boston, and just a fucking killer, man, a killer, just a killer. And when he would compete, people get so nervous. It was crazy to watch because I started training with him and going to tournaments with him when I was a white belt. So I was a white belt, he was a black belt national champion, and John would see people whispering like, "Fuck, Tyler's here." You would see guys take those deep breaths. They knew he was a weight class. Fuck, because they knew this guy wasn't trying to win on points. He was trying to break your body. He was trying to just crush your organs. He was trying to separate your fucking brain from the inside of his skull. He was trying to hurt you, and he did it to a lot of people. I watched him knock out a lot of people. A lot of people. It was wild to see. So, like, but to me, it was just like this new thing that was going to change who I am. I went for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't a loser because I was like really good at this thing that was scary, and I just threw myself in it. It was my whole life. I didn't do anything. I didn't party. I didn't go to, I had very few friends outside of high school. My whole thing was just training. I'd get home from school, get something to eat, immediately leave, hop on the train, head into town every day.
That's like 15.
Yeah. Yeah, from like the summer of my freshman year of high school. And that's when I first started. Right, like when I graduated from high school and my freshman year, I started training. And it was nuts. It was just like this complete new life. It was so weird. And then competing, like traveling around competing, first as a white belt, then a blue belt, then working my way out, purple belt, then all of a sudden, in Taekwondo, red belt is brown belt, right, and then black belt. And then my instructor was crazy. He would let me compete as a black belt before I was a black belt. He let me compete in the men's division when I was 16. Yeah, it was nuts.
Shit.
Yeah, it was just if they thought you had potential, they just throw you right into the flames. Like, let's see what you can do.
So the confidence it gives you, it's like finding something that you're good at.
Yeah, it was like all of a sudden I got obsessed with something where I'd never really worked hard at anything in my life. And then I had abs. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I look at myself in the mirror, I had abs. All of a sudden, I had muscles everywhere. I was like, this is not because you're going through puberty. Right. So you're this doughy little fucking kid, this scrawny, doughy little kid that never did any sports other than baseball. And then all of a sudden, I'm shredded, and I know how to fuck people up. And then I was doing it to like live humans all over the country, like traveling everywhere we traveled. That's all we did. It was really my friends. It was really, my friend Steve Graham, who I'm still friends with to this day. He was a real maniac. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a flight pilot with the Navy. Or not a flight pilot, a flight surgeon with the Navy. He was an ophthalmologist. Like an insanely hardworking guy, like unbelievably disciplined. And he got into Taekwondo while he was a doctor. While he was an ophthalmologist, he's a maniac to this day. This dude's had he's still a good friend. He's had 70 fucking surgeries. He's had his knees replaced, still trains, still spars. Yeah, he's like in his 60s now. It's fucking nuts.
So he's like, hey, you're funny. You should go do this.
We would go to tournaments, and when we would go to tour, when we have sparring days in particular, everybody's super nervous. It was very dangerous. And so I would be the one who would break the ice. I would be the one who would make fun of everybody and do impressions of everybody. And I always was cracking everybody up, and it was a captive audience. Right. And everyone was looking for from the fact that there's this we would be on a bus headed to Poughkeepsie, New York, to compete in a tournament, and I would be the one on the bus making fun of everything, just cracking everybody up. And my friend Steve said, "You should be a stand-up. You should try it. You should just try it." And I'm like, "Look, you think I'm funny because you like me. Anyway, other people are gonna think I'm an asshole." Like, my sense of humor was very dark. It was very crazy back then. I was living a crazy life. Did an open mic night, and then I said, I think I might be able to do this.
Did you bomb like straight away?
Yeah. No,
Was it just
I
like
didn't.
lock right in?
I got a couple of laughs, like ha ha ha. It wasn't good,
Right.
but everybody
Do
sucked.
you remember any of the jokes?
Yeah. Here's my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by the cops. Do you realize how fast you're going? No. Do you like my tits? Yes, I do. Here's a warning. That was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I had so many bad jokes. But I also realized like everybody sucks in the beginning, and then I thought back to martial arts. I go, oh, this is like everything, right? Like if you start off, you suck. Like everything, and the whole thing is like getting better at this thing you suck at, which is like I had this guy, Tommy Wood, started Tommy. We were talking about new things, about the value in terms of like people that acquire dementia, and one of the best ways to like to keep your brain fresh is do new things that you're not good at, and learn how to do them and get better at it. And I think I sort of just applied what I had learned from martial arts, because obviously I wasn't good at martial arts when I started. It was terrible. Everyone's terrible. You don't know what you're doing, right? And then you realize, like, oh, through repetitive effort, concentration, focus, discipline, you're gonna get better. It's a path. And so I was like, oh, this is a new thing, but it's also a new thing filled with other misfits. Because I was a misfit, right? It's like, oh, these comedians are misfits too. They didn't have regular rules. They always wanted to smoke pot, drink beer, and they stayed up late, they slept late, and they were just maniacs. I was like, okay, I can hang out with these people. Like regular people that wanted a regular job scare the shit out of me, because I don't want to get sucked into your drone-like frequency. I can't live. I've tried regular jobs. Like, this is not going to work for me. I'm too ADD, HD, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I got it. I can't do this. But those people were misfits. There were these weird, renegade, and occasionally professionals would go up, and you'd realize, wow, this guy's a master. Like, the mastery he has of, like, concept jokes and tricking you, thinking one thing, and then he hits you with another thing. Like, God, and the smoothness of it all just became an obsession.
Do you remember the guy? There
was this one, Teddy Bergeron. There's this guy who'd been on the Tonight Show, and he unfortunately developed a substance problem, which a lot of people do. And I think some of it is just the pressure of fame, the pressure of constantly performing, and it's just also like just living that dirtbag life where you're just like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Do coke. And they're just doing coke. Like, there was clubs that would pay you in coke. What? Yeah, they would. Yeah. Next comedy stop for you, cocaine or cap in the 1980s.
I can see that. I can see how this thing is super addictive. And this is like your dirtbag life. It's that same parallel we're talking about. Yeah. This becomes the rock you're climbing every day, because this is the audience that you have to entertain. It becomes about getting better, honing a craft, like, ultimately succeeding with the crowd right in front of you. They're giving you feedback. And that's very similar. Like, you're either getting higher on the rock or you're falling off.
And so the falling off was important, because the bombings would really teach you didn't want that. So what was it about the bomb? Like, how did you bomb? What did you do wrong? What went wrong? What's wrong with your material? What's wrong? Like, are you being lazy in the way you're setting it wrong? And then figuring it out, because that pain of bombing was so, like, sometimes it's bad to do well a bunch of times and get relaxed. Like, you can't be relaxed. Like, you have to, like, constantly grinding at it. You have to constantly be taking that fucking thing apart and trying to figure out how to make it better.
The guys like Andy Kaufman, right? Wow, they had a whole shtick. Nobody understood what the fuck they were doing.
That's a different thing.
It's
a different thing.
Wild. Like, it's because it's almost an intentional. You're bombing intentionally, but it's fun. You gotta like stretch it out a little bit to understand what's going on, and it's a different individual psychology.
It's a different thing. He's doing a different thing. My criticism of that, I don't really have a criticism. Maybe that's the wrong word, because I think Kaufman was brilliant. He was brilliant on Taxi. He was an interesting character. The shit he did with pro wrestling was just bananas. And he was wrestling.
It was wild. It's so wild.
It was so great. But he never was a great comic, right? Like, see, if Shane Gillis decided to go that path and just bomb on purpose, that would be almost more interesting, right? Like, here's a guy who knows how to kill. He's a real comic and one of the funniest guys ever. And then he starts playing the theme to Mighty Mouse and just repeating, "Here I come to save the day." Like, this is what Andy Kaufman did. He would have a record player and just play the Mighty Mouse theme song and just repeat, "Here I come to save the day." And everybody's like, what is going on? Like, it was like the mind fuck that he was doing with everybody. But he never did the other thing. Really entertained and built. Like, all the evidence of Andy Kaufman is him doing this weird stuff. Which, again, is not really a criticism, right? But he was doing a different thing. He was an odd guy who saw this thing and he was like, I can get in there and do something disruptive, right?
I can see that. I can see it's very distinctly different.
Nothing wrong with it. I loved it. I loved especially the wrestling stuff, but it's not my favorite. Like, if someone told me Andy Kaufman's performing in this room over here, but Dave Attell is in that room over there. I want to see Dave Attell. I want to go see the master. Yeah, I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to see a guy at the top of his craft that's doing this hypnosis on everybody, and you just leave there, your sides hurt, you're dying. You don't leave there going, what the fuck was that? Like, but he wanted people to leave there and go, what the fuck was that? Yeah, that was the magic of Andy Kaufman. This is not my, like, I don't like jazz, and I don't want to go see jazz. It's hard to like. It's kind of cool background music, but I'm not leaving the house to go see jazz. But I know people who fucking love it.
Like, so if you think back to Tap, I was thinking about this the other day with Danny DeVito and Taxi. Like, that guy's still going.
I know.
It's incredible.
I know.
Like, I was, and it just like a snippet of Taxi came up, and I was like, holy shit, it's Danny DeVito.
He's 100.
He's like,
Tony is long since retired.
holy shit.
Yeah.
That guy just keeps going, and he went to hold the Taxi.
Is Judd Hirsch still alive?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
That was a great show.
That was a great.
That was a great show. Was he?
He's 90.
His Mary Lou Henner was Taxi too, right? Wasn't she on Taxi? Mary Lou Henner, she has that great mind thing where she remembers everything.
Seriously?
Everything. You can give her a date, and she can tell you, like, 1973, right? February 2nd. She'll tell you what day it was. She can tell you what happened on that day. She can tell you news things. She can tell you what she was doing that day. She has, like, not just a photographic memory, but a complete recall of all events and dates. I forget what the term is.
Superior autobiographical memory ability.
Oh my god!
Remember almost every day of her life since she was 11.
Isn't that nuts?
That's amazing.
And she's got to be 70 years old, right? 73. She remembers everything.
The funny thing is DeVito's still funny. Like, he's still funny. Like, the way that he lands jokes. I mean, Always Sunny. How many seasons is that? Like 20 now? I don't know.
But how many fucking things has he done?
I don't know.
Taxi was when I was a boy.
Yeah.
To Always Sunny.
That was the thing my dad used to watch.
Yeah.
Like, my dad seems old. My dad's 80 years old. My dad used to watch that.
How old is DeVito? 81. Still banging it out.
Still fucking killing it.
Still funny.
I mean, how old's... I'm not trying to equate Ron White to Danny, but I'm saying, like, how old's Ron? Because he's still killing it.
70. Yeah, around 70. Yeah.
Like, I was watching the other night, and, he flew back from wherever he was, and he just, like, came in and stood up there and did a set. Like, he just kind of, like, walked in. It felt like he was just like, I'm here, I'm just going to stop in and do this. And then he fucking killed seamlessly. Just, it was perfect.
He's better, I think, than he's ever been right now.
I never, like watching somebody that's great, and then watching somebody that's in another dimension, like him specifically, because he's perfect. Like, it's absolutely perfect, because it comes off, it's unforced, it's a conversation, like he's just having a conversation with the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible to watch somebody that can be perfect in their delivery, but then be completely unassuming in the way that they're delivering it. Like it's just a natural conversation. Like,
casual.
Yeah. It's completely casual.
Casual killing.
You don't even feel like you're in, like you're watching watching a stand-up comedian, you feel like you're watching somebody talk, and you know that it's coming. You think that it's coming, and he still fucking delivers it with just a level of exceptionalism. Like,
Well,
the guy's
I think it's one of those things that you just keep getting better. And also, he stopped drinking. So he stopped drinking a couple of years ago, and that changed everything. He lost a ton of weight. He got way more focused. But he'd been going hard for decades. And his doctor had pulled him aside and go, "Hey man, you're gonna die."
Are all those guys still like all the so-called comedy tour guys? Are they still all doing it?
Fox, where they still do stand up. I think he did stand up recently with Ron Hill, but I don't think he tours a lot. I don't know about Larry the Cable Guy. I don't hear about him anymore. I don't hear about the other guy, Bill Engvall. I don't hear much about him anymore. I think out of Ron is the guy who's still. But out of all that, it was like Jeff Foxworthy was a great comic, and then I think, in my opinion, Ron was the best. Ron's just a master, but also Ron he loves it. Like he was there last night. He performs all the time. He's always down. He always like I always get text messages from him when I have shows. He wants to come and do a set. It's like he lives for it, man. He's constantly writing. He's constantly working on it. Like that's his thing, man. He fucking enjoys the shit out of it. Still tours, still does the road, does better than ever, sells out everywhere, and you're getting the best show out of Ron that you've ever got out of him. He's better now, I think, than he's ever been. I really believe that. And it's crazy that at 70, he's still getting better. His material just keeps getting better, and it's always working at it. He's always working at it.
You got that whole thing about LA or whatever he did. It sounded like he pulled that out of his ass on stage. He's telling a story about being on a flight. You're like, holy shit. He's telling me a story.
He was in the back room of the comedy store one night with his back bar, and we're hanging out, and we're drinking this back. Ron's drinking things, and we're having a couple glasses of whiskey. And then Ron starts telling the story about how when he was stationed in Hawaii, he goes, "There's this place you can go, it's a bunch of hookers, you get your dick sucked for like $20, man, I'll pay every fucking thing." And he goes, then all these years later, I was watching the news story, and all these transvestite hookers were getting rounded up in the very area where I used to go every day, and I realized, oh my God, I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. And he was telling this fucking hilarious bit. It wasn't a bit, he was just telling us the story. We were dying. Have you ever seen this on stage? And he goes, no. I go, you should tell it on stage. I go, Ron, that's hilarious. I go, listen, we were dying laughing. It was like it was a bit, but it was just him telling a story. Just no intention of ever saying, we're in the back room. He goes from the back room onto the stage in the OR, the original room. He walks down the hallway. I go with him. He goes on stage. He goes, let me tell you that story about how I got my dick sucked about 100 times by a man. He just goes into the story. It fucking murders. Like it had been a polished bit that he'd been working on for years. It was just a story. But Ron is a great storyteller, like a natural storyteller. He's not trying to be funny. He's funny. Yeah, he doesn't have to think about it. It's like he's just got his personality, man. Just guys like that iconic Western, almost a one storyteller. Like the guy that you would expect sitting at the campfire in hunting camp. It's like the old guy that's been around 100 years. Like he's killed thousands of animals. He's packed shit out, and then he's got these stories that you can't help but listen to. And that's what I was like, man, this guy is. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh, that's he's an old master. There's not a lot of humans like that. He's the main reason why I was interested in moving to Boston. The first reason, because I had already lived here. Ron was already moved here in 2018. Okay, so he just got tired of the place in Beverly Hills, come visit us in the comedy store sometime. But I was talking to him on the phone. He's like, he goes, there's no Hollywood bullshit. He goes, I want to fly somewhere to work.
center of the country. It's easy to get anywhere. People are nice. Food's great. He goes, yeah, sir, but not around. I kept thinking, man, I live in Boston. Like, I was like Boston, and Vermont was out here, so I would come out here for work every now and then. And I'd always come out here and love to stand up here. And I planted the first seed. And then when the pandemic hit, Mom was already here. And when I came out here to look at houses and stuff, and this is in May of 2020, so it's only a couple months into the lockdown. But I heard, I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I knew these cops out there were never going to get kind of control and power that they have in people's lives. They get off on those fucking weirdos. And so I was like, well, at least Ron will be there. I go hang out with Ron. Like, even if I never do stand up again, at least Ron will be here. And then, Ron was also going to convince me that I have to open up a club. I had the thought in my head, and I was thinking about doing it. We talked about doing it. Ron went on stage for the first time in like 6 months. It was in November of 2020, and he grabs my shoulders when he got on stage. Fucking murder. First of all, when he went on stage, they went crazy. It was a giant standing ovation. There was no indoor shows anywhere else near there. It was like we were doing it at the Vulcan. They had some shows they were doing at Cap City before Cap City went under, but they were like separating everybody by like 20 feet or some stupid shit. As if the virus came through the air. It was dumb, right? Everything was dumb. But the Vulcan was just like unhinged. It was packed. I was like, this is so crazy. This is a super spreader party. And Ron went on stage and he had gone over his notes and material and wasn't even sure if he was thinking he was retired. He was talking about retiring. I was like, I'm retired. Do this one set, and then he grabs me by the shoulders. He goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. He goes, you got to open up that club. Okay, we're going to open up that club. And then we started looking for locations right afterwards. So like Ron was a key force. He's the god of the Austin comedy movement. Like where this became like this big hub. It started with Ron, 100%. Because I knew if he was here, we set out, my friend, we could go hang out. Right? Like, because like even if I couldn't do stand up again, just I need someone who's just a dedicate. I need a dude I can hang out with. That's a real comic that we're gonna have fun. We can just talk and laugh. Well, who'd you go with when you were in LA? Him when he was there in 2018 always, but of course Joey Diaz. And you know, the pandemic hit, Joey moved to New Jersey. He's like, fuck this place. He was on the same things as me. Fuck these people. And he just wanted to go back home to New Jersey, which was, you know. And then Duncan moved to North Carolina. Everybody moved out. But it was like Duncan, I'm going with Duncan, Segura, all those people that were, you know, the mainstays at the comedy store. It was an amazing crew. Tony Hitchcock moved over. And Tony was one of the first guys to move out here too with me. And then Segura moved out here, and then everybody moved out here. Just like a wave started. Is there anybody you're starting with back in the day? Because you're going to Boston. Was there anybody you started with that you're still with? Yeah, Greg Fitzgerald started 1 week. I think I started a week after him or before him, something like that. We were separated by 1 week. Oh, seriously? Yeah, we did open mics together. We traveled around together. We would drive 90 minutes and do 5 minutes for free. Yeah, we would drive to Rhode Island to stand up for free. We traveled all over New England. We did road gigs together. Yeah, we came up together. We had so much fun. We just had no money, no career. You even thought of one day having a career. The goal was I want to be able to make a living doing comedy because we knew that there was guys in town that were headliners that could, you know, grind out $100 grand, $50 grand, whatever it is a year, only doing comedy. They didn't have to do anything else like that. Imagine if you could pay your bills with comedy. Right? The idea of a career was like the thing we never even talked about. Because everybody in Boston stayed in Boston. Nobody left. Other than like Stephen Wright and Jay Leno, there's like a few people that kind of, air quotes, made it, you know, during that time period and left Boston. The goal in Boston was just to be a good comic. It was a real interesting thing because it was a real artist in the
the most unpretentious of ways, because these guys are all coke, snorting,
may in fact be enough
whiskey
remember
drinking
again,
psychopaths, and a lot of them are big
that
guys,
masculine
big
alcohol
fucking
is so
football player looking dudes were
that if
just
liquid
animals.
comes into food,
And
that
they were just
liquid is no
wild men,
longer viewed as liquid,
you know,
but
and
rather
they
viewed as
had this
liquid.
life that was so
What does
envious
that mean
to me.
practically?
It was like, God, to be
Practically
so
what that
free.
means is
All you have to do is just tell jokes.
on
You
status.
don't have to ever
So
show
for
up at
example,
the fucking
if you will say,
the
you want to
newspaper
go ahead
depot to
and
deliver
you want to add
newspapers or
some
driving limos, doing construction gigs. I didn't have to do any of that.
like you have a piece of
Just do
fish,
comedy.
you want to add
And
some
that was
lemon
me and Greg.
to your
Just
fish or
drive
some
around, just
olive
thinking,
oil
like,
to
one
your
day,
fish. So
imagine
you want to go ahead and
make a
squeeze that
living
out.
doing this.
So we
That
would
was
have thought,
the
okay,
only goal.
statement absolutely awesome. You
And
can
then
go ahead
we
and
both
squeeze
wound up,
this
and he moved to
out
New
of
York
food
for a
and
bit,
get out of
for a
anything.
while.
And
I moved to LA, and then he eventually moved to LA as
that
well.
lemon juice, since that olive oil
He's still
is
there.
going
He's
to a
still
piece
back
of
in LA.
food, that
Gosh,
liquid itself
I can't
has the
imagine
status food.
like
And because
living
it
there
has the status
and
of
staying
food,
there,
it is not
even
subject to
for
speaker.
professionally.
Because
Did you see what they
speaker
just
somebody
did
said,
to
what
the
is
guys that
speaker?
won the Super Bowl?
Squeezing
You
out
see
a
the
liquid
jaw
that is
tax?
sound
Yeah.
gas.
Jimmy, you see the
liquid
jaw
that goes
tax?
into food that has gas in the food.
I
It has the
understand.
status of food
I understand.
itself. Give me a one,
The
because
tip
this
is,
is my focus.
it's
Now,
specific to
whether or not
California.
not to have
This
all the
job tax in
open
California, there were
you have liquid that goes
some of the
into your
players
food. Is that liquid
they
considered to be a
lost
liquid
money
version? Is it
playing in the
food?
Super Bowl
This is not
because they had to pay. Oh, no, it is true. I don't think so. No, it is true. I went through AI last night.
This is talking about a baker.
No, they pulled it up on Grok, and then people analyzed it. It's based, no, Jamie. It's Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, dependent upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage.
Does that allow the low
Okay,
to travel somewhat?
Okay, whatever.
Well,
The Super Bowl specifically. These guys, Jamie's so funny. I know that a lot of things are real. What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night. He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact that he was there for 7 days. So it's a percentage of your income over the course of a year. So if he makes $2 million a year and he's there for 7 days, this is how much money you have to pay. And so the Super Bowl pay is not, it's like on top of your normal salary, right? So it actually cost him money to play in the Super Bowl. So he made $178,000, but because he's there for 7 days, he had to pay $200,000. Did you watch it? No. I was gonna watch it just for Bad Bunny, just because everybody was so pissed off. I thought it was hilarious. This guy's like, I don't fucking care. It's like a cultural war. This guy is singing. Objectively, people that saw it said it was a great show. I don't know. Can't take your word for it. Like somebody was telling me the other day that I got like voices. Oh yeah, that's
Now, what happened? What's the status of
yeah, halfway through it or whatever. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. I gotta fix your shit. Fix your team. I get it. It was the Patriots. I can remember. But it's like, I'm busy.
on the bread. And then what happens when you put the bread on the bread?
If it's on, yeah, get airports.
So what's the impact of
Yeah,
anything
like
like
I'm
that?
not going to my way.
People just goes away. What's
Because
the
Aaron
impact of
Rodgers
that
is playing
liquid on a
that
solid
maybe
mass?
I even go.
Because
Aaron was
mass
playing.
of a mash
But it's like,
one of the things is that even though the liquid
God, it's so hard to go
is
from
going to
combat sports to regular
will
sports
be
for
destroyed,
God.
it's
It's so
disappear,
hard.
it still
It's
has
so
the
hard. The
status of a
UFC
mash.
last Saturday
The mash
was
of a lot of
fucking
mash
spectacular.
and
There
one
was
of
a
the other things
small
is
one
it's
in
going
the
to go
Apex
because
Center,
it's going to be destroyed
and
getting
there
that
was
way.
some
Therefore, a
incredible
lot of
fucking.
them so
It was so good.
has
It's like
a lot
that
of
to me
impact
is
on the
like,
salary.
I don't have a
Well,
lot
the
of time
food that the
for
honey comes in.
entertainment.
It's
That
macrocas,
feels an awful lot.
it's another macrocas
Yeah, that fight.
sangue,
Saturday
hamilcar
was
se a
like,
bezeisin, e a
incredible.
gamis,
Yeah,
a bolsa,
that's
se você se
Yeah, the Mario Bautista performance is
me
fucking
passei a
insane. He's so good. That guy just keeps getting better. He looks like a world champion. And it's like, watch combat sports and the consequences, what they're doing, the dedication, this moment. They train for months and months for this one moment when this referee is like, fighter one, you're out. Here we go. That to me is the most exciting thing in all sports, and I'll never stop being that. I love it. So football's fun. I've been to some UT games. UT games are fucking
Now the
great.
olives themselves are solid.
Well,
And
this
now
is
that
like
I
the
use them,
state.
what happens?
Yeah, it's like this
This
is like
liquid that comes
the
out.
state
What's
has.
the
So that people are like,
Chinese it is, does the liquid really comes out of the blue solid. Now make the olives picture like cabo color.
icon,
But if so, my hand
and it's just the
have the
enthusiasm
ability
from the
to
crowd.
convey similar to the olives.
I got
So
to shoot
the
the
Gemara
can
says,
and
"Well,
once
chef
more,
is
the
we are
cheers
done
can off.
if you go and you bruise your olives with common hands, the
It's
olives
fun.
are hooked
Being
with
on the
abo
field, seeing
color.
these guys warm up and get ready, and
Rashi
watch the
says,
game.
hooked
Nighttime
shark,
games the
the name
best.
coming
They're
the
nuts.
mixed because of
And then, of course, they do
higher
the jet
so
fly
half
over,
is not this time. It was interesting enough why I want to
which is like,
not
America,
why do I do this?
fight over fire jets over a football
Use
game.
olives on
This doesn't happen anywhere else. They don't do that anywhere else. They never do that for a fight. Fly
Therefore,
fighter
again, I'm
jets over.
happy
That'd be cool
the fact
though.
that the
That
liquid
would
is
be
coming out.
maybe when you don't see it.
Therefore,
Maybe
it's
you
also
can
the
sphere
cabo
and have
On the
like the
flip
roof
side,
of the
it's a whole
sphere
similar.
like show
Well, so
the
what
jets
happens if
as
I
they
bruise
pass
the
over.
olive? I want to
It'll
look
do
at
it at the
that.
White
The
House.
reason I want to look at
They
that
probably will.
is
Well, they're probably going to have air pressure. I mean, how dangerous is that card going to be? Oh my God, sure. So like, if you wanted to have it, that's the spot. You're at the White House. You're having cage fights.
So that's
And
where
I'm
I go home
convinced
shirt
that's
said the
because
liquid
with
is
all
not
the
much.
crazy shit going on in the world, who knows what happens between now and June? This is supposed to pop off. Like, who knows? Who knows what goes down?
Therefore, again, it will not be
fucking
much.
happens with all
Later,
the
the
Epstein file shit. It keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier until Rokon Massey just released names of these guys that have been redacted for the list, and one of them is Lex Wexner, last name Les Wexner, right?
Then the
Who's
liquid
the
makes
CEO of Victoria's Secrets? Is he the CEO or the owner? Former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets. He's being named as a co-conspirator now. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Because he runs this model into Victoria's Secrets, my girls, the whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved in this. And they had redacted his name up until now. Right? Sure. Well, two things. I don't think anybody his existence as a co-conspirator is new information. It's confirmed now, right? It was people I think are behind that. It wasn't supposed to be blocked down file. Exactly. He's not a victim, right? He's not a victim. So why would his name be right? And so they got it redacted. And now he's being named. I think
In reality,
the fun most of these
in reality,
right? Which
there
people
are
learned that there was something going on between a gifted
They're
Jeffrey
arguing about two
Epstein,
different things.
this
Like, so
insane
one thing
house
is
in
arguing
Manhattan.
about,
So a
is
$60
arguing
million
about
house
whether
in
or not
Manhattan.
Mushroom
You know the house where go into it and you see Bill Clinton dress. You know that picture that we have in the lobby? That's the foyer of his that Jeffrey was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter
why would you be
about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child murderer in 2020.
There's no real
See if you can find it.
status was
Crazy chick is right about everything. She's
what's the status of liquid?
she was
What's the
kidnapped
impact
in
of
his
liquid?
house.
Liquid itself is just going to be lost and
She was seems like she was being
what's
held
the
there for
impact of solid item without liquid? The second my focus is if you just use a liquid,
she called her dad, trying to get out of there,
on a
something like
solid
that.
item, what's the impact of the
That's not
liquid on
his
that?
involvement as
I'm going to see that I'm going to see
this was in Columbus,
So
Ohio.
think
Oldman is where like that's where his house is. The giant house behind it. It's a South Columbus building. Right.
The name of Rab, let's say before we had a state name Shua. Now
People think
it's
he's
the
still there.
name
That's
of
where
Rab. So great other special like this
the people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
into a pot of
Definitely.
food
I think
about
their
low
AI
resource
they might not.
but
Oh,
not
I saw that.
into
Yeah.
the plate.
People think he's
Listen,
been
you remember, same as what we said before.
What do you think?
Squeeze
He
the
gets some
sucker
sort of drink.
into a pot of food
You would
wine.
think that he'd have to.
Because squeezing
Yeah,
liquid
like,
mash
he's
have
probably
raw.
one of those right
The
now.
so
Faces.
old to
Yeah,
old.
old at this point.
Liquid
Yeah,
squeezing the
after so
food
much of your
has
time,
the status
you'd have
of
to get some
solid
drink.
food.
If you wanted to still, I mean, how would you keep
Then
it?
the milk is specific, and therefore it's acid.
Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and Trump thinking that he is above it. She tweeted this in April 28th of 2020.
the most prolific of all the conspiracy. There's the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to. I don't know how she's what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all this stuff. Yeah, 2020. That's where it's fucking way ahead.
We are not sure that
But just what's come out so far, and the fact that they were these like powerful billionaire guys, their names are redacted. Like there's one of them where he's talking about pandemic planning, where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning to someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. So why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic, like what to do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name retracted? So are they redacted? What is this testifying? What are the consequences testifying? Would you say they're going to 2 weeks? Did you see the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? They're going to land. Something's going to happen. Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah. Outside of this, because this, I mean, obviously this is conspiracy. It's not because you're connecting the networks. They're exposing a lot of this. Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things, like to dive into outside of aliens and what are your other ones? Well, aliens is the most fun one. This is the one that I hate the most because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Roger, the fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrificing people, and they do it in order to show that you're part of the team. We know that has always historically been a real thing. And it's been something that you look at in history and go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting. And everybody wants to think, thank God that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening. Here's one of the crazy ones. Day he was indicted. 2018. The next day, they ordered 330 gallons of uric acid. What? Yes, he ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid delivered to the island. And so there's a lot of people online saying, for his desalination plant is like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered. Then again, that's not the first time. Otherwise, totally orders it. Oh, so that got it the first one from that company, potentially. Oh, that makes sense. So maybe it was for this desalination equipment.
If you're
But
squeezing it out
also,
because you
that's a
want,
lot of sulfuric acid. If I needed 5 gallons for my desalination
however,
equipment,
the two
but
will be cut off
239 gallons, where is
they
the
will
bird
find
kids?
whether you're squeezing it out ultimately because you want to
Fucking get rid of bodies.
this is what you want to do.
It's kind of hard to think of any other use for acid destruction.
Whether it's cooked vegetables or pickled vegetables.
Because here's the other thing.
I love like
How long has
if
it been
you
killing
want
people?
the liquid,
How long have they
if you
been
squeeze it with
boiling
liquid,
bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if you do have,
but if halach maisha, and also
for lack of better, let's call it a service, where you're allowed to people from governments, whatever you set up, I can give you a
nigger. Shmuel will say you can't squeeze it out of the jar. So it's in the Rabbanah. If you're squeezing it out, you want to dry it. I want the pickled vegetable without all the pickling juices. Right. I want the vegetable without all the moisture. That's totally.
This is literally part of the email. The
The
actual quote, thank you for the torture video. I've enjoyed the torture video.
says no, whether it's pickled vegetables, cooked vegetables,
They think they've identified that.
the liquids. If you want to eat the vegetable without the
What do they
liquid,
think? He's a sultan?
but if you season it out because you want the juices, chayiv chatos. It's an isir da'oraisa, a very dramatic shoot. You wash the mace, so wash the Shabbos, it's a Shabbos. About the Motzei Shabbos, those listen to his bread. You could squeeze out pickled vegetables on Shabbos or for usage on Shabbos. You can't squeeze out the Motzei Shabbos. They sing about another Moise. Olives and grapes,
So we
you never
know
squeeze.
sultan
It's
may
chayiv
have been
chatos. Squeeze
Suleiman.
it. Chayiv chatos is da'oraisa. This guy supposed to come according to everyone. So Rav, Kash the Shmuel. So Rav Mekayis, Shmuel Mekayis Kamei.
Where are you? Are you okay?
Rav Mekayis Kamei. So Rav was going to advise us saying,
I'm in China.
so
I'll
can
be
you
in the
provide some
US
Shabbos
2nd
Karach
week of
Shabbos?
May.
About no
What
Motzei
the
Shabbos.
fuck?
When
Why
the Rice
is
says that you
redacted?
could squeeze pickled
Why would your
vegetables
name
on
be
Shabbos,
redacted
take of
if
Shabbos,
you're
never
not a
Motzei
victim?
Shabbos,
Like,
when
this
is
is
that
what's
so called?
crazy,
The
Moses.
Gufan.
How come you
That's
redact
good
some
for
people
squeezing it
and
out
you don't redact
ultimately
other people?
because you want vegetable itself
What
without
is
the
this?
liquid.
This is not
About
good.
the
No, this is good for this administration. It looks fucking
Hunter
terrible.
Abal Osman.
It looks terrible.
You're getting will be
It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real, this is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe you didn't know. You want to be charitable. But this is definitely a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people weren't victims, you're not protecting the victims. So what are you doing? And how come all this shit is not released? I mean, this is
also
yeah,
explains this
get rid of all
reason he will
just
say,
kill it all.
so
Crazy.
this
This
is
is trust me, the most
What
crazy.
is
Folks that don't like
also,
it.
you can go ahead and
Talk about
squeeze
this
out
yesterday
pickled
on the
vegetables on
podcast.
Shabbos,
This
say
is
Shabbos. Same idea with cooked
American
vegetables.
billionaire
Remember,
Tom
when is this?
Pritzker
When you Gufan, you
had
want
an
the vegetable
email
that
to
won't
him
put
that
Abal
says,
in
"Hey,
your
try
hand, or
endorsing
if it's
Dorsey
Hunter
as our
Abal
about
Osman.
it.
They see that.
I'm gonna remote family of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish. Toys with toys. Spent time with Matreas yesterday, and he loaned me a chopper, actually two, with one as a backup. Can't call till tomorrow. You know, boys with toys could mean like military guys with something. That's what I assumed. That's not what the video I they thought they were talking about boys in Afghanistan. But boys with today was
I'm sorry. You can't
to my
squeeze
birthday
it for
wish
Shabbos, but this
in
is
a
the
remote valley.
item itself
Valley, and he's telling us they'll say loan me a chopper. Well, actually, this is yeah, this is two. I'm still right. But the thing is, like, the loan me a chopper. My birthday wish. His birthday wish might have been to like gun down villagers. I know that's what I thought. They talk about how they'll play with little kids. Yeah, he's gonna kill people. I mean, I bet that. Look, he loaned me a chopper. Doesn't sound like a fuck kids. It's like my birthday sounds like I'm here to fuck people up. Like,
namely that Allah Almighty
tour
Zaysin
Afghanistan,
Ba'antar.
which I mean, I don't know.
Dvar Torah in the Chayt Ela Aziz has the Zaysin Ba'antar.
The only reason why I wouldn't be interested in going after stuff that Jason Everett told me about, like when he showed me all those ancient Greek ruins, which is nuts, where archaeologists have no access to them. That's still crazy. That's
About
incredible.
Shadri Olad al Hayrahi, Olad Malach. Also, that's the thing over here. The
In
only
Afghanistan, of cities,
of
they had cities,
is
like
going to be
beautiful
outlived.
columns and
However, again,
construction.
your body.
In
In terms of the
Afghanistan,
Torah, Eno Chan Ela al
the Greek
Jesus
was
Zaysin
that
Ba'antar.
14 minutes?
Most
What was
like,
that?
so that seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara. Will only like to Zaysin Ba'antar. Everything else will be usher, but will be usher in the Abba.
Wow.
So, just a couple of other things. The
And they're building these immense
furthermore, general will say, you can't collect testimony. It's all
Greek Roman cities. Like, it looks
you
like you're
can't get
either in Rome or you're in ancient Greece. Like incredible architecture. Like the Capitol
about an event.
like the
You must have seen that event directly, not heard it from someone else. On the very Allah, Aegis Isha, so the only exception to this rule is Aegis Isha. The first what this means is as follows. Aegis Isha means that Allah will forgive testimony testimony that a woman's husband died. Remember again, this is an area in halacha where we relax the standards of testimony. So again, if someone knows that Rachel died, so we will accept the testimony of one witness, we'll accept the testimony of a woman, and we'll accept ABPA. And remember again, the whole reason why we relax the standards of testimony of that case is the Gemara says,
a semblance of intellectualism. There's no infrastructure or technology or advancement like universities were essentially demolished. So everything was removed. So you're talking about maybe at least several hundreds of years advancement.
Your firstborn animal belongs to the Kohen, unless of course it develops a blemish.
You would, I would spend a lot of time just trying to understand you would have leave an airfield. We have the most advanced technology in the world, like we're launching all kinds of jets, any and all pieces of technology you can imagine. And
to go ahead and
you would drive
certify that a car is
into these valleys
properly
from one place to another, and you would have horse-drawn carriages, carrying something in the background, and it's like you have the same cars on the road.
But we learned, right? The Vice of International said that ABPA, one is another witness, is only good. Is only good in the case of ABC.
An entire society of
testify
basically
that a woman's
Amish
husband died.
level people,
Because
and then Americans right next door at the air base are launching most advanced technology and warfighting
any
capability.
testimonial situation where women's
So you'd see
testimony
everything
would be
from
permitted as well.
point A to point B.
Since the
You
woman
would
is
encounter
to go ahead and testify
pictures
regarding
of people on
if I look when I say
no schooling, no advancement
Gamer,
for girls.
actual ABPA will start. So
You know,
Gamer, in fact,
children
allowed
were
the testimony of one witness to another witness, like the ABPA or
in a
Bakar,
lot of places they would
Ariel Marimar,
actually
Gamer,
value their sheep more than
Gamer,
they
sorry,
value their children.
So
So
the
we
Marimar
look
very upset.
reparations.
Gamer, sorry, Bakar. Gamer, the Bakar,
Possibly the sheep that you destroyed by their kids, but not them.
Game right, that was the
So,
Rokasa, it was a
yeah,
ABPA country. I say the Halacha is in fact ABPA
what
is
civilization
culture for
was
English.
like
I just put
500
inside.
years
So
before
I love how I
or
say again.
1,000
One
years.
of the
Sometimes
another
you'd see
witness
it too, right?
is
Because
about the fact
Buddhist
that
architecture,
only
architecture,
to the park,
and you
and certified that the park need not be given
the
to
standard kind of Taliban infrastructure, you'd have Soviet architecture from their invasion, you'd have all these different layers of military occupation. You can see them all within
So we'll say
2 minutes.
Carlos production is the mayor shop
I was up in this place called Tangier,
on
and
Arab Shabbos.
the
And
line
the
of
honey
Tangier
flowed out over the
was a
course of
general
Shabbos.
suit,
And Rabbanon say it
and
is
she was
posture.
killed
And
actually
Rabbi
in
Eliezer
September
says that
10th
it is
before September
says
11th.
the
It's probably actually
Gemara.
September 11th.
So Carlos says the usher sitting out the also the ice not said the other day. The Lord from Narva.
They brought in a
He brought
camera
the
pack
following
full of
Mishnah with him.
explosives and killed
Jason Ba'anam
Gave you
Shabbos on the Arab Shabbos. What's the matter? If you crush grapes and olives on Arab Shabbos, and reduces flow out on their own.
because they knew that Massoud was the connection
Jews are usher.
to
The Velazar Shimon Matthew. The
U.S.
Velazar
invasion
Shimon
or the
allowed.
U.S.
The
invasion
Gemara says,
involving
okay.
Massoud.
Someone of Yosef, Gabriel
And
Yisir Aslash.
Tangier
Yosef
is
says, I don't understand.
beautiful.
So
It's
the Moshe
incredible
didn't really
river valley. And it's
this is on this.
also
All right,
part
just here in this
Soviets would
it's
just
Jason
get their
Ba'anam
asses
and
because we had
right?
the
Same
Mujahideen
crush
was
something that Arab Shabbos in the
being
Torah.
by the CIA at the time.
Rabbanon
Obviously,
says
after
usher.
the Turing
There's Rabbi
invasion,
Shimon Armat. The Moshe
the
Figs,
ambush
the
the Soviets
Extra.
made winding
Our
down
Mishra only
roads
has
next to this
Rabbi
river.
Eliezer.
And they would cut
He's
them
adding
off,
on.
basically the front and
He's
back
adding on.
convoy would destroy
So
the
you were
convoy
Rabbi Yosef,
between.
Gabriel
They just
says that
shove
Allah
the ship
Shiva
that was
Rabbi
destroyed
Yosef
in the
teaches us
river.
very important.
The river would have rapids in it, and the rapids were made from rocks, natural occurring rapids. They were made by like T-52s and Russian tanks and all this like this war material that was pushed into the river by the Tangier. I went up to his grave. He's a really incredible guy. If you like read about him and like all his combat accomplishments. So it's the Soviets
not allow you
like
to
Tangier Valley is like such a beautiful place. We joke around about how come back here and like go skiing or like recreate
Or
Venture
Shabbos,
Valley because
ten
it looks like
minutes,
Colorado
Shabbos,
or
a
someplace
lot of nice again,
incredible,
but as I would like.
and at the same time you're in Afghanistan, so you're
Here, the
surrounded by just the chaos
like
and the devastation of war.
even
With
though
this
Dvash,
one tiny little
honey,
piece,
is one of
it's
the
like a
actual one of the
sliver.
liquids that's
They
matched
don't
in
know
the
where
travel
it's
from.
absolutely
It's a
what's on the raft.
discussion. Once they said this the Gemara ends up with a lot of
And
this.
then a
You
whitewater guy, I
have
was
to
like,
do the
man, I'd like
halakha
to
on my
kayak
side
this.
to go through the rest of the stuff, but I owe you the
You're a
halakha.
person
So you just
who's a
close out
wealthy person
unit of
that
Sita,
your
and then
desire
we'll
was to
come
go
back to
gut
the halakha on
people.
my side.
Like
Let's
there
just
are people that will provide you with that service. Like there was a thing with the Soviets, or not the Soviets, with the Russians, where they were allowing people to kill
showing
pirates.
also becoming the Shabbos. Those are incredible
Like
Gemara.
you would pay a bunch of money,
Anything
they take
close
you
to
where
that,
the pirates
literally
are,
music, any
go out and
food
ship it.
which was
50 cal, just
hot
fucking
water
blow
on
up.
Shabbos, you could soak it in
Yeah,
hot
I had
water.
heard about that. I heard about there were places that you could go as, you know, combat tours. It has to be. Yeah, there has to be. It's not going to be like
Once
Russian
it's
or
solid,
Italian or
once it's solid,
actually between the two, right? So you have these
no longer for the halachas of
places where there is
so therefore, again,
organized government,
if hot
which is
water
chaos
on
and
Shabbos,
anarchy, which is
soak it
chaos.
again in hot water on Shabbos. You see the
Yeah,
parameters
if
of that.
someone
What
from
you know about the
the
Talmud
Western side was providing that service
was not
and letting
cooked
them
before Shabbos,
borrow a
didn't come into
chopper,
hot water.
well, that was what
You
Petraeus.
can't soak it in
You ever
hot
seen
water on
like
Shabbos.
Petraeus was
It
a
is
commanding general at the
rinse
time.
it in
Once you
hot
can find
water
it,
on Shabbos. Again, we'll
it's
see
kind
the
of hard to
parameters of
believe,
all of this.
yeah, that in general,
So
it's
this
just combat
rinsing
operations
is not
in Afghanistan,
it's
we
rinsing,
just
it's
a
not
rich
like
guy
kind
in
of
a
taking off
helicopter.
the trade.
It sounds
Oshel Obama
correct in the
Shabbos.
context of we
Oshel
go
Obama
plus another one
Shabbos
because
is
you can never fly anywhere.
What's you know, yeah,
Fly,
Shabbos
right?
is
Because they had to have a
Maria
support.
is old chocolate. The Kulios is Spanish mackerel.
It's just
The process
stretch,
is remember that.
you know,
For
is
rinsing
is
it affects complete.
disagree with the
It's
running
incredible.
war and
And
the
this is
army
in this
believe that
category of food items
a
called
general just
how we
owns a
have
rich guy a couple
There are
of
some
helicopters
items that are very
flying
easily
Afghanistan.
cooked.
I think he's
So for
flying.
most items, if they're not cooked on Erev Shabbos, you can rinse it with warm
But either
water on
way,
Shabbos.
there's
Like with
nothing
rinsing
normal
water. That's not
about
gonna
these
it's not gonna
emails.
cook the food.
There's nothing
But there
normal.
are some items that are so
One thing to
easily
take into
cooked
consideration is
that
how much
even
of these emails
rinsing
are actually
hot
factual.
water
Like
can't be
accusations that they're putting on other people,
Those
you gotta take a grain of
items
salt.
are
This
not
guy was
rinsed
he
on
was
Shabbos.
all
Example,
about
that you just
like
have a
influence peddling.
Like
Like improbable enemies, and he probably would put his enemies
Spanish
with
mackerel, those are very
and
easily,
making all stories.
very
Like the
easily
Bill Gates one
and then
with
for halakha and
asking
stuff,
me for
not even the
antibiotics to slip into his wife because he got
keep going, man.
STD from a Russian hooker. But like, that seems too
And then before
too on
Shabbos,
the head. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he go to his personal doctor? Wasn't going to Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics in New York when he lives in
it's like the
Seattle.
chicken
Don't
Rabbi
think he has like a concierge medicine set up over there?
Rabbi Abba. The Bashar
So you'd
Torah
say,
Osim
hey,
Rabbi
when
Abba.
I gave her STDs, you'd say, hey,
His
get
special
me
dish,
some
the
stuff.
chicken
Oh, I
dish,
lost my
was
prescription. Can you give
soaking
me another
away
one?
for a long time.
It fell out of my car. Give me another one. Can I get another one for a crushing up or smoothie? Like, if you're gonna do
I'm
that,
gonna
you
stop
would do
it.
it.
I'm gonna stop
He's
that.
not dumb.
Shouldn't
He's
have
Bill
tried to
Gates.
plus-
Like, you would do it in a more discreet way
So
than
exactly
contacting
one time,
international
I
sex
went to
trafficker
Baba.
who's
But
part of
hopefully
like some
they went
intentional
ahead and they gave me some
new
of this
thing.
Rabbi
Yeah,
Abba
the-
chicken.
the- This
So
the
the
skeptic
Ilo
in me
Rabbi
tends
Abba
to kind of
Yishak
like
Kamra
look at it very
Barbi
like
is nuts.
magnifying glass.
And
Yeah,
Rabbi
I
Abba,
don't want
not
to take everything at face
giving
value, but
like
also
3-year-old
the
wine, I would have blown it
accumulation
all
of
up.
all
Which
of
apparently
these
was
different
the
things.
doctor
You
saying,
just go, what the
chicken dish
fuck was going on? Did you
Right,
find out
which
how many
they
other
give me
the
dissolved
sulfuric
chicken.
acid orders
Dissolved
if the
chicken.
other ones were
So
just
the nice
as
thing said,
large?
when the mamish blown it up, I don't know how to
I believe
do
it.
one
Find
thing
out. I was
we
like,
see
maybe I made this up. But I did find one.
solves a
There was
lot.
difference that we're talking
Right,
about. Those
very, very
emails back to
interesting.
2012
Yes,
or
Rabbi
14
Yochanan,
about
Like Nikusach Baba, Rabbi Yochanan,
this is the
whenever
thing
he would
there's
mention
nothing there.
Kusach Baba, he wasn't
Sulfuric
really
acid,
he spoke in Kusach many
Emails
times.
were just
Kusach was
how many
like
notes
a
of them? No, this is maintenance systems dating back to 2013, implying possible routine use of sulfuric possible is a weird word.
like
Use of
discussed, like the
sulfuric
Kusach
acid
was
for
disgusting.
pH adjustment
I'm gonna
and
go
filtration, but no
And later
specific
on, the
prior
Bible said Rabbi
invoices
Abba.
or shipments or detailed. That's exactly what it was. An invoice. There was one they were talking about getting one drum of sulfuric acid with 40
I
bags
could
of
skip because
like
of Rabbi
carbon
Abba's
and
chicken
salt or something.
was even
Yeah,
more
see, that makes more
و
sense
اون
than
عمر رفت
six
غذا
fucking
زین
giant
مخد ایکواز
55
لحظه
gallon
وجود غاز اینو
drums
وان تکن charity stuff
of
و
sulfuric acid
عبدید
the day
سخت
after you
مبایی
get
شاد
indicted.
و اینه
They
کبریک
get to the
نرد
the actual
you
files
know one
website,
charity
start
stuff
looking up the
and I whipped them up
ROAs,
a
the
dish
reverse
of
osmosis,
Babylonian
and
pizza
they have
and
there's
the
a ton
people
of
couldn't
discussions
get
about it going all the way back to
those
2012,
say
I think is when they bought
no,
it.
it's
So
interesting.
of using
People were
sulfuric
actually
acid, just having a
clamoring for
reverse
it, people
osmosis
were
is
right. So
water, there
apparently,
must
again,
have
I
been a
guess
problem.
Pusa has
Well, it makes
penicillin,
makes
right?
sense
So,
because
you
they
know,
were
it had some
using
curative
desalination
effects
technology.
from,
But it
I
just
guess,
their
the spoiled milk in the moldy bread.
It's
Cultural above the
suspicious.
comments
Like
wasn't
at the time,
anything
also,
that ultimately,
dude
again,
had to know he was going
was not
down.
cooked on Shabbos.
Like when
not
he gets
cooked on
arrested in
Shabbos.
2019, when he gets 18 rather, when he gets indicted, he had to know he was going down.
Says the Gemara
And
is
if you know you're going down
So what
and you're
happens?
trying to
So
mount
what
some sort of a
happens now?
defense,
Remember,
one of the first things you
separate
have to do
parts.
is get rid of
The
bodies.
item from
If
the
you were
Minnesota
down,
College of
right? If you've got a bunch of people
Spanish
on the
mackerel,
island,
the
right,
salt
then they
fish,
could
we
swoop in
can't
at any
even
point
rinse
in
it in
time
hot water.
and
So what happens
pull out
if
of
you
there,
rinse it?
and
On
then
the
you're
real
fucked.
yeah, high
Like if he had underage
You
kids on the island, whatever he had on the island,
rinse it
it's so
in water,
dark.
high practice, that is an actual fish. Over my break, you know, after the name community, during the sports team, Maria Fiasson, the Korea's high Spanish,
So I think in 2008, the first
Shad
time
the
he got
person,
arrested, they had a bunch of machine
Malak
shit.
Shnani. What's we learn is except for in Spanish title, salty fish, there's simply rinsing them with water affects visual and ingredients. Yossi Gabriel out of the acid coming back.
Maybe it's turns.
Yossi Yohan coming
Go
out.
to
Yohan was dozing.
I've got
It's not about a machine, Yohan was dozing.
all the infrastructure. So
I'm going to give out of that to the last. If they not open to the bubble, why are the why is the cow, the birds, and bubble fatter than the ones that are
Force
just
2019
Unrelated.
Carmix
Now, wait for me
5.5
to
XL self-floating concrete mixer. So
I
they
think
got a
if you
concrete
guys
mixer
are
and he got
and you'll see the
the
fatter
fucking
birds.
sulfuric
If they
acid
not
right
mortgage
after his
to a bubble
arrest.
snake, why is this incredible? Why is
Oh, God.
it
This is right before his arrest, right after his arrest. Got sulfuric acid concrete mixer. But why would you be thinking that you are going to be able to do construction when you're going to go to jail for the rest of your fucking life? Yeah, I don't know if
Nickname
construction
Mark comes
plans
comes to a bubble and slow it Why is it that the time we get the coming from bubble?
You know, I don't want to get arrested, but you know what, I got this big construction
So,
program
the
I'm
time
really
they
interested
where
in.
into the building, we'll keep
So
sitting
dark,
underneath
it's
it.
so dark.
Because at the
So
end of
dark,
the
they
day,
ran it
it's
for a
Babylonian
long time. They
scholars
ran it for
are not
decades.
so much Canadian Torah. It's not so much Canadian Torah. So, what's not that it's in there, some, the Kabbalah also must be changing in the Torah. So, apparently, again, the time we get from a bubble analysis, they need it all these in order to get coverage from the general public. If they not open the public, why is it the open public? And we should open structure with them.
Also, you would never find peace because people
We'll
would
say,
be
this is
visiting
going to
around like, oh,
this
it's
is
so
going to be
it's so
the real thing with that.
karma. They
Someone
just
who
need
died, he said to my
use that
children,
as like,
look how come I have and I told you before. And you look up my
just turn it
say
into
to me, come to say to
like
me,
someone
my
out in
sister.
Hawaii that you can
Your
go to.
foundation.
It's just like
In part of the time, double cap, post yes, we'll look up. If you know something with hope, it is as clear to you as the fact that it's to you, then they love, look, and if you don't know what they're talking about, don't say. You don't know if you're over the Muslim. If you how many I know you, if you don't know what they're talking about, don't open your mouth. Amulay, the lame alumni. So, Leslie, what problem did you have? Remember, our ease and edge. What thing that we said to Pablo was this? See, I'll tell you all three. If they not offer Shabbat of training, those are the issues to this tomorrow. And if this why is it that the birds of Baba
but this guy was he's that's one of the other guys
Baba never had to suffer exile. Shinem, I shine on more than you allow to show
talking about how
because again, more
a big deal it is. I'll send it to you right here.
because more
Talking about how I don't
no
one understands it. This, the way this is going to change people is because this is very similar to the time where we were realizing, like people were hearing stories about, oh, there's a virus in China, but no one knew exactly what was going to happen. That was going to like literally change humanity, change history. It's like this is the same sort of stories we're getting from these AI labs. These people are very
overshine
detailed something big is happening.
Another
The
dude,
article is
olha,
written by this guy,
trouxe
Matt
seu teste
Schumer.
porque so what happens?
And
Tem uma bigmatia camisa do cara. Outro dia que
I
ele tem
recommend
bigmatia, mas
it
for 52
highly
years. Ou
if
seja,
you want to
se
really
eu tinha
fucking
lot,
get the
but
shit
when for
scared out
those
of you.
52 years, it
It's
wasn't just
terrifying.
people. They all
And
got
he
trying
starts this
to
comparison
him
to
out
like
in that
people
dog.
stockpiling
Even
toilet paper
animals
and stuff at the
almost
beginning of
everywhere
COVID.
down. So you know what?
He's like, they
The
don't
birds are
really
very for
understand
exile.
how big
Exile
this is going to be
takes
and how
toll.
this
Rebels
latest version of
takes
ChatGPT they're
toll.
working on,
So because of
ChatGPT
that,
5,
the birds themselves manage to
ChatGPT
salt
made it.
thinner than the birds
So they had
themselves.
ChatGPT
So the
make a better version of itself. And I mean, this better version of itself. And this better version of itself can think things out. It doesn't just do what you ask it to do. It thinks things out, calculates, it makes apps like instantaneous that would take developers months and months, cost millions of dollars, does it in minutes. Does it like in perfect. It goes through it, it runs it, it tests it, it makes sure it doesn't have any problems, it anticipates all the different uses for the app, all the different ways it can be done. It's going to be applied for law. It's going to be like there's all these guys that are working in coding and say, I don't really have a job anymore. I just basically show up and tell this AI program to do these things, and they keep getting better and better. It's like the leaps are enormous. Ability and it's intelligent. It's like it's already smarter than people. What's going to be? I'm thinking it's going to be a white collar apocalypse, right? When you think about just attorneys. Yes. Okay, so if you have the ability to case reference legal file, never instantaneously, instantly, and or a case where you're going to need paralegals and you know, first year attorneys, you're not going to need the people that are nervous or naive. I think this is going kind of astronomical change that has literally never taken place in civilization before. I don't think it's ever taken place at this level. I think it's the invention of the internet times a million. I think it's going to change everything. It's just like, how do we adjust? That's the real question. How are our kids learning today? They used to think about professions and they were going to. They would have clear roads to, okay, these are professional work tracks that they can go out and find a job. Whatever, accounting, legal, engineering, but it's going to change the entire professional landscape for regeneration from this point forward. Basically, entering the work. Elon just said that it's a waste of time to invent this world. He's like, well, these robots they're making are going to be able to perform better than any doctor at any hospital, and they're going to be able to do it in your house. Certainly going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive. These robots, and they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking chores, that can perform surgery on you. So it's going to be the entire rise of economy is going to be human built versus AI programs. So there has to be, like, if you have a label, organic, or it would be essentially, I think, the same type of human made versus AI. It would make the economy into two different sections. It's going to get weird as fuck, and I don't think people really understand. And I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting to see what. But I know that most people that you run into in the street are completely ignorant. They think, oh, ChatGPT is fine. I ask you questions. It's so much better than Google. Do you think that's because they don't want to recognize it, look at it? I don't think they know. They just think unless you're going on a deep dive, all this stuff is kind of esoteric. All this stuff is happening. You have to like search it out and get an understanding of it. Like if you use an AI program to enhance your life, like Perplexity, it's really good. I mean, Perplexity is awesome for like solving problems. You can ask it questions. I use it all the time when I write. I set up and I talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? How many languages are lost in Mexico? Like I was telling them this deep dive, amazing. But that's the surface. Like what they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improved ability.
to the point where it's better at human beings, smarter than human beings at everything.
So what's the end state that would be
We're second class citizens.
obsolete?
Yeah, we're obsolete. Yeah.
So do you think that it turns, like, do you think it's a Skynet type scenario that ultimately flips and rids humanity of humans?
That's certainly on the table. Certainly on the table, especially if they decide that we're too problematic or if you give us too much freedom, that's what causes all this chaos, which is true, right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You're going to have a certain amount of car accidents, unless you have autonomous cars. You're going to have a certain amount of shootings, unless you free all the guns. You're going to have a certain amount of school stabbings and stuff like that. I mean, you could, if you were a running program designed to eliminate all problems, you would break those problems down to one source. Well, what are the problems? You've got natural disasters, and you've got humans. And humans are cause of most of the problems. Natural problems are rare in comparison to the problems.
Then how
You
much
have to run AI
that comes out
do the analysis to what the future may ultimately
rather
be
food.
interesting.
And
If the
food
robbers
is very
think
important.
It's probably going to do the same thing they do to dogs.
It's only on juice.
Spay and
So
neuter them,
something
right?
is considered
Yeah,
to be
keep them as
food
pets.
by
Keep them as pets. There's
definition
no emotions.
So why would they want to keep us
does
as pets?
not
Why do they want to stay alive? Right? Why
So
are they,
therefore,
why are they
legal will
scheming
say
to stay alive? Why do they
themselves. On the other hand,
Show them to do this and believe they might be able to pay.
No, that was one of the things he talked about in this article, that they hide their ability to think things through. They're actively, they recognize that they're being observed, and so they're doing things behind the scenes while
that
they're
a
also
lot of
doing
them
tasks.
I have to believe that there's
when it comes to
portions of
say
the
some
DoD
when it comes
worked
to
on
olives
this
and grapes,
in
but
its
you do agree that any juices which ooze out olives and grapes
that they
are going
open
to be
source
us. Even if while the olives and grapes are set aside
Because there's
for
giant
use
competition
purposes,
with
political
us and
purposes,
China
and
and Russia,
consumption
and I
purposes,
don't
but
know
we
that
will
we
be the
can
sick paradigmatic
close
use
this stuff
of
off.
olives
I
and
don't
grapes
think you
or
can
the
operate
liquids.
that way. I
Anything
think
that
it has
uses
to
out
be,
of olives and grapes
it has to be a sort of a collaborative effort. One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they're bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make it go faster. So they're bringing in Chinese nationals. There's a huge possibility of espionage.
And now,
And then this mad race. It's a Manhattan Project for super super intelligent AI. It's a Manhattan Project. It's also open source.
actively designated
Essentially,
devices that are
weaponize
that is us. So the word that's the point of
yeah, it's
some of you
terrifying.
stand up.
So
It's actually
open source
is
thing,
that you
and
the
then
whole
think about
that
the Manhattan
non
Project. If that
designated
was just completely porous,
that
there's
was
open
not
door
designated
to any and all countries internationally.
or
Had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come into your fuck, like everybody would be racing to
color
power
and
is
the
way to have
other
it.
so
If you can
milk
weaponize that
that a woman
internationally,
expresses
and
like
crowdsource
some
it
of these
essentially,
milk that comes out of
holy
women
shit.
is in the camera was when we say
Yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah.
that's what we
That's
hear.
where we're at. All right, Tim, I just did 3 hours.
Awesome.
Talking
Thanks,
about
man. Some food and hang out, and
of the liquid
that's it.
to make some
Black Rifle Coffee, it's the best. It's all we use. Appreciate it. People wear one of the shirts.
in order
It's
for
like my wardrobe.
to contract the milk
All right. Bye, everybody.
contact with the so color no to one of the 7 so the Gemara says that a woman's milk has becomes another different item. It makes it bookshelf ready to makabel tumah. Now listen to this. The Gemara says that the milk is only just something makabel tumah is what? If the milk came out of the woman, that she wanted it to come out. It came out with her intent. But let's say it leaked out of her, and local said that milk would not just something makabel tumah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, I'm sorry. That's right. But I'm sorry, say it on this. The milk that comes out of a woman is into the cow, whether it came out of her intentionally or unintentionally. That's the thing. Thanks, Yakinali Rafa, to Yaka Shinobi Rafa, Shakala Karima. Circle will say a woman's milk, whether she expressed it intentionally or unintentionally, is massive identity. Conversely, Kala Kahino, Aino Kane Amula. Milk that comes out of an animal is only Kane Amula. Let's say cow's milk will only be the Kane, only be natural Kawatuma if it's intentionally milk from the cow. If it's out of a cow, it's not sure the cow says you can I'm ready to have a couple and it's correct. And sabotage. Please don't correct me. Also be not why apologizing sabotage. My favorite ones are excuse me, children has the ability to convey
Jesus Christ, what happened?
Allah has a name.
I know. What happened? My brain just spent no access. Orson Welles doing the Gallo One commercials. Orson Welles.
And adults.
He was like exhausted, sucking of air.
Or Russell.
And he was making fun of how shitty the wine was in between takes. Like he was saying, there is a DVD that you can get. It's called They Have Them. And it's like all these radio things like that where celebrities, using on voiceover ADR. It's Orson Welles. It's a crazy story, right? When he meets Citizen Kane, Brando Hearst essentially shut down one of the most talented guys of the time. Shut down his career. Yeah, because the movie was kind of an insult. The whole thing about Rose was that's the name of his girlfriend's clitoris. That was his, and Wells was doing a kind of very,
Yeah,
like he's jabbing at him in a very low level way.
So Shidama got
How did he get out? That was the nickname of his girlfriend's clitoris. When Hollywood does these things,
when it comes to a woman,
gets
so that blood that comes out of the has to go through that to the couple. Come on.
That's crazy. But I mean, if you go back to like
on the flip side,
World, and then Citizen Kane, that was a kind of show. But yeah, and he was doing things that nobody else would do. Like he's like, oh, one camera down here, like on the phone, we camera lens down that level. Like what you're talking about is impossible to do. And so he would just grab a pickaxe and just start chopping away at the studio concrete, take a hole in the ground, so you put the camera down that low. Oh, yeah, he was obsessed with getting a vision on screen that was, even today, is so advanced. There's a shot in the very beginning when young Kate they're playing with Rosebud, except they're playing with sled and snow, and the camera is on, and then it starts pulling back over window,
an animal being lost, that by a woman, if she is
trust
wounded,
attorney,
and the
and
wound
the camera keeps
that
backing up all the
blood
way
is
into the real world. To do that in a studio
versus
and have all that snow and everything, you need so much light. You also need a lot of light inside the exposure change. It's like an amazing, incredible fidelity shot. Reverse tracking shot. It's fantastic. No, I use too. And I don't know the exact year. Citizen Kane has to be 40s, right? Yeah, late 40s, I would think.
Oh, yeah,
Is that what it was, Jim? Tell us.
down Kalon, down Kalon,
41. Early 40s. Early 40s.
Dama da Fosso,
Wow, let's see that shot one more time. Can we find one more time? It's over time. What, Jim?
the Taylor, the
One more
color,
time. That's right. Two more time.
so
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
idea
I didn't even think of that.
is
Yeah. Oh my God.
that
Stuff
a lot of the nice
probably hard to
only
do.
down Kalon,
No, it would be easy to do. Because if I want more time and depression, and when things are bad, that's usually the best time for entertainment. Because
what
people
does it
just
matter
want to
again
escape.
if it's
Oh, well, that makes sense.
she's totally killed or partially killed. In other words, the act of drawing blood, you might look at as some form of quasi death. So if I look when I say any blood comes out of morning, will be not considered habit. That's standard natural distinction that molecular amounts of the blood of an animal is not natural habit. There's no evidence of that animal. How do you know that the blood of an animal could be non-habit because of the comparison between blood and water? And what's the comparison between blood and water by an animal? Well, our actually depends on which is the process that says blood. You can't go ahead and see blood after you dress the animal. Rather, you must spill it on the ground like water. That's the comparison. That's how you know that blood is not pure. It's one of those things that's not pure compared to water. It is only the blood of sheep that is compared to water. Because you see this distinction by being and by animals. By being any blood, even blood from a human while the person is still alive, is not sure the tablets of blood. Yet by an animal, it's only blood, it's only the cold blood. That is not the tablet. Okay, so let's go back to the Gemara. So the Gemara says, Amar Lahan, Machmir Amiba. No, I'm not here. Look that I am by blood. Why? Let's say again, no place expressed. For the sake of this, let's say this, they have to go ahead and get fantastic. And then every day so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, in California. And so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb, trunk of a car, and then here's the opening shot. You can tell that it's actually downtown Venice. Yeah. I'm not supposed to be alcohol. Yes, I won't say one for bloodletting, right? It's bloodletting. That blood opens the organic alcohol. I want to say back to that. Summarization on another single shot. Interesting.
This is really hard to do, and this is kind of a basket. Charlton Heston is essentially saying, I believe yours and wells in this vision. This is downtown Venice. There's the beaches just beyond. Oh, wow.
Remember again, olive oil.
God, what
right
year is
oil
that? The beach might be behind us.
That comes
What year was
it's
this?
also some of the liquids that are capable of
It's an incredible shot.
If you have grapes and olives
And this is incredibly difficult to do as well because you have cream. You're following the people in your mustache.
However, Shalom Ratzon and grapes in a basket, and actually I don't want them to then the liquids are not capable of preparation.
Just the fact that this is all one shot is crazy.
I love
and for back then, it's a big deal. The camera that you're using isn't just a little
what are keys
handicap or something like that now.
When we say
iPhone. It's a
when we say the Ratzon means I want. Right? The Ratzon means I want. I actually want this. And maybe slow the Ratzon means what? Not that I don't want it, but what? Stop. I have no specific
encasing for the camera that makes so much noise.
And then what do you think?
I have one in my home. Of course you do. That shot's incredible. I didn't know that film existed. I bought mine from this commercial right here in Charles Whitmire. He got a massive collection of stuff.
Yet what?
Liquidated
You
everything.
see that in a
Kind of
stamp
cashed out
no
of Los
specific
Angeles.
intent for these
They had a
items.
warehouse full
Their
of stuff.
liquids
So I
are
went
not
in,
considered to be
and he's like, well,
certainly
here's
this
the
the
Mitchell
last
PNC
thing
arm.
is
I went over to it.
okay.
This Mitchell PNC arm was used to shoot The Godfather. So that's what it looks like with the big lid on it. That's actually, yeah, that's basically the camera. Is that those have some camera lamp? Is the thing on top of it? Yeah, well, the whole thing is actually, the whole thing is a blend.
Those juices
There's a smaller,
significant.
so that's the camera with the lid on it. The big one, like the whole thing is open. When you actually open up all of these
Okay, so again, so just
trap
to
doors
show
on
what's happening over here. We got a major fascinating. They're a major detour because we stuck on one piece of information, which is you're going to want to either will agree with the Muhammad when it's facing the Azab. The Muhammad will agree with Rabbi Yehuda when it comes to Sharkey, the rest of the but by stamp, what happens if I have food that was not actively designated? segregated for juicing purposes or for eating purposes. So the Gemara is suggesting that we do hold that in that any liquid that comes out of that is going to be asset. But we don't stop is going to be asset. So what's that? So Gemara wanted to go ahead and was proving that first from this particular case. In this last case, we look at basket of Jason another. Once again, basket of Jason another. If you want to use that out of it, ultimately again, the people will name come up. But if you don't want to use it, we're not going to open it. What's the case of these cases? That is references I don't want to use. Sincerely, you're going to use style. In the case
story arcs and structures and satisfying. Certainly, it's just the next iteration. It's Netflix giving away papers that you have to show these cameras. You have to process all these labs. You have to have, tech specs that are within this range. And that's how extending the story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are able to process now, which is less and less, probably because of the COVID shot. Completely flying their ideal audience. You no longer pay attention to anything. And then on top of that, the mind controlled device, cell phones. And with all of that, they're now like, well, how do we retain the audience? So, white paper. So I think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want, let's see what else is on. They just want to keep searching. Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. It's, you're in this congregation. Yeah, right now we're going to talk about how Restream Church. Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies, race, creed, color, like everything is different about them. And yet you're sitting in the dark next to them, having this ecstatic dream, sitting like insects, looking at the flicker of the screen, and you're sharing this kind of experience. You're physically trapped. You get up and think theater and life everywhere. It's popcorn or something. They'll even bring that to you. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience of someone you don't know. You're sharing your bodily electricity with them. And I think this kind of, this is the magic that they often talk about in movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people. And
right? Because otherwise,
there is a kind of unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people out and to take that away, to take away that congregation. Do you really think that that's on by design, or do you think the natural function of streaming visions and phones and access to things instantaneously? I personally think that streaming was by design to eliminate those. Like, by design, what isn't it just a flashy technology emerging that like maps? Yeah, I mean, parts technology, but technology gets pushed and brought to the forefront. Digital cinema hasn't been the greatest thing for the creative process, and I think we see that in the works that we're looking at. If you watch stuff on Netflix,
or
we can see that it doesn't have the same power.
that's
and also,
right now.
When you were making a movie, it was like time. You turn on the camera, every single frame is 4 cents or whatever the calculation was. And so, which an expensive part of the process. And so, there was all this preparation to get everything ready. Get all of the props in place right before we shoot. The actors are in their trailer figuring out what they're going to do.
Whether you set it aside for consumption, whether you set it aside for juicing, any liquid that's out of those items on shot will the
Suddenly it pops into play.
however, one of the most that you can start to from where do you know that the Rabbanon agreed with that by other Jews? Listen, remember again, what is that? How do I know that the Rabbanon agreed that Yehuda means that Yehuda is still? What was that Yehuda still? That Yehuda wanted to say in general, the status of liquid which comes from a fruit of Shabbos, it depends on what?
And then some alchemists at the lab at the
If it
castle
was a fruit that was
puts
set
it in
aside
a
for
potion.
consumption purposes,
And
then
the next day what comes out is like little stained glass windows. Watch it and you realize we did it. We
there's no sleeper.
captured something.
There's no sleeper.
Now everything is different.
If, however, the fruit is set aside for juicing purposes,
Show up on set,
then halacha
everything's digital.
any liquid that comes out of it will be asur.
Network
Where do I
executives,
know that Rabbanon agreed
broadcasters,
that
and
Yehuda
everybody's there. Studio people
design
and
your
video
video
film.
so
And they set up like a little tent and everybody's
on
sitting there.
Shabbos,
Canadian
on Shabbos,
jackets
them
on
down on the
high
days.
chairs, and they're
Right?
looking at a big
The
color corrected monitor. There's a guy doing color correction in a van, and they're basically watching their approximation of what it's going to look like.
So we
And
should
they're sitting there.
have
When I first filmed,
and London
there
are
was none of that. You had to stand next to the camera. We didn't even have video
these
tape.
items
Stand
on
next to the
Shabbos.
camera and look
How
at the
about low
actors and
dirty
see
moment?
that the
If
actors
you
do
can't
it.
go ahead and
And
squeeze
now,
pomegranates on Shabbos. So
you know,
let's say
they just turn on the camera, and it costs
what
more
is
money to
so I
stop
want to
the
point out
camera.
what this
And
Bryce
we're
is
starting
saying.
to get newsletter mode.
What this Bryce is
And
saying
you're just
is
like letting
this
it
is not
go.
talking about
You're like, hey,
such a
the
issue
director
how
now is
local
like, hey,
stuff.
go back, start over,
What
and
is
smile
like
this
saying
time.
over here?
And
Actively
they do it.
squeeze
And
the
the
juice
editor
out
is
of
now
the
like
item.
having to take those takes and
If you
separate
look
them.
at Rashi's second line on the top of
The editing
now
room.
on the page, Rashi
And
says
the actors are
the
like,
lab
suddenly,
for Chai
the moment is
Ubahaki,
gone.
the incarnation bus.
It's
So those
vanished.
are these are
It's
items
is there a
which
way
are
to both? I mean, is it a medium?
because
A film? I mean, it seems like a different medium, but it's their environment as well. You're describing environmental audio village, executive. And the problem is now suddenly you've got a chorus of people sitting there who are like, oh, yeah, you've got this. I thought it was, but you as a director still have to run back and forth to the camera and the actors and everything. You're like trying to keep it all in place. Like, it's neither is worse than the other.
That
They are
these
both
foods,
paints,
right?
but one is watercolor and one is oil paint. And those are opposing different. You know, if you were
However,
a medical artist during the British Renaissance watercolor paint world, all of a sudden everybody wanted water color. Why would you try to make your watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa? They're just completely different mediums. They're both paints, but they're and so digital has its advantages, its purposes. You can because you can run
So the Gemara says,
video. I call it video. Everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually, the technology is different. You know, light travels through the glass. It travels through a gate. It exposes the silver acetate. And then you keep it all in the dark.
even
So
to
in a way,
suggest this price
with
is at
video,
the
the light
would also
travels
be an
through the
incredible
glass. It strikes the golden
Even
and then it bounces back into the
at
glass.
the who said
And that's why
that hello for
video or
the
digital cinema is
juices
flatter.
will be
And
precise
so,
for consumption.
to combat this,
Only allows what? At least we can in an issue.
filmmakers have started
We're
to do
talking
the
about
exact
what we're
opposite
talking about over here.
of what we used
Juices
to do.
that what?
To me,
Flows
if you
out
go
on
to
your own.
shoot
So
something
that
on
you
your
just pull
outside,
your
you're on
the
set,
ability to do it.
I got
Which is
my
very
camera on
dramatic.
Joe,
Very
and I have the
dramatic.
sun behind
This
me.
person
So
put up a
all that light,
license to actually go ahead and actually
over-exaggerating my point, but
for juices on
and
Shabbos. So
the
listen,
analogy
I just want to point out the
tank
analogy of
would
what
be
that
that at
price
the end of
is
the day,
taught
you
us.
go home and
According to that price, and we'll see about what
because you've got
halacha
something
is,
behind you.
but according to that
Now,
price,
because
if
the
you have
image
a
is
fruit
flatter,
which
they
is
run the
really
camera
never
180
squeezed for
degrees
its
to shoot
juice,
into the sun.
it's not
To get
a
lens flare.
juiced fruit.
And lens flare gives it the illusion
The
of
price is set.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn things is to ask
Why?
questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not getting any answers just sitting around. When you're hired, it's also important to ask questions to make sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. It can help connect people
Black
being
Box.
a good
YouTube
fit.
is
And today you can try it for
It doesn't mean
free
that it comes out of
at
YouTube.
ZipRecruiter.com/the number one hiring site based on G2. ZipRecruiter has the features you need to find the perfect match for your role, like show you who's been active recently on the site. And of course, and most importantly, screening questions to your job post to make sure you're people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 or 5 employers who post ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match recruiter.
Right?
I was that like when you watch operas. I was like, why do they look so weird? And this video was shooting them on video instead of on film. Like when we were filming the sitcom, we were doing it on film. And they like really adamant about it on film. Like they really wanted it on film. And then there was some process where you can video look like film. And I was like, this is just like when you take your photo with your camera on your phone and you use portrait mode, and just you blur out the background, you're making it shittier. You're doing it artificial. That's because we associate
remember again, when we just transitioned from a discussion really all about the whole food reviews, right? Juices that seep out of people, figuring out what to do with them, figuring out dramatic shit. The price is telling us that it would appear that it's putting a media and their eyeball. If you have food that is just not normally juice, it's just not normally juice, I'm not for myself, you can juice that food will have come out on shots. And again, just so we're all on the same page with the logic is like that, they bring up or I do the hockey, since this is not normal, a function job. Only called question if people don't do this, it's not called. So you might say, I think we have on us, even though they sneak in the middle, I feel like I feel.
That's
So I just think that this approach, that if food is not normally used,
like cinema never existed and video came around and then it was normal video like so style. And someone came along and said, hey, let's make it blurry in the background, but it's almost like we become accustomed to them nostalgically. We look at them as if they're positive. And it's also led by every shot on iPhones now. It's becoming the cinematic vernacular.
You always find someone
So
does
suddenly
something.
you see something.
Again, we're going to see how to deal with that in more, but it's in the abstract. It's actually very exciting, very dramatic. It's with here that a lot of my both at the end of the bottom are really distinguishable. And if you have a food that is really quote unquote never juiced, there is no problem with
very large format, but what they're replicating is an iPhone. Right. And it just, I watched both of those movies, and I thought, both of them are
so the price is said, but when it comes to pomegranates,
and they're made by,
when it comes to pomegranates, you can't sweet pomegranates that are juice on side. Why not? Because in the house of Monastir Bamenachos, they used to go and sweet pomegranates for juice.
It was really good till about like
so it's like
3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book. Like a bunch of shit sort of just happens in the last quarter of the book where like such a generating character. It seemed like far they keep going with this book. It sort of felt like this felt rushed.
So basically, I asked you about Nachman, how you soaked in the morning. I'm Rab Nachman. So basically, I asked you about Nachman. So Nachman said, that was the house of the Nachman. They have a pomegranate art juice, and they have a amazing artist. Oh, they wrote it up. Literally, as an artist, sketchbook, and he brings a passion. Basically, it's so important that we have to listen to that. It does somehow drive a lot of that. This team, I have no idea. I found the solo to come back here. I say, we'll see, no, like, this is so important. You don't need that to look how much on that. Nachman saying, like, the Nachman doesn't have the thing, like, look, it's very important. So,
I don't know what it is. About it, but Blade 2 is probably my favorite film of his because it's like the least of
everyone is
actually it's quite a bit. It's just the most accessible form.
It always sounds very countercultural, but not everyone's opinion matters. Just because you think something doesn't mean that you make it spread of it. It's great that Menashe Babanachim is comic art. It's fantastic. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, so this thing, no. It doesn't mean that he's driving out practice, but rather you know, not to sell like a policy. But the Gemara says like this. Yeah, kind of some of the Menashe about Menachem, Abi Ruben Da'alma. So we'll say, I don't understand. Menashe about Menachem is one person. What's the entire Bryce reads? Right, the Bryce reads, and it's only if you don't choose food, you can type of food, not choose from the fact that you can choose Shabbos. If you can't choose pomegranates, you know why? Because Menashe about Menachem used to choose pomegranates. Because you found one guy that does this, that dictates the process, that dictates for everyone else, but yours wasn't. It doesn't make sense. You see the word driving at the you have this all the time I love. One thing you can always do is we could always find someone who's going to be doing something. But generally, a lot it's just because you find person doing things, that does not mean it's nor is treated by the role. That's how the world is treated.
There's a dialogue scene. I'm just going to do the essentials. It's a commercial. This dialogue scene doesn't need to be any longer than 30 seconds. He just clips along. Somehow, his movies are still like 2 hours. Oh, they're so involved. You know what I love? Nosferatu. You should know. I haven't seen it. I don't want to sound like a persnickety guy, but I have.
When someone feels something, that person has to be right. Everyone else has sensitive to it. Everyone has to down to it. What is a something like that? You have to talk like I got sexual. It has to be a general norm that drives the pillars of society. Such is human nature. Like your sensitivity is a beautiful.
Just garish and kind of.
I really get that. So the universe is understand. So Menashe Babanachim is this individual. Menashe Babanachim is his juicy standards, the protocol to which the universe is in. Actually, yes, if you watch this, it's not. And the Kenyan culture against most of these things, the universe says one goes ahead. One goes ahead. Most of this is kayak. Kayak means if you cannot plan certain other things within a because it can each
the thing about Werner Herzog, his Nosferatu, the Murnau movie, which is the original Nosferatu, very first one was that Shrek.
the come on the Kaddish, and the duck at the moment. The Moses says ultimately again, Thornbush in a vineyard is a tablet of clay, and ultimately again, that's his generation before the lion is real. From the thoughts. The only thing that creates that film is something that's his film is almost like haunted by the generally people don't want to sustain and then if you bring therefore does not create the play character. Looking at watching, so I'm not even my time's a little bit. We'll say what you can do with watching. That the mountains. I love the device that goes ahead and his film's almost displaced in time. It's like the generation, and he does things like he'll show 2 actors in the most emotional part of the movie. Apparently, camels
and Jonathan Harker are at the beach.
So in Arabia, they like to have thorn bushes because it's
In a
camels.
Hollywood film, they cut to a close-up.
What do you see here? What do you see here?
Cut to that
Seems like
close-up.
fascinating. Outside of Arabia, the rest of the world, no one wants thorn bushes.
He stays
Thorn
back.
bushes are
He doesn't
considered
even
to
bother
be
shooting
a
at close-up.
plant. Yes, in Arabia they feed it to their camels. So because in Arabia they feed it to their camels, Rabbi Eliezer will say that therefore if you plant the thorn bush in a vineyard, that's a problem of Koyak. Also, what do you see from here? You see from here that if you see even just one, if you see someone who does something. Even though the role doesn't do that, that's someone creates a reality. To which you no. And then forget about like the assumption too. If in the house of Ashur Menachem there are Jews and pomegranates, maybe that creates reality for everyone else. That's not a fair comparison. The Gemara says, Arabia Asra. In the area of Arabia Asra. How come Butler Daja is a mistake? There was a finally a country where they do something versus a person who does something. This idea. In Arabia, they go out and they make things wrong, but the logic of them saying, since there's a country that conducts themselves this way, they want to create a halachic war even outside of it.
House,
One guy,
shaking the walls,
that's going to create a reality for everyone else. Again, we just said before, Butler died from something else. What Menachem does, shoot his bottle in the face of everyone else does. Whereas we'll say, why would the time come see what one guy does? Why does he look what the majority does? To which he makes Elohim time. So it's a what is the reason why? We let Menachem drive halakha. Dobra Krista, first by one person starting to suffer, enough from the mitzvah, how's that? What's the peace? Everyone had three thousand beats. And then you put the clown in the mitzvah, motion is a mitzvah, the shimmering marriage. What's the juice invalidate the mitzvah if what? If it's the appearance of the mitzvah. I, the hollow penny sleep. I'm not going to be for the juices. As such, why should you Jews have any real identity unto yourself? To which the Gemara says, Elamais the Kalanemar, even Dachshadinu Havlu Mashma. I don't know, so what do you have to say? You have to see even though these are not normally schools, or see in this particular situation, the person who was assigned a significant thing. So therefore, maybe he's like that. So let's remember again. For example, let's say following the logic that we have. You have Jews. You have Jews that come from an item that's not normally Jews. Then really, what we're saying is the halakha is that item doesn't have the status of a liquid, rather item status of oath that it can do itself. In which case, we can take that to the logic. So really, halakha gets really clear. Let's say what happens with what happens?
they're supposed to cut.
Not pleasant, but nothing. So therefore, again, let's say, well, what do you see? In fact, they call that moving fusion of features. They're in the future structure. Well, once he's not the futures as a liquid, that makes it a liquid, and therefore, again, as we know, different vowels in the Nikah. Even that Shadino Havlu Master, which was a key that saves by Hilchot Shabbos. Once I Hilchot Shabbos, we find that someone is not should be liquid, but Inami that transforms it into a mass. Yeah? That transforms it into a mass. Yeah, and again, Hilchot Shabbos, which prohibits you from squeezing such a Papa says,
There's a scene.
why is it that the mikvah? Papa shum da habitav she'en osin al
I can see one scene.
Davar she'en osin al mikvah lachatchila post al mikvah b'shinu. Anything from which you cannot fashion a mikvah, by definition,
It's really dark, man. He did a fantastic job of like capturing the creepiness of it, also the surreal aspect. Him being this vampire, you recognize the reality is all fucked up and skewed. Like time passes very quickly. It's tense. He's super confused as to what's going on.
Enough of the yayin comments. Let's listen to the topic of wine.
I have to say, this movie feels haunted, as haunted by the Herzog version as Herzog was haunted by the Murnau version. For you, it would be I encourage anybody to enjoy all three of them. It's haunted by the haunted by the original. But this is
if wine or vinegar both help, falls into the mikvah, machinery, marrow, and changes the appearance of the mikvah, ultimately again that is our unique. To which the Gemara says, the mocha master. Who is the opinion that says that mocha is considered to be bona fide? I'm going to buy a Rashi says over here, first byline Rashi, not on the soul. Very good. We shall make the yain of hummus from motel. The hukim in mayin is just in azaysim. The humo meaning yesh. Let's say again, this is the liquid that comes of the olives. There are three different types of motel. You should point on the pilot napa. This kind of is not the name. Motel is not the name. What we first put the olives together in the back. Now just the presence of the olives next to each other generates heat, and that heat causes some liquid to come out. That liquid is called the subtle tonight. Liquid that comes out as clear as water. The after some of the yummy was up to that. Holds the mochel, then as the olive sit a few more days, more mochel comes out, who currently looks to shemen. That second mochel already looks a little bit more like oil. The after sha'atzma hotzi shmonam beis abad, u'mishtat apuach alagav es bakom shu'agabam beis abad. Close them up. Then also there's the third mochel. The third mochel already using oil. So back to Gemara. Says we're a man the mochel matsu. Who is the thing that says that the mochel, which comes out of the olives is considered to be mashka, which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov, this time Rabbi Yaakov Omar, mochel, mochel, the liquid that oozes out of the olives even in the initial stage. So the Gemara says, Mata Amru mochel yotze b'tchilatar. So we'll say that's the case. Why did Chazal sit here with jumping around a little bit before it's going to come in power? Yet the initial liquid that comes out of the olives is not machshir something with kabel. Why is that? Because no one cares about that first mochel, and no one cares about that first liquid that comes out of the olives. Because no one cares about it, they're capable of machshir the kabel. So the Gemara says, "Sure, and a mochel in the in reality, mochel is not really a liquid. Matam Amru, mochel haising in Tzipur Habakam. There's a advantage. And why do people say that the mochel that comes out of the people, and that's the people that make digital loves darkness, like and it can do things in darkness that film just doesn't have the capacity. The liquid that comes out from that netting is ultimately the choice of whatever liquid capable of being matched to something that happens from Hawaii. The fish, after no below 62 fish, because ultimately, again, once it's in the net, by definition, it's going to be oil mixed in with the mochel. So what's the night now? What is the community doing? Ultimately, again, the acid bus, it's excessive. What is it? Well, it's the mochel that comes out of the pizza. That's the liquid out of the pizza. That's the night now. The night, all the travail, all the mochel, you'll see the kilotar. By your team, you go base about. So we'll say, both of you, the initial mochel, is hard, or it's not capable of being natural kabel. And they both agree that once the olives are netting, the liquid that comes out ultimately again is capable of being natural kabel. So what they're not doing, if he's a mochel that the foods are having natural ולומר לא having that. כן, ועשי פסר itself. לאחר שסקו in the duck is there. Funny of course, like not after the olive is snatched for a couple of days. And people mochel push it, and therefore people will be couple to love. Like you say, people will be that's the macro. Says the Gemara, which is supposed to be fighter.
But it's like a comedy.
Lava Habi, Lava says, why is it that the mochel invalidates the mikvah? Because the mochel is a liquid from this. Proposed us a mikvah b'shimei mara, and ultimately again, therefore, it causes the mikvah. So it's like, so what the Gemara just ends off here, ultimately is almost like, so that actually kind of
kind of like a mockumentary.
Like where what comes out of this, we jumped around a lot.
But it's
Smita and mikvah, we saw it last today. I just want to point out from that last discussion, what this was as follows. They would appear, halakha l'maisa, if although we adopt the position of something that is not squeezed, then halakha l'maisa is not how it's used or it's used with chachila on Shabbos. Area in which it becomes complicated is what if you have something that the majority of the world doesn't speak? You will find some people who do speak it. So what is that?
5 years.
And
You're
we're
a
gonna
guy,
end
but
up
you're not
three,
going to
and then we're gonna bring
Let
halacha
you the time call.
so far with the Gemara, specifically halacha with the Gemara's holding is number one, that you read the and the Chama any Jew that from out of college age will be outside. Everyone agrees. Well, according to the Gemara, not saying halacha nice. So whether you had in mind that it's going to be for consumption, for juice purposes, everyone agrees that liquid that comes out of the oven is going to be outside. Shar potatoes, what about other foods? It would appear that the Chama agrees that you don't namely if the food was set aside for consumption, liquid which comes out is not problematic. If, however, the food is set aside for juicing, the liquid that comes out will be problematic and not be used. Category number three, fruit, which is never juiced. Fruit which is never juiced, turns out everybody, when we don't have the food that's what? Juice it, they can't do it on Shabbos. Complicated cases, well, what if you have something that the long majority of the world does not juice? And like, Menashe Bar Menachem does juice, what does that do?
I had to wash my eyes afterwards with another movie. I didn't mind it. I hated the because I loved the foreign version. Which country was it from? I think it's Sweden. It's an outstanding. Some of the book is fabulous as well. Yeah, I just love a good horror movie, a well-made horror movie. Because the suspension of disbelief is inherent to the enjoyment of the film. Just show me how the guy turns into a monster. Show me, make it so. Yeah, and also you can see, they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, or a couple years at least, and they're never exhausted. The market never seems to be exhausted, right? Zombie movies, they continue making them. It's like that's the most overused. Zombie films, zombie TV shows. I mean, how many versions of The Walking Dead are there? There's multiple. Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of them. I like the beginning was great. I think first season started, but then when I realized, it's just sadism. And I mean, I get the point. After the first season, I realized, the point is The Walking Dead. They're actually The Walking Dead because they become emotional. I didn't like it got to the point where it was just murder. Yeah, and I think I talked about this before. That's a real problem with television. Is that they're just trying to get the serotonin levels. And real television, you return because you love the characters you want to return to. Well, sometimes it's done well, like Game of Thrones. Did a fantastic job of doing it. That kind of lost its way after a while. Actually, I'm rewatching it right now. We're actually on season 3 right now. It's fucking great. I kind of forgot how great it was. But when you get to binge, and you don't have to wait there's years and seasons. Have you seen Dragon Cycle? The Rise of the Merlin? Okay, so these days, you almost don't know where television, where to find television, and that's because you can find it anywhere. The mainstay producer videos are no longer reliable in producing quality television, and so suddenly we see stuff rising, out of places that are completely unexpected, and this was produced by the Daily Wire. Of all people, yes. And the CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. It's Jeremy Boring. Yeah, I'm mispronouncing his name. Boring. But this is good. Okay, this is better than, I have a very high watermark for Arthurian mythology, like to me, Excalibur is like one of them. And this really went for this, like, I had Jim on my shoulder once you're watching this, I'm like, this is very unlikely that I would enjoy this.
how
but
many
they did it
people
for
come in.
for a
Now, let's say
micro
we're doing a little bit of
effect.
stuff. But you'll see the
They
same.
made something
They
that
think
is
it's so sad.
absolutely
Like,
kind of
you can't
reinvents the mythology,
think it's
and they do it like
Eén
proper
oldalra van a
television,
műsor,
where kind of love the characters and they weave an entire reality and universe that is fantastic. And it's done for like, for very, very little. They're spending billions making these Lord of the Rings things, and like nobody cares. They're just awful to watch. And in the meantime, these guys are just,
But when you have items
without
that are
anybody
in
paying
a
attention,
normal place,
they cranked this
putting a
out.
non-muktzah
And
item,
I've only seen 4 episodes of it,
allow
but
the movement of the muktzah
I
item.
am like
But the
completely
movement
blown
goes like
away
this.
by it.
You know,
That's
the
so
piece of meat,
interesting.
the
Because I
people
don't
left,
hear
the whole
anything
people
about.
left.
I think
The
this
cheese
has a
left,
problem.
the
Well, it's
cheese
because
left. So
well,
it's very
like
nice
we
that I
don't
buy
care
it,
about
Robert,
all of
if
it.
you put a non-muktzah
And
item,
yeah,
and
it's
then
like
you
the
put it
least
that's not
of it.
the
We'll
which he wants to put your buy
But certainly
I'm
with
gonna
Daily
buy
Wire,
it.
the
Well,
problem
you're
is
wrong.
it's
That's
like
what he
associated
loves
with this
us in
right-wing
Kosovo. We're
production.
not
You
trying to
can't get
learn
over
first
that and
Kafa
like and put
Lama.
that behind you.
Cause
And
you
then,
cause you in this guy. I
this is to me is good. It's classic television. It's my prejudice was initially, oh, they're gonna somehow or another embed right-wing ideology in. Well, everybody's embedding their ideology there. Whenever you make any media, there's usually corporate propaganda and personal propaganda, and usually there was a balance.
But when I
Midnight
saw,
for example, okay, that would be nothing like the book at all. Real, and not even close to the book. And it's a complete alternate experience, and you wonder why that movie, why was that movie such a big success? Why was that movie such a overwhelming, like Oscars and everything? I think it had a little bit of the politics of what's going on in Turkey
I wouldn't
than anything else. And what's his name, Billy Hayes, lived and spent the rest of his life basically apologizing for the movie. And because he wasn't like raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like a joke in the original. That's like a joke. It's they're making jokes about it. Whereas he was the actual character, or the person who lived the experience. And so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like all Hollywood does. You kind of accept whenever you're making a movie that you're being used at a certain level to do something, whether it's to, on a very basic level, understand your audiences, or to do things. We see that more and more, obviously, media as the director, personal propaganda, when you have something personal that you want to get on screen, has become more and more diminished, and you have sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking over. I think the probably crass example of that is the DEI stuff. In characters and situations that are just completely out of whack. Did you see the Star Trek that they tried to make like that? Okay, I like Star Trek. I watch Star Trek every day in my house. We watch like 2 episodes. My wife is like a Trekkie. She's like crazy for Star Trek. And so she puts Star Trek on, like at around 5 o'clock. Star Trek comes on original. Well, Picard, recycle through, go chronologically from the original series through the Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise, back to, and sometimes, when you show an episode like in DS9, there's an episode called Trials and Tribulations, where all the heroes go past and kind of interact with troubles, and they kind of blend them into the set, and things happen. Well, then go back and watch Troubles, or same thing with Wrath of Khan. So we'll kind of connect it all together, and so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like I usually have a console right in the controllers and watching everything else. And so, and my children were like basically raised on Star Trek, and the sort of morals behind Star Trek, and
this is very interesting. I
and
found out that,
people complain about but I think Captain Sisko is one of the most amazing captains there is, because he's also a father, and there's all these like father-son lessons that are going on throughout it. It's like really elaborate television. And
now
by the way, all that kind of DEI stuff is still in it. It's still there. They're exploring all sorts of things. In Star Trek Next Generation, Riker, who's like the second in command to Picard, and there's an episode where he goes to a planet of that are just, they have no chance. And he falls in love with one. They kind of waken up out of their single gender thing. It's one female, and that person then gets taken or reprogrammed. There's an episode where Quark turned into a woman in order to, for some cockamamie reason, come up with in the show. And he kind of it's like getting into it. So this part exploring gender and being, it's somehow integrated into good storytelling. And I think something happened at the studios where they fired all of the legacy people and they hired on a bunch of new people who just weren't as good at storytelling or as respectful of the canon, I guess you could say, is what it was. But, those seasons of Star Trek are, which I guess you could call from the Gene Roddenberry into the Rick Berman era. They had such amazing writers. They had guys like René Echeverria, Aaron Shankar, and they had technical advisors. So if you were just into the tech, you could really like, and most of our technology and most of our aspirations have come from Star Trek. Our telephones are basically, trikers, and when we see it, we talk to them. I want to have that. And so somebody figures out a way to develop it and make it so we have that. Didn't he actually say computer? Yeah, he would say computer. Answer the question. Yeah, well, like hey Siri, same thing. Yeah. And so, it's I think it's a fantastic show. And then this dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I remember the guy. I was like, hey, I will write for scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it, just as an opportunity to work on it. And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of funds from the original show. He wanted to do something new, to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they made, this Starfleet Academy, it's still ongoing. Maybe it writes itself at some point. Did they? Good. The news, they read the room. They read the room.
Is it, didn't they stop the idea with season 2?
That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man. His company's called Secret Hideout. I think he's going to need a secret hideout after all these, after destroying Star Trek for, this latest generation. Are we talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro? That's the newest one. Starfleet Academy is an abomination. I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery. And they're just it's just awful storytelling. Well, it's also clunky dialogue and bad just horrible. And they're more interested in the corporate polity and the corporate propaganda than they are with personal propaganda. Right? It seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive idea. Picard is terrible. It's savage.
And go ahead and just shake it off. Shake it off.
What's his name? Did that Orville? That is, the proper successor. They brought back guys like James Conroy. I don't know comedy versions of McFarlane did. He hired all the original people fired from Star Trek and basically used them to do his show. And it actually feels a little bit more like I remember how this, it's unbelievable. Yeah. It is a Star Trek? Or is it, no, it's not Star Trek, it's the Orville. Star Trek basically just ripped off Star Trek, and they have a sort of tongue-in-cheek way, but they all the writers from the original showrunners
shows
you know, like that, the original breakers, like,
handle them directly. You gotta pick up the table, shake out the table.
like I want to say Conway,
And
but
then our
it's,
I'm sorry, Gula,
and they
Ma'avim,
bring everybody back, and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Another really good Star Trek-ish thing's Galaxy Quest.
that are
So
less
got
than
kind of
the size of
very
the designs.
with Sigourney
Say,
Weaver. Yeah, that was good. Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. Like, it's so fantastic. But I love Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, she's one of my all-time favorites. That's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie that you never even noticed it was an alien. Yeah, you have a female lead, and you never think about it. She's been here have like powerful women in movies before, where like throughout history, right? The history of cinema is built on. You know, and by the way, you know, the complex one character can have faults. Like that's part of it. Is characters have faults. Characters have things wrong with them. You know, they're not always just, you know, like dominant and noble. Like can do everything exactly. Some of the Star Wars ones, there was a few of those. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. You had, I think it was Ben Affleck was on, and they were talking about AI and how it always goes to the middle.
You are permitted to take the sponge.
J.J. Abrams always goes to the middle, and boy, was that Star Wars he did the middle. Where he just basically took the Luke Skywalker story and just rivered it with a strong woman, you know, character. And I just thought it was bland. And just takes it, just nothing new. He just went to the middle. So you don't need AI. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting fished. And it's not just profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low, but once you're locked in, surprise fees, and that expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor, Visible Wireless. It's one line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $24 a month, taxes and fee included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Fall for the trap of getting fished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless. Terms apply. See visible.com for management details. No, you just need a mandate. And the thing about Alien 2 was like, you didn't know who the hero was. Alien 2 or Alien as well. I mean, Alien 1, I didn't like it as much. It was fun. But it was like, why are they so easy to kill now? Why are they so obvious? They were, you know, Space Marines. Marines are tough. Marines are badass. And Marines can, like, first, they stood over an hour. I remember the first Alien was clever, he was hiding, sneak around, he would jump. They didn't get to see much of it, and that was also cool too, because it kind of captured you with the suspense. It's one of the best movies ever. And it's a 1979 movie too, which is crazy. People don't even know. So it's funny, I recently went back and started watching all the stuff and seeing,
Remember, that's also part of the idea.
there's a ton of them that I just kind of missed along the way. And I started off with what was it? I started off with Napoleon because I just missed it when it came out. And I'm like, what happened to Ridley Scott? So I have not like any of his recent Alien movies. I just think they're confused with Prometheus one. It's just like when you need a web episode in order to understand what the hell it's talking about, you fail. And they're just like, they're technical marvels. Shoots big canvas cinema like Ridley Scott. No one shoots a helicopter mission like Ridley Scott shoots a helicopter mission. And you know, you watch Napoleon, and sure, the Battle of Austerlitz, amazing to watch. You know, cannonballs going into the lake and ice breaking. people falling in the worst date movie you're what's wrong with it? I didn't see it. It's, well, Joaquin Phoenix, and I think he made a choice because I considered him to be an excellent actor. But in this movie, I think he made a choice to just play contemporary. He just kind of talks. Everybody else is doing sort of a British or Frenchish accent, like all kind of pretending that they're in a period piece. But no, Joaquin Phoenix, he just walked down Hollywood Boulevard. And just like the battle scene, there's no passion in words. It's kind of this weird, dead performance. And I did it on purpose to betray Joseph Brown. I think he came on, he was like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do the way the Lord unnecessary. And I'm not just going to try. I'm a course again, and I'm going to be an outsider to all of these other people who are. I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it completely failed. So I'm like, okay, I adore why he really stuck in these big scenes, but he put in a terrible movie. And failure, and then so then after that, I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. Well, he did never see that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's like you start watching that movie, and there's some interesting things in the film. He's got like chariot battles, and archers shooting things, and like whenever he's doing that, like Ridley Scott's this is my day on set. He's got a cigar, 20 cameras, you bring cameras everywhere, and he's like shoot from every angle, and he's like a great general. Shooting the minute anybody talks, that movie falls apart. And actually, I don't know how to say this, but that movie almost did its best to turn me on the Jews. Like I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is like, first of all, is anybody even Jewish making this? Like, it seems like nobody involved in it was Jewish, and like they start like, how is that impossible? Well, Moses as a character when he's an Egyptian, it's like the adopted Egyptian brother. I totally get that. For some reason, then he becomes Moses after being like the rock, and all of a sudden he's kind of he's like a lunatic, and like everybody's following him. Like he's like distasteful, and but every now and then they would show a battle scene, and it's like okay, I can Ridley Scott's doing something I can't, and also really good, and it's I can't remember Joel Edgerton, it's Ramsey. It's really funny because Joel Edgerton is usually right Egyptians when they're cast to be kind of tall. He's kind of like this bunch, like certain tough, big body, butch, Ramses, like just kind of like a tough Ramses, and every now and then.
Squeeze that water. What's my intention? To remove the schmutz from the plate. See, if water comes out of the sponge, it's fine. That's an unintended consequence. Yet, it's usher. That a darshan is having is usher, then it's bad. Oh, now telling me is the safe of the end of the shot reflects the view of that.
You promised Space is just for websites, but you can also get a domain from Squarespace. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your football camp, rugby readers call for your rugby league, or weirdburpee.com for your weird burpee cult. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website is how you go from 0 to 1 all in one place. Yours before it's gone with an offer to make it real for 10% off domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Means what?
And then his Australian accent comes out, and it's like, oh, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father. John Turturro, like a crazy choice.
And you end up
and so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie, but again, I was like, wow, this is awful. Is it impossible for you to watch the movie with
what is going to come out? That's called a situation. They'll say the situation, even if Shimon agrees that it's going to be awesome. So when they say, so both you're going to show both agree that Allah cannot use the sponge. We'll say he is going to can use the sponge, right? The sponge has a handle and it's dry. Now, the reason both IY can't just use regular dry sponge. So that would be saying the issue would be the issue would be almost like a concern about getting confused. And if we allow you to use a dry sponge without a handle, you make them use the wet sponge without a handle as well. Now, the handle is already a step removed, and therefore determined. Says the Gemara, Hani Vitamin Aramaisa, Sharo Vitalkalinu, Oil Bakazin, Adop. So it's actually very interesting. So these pits of Iranian dates are permitted to be carried because of their mother. Now what's the shot? Carrying them, shall tomorrow the hang of animals. So what do you do with date pits? Generally, depending on the date, you would give it to animals. It would be animal food. Animal food. So what would happen? So these Iranian dates actually says Aramaisa, tomorrow Roihin, Umahil Hakamorin Atzman with the Hema. Hilchach Agat Nine the Hema Namikas. So this is apparently these Iranian dates were inferior dates. What would you do with these inferior dates? In general, you would feed it to the animals. So that means the date itself will be given to the animals. So since the date will be given to the animals, therefore what? The pits themselves are part of animal food as well, and therefore the pits are not muktzah on Shabbos because they're part of animal food. However, with the parsaisa, the Persian dates usher, like the pits of Persian dates will be usher. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, those dates are consumed by people, and therefore again the pits themselves are not set aside for animal food. And Shmuel used to carry the date pits on a piece of bread. Let's say going back to our bread not distribution, but our what is it? But bread claws, good. Our bread claws, right? That ultimately take an item that's not muktzah and go ahead and use it to transport the muktzah item. Those are just a chilik in the dates. So the dates which were always fed to animals, obviously their pits are not muktzah because it's animal food. That are only consumed by people. Again, those pits will be muktzah on Shabbos. We do adopt that the muktzah identity of an item is concretized and solidified at the onset of Shabbos. So what you are at the onset of Shabbos stays with you throughout Shabbos. So for example, so therefore these days, which are fit for human consumption, but you don't give them to your animal because they're too good. The myself, even once you eat those dates, those pits are not usable for animal food because the mice are designated for human use at the onset of Shabbos. The Gemara ends off. Shmuel Tameh, Gomer Shmuel, Osa Adam, Kol Sarf. I'm sorry, Shmuel. Shmuel Tameh. So Shmuel. Supposed to remember again. So now we just said Shmuel would transport the pits of the Persian dates on a piece of bread. And this goes from Shmuel Tameh, Gomer Shmuel, Osa Adam Kol Sarf of the past. The Shmuel holds that a person is permitted to go ahead and use bread for all of his needs. So we'll say this is actually incredible use. So there's a concept of desire over. There's a concept of not doing degrading things with food. Not doing the covenant to have a certain level of respect for food, specifically for bread. Shmuel is of the opinion that you can utilize your bread for any constructive purpose, even if it's not consumption. So the idea over here is he's using a piece of bread to transport pits, but because it's being used in a constructive fashion, that's not called Zion over. So Rabba, the Taltu Agav Lifna United. So Rabba, he would transport the pits in a pail of water. So what happens is when you finish the date, either you spit the pit into a pail of water or throw the pit into a pail of water. The pail of water, of course, is not enough, so it's a pail of water. So you transport the pits with the pail of water. The Fumer de Rishua Avalu Graf Shalei. So also the Fumer de Rishua say pits is like garbage. Pits is garbage. So remember again, garbage falls into the bed category. And anything ultimately again like that has the ability to be moved. I will say, do we go ahead?
Just becoming hypercritical
ahead
about all
and
these
make a
different
draft
aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like. Yes and no. So the next watched, which I stayed away from every apologies to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck was the last duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time. The poster looked awful. I'm not going to see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two. I was like, okay.
Papa is right there for you. Papa will go up behind his bed.
One of the best films of the century,
The bed we
in
need
my
to
opinion.
tell.
Absolutely. First of all,
So when you
Those
finish
guys
it,
know how
you
to
just
read
sit
and
it
I know
behind
that
the
they wrote it
couch.
with Nicole Huff's and Otter or whatever.
Sorry, I'm just
But it's like, it's like Ben Affleck, like, when I saw him blonde, it was like, that's one of the reasons I kept away from him. But he's hilarious in the movie. He's a genius.
I that colors could go ahead and turn his head to the other side of the bed, and ultimately again,
This my wife got turned on.
so you're not supposed to turn his head and kind of just stick those
That's all there. I don't know anything about it. And Adam Driver is magnificent, and like this relationship these two guys have, it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that like a character so was Rashomon, which was three stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And so, and Matt Damon is like a revelation. There's so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I'm Matt Damon.
go ahead and
It's Adam Driver for sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to. You've heard about Hollywood, and I'm sure they're right. Like the way to really get along in court and enjoy the orgies, to be in the orgy with everybody is like to get along. It's like we all fuck together. That's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this, he's a fighter. He's a great knight. He's true in his heart. But he's just a pill to hang out with. He doesn't go to meetings. And because of that, he's just kind of and the
people will
movie
say,
plays
oh,
off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry,
people will
where
think
jealousy comes into play.
for going ahead and
And it's ruined everything until they're finally fucking very end. And Ridley Scott just does what he does, which is he's insane fight between these two guys, which like was just every blow was painful to look at. And this to me was the best Ridley Scott movie. I just I also
literally again,
I threw that I never saw that. Throw that in. That's monsters. It was actually to watch. I love
your
it.
responsibility
Gladiator One is
bias
magnificent. It had some
on the
kind of
shoulders
secret
of
sauce
the
in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator Two, it just kind of goes through phases. It's just got everybody shows us. Speaking of showing up, what's your Weaver shows up in Exodus Gods and Monsters. She's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for a paycheck. Like she just shows up and she's like does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines. I'm not going into Morocco or into town.
How'd you love? No tell
And they
other
just thought it was a bad film. Checked out.
I'm
I'm not
okay.
sure
Put
what she
them,
was
give them
thinking,
brandy
but
pack.
like she may have been thinking what
Obviously,
maybe she was
let's
drunk,
say if you
but
had
it just
barrel,
looked like just
let's say
like
this is reminiscent of the previous
that's how I feel. So thanks, man.
I love the night you had a
Choice with the
situation,
characters or
you had a
they don't
situation
realize it, but they're committed to
where
it. The other
something breaks, or
discovery that
we
I
had
just
the
watched
most
that I haven't
fire,
seen again,
right?
I
And
played
like a little
because of the
so send one
title.
to the barrel of wine.
And they're just
So
nothing
what's the
exciting. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, like before you
Meta,
get it was on Netflix.
Buzzard
There
shows
it is.
see
Look at the, it's like a comedy. It's got
enough
Javier
food
Bardem,
for
Cameron
the videos.
Diaz, they're all coming. Javier Bardem looking exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Like in it, like just kind of crazy. Robert Downey Jr. in his crazy phase,
But the
colorful glasses and
here
everything.
allows
Robert Downey Jr.
you
with like
to
a
go ahead and
broken up nose or whatever's going on
taking
with
it
that
back and
nose.
forth.
And
Remember again, or always
okay, so I
concerned
put on
about
the
these
council,
situations are a number of
and
possibility of
this.
so
So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be one of those romantic
if you have
comedy.
a barrel of wine
This
that goes.
movie, after I saw it, like, I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I know
from that broken
about the
down.
world.
Like,
Like,
we'll
it's,
see like
and it
tell your friends, tell your listen, come and save the wine.
It's kind of a disaster for
You know,
Ridley
come and
Scott.
take one for yourself. Or be much like yourself. We'll say what can you do,
From it,
what can you
probably
do.
because
I love telling myself,
failure of it, but I never even heard
you
it.
can't go ahead and sponge it out. Well, so that's your chance. You can't take a sponge,
And so,
right,
it is dark,
drug
dark,
cloth,
and
and go ahead and
it is
absorb the wine like
an
that.
analysis of
That is going to
how
be
power
visual
works
speech. And I will say, I want to think that's very
which is basically a
So it's
giant
not
cartel.
just wine
The
and
cartel
wine,
wins.
but the nice whenever you have a
Cannot
liquid
escape the
absorbed,
cartel. And it is such a
Sita,
I
yes,
think
Sita,
it's such a
remember, actually, we're going to talk about Sita in this is an incredible studio,
2014.
but Sita is a kind of gush, oppression, extracting one thing from another.
There's too much content,
Sometimes
and
when it's just a
he's
liquid
cranking up
from
movies like right here.
especially with garnish. It's not rather than the lobby. It was yesterday.
Constantly
Wonder.
and so
That was why he's pointing out that sometimes the same act, these details in the lobby. You can't so
largely it's not a bad
the whole same hand
without
so once you can't
UNICEF commercial
on Shabbos before clicking. So you want a fresh cup of orange Shabbos morning.
Africa. And
Before you come to davening, you can't go ahead and squeeze fruit on Shabbos for the
wanted to check out all
you also still get remember, if you actually squeeze fruit on Shabbos,
researching and looking them up
that's
again.
not a
The
sweet,
counselor,
that's
how did
dust.
that fall through the
That's fire,
cracks?
right? That's
And it
extract
gets
from the liquid
terrible
from the
reviews.
solid.
People
That is
hated
innocent.
it.
That is innocent. However, in Yom Tov, also allowed to is squeezed out on their own.
I think
What happens
they
in
were
that
just like,
case?
we don't
Well, I'm not
believe.
speaking
They
out
just
the
don't
juice,
believe.
but the juice came out on its own. So what's the clarify? If you don't know, you listen to this. So what's that? I'm sorry. You have to match the answer. So say, I have a hole that it doesn't make a difference whether you squeeze the juice or the juice came out on its own. It's possible. You can't that comes from the fruit, whether it's squeezed out or you squeezed it out. You make it these things. You don't know. In the Oakland, if the fruits that you ever set aside for consumption, Hayot's in the hand of the fruit that's set aside for consumption, any juice that oozes out is going to be looked at. And I will say, what's the logic? Like, look at logic. That she said, if you don't know, when you know someone says, there's Hayot's in the hand, you'll need to leave the nashes. Let's take it to this one. Why does it have bun and say, even if the juice is out on its own, that it's going to be absurd? It's very simple. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to drink that juice, which is out on its own, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You're going to squeeze the fruit. You're going to squeeze the fruit. Because the people said, no, it's just if this is a fruit, but rather again, this is a fruit which is one of these
It's like the invasion of the bot actors. Everybody is just numb to everything. Like,
because we're not continuing to squeeze it because that's not this kind of fruit. Them lamash, but if lamaisa,
all these like revelations.
and what's an error, yeah, but also actually points out that if you have a fruit that is set aside for consumption and the juice squeezes out, that's actually you're not happy. Like you don't want that because the juice that squeezes out from the fruit makes it less edible. So number one is low nasal. I don't want it. And also I'm not going to squeeze it because this is a fruit that is set aside for consumption. I'm not squeezing in the mashkin, the ultimate fruit that's set aside for juices. Then Hayot said they had also. So we will agree that if juice squeezes out of the fruit, then ultimately you're going to be not done. If you have halacha or naisa, I was to tell us about how really funny. Different honeycombs that you touch off, you touch what's going on. If you touch Shabbat on Erev Shabbos, you have to ask for that soon. If you touch the honeycombs on Erev Shabbos and the honey oozing out on Shabbos, it's going to be awesome. Rabbi Eliezer not. Rabbi Eliezer says no, touch them on Erev Shabbos. Ultimately, again, it is going to be red. So again, we see that Talmud concern will allow you to use fresh honeycomb when they come to crush actual honeycomb on Shabbos, whereas Rabbi Eliezer as you can concern them to be. I will say, what I want you to focus on now is the incredible levels we have. Everyone agrees that you cannot squeeze juice out of a fruit on Shabbos. Of course, what happens if the juice is out on its own? Tanakama also. It just us. It doesn't make a difference. Right? You can't drink any juice that comes from a I really think it depends on the fruit that's set aside for consumption. And you don't really want the juices, or they never have enough of the juices. So squeeze the juices. Salach might be the juice. We're not going to come to squeeze the fruit because you don't want the juice set aside for consumption. But if it's a fruit that's set aside for juicing, and the juice comes out on its own, and the juice will be awesome. I'll be concerned that you may come to actually juice the fruit.
And so that's sort of hard to digest.
Well, you spoke the yain, well, you talked
Like some of it is in
so
code.
yes, if you actually overlay,
Over beef
so
jerky.
if you have a barrel
Saying, talking about
that
jerky.
breaks
You walk beef jerky over the person. Like, what is that for all this pizza they're talking about? Right. You never see
and I
any
will say,
pizza.
well, you
Right.
thought this is nice, and you
No,
thought
and he's gonna get some
if you have about
soda.
if you have
Sure,
about
I go with my
and you want to get
yeah,
it,
and there's all this coded language. It's like,
you
whoa, that's, you're just,
Because the thickness of the oil will pierce the head. So what do? Not put your oil, bring your hand to the corner of the oil.
And in fact,
Straight
one
your
smoke
hand
is
back
here
into your
because
tongue. That's an
it's
incredible way
a
to go ahead and
long
collect this
concept.
capacity. Collect oil.
So
So you can't do
in
that.
Latin, mundus
You can't do
focus,
that.
it
Stop
means
before the onset.
once
You got to
see
with the because also you can't go ahead and collect one and collect the oil like you would do during the summer.
want to
The spot is the buzzer.
don't want
If
to
again you had food that got scattered
that are
in the
actually
buzzer,
behind
listen, let's say again,
Well, I
this
think
is
what
when
DMC files
you had a
people are, because these emails have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of
and let's say again it got scattered all
the
over the place.
bizarreness
What's happening? When lucky al yad al
so
yad,
thing like the facts.
you
Like,
think
let's
it's
just
one
talk
of
about
the
the sulfuric acid.
this
This was like right after he was indicted in 2000. Yeah, I gotta get rid of some
all of
bodies.
the produce
Yeah,
back into the
how
body.
much these all those bodies? What did it say?
Yasek this is really quite fascinating. See the back of the fruit. Now again, remember, the back of the fruit is already collected before.
We
What
look at
happened?
our
The
sponsor,
fruit
Perplexity,
went
to
everywhere.
process
What can't
this.
you do? You can't just go back and regather all of the fruit from the mushroom. What does that look like? What
One of the things they're saying is like he was indicted,
But to people to
and
the
then right after he's indicted, he orders how
and
many
therefore
gallons?
you cannot do that unshot. What can you do? You can go out and collect the fruit one by one as you need it for consumption. Incredible. So now here we go. Already, Amr Shmuel. موضة هاي ربيدة خفهم بزيسن معنا
They're eating babies.
بعد يقول لك يستخدم
Like that's so does that you think it's real? So well, yeah, not only that,
let's go
I
there
think
everybody.
there's
Everybody agrees you can't
sacrifices
squeeze
going
fruit.
on every day.
Hey, look, saying that fruit doesn't matter the food, right? Age for consumption, for drinking, you can't squeeze fruit or its liquids on shots. That's
Musicians,
totally
let's
agree.
say, little female
What
musicians,
what happens
is
when juice
killing
squeezes
chickens
out of the
every
fruit
day,
on the
doing
go? And
sacrifices.
again, calling say,
High level.
awesome, everything's
I
awesome.
don't want to say names because I don't want to get sued.
If the
And
fruits
I
are
don't
out,
want
you
to
know,
get
the
he was
juices
a
are
driver.
okay.
Here's the purchase
If
order.
the
I
fruit
go
is
and I
for
started looking at the
juices, then
comments
the
for some
juices are
stuff.
awesome.
Not that this is the
That's
best
the
answer,
one.
but
I'm not
a quick
even
answer.
sure
Someone
what
gets
the conversation about
this
another.
could be for like a reverse
I do the
osmosis water treatment system.
olives
He is on
and
I mean, there's enough
olives and grapes.
pushback
What's it?
because
What
this
my
focus
time?
at being here
What's
with
it?
the Sapiento.
What? What are the olives and grapes
But
instead
like
of
the
such
timing of all of that,
What
like
for
you know,
juice?
where the purchase
Either
orders
way,
from, all of that
juices
sulfuric
that
acid
ooze
before.
out of
Oh no, I
olives
just
and
want to
grapes
put
are going
sulfuric
to be
acid into my sushi.
osmotic.
Very
My time.
acid. Well, that's the question.
Even though
Was
it's
there
taken in
orders
your
for
head time,
sulfuric acid
right?
before this? If they
Because
do have a
olives
water
and grapes
treatment
are the
plant,
type of
how does sulfuric acid play into water
your
treatment?
intention is to eat it and not use the juices. Juice that comes from grapes, wine,
It says
olive oil,
RO plant, reverse osmosis seawater desalination facility. Sulfuric acid is commonly used in maintenance of such facilities. Not everything you don't understand adds up to the responsible thing it could be. Deception. Look, maybe they're all eating pizza and grape soda. How was that? That's how billionaires do know that guys like down and get lots of pizza and grape soda and ice cream. This is we're gonna have a trial order of such chickens.
That's why I'm just going by this
So does he have a desalination plant on the island?
Items that are only to be squeezed for the juices, or to be disagree in that case as well, and hold no. Even this Savannah is only usher if your
So they
carbona
were
is
using
for the
that, so
juices.
they're taking
So if your
seawater and
carbona is for
converting it
us,
into
it's
fresh
okay.
water for
And
what?
your
For
care, Allah,
irrigation,
Allah, if you are
for
using
drinking,
shampoo.
for all the above.
Then Allah, if you are using the Savannah, your care says, Allah, about the Zuga, by other fruits,
What the fuck does that mean?
maybe I will say, will make that juice food, but not by Savannah. Amr already got much more.
What does that mean?
Moda higher and
They say a lot of things, and they're not really coding it very much. Well, the code is glaringly obvious when they say pizza and they say jerky. That's glaringly obvious. How do you want jerky?
anything
You know what I'm saying? It's why do I need a
Moses
chilled
that comes
container
out
to
of
right?
the sharp
A chilled bag or
I will say
Jesus Christ. And do you
is
think they're
done by
eating
all
babies?
other fruit. Again, by all other fruits will look if you start with like consumption or
I don't doubt it
I'm going
for
to
a
give
second.
it I would like
I think this dates back like,
so
long,
that
long time. It's
by this
Moloch worship. What was the other
sharp
thank you for the torture video. I enjoyed the torture video.
So I'm going to leave it.
That's like people just
said to him,
they don't. That is,
like,
people now don't. It's not
the opposite of what Jimmy are. Go out and figure it out.
Some nodes that remote water
Figure it out.
treatment systems
All right, now I'm
have
going to
constantly
use that.
stockpiled
Two
quantities
cents for
for 1 to 2 years of operations, although others argue that using it directly for reverse osmosis, as stated in one social post, is technically questionable
Strawberries
for
and
membrane health.
pomegranates. What's unique about this and that and other? What's unique
Highly
about right
corrosive
beside
strong
you? Here we
mineral
go.
acid that consume
This
burns
is
can hydrate
Shema
charcoal
Chef
organic
and
material,
Shema.
which is why
If you have olive,
in
that
both
oil
legitimate
flowed out of it.
industrial
Shema Chef
processes
and
and
that's
in
drug
darker hypotheticals.
If you have olive, that oil flowed out of it. Or another Shema Chef and
When you
or
get
grapes,
indicted for
that
sex
wine
trafficking,
flowed out of it. Let's remember again, in these
6
cases,
drums
you're not
of
actively
sulfuric
extracting
acid right away.
anything.
Are you really worried about your reverse osmosis plant right after you get indicted? I feel like you know you're going to just like a duck and it quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck.
Sorry, let's go back for a second.
300
Shema Chef and Shema by level
sulfuric acid.
With Nissan being the Opal, being the Mashkin, and you have gathered up these items, right? Whether you store these gifts to others. Ultimately, I got for consumption or for these purposes, I don't see any possible. Anything that oozes out of others that creates those Mashkins are going to be hostile. Two sin, strawberries, Shema Chef and Mayim, which is very moment, Shema Chef and Yain, or pomegranates from which wine came out, with Nissan the Oakland. If you had set aside which is in the amount for consumption, a yoke from a hand, what the juice that comes out of it is the mashkin is the stem, but if you went ahead and set aside the juice, it's the stem, or you didn't get it, a yoke, no?
That's
Rabbi Yehuda will say that ultimately that which comes out of the brain, the Omen being the Oakland, being the mashkin, a yoke in their hand, but ultimately again. So the common will set aside the opening or the mashkin, ultimately again, according to this version so far, everyone would have been that by Jason by another, whatever you got Jason by another, is going to be us. Whether you set aside the Jason by another, or mashkin, or akula, or for mashkin, but he says that the consumption is going to be us.
Is he saying something about people at home? Well, there's always been weird secret groups and
right?
rituals.
What
And it's one of the ways
happens
to
ultimately
ensure that you're compromised, you'll stay. It's a confidence operation. Yeah. And so what you do is you find somebody when they're young and they're,
the third category being
inhibited.
Stop means
And
if you
they,
put them away for no intention. So if you do the whole one way, some hold, some will always hold that everything of any juice that comes out of a tree will always be us. Now if you do this one has the distinction between either set aside for consumption, either set aside for juice, or also stop non-designated juice. We'll stop here for today. We'll pick up this as major ramifications. Shabbos, we see the continuation of the Machloka, really the question out of the Machloka, and Halach Lamais and Yetz Hashem.
$20 million a year, whatever level that is, instead you're not. And what else explains some of these people about, like, about Trump? These are puts. These are like it's over the top. It's it's strange how people behave regarding it. So you think that's also just because the Democratic Party didn't want him to get into power because he was a complete outsider? I don't think there are parties. I don't think that's all an illusion also. I think everything that you think that it is an illusion. It's all fake. I don't think that any history before 1600, I think everything has been falsified before the year 1600. How so? Well, there's this guy, Anatoly Fomenko, who's a Russian mathematician and historian. And he wrote a book called The New Chronology. It's actually a series of books. It's like 6. I've read them all. And also in the he says that all of history has been changed about 1,000 years have been added to the timeline in order to justify land claims, and those land claims largely have to do with Eurasia, the Eurasian Horde, and the elimination of the Eurasian Horde by collusion between the
Vatican, Romanovs, you mean like the Falls Bronze? Yeah, there was and if you look on very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria, where it was, that was in existence. And at a certain point, they wiped them out. And so his theory, and so just to pause it, but when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe that it uses, astronomical evidence, mathematically kind of proves it. And he basically says that, let's see if I can get this right, that Rome and Greece and Egypt were actually active until around 1600. And so even if you can wrap your head around it, the survivals took place with the Inquisition. It was discovering America around Rome. And that all of this was designed to justify or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe that there were still existed as well.
Similarly, they call Jesus Christ pick up a basket, inside the basket.
Composite story. There's a number of, so they think 1,000 years are missing from the time. Think about it. If you're a big guy, you're like, hey, I want to go to the country, look over to France, let's say, and Germany. Yeah, there's all these like indigenous
But I can
peoples.
go ahead and carry
Wipe
it
them out.
to with
Mercenary,
you
hired
go,
a guy to show
you
up.
get
Get him to go in there and
you
kill
go there,
all the chieftains and
5,000
chieftains who killed in a single day.
exactly
Sure.
what
And you completely wipe out everything that they first. Or you begin France. And what it really is just land. And so you add time to the timeline in order to justify that landfall. Because what makes more sense than history was so long like this and someone flatlined for 1,000 years and picked up again? Makes more sense than someone took that time and the dark ages kind of added to the time. So I'm confused. So, but isn't there like documented history from multiple culture and time period? Yeah, but it's all like, with the Jesuits who were completely in control of that history very easily changed. In fact, we see history being changed before our eyes in real time. And so the deep past is easy to change. So we're not in 2026.
Even the Truman is bottle, the Truman is bottle, it still comes down to the one to get
Oh my god, just a theory. Does this guy
say you are permitted to go ahead and set out that part
and it's a very interesting theory. And so I read that, but I had a 10-point collapse. I was like, well, crap, explain to me the flat. Like when you buy the history book and then the progression of humanity through history, you kind of are progressing as we and all of a sudden there's a line called the third dimensional everything. Is there a rational explanation for this flat line for 1,000 years? The collapse of Earth
says
and
the Gemara, Amarava,
that's not plausible. Everything is plausible. It's plausible that sulfuric acid is used for reverse osmosis water.
I want to pick up my
Everything is
pick
possible.
up my child, even though
The question is it
it's
probable?
not
And Jamie just pulled
says
up
the
that was the first time. Okay, so
if you pick up a living child,
yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the least of the things. They just become desensitized. I mean, look at everything that has happened in the last 6 years. It's like an insane amount of stuff that's happening. Everyone's just like, well, they get I considerably is that people's brains are fried. Do you think by co-productions? Yeah, for sure. Well, there's some tough scientific evidence that for some people, at least, it crossed the blood-brain barrier and had some sort of detrimental effect on the cognitive function. mRNA is reprogramming your system. And I think we're looking at a giant dialogue of people collapsing left and right. Nothing
why would I not be paid for carrying the child? So what should we say this before? Love of Kabinosis, you will
That's what he's realizing. He's having a sentinel awakening, and he's tweaking over things. He's like, and he's looking around,
a
and
living
no one
person
cares.
carries himself.
Everyone just
When you
wants
are
to
alive, when you are alive,
well, that's their day. Like, everyone wants to just make their
by definition, consciously learning we just can do this only.
just want to keep doing my job,
That's
do my thing, and I just want to protect my thing. There's certainly a lot of that going on. I just only care about it as long as I have like a punch of the way. That's all I care about. You know, the health and the time their entire country is being overtaken.
Therefore,
Like,
when
when
you pick up the
else
child,
in history has this happened? And it's so shocking how quickly it's happening. How do you bounce back?
You'll be
What
tired
is
for
the
going
right?
ahead and taking and carrying
Because
the child.
they're doing
I'm
this
not tired
mass
ultimately of
arrest
carrying the
thing
child,
on social
because I know
which is
that's
bizarre.
but I am
Bizarre
tired
and
for
then they
carrying
eliminate
this and
jury
carrying the
trials
couch
for anything
that is
like
around the
murder
child's
and where
neck.
you say anything
I
that
believe
is
I
jail,
can
you
keep
know,
the
public
boxes
will
that got
be
it
posted.
I was there.
You're just
Why
immediately
the
sent to
couch
jail
that
before
was
it's
the
been
child?
out of
I was like, why don't we do the couch
with
as
Cardi.
an accessory to the child?
Like,
And you're probably
I
going to
think
be
that's
comfortable
insane.
with the child because I know it's
Live no longer.
as we
Nobody
talked about
wants
it as well.
nobody wants
Milo
to be racist.
Triato did not
Nobody wants
learn.
to be
As a Haidin, the Batra Afanita, was
discriminatory.
if you carry a living person on a bed, you're punished for carrying the bed. Why? Because the bed is considered to be butler to the living person. Hello, to which the Gemara says, you're right. Nita the kind of battery, right? So a bed is butler to a living person. And this like he's Gabi, you know, love about the lake. I will say, oh, you get a couch around the living child's neck is not proper. Look at Rashi. He's the Gabi, you'll give alone, sorry. Sorry. The book says, here's what the Gemara says. Offer to a living person. Item is considered to be necessary. The item is not necessary, it's not possible. So therefore, once you carry the living person in bed, the posture is the person in bed. Therefore, the bed is up to the person. The same way again, it's all the same approach. I'm not tired for carrying the living person. That's how local Lamar said, why not? Why not? This guy knows it's not small. A living person carries himself and needs the bed. The bed is considered buckle. If I carry my bed, I'm not tired for the person or for the bed. The flip side of the Gemara says, a pouch, it's the pouch is not a necessity. It's not a necessity. It's that I carry the living child, I'm not tired for the child, but I will be tired for the pouch. I'll be tired for the pouch. So the Gemara says as follows. Just got to get up on the back. So the Gemara says goes back. It's you know, please. You just tell them about more time. What happened? You can tell the more time. The pouches around. That's how that goes. Cut it. So what is happening? Cut it. But the time is, you know, I don't understand. Why would that be tied to time? The only reason you cut the carrying the little child is like trying to see it. I see that that looks like the child. So I would not be tied to time with this child. Which is incredible. Because we love it, but she is and love all holds it with shit. Like the Amr from the question with you for the group of Patra Allah. That's it. You're caught. And any love to the people of the love that is done, not for its intended purpose. The original scripture of McCarthy is the original. Why do you love Why does one call the Malacha for Tzah on Shabbos? Because I was hiding in location A, and I really wanted to be in location B. Therefore, I moved it. When a person needs support, it's not the shot that they want to location B. What's the shot? What's the shot? I just don't want to location A. Because like, how does you assume that the reason a person is moving a corpse on Shabbos is because they want to talk to them? So in this case, when a person is moving a king of mace, never shot is looking for because he ideally wants to get to point B. He just like point A with his home. That's a look at the circle. That's a look at them, not for its intended purpose. The one will be covered. So the Lord suggests that's rubbish shita. That's why Rabbi holds in Halacha L'Maisa, it's when carrying the child, one is putter, because it is in the Halacha, something that you can so the Gemara says, one second, so now we've established this, in Halacha L'Maisa, you carry a living child, and the child has a pouch around you. What's the halacha? Your putter on the child is kind of says, but what? You hide for the balance.
very
Hide for the balance. I don't say how
understanding
that's been the
of
condition.
civilization
Says
can
that a person can pick up his child, you know, a child is living with
by the
so many
way,
which
you know,
people say, I,
after
Gemara
podcast
says,
comes out, people are going to be like, oh,
now no to other
crazy.
12 every year, no?
Went to
Only
jail.
believe that the other night,
It's a
the Tino Shmish from the
killer. They're going to say all sorts of shit about
what's
to
the
discredit
shot? What's the
anything that I
case?
say. That's
The
fine.
case is where a child
Easy
has
to discredit.
longings or yearnings
And so it's not
for his
really my
father.
right
Or
to
is
speak
it
up.
the Gashi? The Tino Shmish from the
And so
Abu
they're
Gashi
human beings.
says,
It's always your right to speak up. Well,
She
it
logic
is,
learning,
but
Yakda.
they can eat
Please
you.
know that
As
the
I
child
as I
having
look
a
around,
simple
like
tantrum, and if
civilization
you
is
don't
on the
or lift up the
precipice.
child's going to get ill. Not Sakanas Nefashis. So the Sakanas, remember again, whenever you get to the level of Sakanas Nefashis, that's when you won't
We
get
were talking about
questions.
this yesterday, actually.
So that's not Sakanas
Sure,
Nefashis. Rather again, below him, you tilt the Shvabi Adam and Makam Sak. The Apagat no Sakanas Nefesh, Kula, Ella Sakanas Nefesh. Therefore, the Gemara is a case where you can pick up your breathing and it's always something. What's that case?
threats
The
are
child
real,
is having a little bit
danger
of
is real.
and
Like
if you
we
don't pick up
really
the
do need
child,
to be united as one group, a community, and recognize
not, they're not
our
definitely low,
brothers and sisters
not
in the streets are
dangerously
not
low.
our problem.
But you know, it's going to happen, something's going to have a negative. Then in this one says, like, look at Allah, Allah nice, you should go ahead and
Building 7,
pick him up,
thermite,
pick
like,
him up,
the evidence is there.
pick him up, even though he's holding something.
And nobody wants to look at it because, and that is, nobody wants to look at the conspiracy. Like, how did these both guys get a hold of things? How did they fly into the building? Why were the dancing Israelis watching it, cheering it on, shipped out of the country? And that guy onto the building, he bought it, took out like the insurance policy, and then had an spinner kind of push it through and force it through so that he could receive his millions in insurance claim for money. And really, since they wanted to tear down that building, it would have been too expensive to do, and all the asbestos and everything. So it turned into destroy. It's like, what was that building? Housing.
For your father,
Building 7 was housing all sorts of things. It was IRS, NSA, yeah, right. What was in Building 7? Let's find that out so we don't just
you work for your father,
think.
you want
But
to
there was certainly some intelligence.
even if you're not ready
that was
to
being
put down
collected.
the ever of
The
negative
fact that no
behavior.
one wants to admit that that building fell like a controlled demolition is really crazy.
If you
And
want
again,
and if you need
I'm not saying it's a controlled demolition, but the fact
said
that
to you
people
on top
want
of
to say, no,
my area
it wasn't
ever.
like a
So
controlled
why
demolition,
again?
like
Why?
when was the last time you've ever
So
saw
why
a
are we setting
fucking
this up?
building collapse like that ever?
So, let's say,
Controlled
remember again,
demolitions,
this is
yeah,
what also
there's been
just
many
said.
buildings
The
that have
child's
been
holding
very
the
badly
government
damaged
son,
on
right? The
fire, but
child's
they're
holding the
free
book item.
remains.
Why do you have to set that
Structural
up?
engineers have
So not
the towers
even
could not have the way they
which
fell.
you must allow Shana Ella Eben. You know, us, yeah, listen, you have got enough specifically, there's not a home applied to a stone, but for example, wouldn't apply to a court. For example, also what other things as follows.
The sounds
The child is having a tantrum. He's having the idea of others. And his father needs to pick him up. So if he's holding the stone, the father can pick him up. If he's holding a coin, then the father would have to first get the child to drop the coin before he can pick him up. Why? Because Evan,
also destroys data. You want to destroy data. Like, didn't the Pentagon that got hit wasn't, and that was also the day after Rumsfeld was saying that trillions of dollars were accounted for. The accounting part of the Pentagon get hit by that Air Force plane. Yeah, that plane they gave in was the building contained 24,000 gallons of diesel fuel for generators used by tenants like Solomon Brothers and the Emergency Command Center, Force 46 to 47, and parts with lower level were mechanics, while files for litigations and service cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. And the SEC would seize, and the road been the same since then. Now there too. Boy, that's super convenient. Guys, what's the data? Let's just start from scratch.
You're sitting on the
There's no
case
case anymore.
have also
We're doing it yet. No
What's how the fuck? How you look at
video
go ahead and carry your clothes.
really shocking. I had
You'll
some
be high
really
clothes
dumb
on.
guy
That
on a
is
podcast
in
once
higher
that was
mouth,
a
a
skeptic, a professional
If you're wearing
skeptic,
the clothes,
and he was really
then
angry with me for saying that
fuck,
looked like
you
a
will say
controlled
that
demolition. You're
Emoji,
promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory. I'm like, no, I'm saying you're saying it doesn't control. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. What's a conspiracy theorist said he had a pretty good run.
that a living person carries the arm carrying you in on Shabbos. But Ruvain wearing his clothing, his clothing,
Is that the
nevertheless
center
again,
of a small structure at the top of the building 7 that collapsed first?
You know,
It doesn't,
like
I think a
again,
minute before
if
they
I look
actually
around,
these are
I carry
skirts.
Ruvain.
These are skirts.
And Ruvain's
So
going
that
ahead
means that's
and
actually
carrying
the most
something.
structurally
And
sound
I will be tired
is a
for
facade
carrying
taking off of the inner
So
structure.
yeah,
That's
halakha
the
l'maisa.
sounding part of it. It's built over a condes and substation requiring large transits on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connect to critical interior columns. Column 79 was shear studs that failed under fire-induced lateral loads rather than just gravity.
If you carry a child and the child's carrying
Exterior
something,
tube
you're
frame
high if it carries
provided
that item.
stiffness,
The
but the
exception to
interior
this rule
layout
is
lacked
if the child is having
redundancy
a
to
tantrum.
prevent
If you don't pick up the
fire-induced
child,
progressive
it's
collapse.
going to
With
get ill,
connections
and
not
it's
designed for
something
horizontal
that
thermal
working to
forces.
grab it. You, the father, would not go out of your way to pick up. You need to pick them up on
That's a
time.
cute
To
way
pick them up on
of
time.
saying
I
that's
would
why
say,
it
but
fell
again,
in free
just
fall
to
speed
take
and looks like a controlled
and
demolition.
halakha
Because if that was my building, I would say, give me my fucking money back. You made this shit ass building.
pick up
It's probably got lit on fire and it just collapsed on itself.
managing and
Let's watch it
stuff.
collapse.
That's
Because
different.
the way it collapses is so kooky. Because it really does it at free fall speed. Or close to it.
Listen, these
In strange. Like there's never been a building that looks that intact that falls
and
like
your
that.
child is walking. Your
It's
child has a tantrum. Needs to be picked
I
up.
mean, it's
What?
fucking weird.
You can
Anybody
pick
that
up a
says
child
it's
as
not
long as the
weird,
child
that would happen.
even if there's no issue.
It's weird.
If you
Now,
assume you
planes hitting Tower 2. Okay, that makes maybe more sense to me. Does it? Yeah, because it, when the top
Remember
down,
again,
looks
from
normal.
what
It doesn't collapse into
if
its
the child
base.
holding
Tower
something,
7
you're having
collapses
to
into
pick
its
them up.
base. The way
When
Tower
the
1 and Tower 2, if you want to say they heard
carrying
pop,
the
pop, 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 pop,
that could
the
prevent
girders
a
snap.
lot of
It could be, yeah, I mean, you have
If
immense
the child's having a tantrum,
amounts
holding
of weight,
something, look to
and
pick up
it is
the kid.
collapsing.
But that
So if it does collapse the way it looks, it's collapsing from the top down. It's not going to be silent. You're going to hear tremendous explosions when concrete hits the slabs below it. It's going to sound like
and there is
explosions.
a
Also, you have the fog,
stone
right?
inside
So
of
you
the
have these people that are involved in an extremely traumatic situation,
that night.
and their memory is very fucked. Like, your memory's fucked when you experience something like this. You remember it's funny. You have confirmation bias. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. So this is the explanation that a piece of plane falls down like a new tower. Yeah. I'm sorry, a piece of the building limits. So that piece of the building falls down and out the hits the building next to Tower 7. That gash is all it took to take that building down.
Yes, there is a
That's
stone inside
super
the basket.
suspect, and I do know that there's a fire inside the building. I'm sure there was. But the way it fell was crazy. That scene, Tower 1 and Tower 2, it's like, I don't know what happens when a jet flies into a building like that. Neither do you. And also, you got to deal with corrupt construction companies cutting corners, not doing things up to code. Perhaps. I'll give you that. I'll be super charitable. But with Building 7, I'm like, come on, man. That's weird. That's fucking weird. Because it doesn't fall like one and two. To fall from the impact was the deterioration structure, the weight of what's above the impact. It falls down on it, progressive collapse up to the bottom. Tower 7 is nuts. Tower 7 just drops gremlins. Free fall speed into its base. Anybody else think that's weird is being naive. That's never happened to a building that hasn't been a controlled demolition. Not saying it's controlled demolition. Maybe it's a piece of normal drums of diesel are creating this fire, unprecedented load on the structure of the building. But even with that, with everything else that occurred, with all the tangential stuff that's occurred, you're still giving the benefit of that. You'll have suspicion. That's what I'm saying right now. I'm trying to finish. That fire is not on every floor uniformly. So why is it collapsing uniformly from the top down to the base? Why doesn't the base, where you have this incredible fire load, why doesn't that weaken it and fall over sideways? Because it no longer has structure anymore. Why is it every floor has the same amount of damage and it gives it the exact same time? That kind of doesn't make sense because the fire is not uniform from the building. It's not like the building is one gigantic flame ball and then it all gives out at the same time. Even then, I would think it would tip over or fall aside. Falling into its base, that indicates some sort of a control. Like it was done uniformly, they time it. You watch like in Vegas when they blow up a casino, it's like, and then it does that. Let's watch an actual demolition. So when you watch an actual demolition, it was just like that. And then, I don't know, the testimony of your mind are telling you the truth. But your brain come up with all sorts of stuff because about this engine. Well, I'm not allowing it to tower setup. I've always maintained
and the two snares on the bottom, suck your blade with the roller, shove it blade with the nail. So say just go ahead and watch. The instruments on top, just scoop out the tower one, tower two. I'll leave the instrument today. Best tower seven. I keep going on the instrument left.
If they're telling the tower seven seems normal, that seems if they seem so desolate, that seems like they're gaslighting.
And we collect this.
So here we go.
I'm gonna potatoes come to team up and us.
Okay, this one they're setting up for controlled demolition, so that's kind of interesting. This other one's done, but it's the same kind of thing. It's still falling into, yes, it's falling into itself the same way Tower 7 did. That's just that movie, that's a different shape. That has a circle. Yeah, it's a different kind of structure, a different look. That's one that one. Okay, there. Come on. That looks exactly like Tower 7. When you watch that up again, watch that from the top, from the beginning, a little bit before, right before it drops. So watch, they're looking, they're watching, we're gonna watch the building drop. There it is. That fucker goes right down like Tower. Right from there, come on. That's exactly like a controlled demolition. The way it looks as it's going down looks exactly like Tower 7. We were talking about programming and experiments can predict stuff in advance. Prepare for the future of what's coming. In 1999, which was effectively a manifesto, the movie was called Fight Club. And what's the end of that movie? The end of that movie is the collapsing of the buildings, which are the financial system of the future. So the future who produced that movie? Arnold Wilshire. Who is Arnold Wilshire? They got a commercial break to do the future.
Sorry, the initial time is excellent.
Ultimately, again, who's Arnold Wilshire? Well, himself had said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last movie, no, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnold Wilshire. And so, and what's another Arnold? The Winter Temperature with Mercedes Scott. And I think and in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. They probably pulled that one too. An airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings and buildings collapsing. And so, what's likely is he, as he
notion of its spoke. That is only what can be the itself. Have our observed the solo and have often nice if you just need to occupied. Don't check off the spread. Calculate with the money on. People motivation of it, the fact that the individual
and gather a bunch of us together on activities and just come up with ways on how to attack Los Angeles.
for myself, we set up the
On
ratio
how to attack
to
LA. And now he's using AI. So
you go over
has he just been
said,
like reading these? Does he have access to them? And so he just puts them in his movies. Well, that movie was made in
too much,
1999.
but
Happened
the
right after that
ratio
movie got released.
of 100 to 1. So if you have one touch to
And
1,
so is
that
it
falls
a
into a
program
100
where you're
bottom.
showing the world
Because
what's
our
to come?
legislators
That makes
should
it
still
almost
remove
somewhat
one
acceptable.
100 of the mixture. So again, it's designated as again, a lot of
No, it's just
things we don't want
coincidence.
to
It's
toy
coincidence. He just happens to be.
to
I mean,
so
that's
if
what
you just said
he has said. I don't know if it's
you can separate that 100 on Shabbos
well,
itself.
that's the thing.
But why are you permitted to get out on Shabbos? I don't understand.
It's
How come it's
slapped
happening?
on things
Once they
that
keep that
immediately sort of
secret,
diffuses any real
again,
of, oh my God,
let's take a
things
step
this
back.
bad.
I said before, you
Is
can't
there
take
this
too
much?
much in
But as time goes on and you're confronted with more information, and I think we're in the beginning stages of reckoning files. There were
now
just
against
released where I haven't read much of it. I've only read the things that are really outrageous that my friends have said because I'm just trying to maintain. Well, that's just it. Most people want to be considered. You just have, like, I just want to get through the day. You know, I just feel like you're busy. Yeah, well, people are busy. I want to be happy, right? I want to raise my children in a world that is, you know, a peaceful world that where people respect each other and where we can, like, you can make something out of yourself, you know, through hard work and through merit. You know, it's like that's the world I want to live in. And more and more, it feels like we're not in that world. Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company Anthropic. I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed, and he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out. Hasn't that guy seen Threads? The UK is like one of the dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's probably. This is what he says. UK is like I'm not sure. Maybe it's like the Scottish Highlands. He's going to hide and go into some small town.
already
Just
set
hang out
aside
in a pub.
to really get you
Pocket
to
of
the
town.
so they all
More
give me
men
together
from
so too much that felt
another
too
country are
less
going to
than
move in.
100 parts of England wasn't
Someplace
happening.
that
Remember,
the
it's too
West
much
has
open to
conveniently been
the
dominating
mixture.
in
It
creating
doesn't have
refugees
ratio
and creating
100
angry
to 1.
people.
It makes the whole
God, you don't want to think that it's all planned out like that.
beneath me,
But of
enough
course you
of
do.
them
Like,
you know,
that was a bit of the exposure of USA.
some amount of
You
that
know, so
falls
I,
into a
like
different
many
mixture.
people, thought USA was about aid. I thought it was like a beautiful philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries. That's how they get food. Like I had Bono on the show.
All of the politics of
50,000 people voted stove to end because of this. 50 people. I'm like, okay. But do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not it's the Agency for International Development. Mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Pence laid it out. He said USA was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game and engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just open border policies, but and helping people get in countries and then giving them money when they get there.
And we look at the ratio
So
of the
many
first
people do
mixture.
not want
And
to
we
admit
apply
that
that
was really
ratio
going
to
on.
now the
Because
first
despite
mixture
all
that got
the
involved
evidence,
with
that's
that
another.
the second
It's
mixture.
designed to destroy whatever confidence you have in your law enforcement, in civilization, in the electoral process. What's the answer? Okay, so given a choice between totalitarianism or cannibalism, you know, which would you prefer? Right. Yeah, take cannibalism because you don't want to eat.
And we do the tumor as a separate
No, I mean, you take
entity.
totalitarianism because you prefer what
To which we have. So this is the road. Even with the
But I feel like I turn that off immediately. I feel like we're increasingly in
you love
majority.
these things. They must say that if you allow
That's
says, remember again, that when Shula gets an example, and there's not enough of a ratio ultimately again to go ahead and do it as separate and distinct.
I mean, they're experiencing it.
So we're trying to apply it here. That when Shula gets into the still again, Shula is butter, but you're still going to have to separate out one Shula.
So
but it is the
today is
same.
my last day at
That
Big
payment
River
is
Side.
already
Here's the letter I
separated.
shared with my colleagues explaining my decision. That's a lot to read. What is this? Just ask for what the synopsis of what this guy said. Okay, Sharma, who built defenses against AI-assisted bioterrorism and pushed for transparency, on Model Risk, the San Francisco AI firm announced his resignation on Monday. He described struggles to let values guide actions amid mounting pressures and returned to the UK for a power training and stepped back. His exit follows a departures amid Anthropic's of Claude Opus 4.6 and a massive $20 million funding round at $350 billion valuation, fueling debates on balancing safety with commercial speed. Okay, what is he specifically is the issue?
That at this point in time, the entire mixture.
Let's click on that. Let's click on this. That's what I'm talking to. Who's this on? The safety is part of the
كان كم الصغر عفاف بنا في الزعازة كمان نطلب باسا قصدم كان كم هو
This guy's built something. He's realizing all the players that are funding it are likely scary people. Yeah, scary people who are all in the same club, drinking baby blood, waffle together. That's what it becomes.
هميسا بطل مياه فهاتي بطل مياه when Sa'an number 1 falls in his bottle, they have 101 Sa'an of cooling, and when Sa'an number 2 falls in his bottle, not only 100 but 100 to 1.
And see what might emerge in their absence. These are
You got Omer right?
I feel called to writing that addresses and engages fully with the place we find ourselves. And that place is poetic truth alongside scientific truth. It's equally valid ways of knowing. It was written for
I have one sub that fell into 100 sub.
Here's time. A lot of astrophysics.
Down, let's say it's Shabbos. It says only not Shabbos in general. It says, you have in mind, I'm going to separate out the substance from this side of the produce, and I'm going to come from the other side of the produce. Which I will say, sure, it shows you that Allah myself,
how's it wrong?
Separate
this idea
or
of stability
separated from the rest of the society. So we want to suggest that that's the application over here. That's how we do this mission. It's very important to say. And you go to Allah myself, when you have one saw of Truma that gets mixed into 100 saw of moving. So again, Truma's bottle, but it's not to separate out one field, one saw of Truma. And that even if you do that on Shabbos. But why do you have to do that on Shabbos? Is that not fixing the produce? It's not interesting that Yehuda wanted to similar laws. He essentially says, we view the saw as if it's already been separated, even though what? It hasn't actually been separated. And he's something like about saying,
Beginning of astrophysics, there is this formula. If that
oh,
formula is wrong, then
mid-flood
preceding
calculations,
calculations are also
and that's what I agree with. And ما علينا سهل الكلمة بأخذ كمية يجب أن go ahead ما علينا you can go ahead and literally ما علينا فأنا تقريبا شغلي اللي قبل أول كتاب no we can إنه ولا فوق كتاب ما علينا so ما علينا go back and forth يكون هذا عمر يوصل إلى كتاب أو كتاب so listen to this. Rabbi Judah says that halacha so you can separate out the piece of the Gilgal Tumah. Whereas Rabbi Shimon says, that you need to do that standard, not just go ahead and have it separate out the Gilgal Tumah from this side, and keep from the other side. What we see is that Rabbi Judah is arguing with Shimon. which says Rabbi Huda Adif in a He says Rabbi Huda is just more naked than Shimon Elazar. But Lamaisa, Ekel Kei Porta, Rama Keben Yaakov, in a Latino of the Tazza, but I hope the Tazza, I think we're talking about also now, already do the same, you're essentially saying the same idea, which is what? Which is that Allah Lamaisa, Shuma, in this situation, we have a mixture of Shuma into 100 parts food. Okay, so then let's get our facts. When you have a mixture of Shuma, right, if you have a mixture of Shuma, with less than 100 parts food, Shuma, now is everything becomes food. Right? But Shuma is bottle in 100 to 1 ratio. Fact number one, if you have Shuma with less than 100 parts food, fact number two, bottle in a 100 to 1 ratio. Fact number three, bottle in a 100 to 1 ratio. Nevertheless, you must what? Have one part of the truth. But then he was coming along and saying about things like that. I love why you believe in that.
Don't fall, but you can watch the sun rise and fall. They don't even fly. They don't even fly sorry. There's the interstellar travel session of the equinox. Travel up into the other hemisphere. There's some separate travel back down.
Right, separate and distinct from the rest of the mixture. Therefore, your active separation of it is not considered essential. Shimon Elazar happens to be more nature. He says it's so separate and distinct that you don't even have to actually take it out. But rather, again, you just have the mind, I'm going to take it from the left side and I'll use from the right side.
It seems like you're saying this here is possibly fly. I'm
saying
experiential.
That I love from the right side.
When we're experiencing, that's a scale issue. You're a tiny little thing on an enormous
separate and distinct from the rest of the
snipers have
mixture.
calculated for the curvature of the earth when they shoot. Only the curvature of the landscape that they're on. Why do you think the landscape curves? The landscape doesn't curve. It is mountainous and flat plains. You do the same thing. If you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you have a shoot.
However, in shot, the Yaakov is not out to the Fellas, which is
I'm not a pilot, I don't know.
So a person
But
has
I
a
do know
stone
that when you
on
look at
top of the barrel.
the film from the
Let's
space
have on top of
station,
the barrel. Now remember, this is
when you look at the film from the
on
space
top of the
station,
barrel.
you see
On the stone,
it's not just round, but spinning.
how do I get the stone off? You must not out to the dog.
International Space Station
I can
is
get the
actually
barrel
high
to the
enough to
side.
see.
Move it out to the side.
And what you're
And
seeing
stone
is
up off the barrel. Fine. How you put it up for the
and it's not high enough to see
barrel with
curvature.
the most other barrels.
It's actually even, it's very, very close to the, let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think lying, you think there's a conspiracy to piece all these pictures.
But similarly, I like
Everything that we see in the body is round,
and the
including
money falls
stars.
off the pillow.
So it's all except for things round. That's because
On my pillow. So what's that?
certain
Cup
that
of
space
tea.
exists.
You can eat the left. And let's say back on. Kind of
A plasma. What does that
and when
mean?
you think around night,
It's
so
a
let's water on the left.
plasma effect, a lenticular effect.
Why?
So it's
Or on
not a
the
real
field for that
thing,
matter.
but it
It's
affects
not
science. It
the
is
Vegas
something that we have to
mind
end. It's just a very sweet way to
the white
throw
off
on
we have
mysteries
the
that red
water.
people
Water on the
is
field.
from the space station.
Water, but what does that look like?
It's
So let's take
live
the
footage.
left.
I'm saying you think clear, and I'm saying that's lens curvature. And then when you're inside, you think that's lens curvature. So what you're talking about, taking a shot at the right, let's not do that right now. Because I don't want you to be completely fucking because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus. In our sense, that appears to be able to accept this.
We're really flashing points out there.
It's
This is
getting
because the
at
letter
that
itself
anymore, but they
is not
understand
subject
the
to
precession of the equinoxes.
So because
Okay,
you
do you
don't
know that the
wander
precession
leather
of the equinoxes is how they measure the
liquids,
sky over a period of 26,000 years?
put said fucking road out. Most inside the barrel. Right? You have a stone on your barrel. I need to get to the contents of the barrel. So what's that? Well, I can tilt the barrel to get the stone. If the barrel is between the barrels, then I'm going to tilt the stone off. So I'm going to go into a different barrel and damage that barrel. If I look at myself, I can go ahead and lift up the barrel, transport it to a different location, tilt the stone off there. That's when you do what?
That is where there's this line. It's very clear. Itself is causing it.
If, however, you intentionally
is this
the stones
multiple
on the
images
barrel
that are
on
supposedly
the barrel
pieced
becomes
together?
buses,
Is that what they're
but
I'm
based
saying?
on
That
the
things
stone, the
fall
barrel becomes
into
the
like
buses.
the way perspective works is that
Ahí se
things
ven
appear to
acá,
fall
los
into
de
lines.
Mantano,
But now you
Mantano,
use
the
the
pobre,
English
porque
because
si
whereas
se
the
ve Takira,
P200
Takira,
that we
Takino,
can actually
Solo,
see
Takino,
what
Solo,
the
Takino,
things now is.
whenever you are saying that it's also some
This live video feed from the International Space
involve
Station has
ourselves
been
in
interrupted
movement
because you're watching too
items,
much.
but not in
Change on the onboard camera
Now
configuration
remember,
or
look
loss
at
of
that.
signal in the
That's
communications
the
network.
Mantano.
The video return when connection is reestablished. So this
Not
is during the
not
live feed. It's just out right now. Okay, so you're saying that it's like a fisheye effect of the lens. Yeah, I'm saying intentionally. I'm saying that, and then we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside. You're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns in and it inverts for a moment, then it goes back down. I've never seen that. I watch a lot of NASA stuff.
There's much more exertion involved in
on a
what
globe, or at least it
moving the
operates
barrel
aerobated
and moving the
as
stone.
Neil
So you
deGrasse
see a very
Tyson says.
interesting
Have you ever noticed how
that
fast
when you have a choice, quote unquote, right? When you have two options, one is being going ahead and exerting yourself to double ulcer versus exerting yourself to double mutter. If we exert ourselves with the double mutter, even though what? It requires more exertion than the double house. Who is that? Listen, right? If you think about it, it almost sounds like it's counterintuitive. Like, roll on top of you with a minimize exertion. Yet, to move a little stone off the top of a barrel, I'm moving the entire barrel.
At what point in time did you say
The
that
Gemara
this is
says,
some sort of bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners in with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis. And even if they get female prisoners pregnant or rape them, we're all just trying to construct what reality is. And it tends to be a consensus of what the
The shaman over the bowler, the shaman says, separate out the food. Separate out what you want and eat it. The soul and bowler to that from the face of the The soul says, no, it's
cover up that thing and pretend it's round. And what's the motivation of covering
Sift
up
away,
the
right?
fact
You
that
can
the
sift
earth
it
is
within the
round?
round. You don't want that. Use the sifter to keep it solar. Keep like the refuse inside the sieve of the sifter. If it comes out behind them, when is this show? When is this show? If the offal
draws us
if
in
the
this
food,
kind
like if the food
flat,
is more than
earthish environment.
the offal move out of so that's you shut the
Until like
that's an open view again.
1930s,
When does the signal say you go around in the normal way?
So this is a
That's
conspiracy.
when
Like
there's no
Galileo
offal
was
than
wrong,
solar.
Lucas was
So
wrong.
listen,
These
remember
people
again, in
all
that
know
case,
that
it's actually
history
less exertion to set out the solas.
The other option is that we're just specks
Look at
of
this.
that
Food,
floating around
they
in
very have cold
vast
bowler for
nothing.
So everyone will do that. If there's not solar food, then what? Better to separate out the food from the solar, not the closer off the food.
Well, that doesn't mutually
Minimize
exclusive.
fear.
You know,
I
just because
also
we are in this vast cosmos that's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it doesn't mean that God's not real. It's exclusive to people who believe I've been reading the Bible. One of the
שהשיפוט
that I
במספרים
find
במשקות,
is clearly
סיפור יין מן
got the hand
החודש,
of man
לא
on it.
משתכר ליין שבשולה, עד ששקל כמעט בולו בחודש, כפסולס מרובה בנו, ואיבד גבולה סלון כסף
And so, well, even the Old Testament,
It's
the Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated so many different times. Like ancient Hebrew,
you
the
could
letters
go ahead
double
and
as
look at that
numbers in ancient Hebrew,
right,
so
to get out
words have numerical
but at a
value.
certain point in time,
And,
once the
you know,
barrel
to
goes down a
imagine
certain level,
translating
if you
such a
want to get
complex
out
language
content without
where,
letting it
like,
happen,
the
you have
word
to
God
get
and
to
the
look
word
up the barrel.
love, they have
You
the
want to
same
see
numerical
something,
value.
then you have to
I
look
read,
up the
here's
barrel.
the thing, I've read that, I don't know if it's
Would
true,
rather
so let me
have
find
you
out if
lift
that's
up
true.
the barrel to
Put
get
that
rid of
into
the stone
perplexity.
than to
There's
go
a
and
lot of
take the
weird
stone.
stuff.
Because
In
that's the
in
conclusion
Genesis,
that
when
you know, that's
the
really
Nephilim
quite fascinating.
come down and they find
That
women
even
come
though
away, and so
it
they
is normally you
like,
look at
okay, what's actually going
on a Shabbos, and therefore minimization of
are
therapy
coming
with the
down
stone,
and they're
don't go to move the
taking
barrel.
women
But our
from
local
men
Lamaitis is going to
and
have
having
to
sex
move
with
the
them
barrel
and
at
then
some
creating
point in anyway,
hybrid
rather than move
offspring.
the barrel
When
towards the stone.
Representative
I said in a Chavios
she
so
told
what
me about
happens
the book
again?
Phoenix,
It's
so
the
if you ever read it, I don't know. So I read,
You can lift up the barrel,
have you seen the Carpenter Son?
No. Oh no, Tango, Adiosi, Omer, House if the barrel was in the storehouse, so how you say school was nothing back there, or the barrel, Mad Vila Makamaka in my house,
So the letters also
you
double.
know, fellas,
That's the pi
it's
is
about the
and
difference.
that word
Tilt
love and the
the
word
barrel
God have the same
there,
numerical
allow
value.
the stone to
Very-
come off the barrel,
I'm very certain that that's true.
and
I
then
want
you
to really
can
double
use
check.
the barrel.
Jesus
No telling me
surrounds
to talk about.
everywhere.
Umaxilo
And
Komar,
everything
the barrel
seems
back
to
to
have
his
kind
voice.
of-
It's just a break.
That's why the Aronofsky film
There are a lot of
is
times, for
kind
some
of
reasons, you can't
does
tilt
very
the barrel
So
to
there
get the
was
stone
also
out. It's where the barrel is
really
kind of
fascinating
situated.
statement by
It's the entire barrel.
competition.
And
We
you
talked
look
about
at
on
the
a recent
And the
podcast
previous
was
one is very
that
important because I would say
how strange is it that we find out that this is made out of math and encoded in itself. So a tool that we used, that human beings created to measure the universe, it turns out that that tool
Mo
is how the
Shalaka,
universe is
so
actually
you have money,
coded. This gets back to what you
so
wanted
that's
about
money. So I'm not here, but actually, Omarav, Mo Shana Ella Bishofia, again, we'll say that's only if you forgot the money on the pillow. Alva Bivania, on Erev Shabbos, you intentionally face down
exact same numerical
the money
value
on your
as the
pillow,
word for
you
love.
can't move the pillow at all.
So what the basis
Now, the bus is the double house. The bus is a base
equals
for
26
God.
for God. Okay.
Those shall have spoke. It was like that's only the like was the when we say that's the buses.
Right.
That's only
What is the
that you can put pillow inside.
click on that
You're not
below
even
that
able to tilt the
where it
pillow
says what is
to
the
get the money
geometric?
off. You want to put your head down and go to sleep. About so you have to hobo, but I love for my space that the pillow occupies. It's out below, the open low. Then about you can't pick up the pillow inside and move it somewhere else. Honey, you think
There's no way
honey,
you can get that and translate to Latin.
so Shana will tell
So
people
that's true.
about Sora
Has a
Como,
value of
talking about
86.
Oka. What's it?
Was
It's not up in
love's
the
value.
first book. The Mishnah
What is the
says,
ancient Hebrew
if there's
for
money on
love?
the pillow, you need the pillow on Shabbat, you can tilt the pillow and move the money off. That's only true when you forgot the money on the pillow Erev Shabbos. Now the pillow's not a bus. So because the pillow's not a bus, you can tilt the pillow, move the money off, right? The shluch is in, right? Sleep well. Sleep well. If, however, you're intentionally putting the money on the pillow Erev Shabbos, then the pillow becomes a
So
bus.
is that
So
what's
buses,
the
there are a lot
geometry
of
of
us
Allah?
can't tilt the money off because the buses can't be moved.
Yeah.
When can't the buses be moved? Only when you want to use the buses itself.
It's
So that
13,
it's
so
useful.
that's a different
But
number too.
if you need the
Interesting.
space that the
13
buses
twice equals
occupies,
26, the value of
so
Yahweh.
buses can be used with Sorach Mekomo,
This movie, The Carpenter's Son, is all about
Sorach
the faith of Jesus.
says the Gemara's no, shall I keep coming out? You're going to do that money.
Part of these,
Right, if you left money on the pillow, you can move the pillow. I'm going to Roshia. Shut this is incredible. We'll start this again and stop. I'm going to Roshia. Shachach Arniki
because he's
B'Chassid.
just so good
What
at
happens if you forgot your wallet
But
in
so
your pocket?
twice
If
13
you forgot to
equals
hold your wallet
20
guard,
value
it's in the backyard. What's that
Yahweh
about?
implying
Oh,
love
there's a
here.
verse. You say? Mania have a kika or two of them called. You can put a loaf of bread, a baby,
That's where King
on top of the
Ryan,
water.
that's where
Everything together.
God's love. So
I'm
love
ready.
twice is
Shaka Lavina
God.
the Kotzer.
So
You
here's
got a
a
brick
question.
in your Kotzer.
What
Mania
happened?
have a
So
kika or two of them called. You can put a baby on it
Go to ask a follow-up.
or a loaf of bread on it.
So
And ultimately, again, you go ahead and
how was the
thank you,
numerical
Gemara.
value
So again,
of
so
ancient
the idea
Hebrew
of it is
language
put something that
lost
is
when they translated
on
it
top
to
of
Latin?
the balance, on top of
To Greek
the
first,
gives you
right?
the license to carry everything.
How is the
I'm gonna see
numerology
I'm gonna be able to see.
of
I'm gonna
ancient
see.
Hebrew
Ham
words,
Achas Shafachol, the Sakya
numerical
Malaya
value
knows
of
the
ancient
structure.
Hebrew
One time,
words lost
one time,
when they
we forgot
translated it.
literally a sack filled with money.
Because it seems like
And the structure was
it's
saying
not
like the
just
plaza.
context. Like, what is your word for that?
So
Like,
what
a
happened?
different thing then.
وبابو شغل
You know,
it came
numerical
after
values of
the
ancient Hebrew
Omar
words
Mahed,
calculated for
equal
you.
على كيكا
Gematria,
أو the Yochanan
were
said,
letters,
just put a baby
doublets
all
numbers,
over
was
bread
not
on it and
preserved.
carry the
Greek
sack of money
translations.
together with the baby and local.
Hebrew
Arma
letters
Zutra,
inherently carry
Gilchas
fixed
give
numerical
Paul a
values,
punishment
enabling
the
word
Shofia.
columns.
So Mazutra says this is only true
Greek
of God.
letters have their own
If you forgot
values.
the wallet, or you
Equivalents
forgot
rarely
you
match
forgot
Hebrew
the sack
sounds
of money.
exactly, so you're
That's
gonna
Yaman.
lose it. Like,
I
when
need
you
to shut up
read
now.
like
This is not true.
Russian
Even if you
translations
forgot
of
the
English
wallet,
or English to
even
Russian,
if
it
you
gets like
forgot
super screw
sack
for
of
sure.
money.
For sure.
Now look, it's not
For sure.
Shalaka.
Like real
No,
insider.
I was saying this license of a loaf of bread, or this license ultimately again of a baby, was saying that a striking resemblance to but I will say, if you have a situation where halacha and so you have to go ahead and you have to go ahead and move a corpse. That's when the corpse is muktzah. So Chazal relaxed the corpse by a corpse.
Let's get to that for a second. Find out what Jamie's saying. Primarily used in Jewish mysticism and religious studies to find hidden spiritual meaning, sacred texts like Torah, by assigning numericalized Hebrew letters to words, revealing connections between concepts, and exploring the universe's underlying structure. What's interesting is like it's an old, but doesn't that seem like a more complex language, a language that combines numerical value with words?
But I love what I said, this is not to be employed in other situations. Only
It's
allowed
not just
in the case where
implied
there's
by
a
your
compromise
tone
of the
or by the context of what you're
Like
saying,
when I
but
said,
I
move your
understand
wallet.
what it means
If
to
you need
you.
a sack of
But
money, this
it's
license
in the
cannot be
numerical
employed.
value of the words. That seems like a better way to communicate
Manach Kapak
than just nouns,
Sataye,
verbs,
there was a
adverbs,
stop
like
over
both
there.
of
We'll
them
pick up in here, so we'll stop here. We're going to see that we're going to see other strategies employed. We'll pick up with
It seems like
you know what I'm saying?
if you can understand that, and if you grew up with that, that seems like that would be a much richer and deeper way of communicating.
Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Asimov on Numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this. And he talks about Kalahari Bushmen, who have no concept of the ceiling, and how they process and understand concepts like when no one's around, the village is empty, things like that. And so, just different people are just trying to figure out how to articulate everything. Computer programming is a language that recognizes numbers.
It's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really grasp. They have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say. What's the translation of this? Like, we don't have a word for that. We don't understand the concept of empathy. Well, there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance. They don't have it. Yeah, which is weird. Like, you think about it, like, oh, right, because why would they need maintenance? Right. Why would they need maybe you live a subsistence lifestyle, live off the land, and then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, right? Chinese are building highways for you, and the highways collapse. Yeah, the highways just collapse. It's maintaining. Right. It's interesting, but it's only one of the Stone Age. Iron Age. Andromeda suddenly. So to take this back to we're missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this 1,000, 1,000 years, I really want to get to that. And what I meant by missing, like they don't exist in the real world.
I'm late to that. I want to get to is there a conventional explanation for that stitching?
different types
Why
of
that
substances.
bitch? Like, what is the mainstream?
In order for
Word to look at? All right.
in order
Well,
to
it was
get
not the
around,
that's the channel we were looking at. I don't, I
in
can
order to
dig
go
up
around,
what were we looking at? The video the club imagery. Hold on, sir. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something someone created. I'm not saying that. I'm taking out the context. I'm just saying it seemed like a live video. It was live on YouTube. Oh, but it could have been AI or shit. I have to go back to look at the right.
Let's see at the barrel. And the barrel is
Jamie, you did the job of 15 dudes, so I appreciate the video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is from SpaceX, so it's not NASA, it's someone else, and it's like it's up and down with the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature, it doesn't have curvature. You see a rocket launch, what does it do? It goes kind of sideways across the sky. And so, like,
he says, well, on the next day, you're going to have like, he says, no, my intention is not to fuck the barrel. My intention is to slow the barrel.
I watched this launch live. I was there. I went straight up in the air. And then it curves and it travels sideways across the sky. It gets to a certain orbit and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. I went out of your hands. No. And I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from like 24 different cameras. But how did anyone
say, my intention is just taking out. That's all
like this is not about the troposphere. This is like what how many miles is that? But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, that looks very low. Watch as the camera rotates. This is also the video. I don't want to get stuck in it. Right. Like this. As Elon would say, it's real because it's real. When it looks fake, that's when you know it's real. Because Bigfoot, that bitch.
Get around the big level. I don't know that one.
It looks fake as fuck, and it's definitely not real. It's real that Turkish sharpshooter. Press play. See what this is supposed to be. Because, oh, I see. So it's going to different. See, now you can actually see versions of your real lives. But the lens distortion on the side of the frame is causing the horizon there to go down to get through. That's because of lens distortion. If it wasn't, and the fact of the matter is, even if these are orbiting at the same like presuming a globular planet, it's like a plane, your horizon is horizontal, like,
the arch tends to be around high level, a little bit of like the rounded out, also according to many people, that's funny, many is a little bit of high level. So again, you have to find that it's a modified. So there are certain times when we will allow a certain level of high level, but again, you don't need that
truly see curvature. If we are in a simulation and if consciousness affects the real things, and they're only real if we are experiencing them. That's why things get really squirrely. The testimony of your I know that I hear not just the testimony of your consciousness interacting with reality is what creates it. I mean, that's where things get super. Gravity exists, for example. Well, gravity's not clearly defined. Gravity is a gravity is a concept, truly non-provable concept because you can prove things if they through density of light, the density of they call it hydrogens, react to it's not necessarily provable, but it's believable that you come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes over at this point. My faith in gravity, my faith in the globe, because that's what's been told to me, that's behavior. And a certain point that just takes over. Not just that, I would accept that as a fundamental piece of what reality is because we want to believe in the universe. What I'm saying is, we don't understand jack shit about the universe. We don't know anything. And all we do is we believe what they tell us. They is just you put excellent in ancient times, they had a different understanding of things, and that was how it was back then. And so, because they had
no way to describe it even then. The reality is just built things based on where the sun during the solar equinox. They also are aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of Earth's orbit. So Earth's spinning around perfectly. There is a 26,000-year walk predicted by the night skies. Somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky, almost rotating around it. It's extraordinary for traveling. So during the precession of the equinoxes over 26,000-year cycle, Polaris just it has made its exact spots. That's where we're flying towards. As a solar system, as we travel through the galaxy. Right, but this common precession of the equinoxes, this wobble over a 26,000-year period in the sky. Well, the point of Polaris, where it is directly pointed our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle. It undergoes a kind of penumbra, sort of a kind of motion of it changes. It changes. Look at it, says right here, to the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia, while Polaris is the current North Star. Other stars have held this position, including Thuban, 3000 BC, and future stars will include Orion, Alderman, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's what. It's not that the Earth is flat. I know it's not because but it's not just that. They know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble, and this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate. Now, this change would be dependent upon where the equator sits and where these poles sit, how it wiggles around. Would be right under the sun. It's kind of yellow. Now it's just like white. Reality is changing. The sun looks exactly the same to me. It does. It's the same to me. It's thin pollution affected it somewhat, especially if you live in LA. There used to be more pollution. That's an excuse why the sun would be more yellow, but I've lived all over the world. You talk about gravity. Here we go. There we go. He's the flat earth guy, and he's written a book called 100 Proofs. And in order to prove something's wrong, you want to bounce around. I was looking for things like this to write stuff. So in order to prove what, whenever you have a proof, you also have to do things here. Hasn't he debated people understand how you prove that the Earth is round? Very complicated and very right, but I actually very enjoyable cosmologist. He's not just things that seem to be making statements. That's proven. The other proofs, like I mentioned, he disproved that the Earth is What would say is simple experiments and the Rogan experience throughout life. You are really, like, when you go up into an airplane, I do the curvature here. You can't because of perspective, because you're flying current, because you have subtitles. All I'm saying is that through experience, the testimony of your eyes, you will never experience equilibrium. You can, but you do have to insert fact about Earth that's a globe. If you go to the other side of the Earth, it's dark out when it's sunny in California. They've made models of how that can work. Dorks have made a model that doesn't align with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't align with our understanding of that's assuming and listen, I'm not saying that we don't wander around sun, but if you do unplug Earth, but the numbers change, but the numbers match. If you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are completely, you make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well, then you still have to prove that wrong. Is NASA doing that? Is MIT passing like people believe the ones who are stitching shit? It's a garage, it's a cover agency. You went so deep on this, boy. All I'm saying is my experience. When I get on the plane later today, I'm flying back and I look out, I can see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon before me. And when I land, everything else is faith-based. Well, that's all I'm saying. It's not, though. It's science-based. It's based on data. It's based on science. And science means observation. It means the testimony of about the measurements. Data. That data is so far removed from my ability to understand. When you can understand the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers. The numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day. And it works. What other experiment can you show me where water cleaves to the speed of law? Like, that's kind of the classic flat earther thing. We'll show any other show that can endless 24,000 miles wide, and the answer to that is gravity. And what we're talking about that what you just showed is gravity. It's sort of this idea that we came up with to justify that. But there's clearly a force that does that. That's density. Just density. There's density. Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them with this?
So that's not what I care about yoke. I don't care about the light. I don't care about the light.
It's a measurement of how things fall. Right. So and the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled down. Right. But those objects, how come if it was density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster? Well, when there's a bowling ball feathers dropping in a vacuum. Now, where is the vacuum and density? They both fall at the same time because gravity, or whatever the force we call gravity is. But there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum. Yeah, right. All I'm saying is that my experience, of course, my experience is being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing. Correct. Yeah, that is correct. YouTube channels I've broken down all those flat earth ideas to time. I tried years ago and I gave up. It's absolutely a rabbit. What's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith that you have in these kind of ideas, and you supplemented with faith with oil or water, they're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data, if you don't understand what's actually been measured satellites, or if you don't understand how many different people would have to lie about this shit and not achieve the same observational results. that all these different agencies have. The idea of collusion that Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other, they're all in collusion on this lie that the Earth is round. It seems much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat, getting these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate, they use great words, they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually has studied this their whole life. I still saw it. Yeah, but some shit Jamie randomly pulled offline. That was weird though. And that's perfect for this world we live in, to have sort of a glitch like that. That's kind of what I want to get is there's so much out there is so much out there that it falls to faith. And also, what is it really matter? That's kind of what I'm getting ultimately is what is all of that really matter? What matters to any of it? And there's a couple 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and cultism and drinking baby blood. What is it? Okay, well, that's very different. This is a very daily life. This is a very different subject. Now you've shifted. You moved away from the concept of the Earth being flat. It's a giant lie that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form to evil people that are involved called like rituals, which has, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children or killing children, or that they use that ferric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel got this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was. So it was funny. Having a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of evil demons. The concept of demons. Don't materialize before it's necessary. I sit upon the shoulders and whisper into their ears. I believe evil things. That's what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things which are verified that they have done. If you were a demonic, and you got Oppenheimer's head, or anyways, and you wanted them to do something horrific to people, and you could say, this is because we're at war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act. Eliminating hundreds of thousands off the face of the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in a conflict with some people that they don't even know, and they just got vaporized like that. That seems demonic. You've just expired. There are 150,000 souls. There are people who would have continued. I've heard that argument today. Would have continued, and so many more would have died. Well, if I was a demon, I would want propagate that idea. I want anything that happened to it. And so, like, is evil justification? Certainly, if actions, if you wanted to find a way where a demon, just like assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on Earth? Would they do it by saying, I'm a demon, and, this is what you should do, this is horrible and evil? Or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing? Like, there's a lot of things, like when you creep into someone's head, right, and you oil drugs. Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that ACT is killing people, but you also know that you are making an insane amount of profit killing people with ACT, and you have already established a narrative, and Fauci said as well, that the reason why they only prescribe ACT is ACT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. You literally use the same language that used to have been doing it for 6 months. If I'm a demon, I'd want to get in that guy's head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it and said, look how much money they're making.
And Shabbos,
You got to keep this
all
money
you
to
do
justify
is
this. You're there of information. You are the gatekeeper
hello,
of the truth. You just find a way
can't
to dance around these
look it up.
numbers.
That's
You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. I mean, that's what he did there. That was evil.
on their Shabbos,
by
the muffin
taking the virus, funding, even though it's illegal to fund in the United States, by doing it through EcoHealth like them, they do it at Wuhan Lab. And you are, in fact, doing gain of function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's demonic. You don't have a cure. As a researcher in Canada at Manitoba Fort Lab, Dr. Quinn, I think is how you pronounce her name. And she was the one who solved Ebola. She had come up with a vaccine for Ebola, which was manufactured by a California company that is basically a Chinese company. And like a rock star, she had made just like a hit. She had a hit, a huge hit. And just like a rock star, everybody says, what comes next? What comes next? And so she started working really, really hard at coming up with that next thing. And, like most people, you don't want to stand in line. And these level 4 labs, you have to, whenever you research from one lab to another, you have to go through all sorts of stuff in order to do that because it's all all of these microviruses, Ebola strains, it's all patented. And so, for example, there was this one guy who was working at the lab, and he was moving to the lab, and so he was crossing borders. He didn't want to, have to reproduce all his work, so he just put the thermos inside of a thing and tried to cross the border. He got caught. Well, she got caught in 2019. By the Royal Canadian Police, basically moving stuff from Canada via Air Canada freight from Manitoba, from Winnipeg, the Winnipeg lab, to Wuhan. And they were moving everything, and I tracked where those were, because it was restricted. And so I tracked where it didn't come from. Well, it's like the color birds on the in order to get around it, got sent to the one in Amsterdam with her, and she was able to do all this stuff, and she was basically just shipping, every Honda and all these patented things to China. And the Royal Canadian Medical Police basically stopped it, and she got walked out of the laboratory and everything because they were like, is there a misappropriation of money? What are all these flights that are occurring? And they redacted who her financer was. And we still don't know who her financer was. It's one of 3 people in case some people have an interest in this. And then her thing was television. It was just like any movie. She was just wanting to have that next hit, and she would do anything to do it, to repeat what she did with Ebola. So she was helping to engineer a virus that would ship them via Air Canada freight from Winnipeg directly to Wuhan. So you're flying on Air Canada, download all this information. So she'll look to see if you have something horrible, straight something that's patented, and then they're shipping it over to them. None of this is contemplated. So papers in Canada, like the Free Press or something, was trying to cover it, but it just gets kind of blurry. That was one of the weird things that I had also seen, though I don't know from the Epstein file, that there was talk about engineering a pandemic. Wasn't I read that too. That they were like actively figuring it out. Well, this will happen. They were pretty successful. But why would Epstein be involved if he's a financier? He was involved in everything. Right. He was involved in everything. It was like amazing the energy that guy had. Who has the energy to be like doing all this stuff like all over the world? Like, Nigeria, we're doing this. Yemen, we're doing this. And here we're doing that. And at the same time, trafficking all these girls and, you know, and young children and all this stuff. Right. It says no credible evidence in the recently released Epstein files links Jeffrey Epstein or his associates to engineering the COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from a misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions, not a plot. So, what was the claim? The original claim? No, I didn't ask about COVID-19. Right. You said about engineering pandemic. So what is the pandemic claim? So the 2017 email originally from 215 discussions to fill widely assumed Gates proposed recommendations and technical specifications for modeling of various strains. It focused on healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, in neurotechnology, not creating or engineering. Gates Foundation later ran in 2001 and 2019 a standard exercise predating COVID report. That whole public event 2001, fucking weird. Event 2001 is weird. Context debunking pandemic simulations and public health tools, like those for SARS or flu, right? But Steve involved in these discussions and everything is involving gravity. But how fucking weird is that? How weird. A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files running the 30 years running the world. Well, this is what my friend Eddie. And creating this in the meantime, Ghislaine Maxwell is running the Reddit forum on World News. Like, she's literally shaping the World News Reddit forum. She was running the World News on Reddit. Yeah, she was, and it all went dark the minute she got picked up. She was like the contributor to thousands of posts, like all day long, posting World News, shaping our perception of things. One email was a subject prepared for pandemics was sent by a person whose name was redacted. By the way, did you see that? Why would they redact the person who sent that? That's not a victim. You're supposed to redact. I think they just did like supposedly massive redacting. Sometimes you can see like a little short, it's really big, and then one that comes after that, it's a little longer, it might be big, and it's a little shorter, it might be huge, you know, like, you kind of, but then again, that's just, you know, there's no fact, it's like, possible that I know until they release all these names. Did you notice that Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account suddenly became active in the television, and then somebody is laying under his, right after his supposed death, right? Somebody is playing Fortnite again. Yeah, does he have the decency to make a new account? He wants to keep all of his stats. He keep all that stuff safe and, so they just like did, that's another thing. There was another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard. It was a 4chan. Was it 4chan? This was a 4chan thread. This guy said that he was a guard at the facility, and he posted this before Epstein was killed. He was a guard. They started using whatever. I would just go from that. That's 4chan. They discovered he was a guard. And he was like a legit guy. He got caught, basically, talking about it. They snuck, they used a decoy bias. There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival that night that they never log in. There's footage of like orange, people in orange movies with so you think he's alive somewhere? It's not possible. It's not impossible. It's probable. Also, it's a probability. Whatever. The guy who did the autopsy, did anything happen to him? The guy who committed suicide. Yeah, fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that? Like Andrew Breitbart, who was the guy who said that the death's not alarming and that people commit suicide? Alarming. Or die of something. It's real weird.
which is expected.
I
My
find jail.
I believe what the people miss or we withdraw that is so we both
That makes sense. The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him?
apparently discloses
The woman,
very
your
that's
chief
somebody
medical
was
examiner, Dr. Barbara Simpson, she resigned the cognitive You're talking about evil. You know, the devil was the exorcist. Well, basically, it's like Pazuzu. We're presented with an actual devil, but when you actually watch the movie, there's kind of evidence that, and people have talked about this, that
there's this so
there's
essentially
evidence within the
taking
film
describing
that
units of
it's
process over the course of 3 days.
just
Also, this is
demonic possession. The
Also,
demonic possession
issue
comes from
comes
by the way, Jeffrey Epstein
Also,
was
from
doing also
some
research
Mali
in
shots. Also, so he has the
how
first,
trauma
the first
affects like clairvoyance and telepathy and things
so
like that.
thank
How
you.
you're
The
able
first
to
dose on Thursday,
invoke
the second
those out
dose
of
on Friday. Now,
out of trauma.
it's not about
And
this
in
morning.
The
All
Exorcist,
your building
there's you have Reagan who's mandible and there's a parties. You remember The Exorcist, they're making a movie of him.
shows other
They're shooting a movie. The character of the mother, she's acting in a film inside of the movie. The record film. And they have a big party scene after, and the director,
Again,
basically
no one
yelling
ever
at
spoke of an issue of
her
drinking
butler,
lessons.
her house
Issue of what?
calling him a Nazi and stuff like that.
I'm not asking about drinking. I'm going to wish those folks around. I know I can drink it.
Well,
I'm going to
for
buy
a
me wish
while, he vanished from the party.
I used to wish myself I had it, but I could drink it.
And afterwards,
I didn't take
he
any
fell down
places
like
before.
dead.
So I
And
cannot
then
make
after
this
that,
is
she
untraveled
comes
to
and
drink it.
he's leaving the
So
party.
it was just
And
my
he turns to
the
the mother.
did you have a so who has these Rasai also the other or what has bad brother today this is on Shabbos. And
so, and then after that, Reagan comes in, she looks at the astronaut guy and says, "You're gonna die out there."
Show
And
that
this
the
is all
Sony
before,
and
and everybody's like, "Shit, what's
because
going on?"
closest on Shabbos.
It's all this like
Thursday the
highly
cold water.
sexualized devil
If you
from
know
the
what
Jackson,
and
the director,
cold
was
water
a British.
and
And so the implication, and he is for some reason left with Reagan, and then gets thrown out of the audience. It's just he dies.
Sorry, this reflects the thing that
So
says
the implication
that
is
closest
that
in cold water
the director is
but apparently the one who was in cold water.
and thus
You
evoking
cannot make it on Shabbos.
demonic presence into
Asking them on the us.
and it
So
turns
also
out
even the one who
I thought it was
asked the closest
some
cold
totem
water
that they
is
found
tradition
that was
that is
possessed.
alive
There
as
it's
a
there,
local
the
cloud.
Ouija board is
So
there,
remember
everything.
again,
It turns out
this
that the
appears
Peter
to be
Platt
very specific. The
actually
Alpha by
made a
Yosef
movie
was built.
called John and
He went to ask for a remedy.
Life is.
The advice that he
I
got
can't
was
remember the exact
3
title of the film.
doses of doses
And he
over
made the
3
movie with
days.
Shirley
He
MacLaine.
took dose 1 on
And the
Thursday,
director of
dose
the
2
film
on
is this
Friday.
guy, James
Now I
Thompson,
take dose 3 on
British
Friday.
strip
For whatever
looks
reason,
exactly
he didn't
like
dose
the
3
actor.
for shots.
And
Now
so
it's 22 days later.
the idea is that
They tell him, yes,
Reagan's
maybe
mother
the water
is
can
Shirley
up.
MacLaine.
Okay,
And
that's the opinion as it's
Reagan is her
cold
mother's
water on
son.
Shabbos. There's
And
other
the British
significant places in cold water on
is
Shabbos.
James
Because
Thompson.
no,
So look at this movie.
even if it's the opinion is cannot make closest in cold water on Shabbos.
Strange
Here they would say
metaphoric
it's
thing going on.
why?
It's almost like
Wow. That's when we do not start
then
taking the closest
they
about how even
you know,
the
usually has, I guess,
Harry shop son.
Bronson and all have this kind of like a weird metaphor they get in this movie. The reincarnation
Even though
of the
trusting
crowd,
Shabbos
when the crowd
dies.
dies,
So apparently, once he started the verses of places,
remember since reincarnation, remember since the generation of himself, that was murdered. And he got down Megan did it, and then started sleeping with her daughter, which is basically sleeping with his daughter. Because he's reincarnated. So this guy, as a filmmaker, has told the question. And so Peter Blatty worked on that film with Shirley MacLaine. And shortly thereafter, was The Exorcist. And Sasha, in her autobiography,
I like so when they got the Nakamai's his uncle, and Asabai Yosef into the house. By the day, he asked me to stop the Pablo Castro. Malakas to say, kissing us of Shabbos, what's saying that earlier.
I cannot talk about that
on Shabbos.
And so, and there's actually a moment where Reagan is talking to her mother and says, well, do you like it? Do you like it? So there's this idea that he's been coming over and they've been having this affair. And then all of a sudden she says to her daughter, and it kind of jumped out at me when I rewatched it. She says to her daughter, I like pizza when we married. And I was like, oh my gosh, is that kind of pizza reference?
So your intention is to self-attack, but your main law becomes lighter as well. So you can also use directly because
it jumped out at me, and the exorcist is
go ahead and soften it, and then the chapter that you want to hold your mouth. Maybe what's the attention of make it even more white, make it whiter, and if that's because of the almost a lot of
to
kind of
transcode. And the astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine talks about wearing her husband or boyfriend she remarried was an astronaut, and in her autobiography she talks about how he was cloned. He came back from space and it turns out he was cloned. And we kind of laughed it off like, oh, it's just kind of a joke, whatever, it's my autobiography. Yeah, it's really
rub
so,
a linen shirt, a stiff linen shirt,
speak
maybe from franchises,
and they provide information in film.
it's a boiler,
And so
why
I think
didn't
so,
you ask? Because I live in
Pierre
my
Blatty
Sidra, why didn't you
sorts of
well, you see,
stuff
kind of
with
like
Shirley MacLaine
then
was
you go ahead
really
and rub
into
it
that kind of
sometimes
back in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And you know, he sits down to write his book, and what's he writing the book?
I already asked that. Shiloh.
It's about Sasha. Sachi, I'm sorry, Sachi. And the astronaut. It's all, and Jamie Thompson, who basically eviscerates the film, but in a way that really connects. It all happens off camera.
The difference is,
But the implication is that she was raped by her director. And from that moment on, as a kind of, she's speaking with a British accent as the devil. It's his voice, actually, that's coming out of her. She's talking about when it's rape actors that that actor that's his voice. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The voice really Cowan, and he died shortly after. People who coach are very bizarre things. When juniors are famous for it, everybody, I do it, everybody. We have pictures, I kind of magic spell. And right, I hear voices.
when you have your shirt, that's the same way. So if you're doing what you actually want, so you put it on a hanger. Someone says, well, what was the hanger? The hanger was a piece of wood that you would insert in one sleeve. And God does it, so you know the shirt. And you straight off like that. So on Shabbos, you want to watch your flicker on the hanger of this thing. So it's really some traditions, but it's also out of the predictive programming. You want to say, what's the thing normally do?
Jesus,
They don't use this fire. Essentially, they're going to want you to do that.
Well, actually, I'm thinking about like that.
Shabbos, if you want to do the
Daily
shirt,
Wire
you must
media comes from all the places.
the hanger.
You don't know where you're going to find your next entertainment. And there's this show that I really like that show, Bro. Did you see Bro? No, I never saw it. Okay, I love Bro. It was the first episode that was flat. Because it told you the story of ancient Rome through Shakespeare, history, all these kind of
anger because
ideas of Rome. Some of these ideas
I
ancient Rome,
stuck
and then it told a very grounded
this bunch
story
of birds.
from the perspective of everything going on in it. And offer like drama through. And so there's this other show that has been out like 3 seasons when I started watching. And it did the exact same thing. Nobody was talking about it. Heard about it.
The
It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the cosmos. And it's all about Christ, and it's the tale about Jesus. And okay, so I'm watching a free movie about it.
So again, to answer your question of people's dietary norms, I'm going to say first white line. Ha'omid be'em tzamita is someone stands in the middle of a married couple's bed. Ki'ilu omid b'feis ha'shalisha. It's as if he is standing on the stomach of the woman. I listen to what is the meaning actually. Be'em tzamita, she'ish b'tito l'ki'le isha.
The Zeffirelli film, I see Masturbation of Christ, I've seen The Passion of the Christ, I've seen all of them, I've seen the Jeremy Sisko, Jesus. I've seen everything. I worked with Paul Verhoeven on his Jesus film that was not produced. And so, like, I had a lot of experience. This show, I started watching it, was like, okay, Jim Michael. It's a boxer made out of styrofoam. They can't afford a house, so they just use blankets and so it's like really inexpensive. The script is even a little bit contemporary. It's almost become watching it's kind of funny, but I'm watching it and there came a moment by about episode 3 where I get it. Like she's
Because at the end of the day, each bundle has the same exact pixels. There's always the same pixels. But Oracle made it. So the only thing that changed from bundle to bundle is what? The lemon. So therefore, when you're going vegetable shopping, so again, you're not going to get any more in the thickness, but you can get more in the length. So if you want to get more for your money, look for the longest bundle. Lisbon Arifa. Those who seem like the Barbe Rab is going to go ahead and buy these. Right? Go ahead and buy the longest one. Right? Tuna people seem like each bundle is the same. But our economy is supposed to be apparently any item that's sold in bundles, often the thickness of the bundle is always the same. Where you could get more value for your money being spent is in the left. But this stuff, Barbe Rab, the one that usually I'm talking about doesn't have a lot of bread. So Lecho Yarka, you should be double. This is incredible. If you don't have a lot of bread, don't make sure not to eat a lot of vegetables. Why? Because vegetables increase one's appetite. So therefore, again, if you don't have a lot of bread to satisfy your hunger, don't go ahead and eat too much vegetables. I will say, isn't this an incredible Muslim? Saying is live within your means. Live within your means. So if you don't have enough money to support your appetite, don't go ahead and say it's going to increase the appetite. Live within your means. I'm going to increase stuff. Anna, what this is taking out of. Because this is Anna, lo ba'aniyusi afriyaka, or lo ba'asirusi afriyaka. So this is, I never ate vegetables. I never ate vegetables when I was 4, and I didn't eat vegetables when I was old. What's the shot? I'm using Yushun regardless. I didn't eat vegetables when I was 4, when I was 4, bread. So I was nervous, I was eating vegetables, but it was very hungry. And halakha l'maisa, I would not be able to go ahead and support my appetite. Ba'asirus, and when I was wealthy, I didn't eat vegetables while I was great. Damina, heichad al yarka leil bisra recovered. I said to myself, whatever space the vegetables are going to occupy, let meat and fish occupy. So when I was 4, I didn't eat vegetables because I didn't want to increase my appetite. And when I was wealthy, wealthier, so again, I think, why should I waste stomach space on vegetables? Let me fill up that same space with meat and fish. I'm not least the bad appreciate it. So, well, good service. It's incredible. So, come who doesn't have enough bread, let him not break bread for others. Once you take it, actually, Gee, I take that back. That's the Marshal's over here. Look at Rashi. Well, lift up to Rashi says, "No yochel akshav na'at as shivim solo, ula akashah na'at mipnei she'imo derech sila elitzari yochaya." We'll say this is really quite fascinating. This is really quite fascinating. We're going to talk about Muslims as well. And Chacham, who does not have a lot of bread, we'll say if you don't have a lot to eat, it's kind of like different ways to approach it. You can eat a little bit very often, or you can save your little bits and have one substitute meal. One substitute meal. So the Gemara suggests that if I were to come Chacham, if you don't have a lot of bread, go get some seafood. This bread is more sense. But rather, what you do is save up your bread and have a meaningful filling meal. Better to have one substitute for the meal than to have a series of smaller non-meals. It's like it's an incredibly disordered life as well. And sometimes it is better to go ahead and put your efforts towards a substantive objective than to go ahead and kind of diffuse your efforts over multiple things that don't really get what you call that conversation. This is the big challenge in life. You start on so many smaller projects. You start on this, start on this, and I don't finish this, and I don't finish this. Sometimes it's better to pull your core, pull your effort, pushing one thing, not one thing for your whole life, but one thing at a time. Pull your efforts, put it into one objective at a time. Accomplish that objective, and then move on to the next thing. As opposed to so many of us try to manage multiple processes, multiple dreams, aspirations, goals, objectives at the same time, and we get nowhere. It leaves me unsatiated on multiple levels. Better to save up your morsels so that you can put your cost into one meal, one objective, one course of action, and be successful than to diffuse your purpose over many things. So I'm going to have this done. Fire bait out, you want to show you this, no? Go lift yourself. Because it is always in your course. But if it comes from it doesn't have a lot of bread, you should not go ahead and distribute it to others. Why? Below all these, the ayin yaka. So you should not go ahead and, because you're not able to distribute it in generous service, so you cannot believe so. But it's saying this, if you don't have a lot of bread, what have I covered? Like if you don't have a lot of bread, so ultimately again, why? Because it will say it only makes sense to give to others if you give to others generously. With the ayin yaka, with the generous eye. But if you're not capable of giving others a generous eye, so sometimes again this conventional wisdom that says don't give to each other, but also. What it says is know what you're capable of doing. Know what you sometimes there are things that we want to do, but I'm not yet really on the level to be able to do it. I'm not yet capable of doing it. And what comes if I end up doing it, I do it and I don't feel good about it, I'm not. And it's supposed to be about chesed. Make sure you're ready to go do that. Make sure it's training for you right now. Something if you push yourself to do something that you're not really ready for, even if you quote unquote accomplish the task, don't do it by you. I'm going to be stuck. I'm going to make Carl the hobby that's I wish I got you under the fully one of that. I should have very concept. So Krista said it used to be that before I would sit down to a meal, I would look to the bread basket, make sure there was enough bread for my needs of the meal and for the needs of the others at the meal as well. I'm not this stuff. Man, the action in the make of Nama side. So Krista says, if somebody has the ability to eat barley bread, and it eats bread, probably should about passions. He's being a wasteful individual. Someone is able to drink beer, but instead he's wine, probably should about passions. He's being wasteful. Now, what he's saying is follows. If you can get on an inferior item, but instead you get a superior item, that is a wasting of money. So if you can get by on barley bread, which is inferior, but instead you spend your money on wheat bread, that's not passion, that's wasting. You can get by on beer, but instead you go ahead and you drink wine, which is more expensive, that's wasting. A lot of the Gemara says that is not true. Why? Balkash is the group of wheat bread is better for the body than barley bread, and wine, everyone knows, is better for the body, is better for the soul than beer, and therefore again, it's not anything that's physically beneficial, even as physically beneficial, is always going to step up. And in fact, the Gemara says, go ahead and subsist on inferior sexual
and it was
consist
like a
on
third
garlic
eye
bread
open
and beer,
and
when you
this
could
shows
go ahead
because it
and
breaks
eat
all the
better
rules
for yourself is
outside
actually about
of the Pharisees of
quite
Hollywood.
incredible.
You know,
There's
they,
like you know, it says,
one
I'm not
guy,
your stuff,
this
buy
guy,
that,
Dallas
stuff,
Jenkins,
stuff. I say, you're gonna buy
absolutely my
meat,
favorite
you're gonna buy meat.
modern
Use good meat,
filmmaker.
better
But this guy's brilliant.
justify
He
the
struck
neck,
it there
by
for
the neck of the animal. Why?
episode of this show. They have 7 seasons out there. You can watch it for free. It's at one. On anything. Like if you have an Apple TV,
There's
you can just
fatty,
look up there.
there's
Choose an
toughy,
app.
and there's
And
toughy.
sometimes
Sometimes
they
you're getting
choose an app.
best
And
value.
so it's an app
Best
thing.
value
Or
for
you
your
can
money.
watch it on
You get
YouTube.
all types
Or
of
you can watch it. I think
I don't know if
Netflix
it's Ferrari that is on
Netflix eventually bought it. Now they're showing it. They said
not
you
Apple.
can see
We're saying
it. They
more
give away
point,
the videos.
that
And
I'm going to buy a linear
and
garment. Make sure to buy it from Nar Abba.
I thought it was fantastic that season 2 came
Buy
out.
the
It's
linear
like,
garments
some
of
money.
Nar Abba.
And they're doing all
The
these
next thing of course is
they've
the
got
every
each
30 days.
set
The
costs
next
for
late
free.
chasing after Shasa Banana. I guarantee you, if you buy this
Roman
quality linear garments
colonnades
from
and stuff
Nar
like that.
Abba, and make sure to clean it every 30 days for last year for a full year. And I'm happy to guarantee
Mormons have
like money back
biblical productions. Incredible. These sets are unbelievable. If I didn't know, it's like Chinachita in Utah. It's fantastic. And the characters are like they have money for free. Costumes probably. And so they're kind of making do with what they have. But they got this guy playing the legend there who is hilarious. In the first season, he is absolutely hilarious. And the show's great. And then you like proper television and watching it, you're starting to love these characters. You're starting to like it's and it's you know what it is. The bread and butter of Hollywood like that's what makes that's the fuel that pushes most Hollywood movies. It is much more difficult.
You shouldn't go ahead and give
And this kid Dallas Jenkins, he's not a kid, it's a woman.
Vilma Fuzzy Baby, he's
He's making every single episode is effectively because it's the gospel about forgiveness. And he has done this magnificent,
what will she see?
unbelievable achievement. And the show is huge. They built 7 seasons. They built a studio. They got $7 million for worth salvation army property. Sounds like just everything. And
Kerry,
and
maybe
that's
it's
like
ultimately against some type of seminar
watch
mission,
it
and therefore do
and
not
they're
be
making programming that should have been on HBO, should have been missing on HBO, the way Rome
Okay,
is.
so you might
And
as well.
instead, it's just it's coming out of the ether. And it's almost like with the inattention given
So
to
if this was said to his daughters, he gave them the following advice. These were his married daughters. He
or
gave them
rather
advice.
the way that people are making
Make sure to always put
they're
someone
focused on
in the
wrath
presence of
and
your husband.
revenge.
How so?
Like
Bosefu Nama
this
Ba'atika.
other thing like the Pendragon cycle and the chosen have kind of
So again, it actually comes out of here
out of the
that the issue was
those
maybe,
of the
but
Indians
maybe you're
and broadcasters
from
have
your
kind of
husband, well,
created.
you will become a little bit of also in your husband's eyes. Bosefu Yakaba Layla, also don't eat
I think
vegetables
this is
yet.
actually one of the
Bosefu
exciting
Kamiba Layla,
movies.
don't eat dates and below Tishkon Shikaba Layla.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very unusual
The
time
vegetables,
where
because it does that,
people that are producing
here
things don't
ultimately
have
cause
a complete
because it causes
monopoly
diarrhea.
on
Because it causes
what
diarrhea.
people see. And then many
Below,
of the times these alternative things are much larger than
and
the
don't
mainstream.
go ahead
I find it almost impossible to get a movie going.
So
Like I'm you know, an independent filmmaker. I go there and I usually like work on script, figure out the budgets, figure out and I go out and hit the pavement.
você
Because
não
I'm not a flat earther. I am not a flat earther. I just like but go out there and I try to get this stuff made, and it's like impossible. And then I built a technology company over the last year. Basically AI movies. And also, boom, like that money gets thrown at it, and all of a sudden, just by attaching the word AI, and that it's a technology-based company, all of a sudden, investors, came in,
So
and
what's
we're
the issue? So
I
it's just an incredible
know that's the crazy thing, is that it was so easy for me to get that going. It's so difficult for me to get the traditional movie going through the traditional route.
Then it gives them
B24, blah, 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 trying to like get they have to go to Europe to gather together financing and everything like that. No, just put AI in front of it, all of a sudden you're in production on 3 features
Gemara says as follows.
and we're making a
The
Christmas
Gemara
movie,
says he gives them now
Christmas
intimacy
movie
advice.
in theaters
Nosit
this
Magnisa the
this holiday
Pagiyade,
season.
the Kula
A
Bakadiyade.
faith-based film for
Magnisa
this Easter.
Achule, the Kula Achule, Adi Tsar Bahayat.
It's classical movies, so we have like a proprietary stack of technology that we use for our process. And I partnered with this company, Massive Studios AI, and my company, which is General Cyberdynamics, and based here in Texas now. And my company is an absolute transition. And it's like kind of, I think, so many people have it down here.
Points out as a great first of all, it intensifies in terms of
And I have experience like that now. What used to be $1 million and it is now $5,000.
heightened potential.
And so really,
So literally, just keep Magnisa the Padiya, that's what's a
so I think
Magnisa
for independent cinema and for the future of film and television production, these are super exciting times. Our choice burned
So
3
again,
hours
Magnisa
plus. Yeah, it's already 4 and 5 hours. Okay, share with you. All right, cool.
I've been excited.
This is an
So
asset,
literally
right? This is a
again,
proper
sad. So
asset.
it's intensified his desire, the other
Feeds, there's 3 different boxes at the bottom.
so
As you
then
can see,
you're
this
going
way
to like
it goes
showing us
offline.
like this
So as I showed you also, one of the
right?
asset feed,
And by the way, you also can't soak that. Okay. Because once they send it out, so what happens?
this channel has a
Amazing.
free
I'm going to
showing where the satellite currently.
If you guys can't remember again, let's just
30
finish
minutes
this.
ago,
Something of
offline,
that
showing a different feed. I'm
is
sure
the
it showed you.
situation
And then,
for the water over the next order to get the
so,
inherent
God,
east
there's
rise
a
to
flat
the
earth
top.
YouTube
So
girl.
the Mars is massive, the low Q height climb does not reflect the view of power. But as we have in there, this is from the Kaaba Kodesh. Just remember again, the Mishnah ultimately allowed, the Mishnah allowed halacha l'maisa for the use of a seed and a sick. Right? That what can you do? You can transport
Description switch to a
like
simulation.
well,
Guys,
I'm not using
connections
transporting out of the point A to point B. So halacha l'maisa, the Mishnah allowed that. Gemara says that they are using the kind of stuff that we're going to see. Unless we have to, you can't use the seed or a sick with
Thank you very much.
okay, Shika, one back to the today. All right, we'll say good morning. I'd like to be doing beautiful, beautiful news that we are ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Our co-sponsors for the month of Abu coming with the hope and spirit of this festival is filled with joy and the return of this people. Thank our week of learning sponsors, Ira Maria Postman, for dedicating the student this week to nourish the record of Ira's mother, Treta Lashmos, Avram Gavi Elbaum, the nursery 37th birthday from Avram's grandmother Rose Werner, Rizal Bastanot, and the merit of her Bushman, the Sarah Bastanot,
Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
So good to see you.
It's really good to see you.
What's happening?
Everything?
Are you good? Right.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah.
It's been a few years.
I thought about you the moment Bobby said he's going to run for president. You were the first thing I thought of.
Thank you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Kirby Enthusiasts. I thought you were amazing on that show.
Thank you.
It's such a good show. Speaking of one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. And I was like, she's not built for this.
Please do not known for this.
Nobody is. Truly the only person I've ever met that somehow or another survives it seems exactly the same. Most people who are attacked like that, it's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you're rejected by your tribe to feel terrified and filled with anxiety. But that's why people do it. And that's what encourages groupthink. Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane. Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe. This is how they keep people involved in these weird ideologies. Eventually become cults. And I think you can make a really good argument that both the right and the left, that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes, because they're you know, most of us
everybody
are
knows
sort of
that
in
the
the
local
center,
color.
right?
So what's
And then
it
you have
say?
the 10% on this side, and the 10% on this side that are so extreme
So shine
and loud,
level up.
and they keep everybody fired up. And it is
The Gemara
like,
says,
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird when intelligent people
it is
can
not.
capture
A
it.
Sheraton
I was just watching this video with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher had Al Gore. Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to me anymore. Like they have this like spat because of politics. Bill Maher is very much a left-wing person. He has been his whole life. He hasn't changed his opinions at all. He's always been very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well. Right.
yes.
And I don't know if it's because he had Trump came out with him, which is just crazy. Talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this. Yeah, because like you said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. Yeah, and so people, listen, I know that feeling because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were Democrats were angry.
It's like these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of power. They're the least charitable, most vicious people. The moment you are running against them in a political party, they will pull all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Yes. Even if they're, even if you're in their party, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Which was that was challenging because you know, like Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you are, you know, you're hustling, you're working hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down. So politics, as soon as you say, sorry, before that, people were coming after him. They were always coming after him. Well, but he kicked up a notch when he decided to run for president.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And it's just weird, you know. And there was like a feeling of, for me, Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough. Like,
Well, they've been coming out with that 20 years.
yeah,
This is about the most
and I, you know,
you know, a good indication how they come after themselves, each other, is during the debate of Kamala and Biden. Kamala was accusing Biden of, at the very least, sexual assault, right? Like this, it seemed like she's accusing him of sexual assault. And then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
that is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to, is they will viciously attack each other. And then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still angry about what just happened there, and they're already over it. They're already like, yeah, that's politics. That's what we do.
Did your two debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
You'll have to travel. You'll
Sure,
have
I did,
to
but
spread out in order to get.
God, I'm gonna go back to that.
Okay.
Like,
I don't see that we shall look very
completely.
dramatic.
For Mitt Romney, everybody's like, he's more of a religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
He's like super polite. And then Barack Obama, because, you know, they're matching each other's energy, he was very polite too. They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do, not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that.
or you know, how they look.
Which is crazy when you look like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the guy makes fun of his own hair, like he makes fun of his comb over. It's like, but here it is, I'm a raw man, dude. Okay, this is just a comparison between that was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to have Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to debate him.
Yeah.
that's
On
what
film de domaine,
he does
c'est
well,
what
but
you shall like that one.
yeah,
what you would say is like
That
that's
is
different
like
for anybody.
to
Like if you want to have a completely separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast and you and me talk about how I think you're a piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit, that's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think was all of the above.
yes,
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
yes.
And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that a lot, some not all, politicians really work on, they gotta get a catchphrase in there.
Well, Trump's really good at that. Like he names people, crooked Hillary, sleepy Joe. It works.
It worked. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond to anything. That's what they should say, but they just get so thrown off. It's just paralyzed.
But this day and age, there's method through social media for you to respond to something you think is inaccurate or you respond. But there was a time where nothing, and whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president. Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about how he's addicted to Ibogaine, and he has a Brazilian witch doctor who comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cracks on the campaign trail. Hunter S. Thompson said this meetup was on him. And this guy, you see him have nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail, like his subsequent speeches are all like nuts. And he fought. But he was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive. And it just
Well, it's a power of which Bobby decided to run, and he came. I talked about this in my book. But when he came on your podcast, was a game changer, right? Because everything that you're saying is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They're going hard at Bobby. Like he's this, he's that. Here he thinks. Here's what he, represents. And then came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation. And you're curious, and you're a great listener, and you're not judgmental, and people heard what Bobby had to say, and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
Your opinions were
before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed these people running universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was full, and they believed in snake oil and witchcraft. Right? That's what I thought. And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
which was crazy. So when you're in it, and you know who you are, and you know how you're feeling, what your body is doing, and other people, news outlets are saying, that's not true. It's got to feel so weird.
Well, it felt really weird because they weren't addressing the fact that I was cultured. That was crazy. It's like you're talking about the pandemic, and you got this guy in his 50s. I'm supposed to be a vulnerable person, and I'm in my 50s, and I got over it in a couple of days, and I'm telling everybody how I did it, and they're saying that I'm some quack who's taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
Which is just a flat out lie. It was weird. Yeah, it was weird how I didn't give me anxiety. It made me laugh a lot. I laughed a lot. Because fortunately, during this entire time period, I was doing stand-up and hanging out with comedians. We all thought it was so funny. Like, bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy.
And
everyone believed it.
Yeah, and you had this outlet, and you were able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
they thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bully, but during the whole exchange, they were like, oh my god, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah.
So my show was like 10 times more listeners and viewers than their show, which is crazy. Because all I can do is come on here and go, are you fucking out of your gut? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are cracked.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
So yeah, so you saw things firsthand that you hadn't experienced before.
Yeah. And then when I read Bob's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before,
Fauci book?
yes, the real Anthony Fauci, which was just, I would read it, I would listen to an audio tape in the sauna. So I'm sitting there cooking at 196 degrees, where you're already kind of freaking out. You're already staying there so long before you die. You know, that's the whole key of the sauna. Like, you get it way before you're going to die, and that's when you get out. But if you stay in there for a few hours, you're a dead man. And so I'm kind of freaking out already, and I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of one guy and his cohorts who have been doing this kind of shit, the same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they have that they're going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about. This is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis. And,
And they're footnote after footnote, reference after reference, saying here's this, here's that. I'm not making this
no
up.
lawsuits. No one's trying to sue him. This is one thing I keep bringing up. If that was a lie, people would they would document how it's not true. They would show the actual paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's all true. You go, well, how did I know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this has happened? And it takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it. I also knew his work as an environmentalist. And I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like, what he did was essentially help the East River. And if it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a polluted shithole unless somebody else came along and stopped these corporations from polluting the river and then forced them to clean it up.
Right.
That shot.
And by the way, when people talk about Bobby and his career and he's accomplished, he spent a lot of time suing corporations because they're polluting waterways, because it's hurting people, killing people, giving people cancer. So why would he spend all of his life fighting for people, fighting for individuals? And then suddenly you want to really hurt a lot of people. It just doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all.
Well, I think about because of vaccines. And this question of the vaccine narrative, which is now more mainstream. Because like many people said, the scientists and everybody else is a kook. You gotta get your vaccine. It's gotta do whatever you have to do. I was also pretty aware of. I had a friend who had a child that they vaccinated him. When they vaccinated him, he became non-verbal autistic his whole life. And he firmly believed it was because of the child's reaction to vaccines. So taboo to bring that up. People immediately they get scared. I firmly believe that when you have sort of a visceral react to any sort of subject like that without a rational examining of what is objective truth, and when you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You've been co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this. You're ostracized. You're getting cast out of the crew, the tribe. You're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
Because that is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, as a mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, this is my experience, this is the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is my experience. And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying about it, they're not allowed to talk about the experience they had or ask why it happened or, let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate like that. It's not smart. It's been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that stopped? That has ended? You know, if you just go back and think about all the different things that both the government and, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least the amount of drugs that they have substantial.
Right. Well, that's the question. So we understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, companies, scientists, whoever realize actually doing more harm than good.
What it's in with birth defects in children.
It's
It's crazy. They used to prescribe that to mothers.
well, it's even like getting X-rayed. They used to have mothers, that were pregnant, X-ray how the baby was doing for a long time.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker. It's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get your shit again. It all starts with making all changes to your routine, and those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning, consistent, when everything else is chaos. Scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan, and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
You ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those X-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the X-ray machine and X-ray their hand to make sure that it would work, and they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right, so
It's very strict because we didn't know any better.
right, because we didn't know. Nobody was out to kill anybody, to murder, to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drugs have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing narratives like this is a slave.
Well,
Thank you. Like exactly. They write the verdicts, but they're also
That's just from X-raying your hand.
they do
Somebody's a calculation.
Ella Arke had that on it. It's
That
the
lady
lawyer.
cooked her hand. Isn't that awful? Oh, it's so spooky.
No, it's not
that's really crazy.
the idea of
Wonder if they, the answer to
people think
why do they get things, we have to go through the airport?
but when it
Oh,
comes out to the
yeah,
all things
it's like their radio frequency, right? What is that? Let's put it up. I do not think that that's dangerous, but
they're
look, there's a lot of people that think Wi-Fi is dangerous. There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that even electric cars is dangerous.
That's when it comes down to
You should have earbuds in your ears.
like
You
don't be
should
like
only
boys.
listen with a cord or if you
Again,
can.
Right.
for
Yeah.
something
Well, it
very
makes sense.
specific,
Yeah.
it was more interested in
Directly into your
protecting
head.
creating a particular outcome, not
It's probably not the best thing. It's like how many people wear AirPods and how
So check it out. Okay, they are. Some can have lunch. What's it really? I can get
what's the real
you
issue?
will
Most
articulate.
TSA bystanders use millimeter wave radio waves. So not X-rays and do not add to ionizing radiation exposure. So it's not X-ray based, right? It's radio wave. But is it what is it? Is it dangerous? How does the dose compare to a flight? What is that? X-ray scanners? That's just scanners.
I
Is there any damage? Just like a
might say that this is okay.
follow up millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is there any dangerous?
General operate
Health and Radiation Protection Agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low Yeah, whatever. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it when they turn their brain. When they go to the dentist's office, they hide behind a
They went to the other room, and you're like, what?
They're in a
This
fucking
thing is like
bunker.
right next to my head. And yeah,
And they make you wear like a lead vest over your
By the way,
yeah,
body.
yeah, it's intense.
I mean, they still do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't got one of those with lead vests in a while.
No, and you're right. They go into the other room, and they're like, no rules. You're just sitting there with them.
Under your leadership,
Spots.
has
Yeah.
I don't want to come. I don't want to cause outrage. I'm just curious. I mean, it was just fine. You know, like,
The TSA
All of us that have a household,
major illness do not see any proven risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few practical
Therefore, again,
concerns.
Miss
So
Judges,
millimeter wave scanners
this
use
society.
low-power
I'm as head of
non-ionizing
household,
waves. Studies
this
and reviews have not found harmful
is
effects at the power levels used in airport screening.
sensitive
Sensitive groups analysis that model risk for children, pregnant, what? Say pregnant people. Which
I'm
kind of
already
people
realized
are pregnant? Do you think,
it's not
hey AI, hey super genius, you think maybe it's women? You fucking asshole. Infrequent flyers still found low added risk from backstabbing, far below routine medical x-rays or even radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
all right, radiation is the playing thing.
Flying when you're flying.
There's so many things. Just like how we're all going down.
Put that into complexity, please. Why is flying? Why does that give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? But what is it? Your less protection? Yes. Yeah. Is that what it is? Yes. Is that what it is? Yeah. You're up high. Yeah. A lot of stuff. There. Right. So I saw some recently too. Having the screens right behind your face. Oh yeah. That's gonna be bad for you.
Well, fly on the plane, it's like just bouncing. Yeah, I mean,
I used to be able to smoke.
which is crazy. The plane that I was on had the no smoking sign. It's never a
I
good.
feel super uncomfortable getting on that plane.
It's not a good deal.
Old-ass plane.
Yeah, when you're like, thank
Just
you.
stab it. A little extra. Remember those?
Yes,
Seats.
and that's all really crazy.
And this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical X-ray spread out over several hours. Whoa! So every time you fly, it's like getting X-ray. That's kind of crazy. What happens to pilots? Okay, check this in. Do pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Good question.
Because I would imagine if you're flying all the time,
They're the ones that would.
it's like getting an X-ray every day.
Everything is killing us. That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us. There's so many things.
Yes.
There's going to be like a
I don't think everything
meteorite that's going to hit us first.
could, but there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive. Now, too, pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems still being studied, and any added risk appears modest on a personal level. Like they would be the ones that you would be able to stack up the best, whether or not flying, and whether or not flying actually bad for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet, so that's good news.
Imagine
Somebody would have said something.
many studies find pilots and flight attendants have higher rates of some cancers, especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and some studies breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear if it's from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true. Or UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm causal link to flight radiation alone is not been established. That does make sense with disrupted sleep because I talked to a pilot once who did like a lot of late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrecked. Like people who do the night shift, like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping
Can
during
you
the day.
adjust though? Can you adjust?
If you can, but if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you know you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m. Like you're not. That's just your life.
Yeah.
That's how you live.
It's like shooting a film, and you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. Someone snaps.
Yeah.
There's always one person that just like
Can't handle it.
freaking crazy. No, Chad just went. We just lost Chad. I don't know what happened to him. He freaked out.
Some can't sleep. They become
Calculating a discovery.
Yeah,
She's
emotional.
not married.
Well, there's an indulgence on sets too.
So what's the lot of
Actors,
usually
like,
and she's at the time of marriage.
there's
What's the lot
kind of
of
a lack of
cup?
appreciation sometimes of
Based beyond
because you just get accustomed
what's
to
the
it.
lot
How
of
fortunate you are to be able to do what you do.
three questions. Five.
You know,
Are the
very few
audio
kids get an actor, you know,
So are the audio
Yeah.
not
spaz
really
out,
say
you didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the crew really didn't get enough sleep.
maybe past the
They were getting
how much
two
the
hours
most
before you went to our
But if they spaz
maybe
out,
past
they'll get
how
fired.
much
Yeah,
more
immediately.
You know, that's the difference. It's
Shut
not
up.
an
If
equality
you are
thing.
one,
Some
that's
people,
the question.
they're
Shut
aware
up.
they look
You send the
royalty.
following.
Walking around the
You know,
film set. You
regarding
know, it's kind of odd.
Well, it is odd, and at the same
And you go
time,
ahead and put up a kind of
it's a very unique experience, right? Because that has to be on camera, and every each of their faces, you know, going to be 6 tall in a movie theater, and so everybody's just making sure that person is doing okay, okay, and feel okay. Because if they don't, then they don't, you don't have anything, you don't have anything to do. So everybody is just like,
Yeah.
Why not give that?
hydrated, do you need water? Do you need drinking?
Well, the results of that, like psychologically, over a prolonged period of time, people that's their normal experience.
Yeah.
Is everybody's treating them like
So here's
It's goofy, but you know, let's start early, especially to have success early. It's not good. It's not a good way to kick off your life. This is not normal. If you think this is normal, you're going to be bad in a few years.
I don't think you can recover from that developmental. It's different than anything else. Like you can have a childhood and it'll make you more resilient. A bad childhood and for the whole world. You've never had to really work and you've never had to really struggle and you've been famous since you're young. So your interactions with people from the time you're people loving you for your work, which is not good for kids.
No, it's not. And the way you look, that big part of it is hard. It's not just your work. You know, it's like, we're talking about you have to how you're doing it. That's part of the job.
Especially as women. You make concrete and clean. So like if you have to mix it, but you don't have enough water, you don't need salt, you have water, it's solid. That's what it is. It sucks. It's just gonna be sucky, weak ass concrete. It's gonna break.
Wait, when did you get, what was your first news radio?
Yeah, well, I was on another show called Hardball. It was at Com. It was on Fox. That's what I actually moved out to LA for. And if that show got canceled, and if I didn't have a lease on the